I'm the monster trafficker that has the entire Ultraverse in stitches. As long as you can afford the price, any monsters and super beasts I can get you, whether it is a fighting machine as a hippogriff jeton, or the universe's dark great emperor Ampulla alien, as long as the price is right, and even the kingdom of light 7 in 7 out of the little gold man, I can take the hand of the pinch. Nay, now the market is getting worse and worse. Monsters began to shorten the supply. Helpless, I began to hit the idea of selling Ultraman. Soon, this news reached the ears of Carmilla, who had been abandoned by Trisha, only to see the remnants of her soul begin to gradually coalesce into a dark body in the universe. Triga, this name that she loved and hated, was always haunting her mind, only to see her frantically make 5 consecutive whips, countless starry meteorites instantly bursting into gravel. Trisha, I must have you. Since I can't get it, I'll buy you. So she sent her order request to the monster auction house in the next second. At this moment, Yi Zhang was lying on a chair looking at the request sent by Carmilla, frowning in thought. The Otter One clan had a bit of friendship with him back then, so if he wanted to purchase an Otterman, he would have to add money. He then asked his assistant at the side, Voreen, does the Dark One have any information? Beast God Lord, the specific information may have to wait for me to check, but some time ago, it seems that there is a self-proclaimed Hytram's dark giant, ordered 2 legendary magical beasts from our side, a broken serpent and a destructive Ula, but the damn thing is that he still owes the final payment. According to the contract we signed, if he can't pay the final payment, he will have to sell his body to our monster auction house. Today happened to be closing time, so I immediately sent someone to collect the bill. Velian seemed to know that their boss was most leery of owing money. No need. Dare to default on my money. I'd better go and meet that dark giant in person. It's also time to re-emerge and broaden the business of my monster auction house. If this what's-his-name Hitram dares to default on his debts, then the first giant to be auctioned will be him. Yi Zhang's aura at this moment suddenly became overwhelming, as if a divine sword had been unsheathed. At this point in the dark cosmic space, Carmilla is still thrashing wildly at the meteorite over and over again. Triga, Telija. And as Yi Zhang looked at the rubble spread all over the starry sky, he couldn't help but shake his head, then stepped on top of the rubble and slowly walked behind Carmilla. Who? It wasn't until he was less than 100 meters behind Carmilla that the crazy woman suddenly became alert. Who are you? Carmilla instantly retreated hundreds of steps back, raising her light whip and aiming it at Yi Zhang, her gaze filled with scorn. The black-robed man in front of him, although he did not emit any powerful energy fluctuations, but it was as if he was fused with the surrounding starry sky, calmly bizarre and intimidating. Just seeing Yi Zhang waved his hand with a smile. The meteorites around him that were shattered by Carmilla's attack began to fuse and converge one by one, gradually reorganizing into a tea-table. Afterwards, he made an invitation gesture with his right hand, and then took the lead to elegantly sit on top of the stone bench. Carmilla was dumbfounded by his magical maneuver, turning decay into magic. The person in front of him had a subtle control of energy that was enough to indicate his powerful strength, far above his own peak form of the evil god Megalaju. Holding down her heart that was beating faster, Carmilla sat down opposite Yi Zhang with fear and trepidation. Are you the legendary boss behind the monster auction house? The beast god that shook the universe tens of millions of years ago? Facing the question issued by Carmilla, Yi Zhang just smiled a bit. Not bad. Hearing that the other party had recognized her identity, Carmilla abruptly stood up and couldn't wait to ask, can you really sell Triga to me? Her originally beautiful face was even a bit distorted due to her excitement as she sat down and said. Yi Zhang continued to drink tea without any hurry. Naturally, you can't be too proactive when talking about business, otherwise the initiative will be lost. And now, obviously, from the opening to now, the initiative is always in Yi Zhang's hands. Since you have heard of my name, you naturally know that with me, all life can be bought, as long as the price can be paid. My reasoning is simple. I'm not afraid of not being able to buy it. I'm afraid that you can't afford it. As long as I can get Triga, I'm willing to pay everything. Kalmyra roared hysterically. Hearing this, Yi Zhang gradually put away his contempt, raising his deep pupils and staring at the beautiful dark giant in front of him. You don't seem to have anything valuable on you. I'm afraid you can't afford to pay this price. You name your price, and I'll do my best to plunder and earn what you need. How about this then? If you serve me for 100 years, count it as a successful payment. What do you think? Yi Zhang slowly put down his teacup. The corner of his mouth hung a smile as he frivolously glanced at Carmilla. Carmilla instantly burst up, shocked and furious. Then the light edge appeared in her hand, and flung it at Yi Zhang. Damn! Crazy. As to be so agitated? I just gave you a joke. Women are really the worst to mess with. However, the next second Carmilla stayed, because at the moment her light whip was about to hit Yi Zhang, it was strangely forbidden. Then the light whip instantly reversed and wrapped around Carmilla's own body. Carmilla, who was bound by the light whip, couldn't struggle away, and her expression was ashamed of anger mixed with panic. Very well, crazy woman. You're the first woman in nearly 10,000 years to dare to strike at me, but you managed to attract my attention, so I decided to give you a 50% discount. Soon, an ancient stone abacus appeared out of thin air in front of Yi Zhang, and under his chaotic fluctuations, he calculated. The unreasonable request just now was just a psychological war played by Yi Zhang. On the negotiation table, the first thing to do is to put forward conditions that are unacceptable to the other party, so that he can slowly break down the other party's psychological line of defense, and step by step, raise his chips. Facing the crazy woman, Yi Zhang didn't intend to continue playing. First, I want the ultra-ancient key of darkness. Second, the hit ram and the other dark giant in your body will be given to me as well. Third, the eternal core is no longer yours to covet. I, the beast god, accept it. Yi Zhang stood up, his black trenchcoat fluttering as he looked condescendingly at Carmilla and offered his price. This was simply a lion's price. Carmilla's heart was dripping blood as she listened to the price Yi Zhang proposed. The ultra-ancient key of darkness. No one should know of its existence except for herself. It was the energy opposite to the eternal core, a treasure that separated darkness and light, and it was her credentials as the queen of the ultra-ancient dark giant clan. Having it would allow her to absorb all the ultra-ancient darkness. As for the hit ram and Dargon within her body, naturally, they had no use for it. Carmilla was not heartbroken about it, and the power of the eternal core was not to be mentioned. It did not belong to her in the first place. On reflection, the price might not be unacceptable. Okay, I promise you, I'm willing to pay all this for my Triga, but I want a real Triga, not a pirated copy. Yes, my beast god's reputation is that of a child. After that, Yi Zhang took out a contract, with heaven and earth as proof, with the living people as evidence. If the contract is finalized, then the oath is finalized, and violators will be sanctioned by the Cosmic Avenue. Looking at the words of the contract, Kalmyra's heart trembled for a while. It was worthy of being a contract condensed by the cosmic great Tao. Every word exuded regal greatness. When she finished signing the contract, she saw Yi Zhang unhurriedly pulling out a big seal from the void, while 9 big characters were engraved under the seal. Monster Auction House Beast God Yi Zhang. The moment the seal fell, suddenly electricity flashed and thunder roared. Black holes and white holes appeared at first, tearing the heaven and earth, which made Kalmyra look at it with a heartbeat of trembling. A contract is just a contract. As to alarm the Cosmic Avenue? Alright, pay the deposit first, and leave the dark key to me. After that, Carmilla put her jade hand into her chest with extreme reluctance. Soon, a heart-shaped pendant was held in her hand with reluctance. You bring it. Upon seeing this purple and black heart-shaped gemstone, Yi Zhang couldn't wait to reach out and snatch it. It was really beautiful. Yi Zhang placed it in front of his eyes and raised his head, admiring it carefully. Under the light of the stellar rays, the jewel was transmitting a brilliant light. After putting away the dark key, Yi Zhang made his next request. Then give me Hitram as well. Who knows that Carmilla awkwardly said Hitram has already been killed by me. The power has also been absorbed by me. I can't give it out. Although she can release the dark power and create a fake Hitram. At this time she doesn't dare to snub the legendary big brother in front of her. Who knows that Yi Zhang's demeanor did not change when he heard this. Don't worry. Just open your arms and relax your mind and body. Leave the latter to me. As Carmilla relaxed her body, a dark power converged between Carmilla's 2 breasts, and soon, Hitram's undigested soul was ripped out of Carmilla's body, and the dark energies once again converged out of Ju Minzar's physical body. A moment later, Hitram emerged from the void with a loud gasp, followed by staring at Carmilla with hatred in his eyes. Carmilla, die for me! The newly resurrected Hitram didn't weigh his own strength, but was overwhelmed by hatred and recklessly condensed his darkness power and fired a ray of light at Carmilla. But in the next moment, a cold snort came from Hitram's ears, and then his body collapsed to the ground as if he had been hit hard, and the ray of light that was about to hit Carmilla also instantly collapsed. You are? Hitram fell to the ground and looked fearfully at the black-robed man in front of him, the beads of sweat on his forehead indicating the oppression he was under at the moment. Monster Auction House Beast God Yi Zhang calmly declared himself. The final payment for the last purchase of Extermination Serpent and Destruction Ula, please also settle it. Yi Zhang had always been very friendly towards his customers and gold masters. Hitram recalled those two legendary magical beasts that were purchased from the monster auction house. And when he heard the name of the beast god, instantly sweat drenched his back. Currently Yi Zhang's magical voice once again entered Hitram's ears, causing his scalp to tingle. 7 days? Give me 7 days to raise the money. I will definitely settle it all by then. I will only give you 3 days. Saying this, Yi Zhang casually waved his hand and let Hitram go. Just like that. Carmilla looked at Hitram, who had vanished without a trace, in disbelief. If Hitram was hiding somewhere in the universe and didn't come out by himself, she didn't believe that anyone would be able to find him. Oh, don't worry. So far, no one has been able to escape from my beast god's 5 fingers mountain. The corner of Yi Zhang's mouth rose, contemptuously glanced at Hitram's distant back, did not care. 3 days later to the auction house headquarters to find me, then I will take you to pick up the goods. Yi Zhang crossed the void and disappeared. 3 days? Carmilla covered her mouth with her small hand, unspeakably happy. Didn't the contract say that the goods would be delivered only after the final payment in 1 year? Is this beast god trying to give himself a surprise? 3 days and I'll get my favorite Triga. Ha 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 ha. At this moment, only Carmilla's insane laughter echoed in the dark space. During these 3 days, Hitram had gone crazy in the major planets, killing and looting to seize resources. At that time to buy the extermination of the serpent and the destruction of the down payment of Ula, but the destruction of Ignis's home planet Lithuania planet only to raise enough land. Now only 1 day. Where to find that kind of rich planet? And Hitram has just been resurrected. The state of the big disability. Far from peak state. The abominable beast god is not intended to give himself a chance. Hitram eyed the poor planet he had just plundered and was a bit frustrated. The money plundered these days was less than 1/1000th of the tale. But if he went to plunder the rich planets, with his strength nowadays, if he was not careful, his life would be in danger. Forget about it, let's just run away. I just don't believe that this beast god has heavenly abilities and can chase me to the ends of the earth. Hitram finally made a decision that he regretted the most in his life. Beast god Lord. The auction house's eyes said that they lost Hitram. The pit planetarian Bai Lian apologized and reported to Yi Zhang, but Yi Zhang waved his hand indifferently. Then his figure disappeared. In the calm cosmic space, a 4-dimensional monster Bruton was quietly sleeping, when suddenly, a black-robed figure suddenly appeared in front of Bruton. Waking it up, it was horrified and just wanted to launch an attack, but it saw that the black-robed figure had already disappeared. In the 4th-dimensional void space, Hitram was sitting nervously on his knees at the moment, not daring to breathe, only slowly absorbing energy and recovering his strength, while beside him, a powerful and mysterious monster was sleeping. Void Grisel. Hitram could feel that the other party's current strength far exceeded his own. If he accidentally woke him up, he was afraid that it was very likely that the other party would kill and devour him. This is just out of the tiger's den and into the wolf's den. Hitram was very chagrined. How did he come up with such a stupid idea to hide in Bruton's 4-dimensional alien space? Had he known that this alien space is coiled with such a powerful existence? Hitram would have chosen to think long and hard. Just take it easy. As long as it is not by the divine beasts. However, before he could say all of his words, he found that the alien space opened a flash of 7-colored light door, and then a black figure that made him frightened stepped out from the door, and that signature Suomani smile, as if the god of death. The signature demand smile beckoned to him as if he were the Grim Reaper. How was it possible that the beast god had found his hiding place so easily? Beads of sweat slid down Hitram's forehead. He had never been so nervous before. What to do? Escaping here was useless. Where else in the universe will there be a place for me to hide? Do I really have to sell myself to the cosmic auction house? The more Hitram thought about it, the more he panicked. Hitram, how's the fundraising going? It's only right to pay what you owe. Since you don't have enough money, then use your life to make up for it. I, the beast god, hate people who don't pay their debts. Yi Zhang's magnetic and undeniable voice came out, and suddenly, it was as if Hitram had made a crazy decision. Only to see him holding his sword in his right hand, suddenly sending out a chopping wave, aiming at the sleeping void monster Grizza. Hitram, with a wail, Grizza's ghostly voice suddenly rang out. He, dear beast god lord, let this Grizza have some fun with you. Hitram thought that this plan of driving away the wolf and swallowing the tiger was really flawless, and at the same time, holding the sword in his right hand, he was ready to store up his strength to cut through the void again, intending to cut through the space and quickly escape. Ha! Trivial skill. Don't know how to die. Yi Zhang looked at Hitram's fearless struggling, couldn't help but flick up the corner of his mouth, then his eyes released a stirring coldness, freezing the whole space. How is it possible? Hitram anxiously slashed at the subdimensional barrier one after another, but no matter how he swung, he couldn't cut through it. What he once thought was the safest and most concealed hiding place seemed to have turned into the strongest cage in the universe. Hitram fell to his knees in despair and powerlessness. Gryza was awakened by the inexplicable attack, and then began an indiscriminate attack, first seeking out Yi Zhang, who was the closest to him. Seeing that Gryza was about to attack the beast god, Hitram's gaze became hot again, but unfortunately, the next moment, he once again resigned himself to his fate. Gryza's punches and kicks attacked the beast god at a distance of 3 feet, but strangely couldn't continue to move forward, and couldn't strike the beast god at all. And under the fury, the purple thunder that was released from his face disappeared in the surroundings of the beast god, just like a cow going into the sea. Immediately after, the beast god stretched out a finger, pointing at the center of the eyebrow of Gryza. The otherworldly space once again returned to silence. 3 days later, Carmilla anxiously came to Yi Zhang's office to ask for Triga. What's the hurry? The day the final payment is settled is the day you really get the Triga. Then why did you yell at me to come pick up the goods 3 days later? There are so many Ultraman. Which one is Trisha? I don't recognize it. Mustn't I let you personally pick it to confirm? Yi Zhang's mouth corner slightly raised, then ringing finger flick. The void in front of a screen appeared in front of Carmilla. The first page of the screen appeared 4 Ultraman's avatar, Dja, Dinah, Gia and Trisha. To see which end, it is him. Carmilla clicked directly on the avatar that was etched in her mind. The big screen then switched to Treger's exclusive screen, and basic information about him then appeared. Triga was originally 300,000 years ago ultra-ancient Dark Otter clan. Because of the power of human probation and devote themselves to the light, turn their backs on the darkness, now resurrected into a human true in the sword in the realization, at any time can transform into Triga, with the form of composite, powerful, air, shining and light and dark weapons eternal blade. Okay, I know. These 3 days in my auction house as a guest. Feel free to visit. And so on 3 days after the Hitram auction is completed, I will personally take you to get the real Triga Ultraman. On the day of the auction, countless cosmopolitans came to participate in the bidding. At this moment the audience is full of people. Around the sky is also flying countless cameras. Open the whole universe live broadcast. The audience is divided into 3 areas. Not divided by strength, but divided by financial strength. However, at this moment, in front of the live broadcast screen of the major planets in the outside world, there are naked aliens hiding in the corner and secretly watching. Small gold people standing in the kingdom to watch. The father of Otter, the mother of Otter, and the cosmic vigilantes brothers who are watching in the land of light. This auction crosses time and space and crosses the subdimensions. And all kinds of cosmic people are harboring various thoughts. Soon, under the opening remarks of the 2 pit stars, Wei Lian and Wei Yi, the auction officially opened. Silence. This auction was presided over by the beast god lord himself, and before Wei Lian's words had even left his mouth, a clamor rose from the stage. What? The beast god himself? Finally, I have the honor to see the legendary beast god. This ticket is worth every penny. If I had gotten wind of it earlier, wouldn't the price of the tickets have been flipped over by my cosmic scalper? The people in the universe who participated in the auction had more or less heard of the legend of the beast god, and when they heard that the conference was hosted by the beast god himself, they all waited to see what would happen. What? Remote online viewing of the Golden Man clan and the Otter clan have been on guard, focused on the desire to see the true face of the beast god. The beast god will be a threat to our clan? Tartarus' slightly trembling fists showed the importance he placed on this name in his heart. Could it be that the beast god was going to participate in the cosmic strife? What kind of existence was he? The father of Otter under his red cape whispered scornfully. Could he not sit still either? The king of Otter gazed at the starry sky, shook his head inside, and wondered if his appearance would be a blessing or a disaster for the universe. The black hole in the dimension appeared at first sight. A black-robed Yi Zhang stepped into the auction venue in the air, and then with a big hand, the black trenchcoat that he had been draped in fluttered in the wind. What? At this instant, everyone was shocked. Hidden under the black robe was actually a human youth with black hair and black eyes. The legendary beast god. How could it be a human? Countless cosmopolitans were shocked. No, cosmopolitans could change into human form at will. This was definitely not the true face of Lord Beast God. Not bad. The Beast God Lord must have chosen to show his human form because he didn't want to show his true appearance. This damned mystery even more so than before. Countless cosmopolitans were unwilling to believe it, because in their minds, humans were synonymous with weakness, and Lord Beast God was clearly not associated with weakness. Could it be that the human species was hiding some deeper secret? The Otter One always chose to incarnate as a human as well. Tartarus was puzzled by this. Seeing the appearance of the Beast God at this moment, he began to gradually put away his contempt for humans, and secretly made up his mind that he would dig into this race, which was not uncommon in the universe, to see if it was hiding some kind of hidden secret. The King of Otter is also frowning. According to his understanding, the Beast God cannot be a human in this era, unless it is. The more he thinks about it, the more horrified. Hopefully, I think too much. Today's 3 major auction items are provided by the 3 major Beast Emperors. Yi Zhang said after the stage. Universe people are shocked. Not only the Beast God debuted, his core ministry 3 major Beast Emperors also debuted today. Monster auction house, this is to make trouble? Then his pit planetarian female secretary began to shout out the auction item messages. The first auction item was offered by the Mac Beast Emperor. Purple Fury Gamara. Strength legendary level. Can grow. Fused with the power of Purple Fire and Thunder Fury Gamara, combining the power of the 3 elephants of Earth, Man, and Thunder. A product cultivated by the Monster Auction House, with a starting price of 100 million cosmic coins, dressed in a green skirt and a robe. The herding Beast Emperor Yi Mu led a Gamara with a purple armor and thunder flashes around it to cross from the Void Gate. The purple electric armor is overbearing. I like it. I'll bid 200 million. 300 million. Baltan Star people raise the price. That is a legendary level strength. Numerous price increases followed. A legendary grade Gamara with the power of the 3 elephants could grow, laying the path of interstellar resource plundering by the cosmic people. The invasion of planets to accumulate the original capital of the sharp weapon. The final price was raised to $1.2 billion, and was auctioned off by Akiryu. The second auction item was the Blake Emperor, offered by the Imperial Beast Emperor. Blake Emperor, the strongest Blake King of Nakel Star. Strength between above legend, below legend. Captured by Royal Beast Emperor in the Battle of Rebellion under the Sunset. Mentally controlled by the Beast Controller Emperor. Starting price, 500 million. The leader of the Nakel Star people. Watching the live broadcast, angry lungs are going to explode. But unfortunately the strength can only hold back. At the same time once again angrily scolded that offended the monster auction house of the Waste of Nabar. 600 million, 800 million, 2 billion, and finally the body of gold-colored Blake Emperor by the Universe Emperor Bardstar with a price of 2 billion auction away. The main event is here. The last item is the finale merchandise. The Otter Eye Dark Giant Junmin Curator Hitram. A grey-robed Beast Controller Emperor stepped out from the door of the void. Behind him respectfully stood a blue giant. Go up to the front on his knees to hang the license plate. The Beast Controlling Emperor's eyes creepy golden light flashed. The old voice came. Behind him Hitram like a puppet walked up to the auction item booth. Then kneeled on both knees. And an auction card was instantly hung between his neck. 300,000 years ago, the Dark Giant clan purchased my auction house's 2 legendary magical beasts. The Great Serpent of Destruction and the Ojak of Extinction, but owed the balance and was unable to pay it back. He was already dead, but because he owed the money, he was pulled back from hell by the Beast God Lord to repay the money. Wei Lian introduced the identity of the Blue Giant, and implicitly revealed the tragic end of the debt is not repaid. Even death is not allowed to live in peace. Reality Force legend above. Under the legend, the auction can become its eternal master of the order. The starting price of 2 billion. With the opening of Hytram's auction, the scene a clamor. Not only the starting price is so high, but also because the first time there is a group of auction otter, so that all the cosmopolitans are burning eyes, eager to try. They have all been weighing their own pockets. I'm out of 1,000 comet buns. Suddenly, the third gear area came a naive voice. The words immediately attracted everyone's attention. Open the mouth is precisely a body blue monster. His head on the top of the double horns beeping flat mouth holding a yellow navel electric shock orc Balagara. At the moment naive he was cosmopolitan gaze stared at a little fear. I used to have so little friendship with Hitram, almost worth 1,000 comet buns, so I offer so much to shoot him. Balagara touched his head and said naively, ha 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 ha, where did the stupid bird come from? Still not quick to roll? Comet buns? What kind of crap? How much is it worth? Not to mention 1,000. 100 million are useless. A moment of cosmic people spittle will be Balagara drowned. 100 million are not. Balagara stunned. Shit, that or forget it. There are 100 million of their own eat for thousands of years does not smell good? Ghosts go to buy Hitram. 1,000 steamed buns is already the upper limit of what one can offer. More than that there is no door. I bid 5 billion. Ampola people ans directly shouted out the price. 3 billion. Yabo people yado not let the slightest. 5 billion. Baxter Star people Bame also indignant step straight after. 5 billion. In the end, the Ampola people will price to 5 billion. The whole field almost no longer have a voice. Shouting price must consider their own strength, lest end up in the same fate as Hitram. 5 billion once. 5 billion twice. 5 billion three. Just when the hammer was about to be set, a shout suddenly came out from the third slice of seats. 5 billion. The instant the price was shouted out immediately drew countless gazes. Licia Star? Treasure hunter? The one who made the bid was none other than the treasure hunter Ignis. As the culprit of the destruction of the Lithuanian planet, Ignis has long hated Hitram to the bone. Today's Ignis has already smashed pots and pans, and even will be countless years of collection of treasures all clearance, and familiar with the friends to borrow money loans, and finally put together enough to 5 billion cosmic coins, just to put Hitram on the block today. 5.5 billion. The Ampera alien stared coldly at Ignis, tit for tat. The Dark Giant, along with the Ampera Planetarian, were both dominators of dark power, and Ans was still eager to shoot away to study it properly. $6 billion, Hitram, Ignis, am bound and determined to get it. Ignis stood up, ghostly streaks appearing on his face, his expression ruthless. This price had far exceeded Ans' mental expectations, and could already be used to purchase weaker Star Lord level monsters. It was clearly not worth it to use it to buy a dark giant that came back from the dead. Once, twice, 6 billion 3 times. Congratulations to the Lithuanian Ignis for auctioning this dark giant. Ha ha. Hitram finally fell into my hands. When the third hammer was set, Ignis began to laugh wildly like no one else was watching, like he was reckless, causing a group of cosmic people to stare at him with eyes like looking at a fool. Today, deliver and collect the goods on the spot. There is no need to rush after delivery. There is one more thing that this beast god will announce before the end. Yi Zheng's words came out gently, but they carried a magic, causing the crowd of cosmopolitans in the auction house to not help but stop what they were doing with their hands and mouths, and to take their seats in place. The Kiru and Bardians who had auctioned off the Purple Fury Gamara and Emperor Blake, walked up to the stage, took out their respective purple cards, and swiped their cards in front of the auction house's pose machine. Soon the Mako Beast Emperor handed a manipulation amethyst to the Kiru alien. The Imperial Beast Emperor imprinted the main tattoo on the Bardian's arm, while at the same time, the slave tattoo on Emperor Blake's forehead flashed with light. Finally, in front of all eyes, Ignis, the treasure hunter who had won the auction for Hitram, dressed in his 10,000-year-old unwashed brown coat and with a devilish stride, he stepped onto the stage. Then a large sum of money was flung out from an unknown space. Yi Zheng was unconcerned, but the two Pitstar little secretaries looked at it with black lines and immediately shouted for the staff to come up and count it. A total of $5 billion. When the staff finished counting, Wei Lian said to Ignis, "Humph, this kid is finished." The first row Ampera Planetarian and sneered, and in passing mockingly pulled out a gold card and gave Ignis a middle finger. The golden light refracted between the gold card's flip was more than enough to blind his dog's eyes. "Can I pay in installments?" Ignis asked casually and cynically. "I'm sorry, installment service is only for auction house members. You can only become an ordinary member after successfully spending $1 billion in the auction house. This should be your first time spending money in our monster auction house, so no," Wei Lian said calmly. With the beast god in charge, the monster auction house was never afraid of cosmopolitans skimming off the top. "Alright then, this offsets it, okay?" Ignis pulled out his victory god's light rod and dark Triga key with extreme reluctance. Previously, the main reason for scheming for the dark Triga power was to deal with Hitram. Now, since it was possible to take Hitram as a slave, the dark Triga had naturally lost its usefulness, and the bird was out of the bag. Instead of taking over, Wei Lian looked at Yi Zheng. "Yes." Yi Zheng nodded, and soon Hitram's main pattern was topographed on the back of Ignis's hand, while Yi Zheng also obtained the Rod of Victory Divine Light and the Dark Trisha key. Having collected the Hitram and obtained a blue card from the auction house, Ignis did not linger too long and directly rode him out of the place and flew to the stars. He wasn't interested in what the beast god was going to get up to subsequently. The Dark Giant auction conference was officially declared over, and Yi Zheng loomed at the center of the stage. Friends of the entire universe, the Monster Auction House officially launches, from today, the Ultraman trafficking business. As soon as Yi Zheng's words came out, the entire audience was in an uproar. "What, selling Ultraman? I didn't hear you wrong. Is the auction house going against the Ultraman plan? The world of chaos is about to open. There's a good show to watch. Any merchandise? I want to see it. I want to buy it. I'll pay how much? I want to buy Ultraman. Do you have any Belial Ultraman for sale? Toad wants to eat swan meat." Don't look at your own shriveled pockets, even if you have it, it's still a sky-high price, you want to eat shit. Bricks, 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 instant motivation to work and earn money. Very well, Lord Beast God has successfully set my life goal as, to buy Ultraman and go to the peak of the universe. Very well, I'm going to work my ass off to earn money from the rich women of my planet. In front of the live streaming app, the Light Country's Menios burst into a rage. The invincible Big Brother Zoffy, moreover, took the initiative to request to lead his brother's army to go out and eliminate the monster auction house as a cosmic tumor. In front of the King of Otter, the Leo brothers clenched their fists in righteous indignation, seeking the old man's opinion. There's no need to rush, keep watching first, if the monster auction house really wants to deal with us, I won't just sit back and watch. In fact, Elder Ao1 was the being who was the most panicked inside. Even though he had never fought before, he did not have the slightest grasp of battling, winning, against the Beast God. He didn't understand where exactly his own clan had offended the Beast God, to the extent that he wanted to take business to his own clan's head. It was simply mind-numbing, scalp-numbing. Oh, that's really interesting. If we buy all the Ultraman, then the Kingdom of Light is not within reach, and my Abyssalo clan will also survive this crisis. The three little ones of the Golden One clan listened to the Beast God's speech with interest. Quiet. Wait for me to finish. At present, my monster auction house, Ultraman trafficking business is still in its infancy, expensive, and does not only accept private orders. I, Beast God, emphasize again, our auction house, not to be the mover of goods, only to be the creator of goods. The sale of Ultraman is not a matter of abducting the Ultraman raceback for sale, but rather, it is carefully customized according to the customer's requirements. For a better demonstration, please welcome the first honored guest, the Dark Giant clan, the demonly warrior Carmilla to the stage. Yi Zhang spoke word for word, seriously dishing out a brief overview of the requirements and need to know for the sale of the Otter One clan. This Carmilla, 30 million years ago was a couple with Trigga Ultraman, but unfortunately was later betrayed by his sweetheart. Trigga threw himself into the light and sealed Carmilla's stone statue for 30 million years. After being reborn, she was once again mercilessly wiped out by Trigga, which caused her to go insane for love, and vowed not to stop until she got Trigga. Listening to Yi Zhang's magnetic voice, individual cosmopolitans with low tier points actually began to sympathize with Loker Myra's ordeal, weeping and secretly rebuking Telija. I, the Beast God, sympathized greatly with her encounter, so I took her order. However, my monster auction house is not a charitable organization. Want to buy Trigga, naturally have to charge. Since this is the first order, I'm offering a discounted price, Dark Core and Eternal Core. The Dark Core is the down payment, and the Eternal Core is the final payment after delivering the Trigga. Yi Zhang kept on talking, then picked up the Victory God Light Rod Core Darkness Trigga key that Ignis had just left behind. The signature ringing finger talked, and a shadowy doppelganger emerged behind Yi Zhang. Then the doppelganger Yi Zhang held the Rod of Divine Light of Victory in his hand and inserted the Dark Trigga key into it, painting and dyeing the future, pitch black darkness. A pitch black, cold dark giant appeared in the field. That torchlight gaze, hideous aura. None of them revealed its formidable strength, more so than the previous hit ram. Dark Trigga. The corners of the body Yi Zhang's mouth gently lifted as he continued. It is actually very simple to create a Trigga, and this is the Dark Trigga Ultraman. But this is not the Trigga that Carmilla needs. Then Yi Zhang lifted his hand and wheeled a Taiji-like track in the void, and soon the Dark Trigga trembled and flickered all over. The power and aura of the Dark Trigga changed drastically in an instant. Heavens! Under Yi Zhang, soon the two opposing forces of darkness and light began to mingle and transform, as if night and day were alternating. Eventually the darkness turned to light and gradually transformed into the colorful Trigga Ultraman. In terms of appearance and breath, it was almost identical to the composite form of Trigga that Monica Kenshiro had changed into. If the people present hadn't seen Beast God Sama's magical maneuver, they wouldn't have the slightest doubt that this was the real Trigga Ultraman. This isn't the Trigga I want. Carmilla was confused and had no idea what Yi Zhang was selling. What the hell? Just as Yi Zhang gave her a reassuring look, wanting to continue. Suddenly, there was a loud thud from below the arena, as both knees fell to the ground. Lord Beast God, please take my knees under you. Your technique of transforming dark power into light power is too brilliant. And who knows, we, the beings of planet Ampera, have always longed for the power of light. The reason why the people of planet Ampera were determined to attack the Kingdom of Light was just to receive the illumination of the Plasma Spark Tower more closely and enjoy the power of light. Ans, a human from the planet Ampera, had witnessed Yi Zhang's tawdry maneuver of turning darkness into light, and was instantly conquered. Who would want to be a dark emperor if they could be a light emperor? I will embrace darkness and transform into light. Ans was excited beyond words, incomparably eager to step onto the path of light under Yi Zhang's guidance. The sudden pounce of the Ampera Starman Ans caused Yi Zhang to successfully forget his subsequent lines. The Dark Archemperor alien actually wanted to ask Yi Zhang for help in whitewashing. Did he not know that blackening was 10 times stronger and whitewashing was 3 times weaker? Yi Zhang was quite speechless. However, he still twirled his 3 fingers in front of Anzai. As one of the golden VIP members of the auction house, Anzai immediately understood, and paid out all the $5 billion that he had originally prepared to auction for Hitram to Yi Zhang. Light and darkness are but a thought away. If your heart is directed towards light, you can naturally transform into light. Yi Zhang pointed a finger in the air, pointing at the center of Anzai's eyebrows. Under Yi Zhang's light mention and the simple guidance of his spiritual power, An suddenly fell into a state of epiphany. Did the power of darkness not smell good, but even turned around and threw himself into the light? Soon, Yi Zhang and all the cosmopolitans present moved their gazes like looking at a fool away from An's, who was in a state of petrified epiphany. Yi Zhang continued to start his follow-up speech. Where were we just now? Yi Zhang cleared his throat and coughed. The surrounding cosmopolitans were also wide-eyed and clearly had no idea either. This is not the Triga I wanted. It was still Carmilla, who was the most mindful of the matter, who reminded. Yes, everyone, please see, this Triga, though hardly different from the real Triga Ultraman, is nothing more than an impostor I created. I, Beast God, my monster auction house is based in the universe with credibility, so naturally, I will not hand over an impostor like Carmilla. Yi Zhang once again snapped his fingers, and the pirated Triga reformed into a ray of light and returned to the black special key. Our auction house will never sell pirated versions. If you want to buy a pirated version, turn right and go to the Dark Ultra Evil that specializes in creating black Aoteus, or the Sarmalians that specialize in creating mechanical Aoteus. This order, I, the Beast God, will personally lead this MS. Kalmyra to get the real Triga. 1 year after this place, those who are interested can come to observe the ceremony and be a witness. Yi Zhang said confidently. Let's go, follow me to the Triga world. Aha! Carmilla was thoroughly convinced by the promise made by Yi Zhang, and her heart was thrilled beyond words. The credibility of the Beast God was truly superb. It seems that Telija will definitely become mine. In the next moment, Yi Zhang made a light stroke into the void, and a space-time crack appeared at first glance. He stepped into it with great strides, followed closely by Carmilla, and the two of them disappeared into thin air. Immediately after that, the 3 great beast emperors also left in their own ways. It's over, disperse. Wei Lian and Wei Ri began to dismiss the crowd of cosmopolitans. Countless of them were still engrossed in the previous beast god's miraculous operation congregation, unable to extricate themselves. Let's go, quickly return to the planet to move bricks. I'm going to go on a crazy invasion and carry out interstellar looting, fight for the purchase of Ultraman. Wake up and stop dreaming, you won't be able to afford it in your lifetime alone. Just as the cosmopolitans were about to disperse in a huff, a dazzling burst of golden light came from next door. Ha 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 ha, I've come to my realization. I, the great Emperor of Light, am truly born from today. Ans of the Dark Grand Emperor clan, who was on the side, was currently clad in a golden armor and was spirited. His body emitted a dazzling light, seemingly blinding the eyes of the crowd. At this moment, he was laughing wildly. It was because under Yi Zhang's guidance and direction, he had become a light, transforming a body of dark power into the power of light. Crap, 666. The cosmopolitans on the side were shocked at this. Originally, everyone thought that Lord Beast God was fooling the Ampera planetarian. Unexpectedly, the Ampera alien had actually completed the transformation of light and darkness. However, why do I feel that Ans is so much weaker than before? Yato, the Yabo person who was the most familiar with Ans' strength, and Fridosha, the Mifrasian, had actually realized that Ans had become much weaker at this moment. The truth was true, as the price of whitewashing, Ans had become much weaker than just 3 points. However, while darkness represents power, light represents endless possibilities. With the power of hope, friendship, trust and so on, the power of light has no limit. In the middle of the long river of time, Yi Zhang brought Carmilla to the side of the river before the beginning of Triga. The long river of time, which can travel through the past, step into it, and we will return to the past time and space where Sword Wizard of Monica has yet to incarnate as Triga, and Carmilla is about to be resurrected. What are you doing? Shouldn't you take me to Earth and capture Triga for me? Carmilla was confused by Ye's bewildering behavior, not knowing what he wanted to do. Yi Zhang smiled disdainfully and said in his heart, truly a woman with big breasts. However, on his lips, he said, you are too shallow. Merely capturing Triga to you, then do you think Triga will fall in love with you again? Do you only want to get Triga's body to vent? Don't you want to get his heart? Can I still get his heart? Carmilla put her right hand against her small mouth that had turned into a zero shape in shock. Her heart rippled with horror. There was a time when Kalmyra had long since ceased to have the luxury of reclaiming Trisha's heart. The Beast God did not intend to simply sell Triga to himself. Rather, he wants me to get both Trisha's heart and his body. This is what the Beast God's compulsion is. Carmilla instantly felt that his pattern was small. Yi Zhang's figure was once again elevated by 20,000 meters within him. A peak existence like the beast god had such a high level of vision. Naturally, you can return with me to the time and space before sword gnosis in truth incarnated as Triga, and you were resurrected from the stone statue. Two options, one is that you go after Triga again. The other is to guide humans to turn their backs on Triga, that way he will naturally return to the darkness. Yi Zhang pulled Carmilla and took a step into the time and space before Triga began. In fact, as the power of humans continued to grow, one day they would turn their backs on Ultraman. Just as we, as children, longed and desired for the light giant. Yet as adults, we too will eventually embark on the path of turning our backs on them. On this day, the Kingdom of Light issued an order for the summoning and rescue of the Ultras. After gathering as many Ultramen as he could from the scattered Ultra galaxy, the Father of Ultras held a general assembly. No one knows the exact contents of the assembly, but the only thing known is that after it was over, led by Libertarian Ultraman and Sailor Ultraman, the interdimensional passage was opened to the subdimensional Earth where Triga was located. All O have lurked on Earth, secretly guarding Triga Ultraman at all times. However, they do not know is that this year all their efforts will be in vain. The real reason is because they have not met the beast god at all. Yi Zhang went to the past time and space, while Triga had an extra memory after a year, due to an inexplicable butterfly effect. Eventually, he traveled alone to the monster auction house to look for the demonic figure in his memory. At that time, Trisha will experience wife abuse, a moment of pleasure. Chasing his wife crematorium is how painful realization. Is there a possibility that there is a third option? That would be to take me 30 million years ago and stop Yeshir from guiding Triga to the light. During the time travel journey, Carmilla suddenly had a brainstorm and looked at Yi Zhang. Put! Yi Zhang almost spat out a mouthful of old blood. Big sister, you really think that time travel is child's play? Do you really think that I am an omnipotent god? Who TM can withstand the karma that comes from changing 30 million years of history? The power of Carmilla's words was unrivaled, and once again, she managed to reverse Yi Zhang's painting, words. Oh! Carmilla hung her head, blushing, like a little girl who had made a mistake. The beast god Yi Zhang, who had already been deified within his heart, was once again one step closer to the mortal world. It seemed that it wasn't that far out of reach anymore. However, that cry of big sister, in one's own ears, there was such a hint of harshness. To speak of age, Lord Beast God, you are afraid that you are far more than 30 million years old. Kalmyra secretly slandered in her heart. Suddenly, she realized that Yi Zhang had turned his head and stared at himself with furrowed brows, saying, once upon a time, in my hometown, as times changed, organic lifeforms gradually possessed all sorts of supernormal capabilities, which some people call supernormal capabilities, while I borrowed illusions to call them divine powers. Have you ever heard that there is a kind of ability, avatar, called the other heart pass? Tathagata? What is that? It is the divine ability that can hear the thoughts in another person's mind. Yi Zhang said softly. Carmilla's heart tightened violently and pounded. Could it be that the words she had just secretly slandered Lord Beast God had been heard by him? It's time to study this divine ability. With this ability, wouldn't it be a breeze to assist you in obtaining Triga? It might also be useful in the future. His heart passage, wasn't it just a divine weapon for getting girls? Flirting with men. After all, he had boasted in front of Carmilla and all the cosmopolitans, but Yi Zhang gradually tasted it carefully, and it seemed that he was not good at helping Carmilla to chase after Triga. Forget it, it was better to take the curved route to save the country, guiding the humans to turn their backs on Triga, and guiding Triga to return to the darkness. This route seems simpler. Yi Zhang tentatively took note and raised his bright black eyes. In that case, the beast god lord shouldn't be this some kind of Tathagata, and didn't hear the inner thoughts just now? Kalmyra was also immersed in her inner world. Beast god Sama, do you know many strange abilities? Avatars? Carmilla asked as she looked up at the mysterious and powerful Yi Zhang. That's for sure, some sort of out-of-body incarnation, traveling through time and space, the Qiankuan in the palm of one's hand, light and dark transformation, and other divine abilities. There is also the Xingyiquan divine ability, have you heard of it? Once I seem to have fought a set in front of a kid called Arity, who shouted at me with a mouthful of masters, and I didn't even recognize him. But he said that he vowed to carry forward the Xingyiquan in the universe. Come on, how come I haven't heard of the universe circulating this set of boxing since then? This kid still seems to have failed to comprehend the essence. Perhaps soon to arrive at the earth that had not visited for countless years, Yi Zhang's heart could not help but relax. Therefore, there were more words, no longer the cold image of a domineering cosmic monarch with few words and cold words before. Although it is not the hometown Earth that Yi Zhang once had, it is still considered a pirated version of it. This damned near hometown is more timid. Time, light and shadow, instantaneously changing, Yi Zhang brought Carmilla to the past time and space. They first came to Mars. Yi Zhang suddenly raised his palm and stuck it on Carmilla's forehead. In the next moment, Carmilla was transformed into a bit of starlight and was taken into the Qianquan in Yi Zhang's palm. At the same moment, in the starry sky outside Mars, a dark giant stone statue of a demonic and beautiful land shattered. A stunningly beautiful female giant flew out from the stone statue. Triga! Triga! She hissed madly. The hatred accumulated over 30 million years did not wash away her past love for Triga. Instead, it made this love even more bitter, and even more so, it gradually distorted it. Triga! The light whip in his right hand flashed out, and the meteorite in the starry sky once again suffered an unwarranted disaster. Beast God Sama, what? What are you doing? Carmilla was suddenly admitted into the foreign space, shocked and afraid. In front of the beast god, as a dark giant, she was always as defenseless as a weak woman. It could only be at its mercy. Fortunately, this legendary beast god was not a changeable T with an uncertain character, otherwise Carmilla really didn't dare to think about it. Yi Zhang's figure turned and also came to the world in his palm. Looking at Carmilla's lustful appearance, Yi Zhang knew that she was puzzled, so he explained. In the same space and time, two identical individuals cannot meet each other, or else one must fade away. And at that moment just now, it was the time when the you of this time and space broke out of your shell from the stone statue. That's why I'm going to seal your power and change your life mark, thus realizing our goal. Yi Zhang then made a point on Carmilla's forehead, and Carmilla's power gradually dissipated to nothing. Soon, the life breath also began to change radically. Also, take on the appearance of an earthling, so that it will be easier to follow up. Yi Zhang was about to make a move to change Carmilla's appearance for her. No need, I can change into human form. In the next second, Carmilla's figure turned around, and a dark imperial lady with a black leather skirt and black heels shone. Yi Zhang rested his cheeks and took a look. Although Carmilla's earthly body made Ran's eyes light up, it seemed to be lacking a hint of flavor. Yi Zhang shook his head and proceeded to bring her back to the outside world. He was going to transform Carmilla properly, so that he would be able to seduce Trisha's soul. The Earth civilization of this dimension had already transformed Mars into a time suitable for human survival. Kengo Monica stretched greatly and rose from his bed. A different Triga episode was about to kick off. Above the starry sky, Carmilla's seal was broken. After venting a fit of rage, she began to search for the whereabouts of Triga. 30 million years ago, after the battle with Trisha in the starry sky, Carmilla turned into a stone statue and strayed into the starry sky, and the whereabouts of Trisha are unknown. With her familiarity with Triga's scent, Carmilla closed her eyes in the starry sky, recalling bits and pieces of 30 million years ago, recalling that familiar scent. Earth? No. That's Mars. I found you, Triga, haha. Carmilla's eyes shot out a brilliant light, the corners of her mouth curved into a twisted arc, her fists clenched with a hate-like grip, and then she leapt forward to Mars. Kensaku, you will definitely become light. As soon as Monica Kensaku woke up, he saw the figure of the mysterious white-robed priestess who had haunted him. She only left behind one sentence and disappeared. Illusion hearing? Illusory vision? Jiango got up with a puzzled shake of his head and watered the plant he'd cultivated. After a brief morning greeting with his mother. Kenshiro, today I'm going to survey the ruins with President Shizuma Kukaku, so you're free to do as you please. Rina Monica had already dressed up in her archaeological attire. Both she and Kenshiro were employees of the Shizuku Shoulder Consortium, one as an archaeologist and the other as the youngest botanist in history, each with their own job. I know, go now, don't keep the Shizumakai waiting for long. Although he had been living on Mars for more than a decade, Kenshiro had long since learned of Chairman Shizuma's glorious deeds from his mother. Chairman Shizuma had, over the years, unearthed mysterious powers from Earth's ultra-ancient relics and financed the establishment of the most powerful Earth defense team to deal with possible future crises. He has fought against countless monsters of the Earth, defending the living beings of the Earth from the threat of monsters, and making the Earth a happy place full of smiles. Kengo's greatest dream in life is to protect people's smiles. Looking at the beautiful lele that he had cultivated, Jingo revealed an extremely bright heartfelt smile. Is this the Triga Ultraman? Kensuke Monica? The object of your love obsession? At this moment, a handsome man in a black power suit and a sultry woman in a black leather skirt stood atop a mountain peak on the far side of the ruins. Despite the distance, nothing could block their sight. Yi Zhang looked at the target of the trip that Carmilla pointed out to him, sought enlightenment in truth. He could not help but bury his head and cover his face. Standing in God's perspective, Yi Zhang looked at this teenager who was only in his early 20s but was still so middle-aged that he could not bear to look at him. Smiling Emperor, do you think that just by planting flowers and defending the earth alone, you can make people living in dire straits laugh? It's too superficial. What about the back? What will happen? You've already experienced it once, and I am unaware of the plot development and direction, so you can first sort out with me things that will happen from today onwards. No matter what, Yi Zhang had taken this order, and he should be serious about accomplishing it. Wanting to accomplish the goal perfectly could not be separated from a well-thought-out plan, so Yi Zhang asked Carmilla to give him a wave of dramatization in advance. After all, Yi Zhang had not watched the episodes, and without Carmilla's instructions from the sidelines, he would not even necessarily recognize who Triga was. Well, today's Monica Kengo has not yet turned into a Triga, and the me of this time period will soon be coming to the Mars ruins. You see, I have already come over. Then I will summon the Gulpa, destroy the ruins, and force out the true form of Triga. Carmilla began to inform Yi Zhang of everything she had experienced in great detail. In the midst of the ultra-ancient ruins on Mars, Shizuma Mitsukuni led the Shizuma Foundation's archaeological brigade, in which they were exploring the ruins. Chairman Shizuma, the soil surveyed and extracted from this relic, and the composition test results are the same as the relic you found on Earth. Rina Monica held the test report of the relic's soil in her hand and reported to Shizuma Mitsukuni. Oh, in that case, this is also a super-ancient relic from 30 million years ago? Shizuma Mitsukuni nodded meaningfully, but in his heart, he was speculating whether this was the ruins of the Dark Giant or that Light Giant. And this stone sword, Lina pointed out for Shizuma Mitsukuni. At the same time, suddenly the stone sword actually glowed faintly. At the same moment outside the ruins, Kengaku Monica, carrying the backpack containing Lalai, touched on top of the outer stone wall of the ruins and found that a light appeared in the palm of his hand, surprising him beyond words. This light? It seems to be the Giant of Light without a doubt. Shizuma Mitsukuni was very relieved when suddenly his feet began to become unsteady and the ground began to tremble violently, as if it was a magnitude 8 earthquake. Abnormal energy fluctuations have been detected coming from outside the dome. The tablet in Shizuma Mitsukuni's hand emitted a boost and an incoming monster appeared above the screen. Amidst the trampling destruction of the Gulpa, countless boulders splattered and smashed down towards the ruins. Evacuate! For the safety of the crowd, Shizuma Mitsukuni immediately arranged for evacuation. Which one are you? He suddenly saw an unfamiliar man prancing and dodging in the ruins. Kensaku, what brings you to the ruins? Rina Monica immediately walked over to Ken Goku and grabbed his arms to see if he was hurt. I wanted to come and get some soil, maybe the Lalai can grow better, Ken Goku said as he dusted himself off. Soon the first defense of the ruins was breached by Gulba. The second defense wall went up automatically, and a layer of reinforced walls rose up to block the Gulba's advance. However, the Gulba used the digging tunnel to dig into the interior of the ruins and appeared in front of the crowd. What is this? Why would a monster appear on Mars? Jiango cried out in horror as he looked at the tall and terrifying monster figure. There were monsters living on Earth, and Mars was uninhabitable for life before it was transformed by humans, so there had never been any rumors of monsters. It's Gorzon? No, it's a combination of Golzon and Melba. Shizuma Mitsukuni was worthy of being a seasoned traveler, and his insight was truly old-fashioned, instantly recognizing Melba. The third firewall opened up, and dozens of steel-armored heavy cannons launched out of the ground, raining down a barrage of output on the Gulba. Unfortunately, if human weapons were enough to destroy monsters, there would be no need for Ultraman to exist. Gulba's eyes shot out densely packed flame bombs, sweeping along the way, blowing up the heavy artillery without leaving any armor. The sky boulders flying, smashing down the fleeing crowd. Terror exclaimed again and again, pushing and pulling to escape. Looking at the Gulpa that was striding forward, Saima Mitsukuni snapped angrily, pulling out the Victory Hypagun with his right hand and inserting the Gamara secret key with his left hand. Ultra Vibration Wave. A powerful vibration wave occurred from the Victory Hypagun, hitting the Gulpa squarely in the chest. Gulpa was in immense pain and once again made a digging hole and disappeared in front of everyone. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief. The monster had disappeared and they were considered safe for the time being. Triga, I finally found you. Not far away on top of a huge boulder, Kalmyra's slender figure emerged, her gaze piercing through the ruins and looking at the stone statue of Triga in it with excitement. You will definitely become a ray of light. Inside the healing chamber, Kengaku Monica once again saw that dream existence. And Shizuma Mitsukuni seemed to have sensed something and asked about Kenshiro's dream. I want to make everyone bloom and smile, that's the future I dream of. Jiango said with a longing face, hearing Yi Zhang, who was standing in God's perspective secretly watching from a very far distance, get embarrassed cancer and couldn't help but cover his ears. Believe in yourself, do whatever you want to do, you can definitely do it. Shizuma Mitsukuni remembered his hometown's radiant Dega Ultraman, and then entrusted the Rod of Victory Divine Light to Monica Kenshiro. After that I will maneuver Gulpa out again, destroy as much as you like, then Kenshiro transforms into light. Carmilla continued to speak to Yi Zhang. Soon the plot was also moving in the familiar direction of the first episode, and Yi Zhang did not intervene in any way. Until under the heavy rain and mud, Triga and Carmilla hurt each other, you punched, I whipped. I don't know how long it took, but Carmilla finally finished telling the story of the birth of Triga to the time when her own incarnation, Megaloju, was wiped out by the light and dark Triga. The matter of the story was finished. Finished speaking? Yi Zhang clapped his right hand on his mouth 3 times, then rose a big lazy waist and asked carelessly. Well, that's all. Kalmyra looked at Yi Zhang speechlessly. He was also the one who wanted to dramatize, but it seemed like he didn't listen attentively either. Not bad, not bad. What a touching love story of love for each other that can be sung. Yi Zhang pretended to clap his hands as a sign of respect. Looking at Carmilla, she was embarrassed for a while. Come on, let's go to Earth. We need to start deploying follow-up actions. Of course, the first step is to remove the deposit dark core first. Yi Zhang smiled confidently and took a stride towards Earth, as if everything was under control. Carmilla could only follow his back suspiciously as he flew away. The dark core, on Earth? This is the altar to open the eternal core. What are you doing here? You can't open it without Yusha or her reincarnation Shizuma not name. Carmilla said doubtfully, and in the next moment, she swallowed the saliva in her throat heavily in shock. This was because he saw a dazzling golden light emerge from Yi Zhang's palm, and the light shone on top of the altar as a pattern gradually lit up. The light gradually connected to the distance, and the great hall carrying the eternal core was soon exposed in front of the two. Yi Zhang took a step in, followed by Carmilla. For the second time, Carmilla was so close to the eternal core. She could not help but extend her slender jade hand, wanting to touch the powerful energy of the eternal core. Carmilla's hand hung in mid-air and gradually retracted after a moment. Because she saw Yi Zhang beside her, Carmilla understood that the eternal core would no longer belong to her from now on. Neither did it belong to Trigga. Rather, it belonged to this beast god. But didn't the beast god say that he was coming to take the dark core? Why did it come to the tail paragraph eternity core side at this moment? There was a trace of discomfort in Carmilla's heart. Clearly she hadn't gotten Trisha yet, so why should she take the eternal core first? Just because you are a beast god, are you strong? But don't forget the contract that was engraved on top of the cosmic avenue in the first place. Even if you are a powerful beast god, if you violate the rules, you will be punished by the heavens. Carmilla's mental activities were very active. However, Yi Zhang gently took out the heart-shaped darkness key and aimed it at the eternal core, only to hear him lightly spit out under his breath, core of light, core of darkness, light and darkness, that is the eternity of the ages. In the next moment, the interior of the eternal core opened wide, and a dark red power hidden in the deepest part of it swam out like silk from the light shot out by Yi Zhang's spoon of darkness. It eventually converged into a pitch-black sphere of energy in Yi Zhang's hand. Yi Zhang held it in his palm, and then the dark power disappeared. The wide-open eternal core closed up once again. No, from now on, this was no longer the eternal core, but the core of light. What are you looking at? Go away! Yi Zhang stretched out his 5 fingers and shook them in front of the dumbfounded Carmilla, recalling her lost spirit. Carmilla sucked in a breath of cold air. Damn it, the original dark core was actually hidden in the deepest part of the eternal core. It's completely wrapped in the power of light. No wonder our darkness clan couldn't find its whereabouts for millions of years. Go! Where is the eternal core? Don't you want to take it by the way? Seeing that Yi Zhang had easily activated the dark core, Carmilla understood that wanting to take away the eternal core would be nothing more than a flip of the hand for this beast god. Eternal core? Isn't that the final payment? I haven't helped you get Tragar yet? Yi Zhang looked doubtfully at Carmilla, who had made a foolish mistake, and in his heart, he slandered, the eternal core is mine, whether I take it or not is none of your business. However, this sentence made Carmilla's admiration for the beast god rise again. Worthy of being a beast god, he kept his promise and was not greedy at all. I, the beast god, have always convinced people with virtue. I, the beast god, have never taken anything by force, and what I have my eye on, I will never just let the other party give it to me in person. So, naturally, I will let Yusha or the one called Shizuma not name, personally deliver the eternal core to me. That's not for you to worry about, just do your own thing. Next step, first follow me to integrate into human society. As Yi Zhang turned around and walked away slowly, the gate connecting to the eternal constant center was once again dusted off. The light of the altar went out, and everything returned to peace as if it had never happened. Even Yusha had not sensed the change that had just occurred in the eternal core. The Cosmonaut Alliance on Earth, at this moment, welcomed 2 uninvited guests. Go go go, we don't welcome humans here. A Jetonian in a suit turned Yi Zhang and Carmilla away. Carmilla was very speechless at the moment, getting more and more confused as to what Yi Zhang wanted to do. Previously, he had let go of the eternal core that was white and within his reach. Now, he had brought himself to this strange place. He also said something about getting the necessities of life. To make it so troublesome, I really didn't know how this beast god could be so patient. Yi Zhang did not make things difficult for this human-hating Jetonian, but instead, he flashed out a glorious diamond card with his backhand. The glittering light of the precious diamond on the card revealed an air of honor that immediately blinded the Jetonian. Cosmic Bank, the glorious diamond card? The Jetonian's eyes widened in disbelief. With the great trend of cosmic integration, the Cosmic Bank was a public bank created by the cosmopolitans, with an extremely hard and incomparable backstage. Thus, in order to have a common currency and promote the common development of the economic integration of the universe, the cosmic currency was open to exchange rate swaps with the currencies of the major planets. The purpose of Yi Zhang's visit this time was naturally to exchange Earth's currency. As a pure human being, Yi Zhang was well aware of the truth that in human society, money was not everything, but without money, nothing could be done. In order to facilitate the implementation of the follow-up program, it was necessary to have enough money to support the follow-up activities, abbreviated as activity funding. Forget it, on account of you being too poor, I'll pay out of my own pocket this time. Yi Zhang sighed and glanced at the penniless Carmilla. After all, according to Yi Zhang's principle, the funds for activity should naturally be reimbursed by the buyer. Carmilla frowned, very dissatisfied with Yi Zhang's words, and immediately afterward, she also pulled out a green card and threw it in Yi Zhang's face. There's $50 million in it, obtained from selling a culpa at your house. In public, where could anyone endure being called poor by others? I am poor, but I cannot be called poor by you. The Jetonians had already introduced the two into the inner hall in accordance with the highest reception specification treatment for cosmopolitans. On the sofa in the inner hall sat several directors of the Earth Cosmic Man Alliance. At the head of them were the Mavlasian Wilno, the Matronian Medan, and the Barbarian Bakura. It is your excellency who is coming to exchange money? Cosmic coins for Earth coins? Wilno, the Mavlasian, asked calmly as he leaned back on the couch. Well, first exchange a billion cosmic coins? Yi Zhangbo was not formal, finding a sofa to sit down and said with his legs crossed. That's right, there's also this MS. Carmilla, she's exchanging 50 million universe coins. Carmilla instantly felt poor and helplessly sat beside Yi Zhang. Oh, big business. The Cosmic Alliance's three bastards looked at each other and hemmed and hawed. Essence flashed across their eyes coincidentally, and they proceeded to instruct their subordinates to go to the backstage to fetch money. Not long after, full of Earth bills and bearer cards were pushed up. This is 1,050 million Earth coins, let's exchange them now. The three bastards overflowed with smiles and said to Yi Zhang and Carmilla. Carmilla wanted to reach out for the money, but when she saw Yi Zhang's black face not moving, she stopped her hand as well, at a loss for words. Crap, the exchange rate is 1:1, dare to pit me? I'll let you know why the flowers are so red. Yi Zhang was angry, and the consequences were serious. This bunch of cosmopolitans, it was not good to pit anyone but the beast god. He. Soon after, Yi Zhang led Kalmyra out of the alliance in a big way, and in the middle of the hall of the Earth Cosmonaut Alliance, the three cosmic people were lying on the ground crying and wailing in pain. Their faces, without exception, had been beaten into pig heads. If we don't take this revenge, we're not the Cosmic Man Alliance, Wilton said harshly as he covered his swollen face with his left hand, then with his right hand trembling, he picked up the teeth on the ground that belonged to him, tears streaming down his face. Walking on the road, Carmilla looked at the 50 million Earth coins in her hand and suddenly snorted a laugh. Lord Beast God, haven't you always obeyed people with virtue and never took anything by force? That smile was as if a 10,000-year-old iceberg had melted. Let's go, here is the woman's favorite part, shopping. Yi Zhang advanced without looking back and soon walked to the downtown area. The feeling of things being different came over him. Yi Zhang probably had not set foot in human society for hundreds of millions of years, and all of this was actually a bit strange to him. Carmilla was once again speechless at Yi Zhang's confusing behavior. Wasn't he saying that he would help himself get Triga? Did he need to beat around the bush so much? Getting a person's physical body is simple, but to regain a person's heart, then listen to me. First, you have to change your costume first. Because your current costume is too cold and not popular at all. Belonging to a character that can be viewed from afar but not played with an aura that turns all boys away. This kind of aura will only give men the desire to conquer and then abandon them afterward. It's hard to get guys to fall in love with you. What guys really like is a woman who is both sweet and salty. If you only have salt, you will lose a lot of sweetness and happiness. If you only have sweetness, you will get tired of it very soon. Here, how about this JK? And this little suit is not bad either. This short skirt, this long skirt, this trench coat, this Lolita, a set of Cheongsam too. Yi Zhang picked countless sets and stuffed them into Carmilla's hands, and soon Carmilla was holding a mountain of large bags. To have money was to be capricious, directly packing all that one looked at. Oh yeah, since you're in human society, you need to change your name as well. My name is Yi Zhang, how about you just call Mina, otherwise it's easy to expose your identity. Go pay, $50 million little rich girl. The corner of Yi Zhang's mouth curved out in an arc. Half a day of picking made his eyes tired. To Carmilla, the name was just a code name, so there was no refusal. In the end, Carmilla. Mina held a bunch of big bags by herself, went to the cashier to swipe her card to settle the payment, and then walked after Yi Zhang. Along the way, countless gazes were directed at Yi Zhang, pointing and discussing. However, Yi Zhang did not care at all and was too lazy to pay attention to these stinky dilettantes, until he walked to a large villa. Suddenly, a shadow came out from within the villa and directly crashed into Yi Zhang's body, and a bunch of keys appeared in Yi Zhang's hand. On the occasion of coming to Earth, Yi Zhang had long since split off several doppelgangers to do things in secret, and at this moment, he had long since purchased and set up a villa. Let's go, this is our temporary residence. Pushing open the door of the villa, Yi Zhang led Mina inside. Along the way, there were countless green plants in the courtyard, and the environment was incomparably quiet. It was not until she entered the house that Mina managed to free her hands, bending over and resting her hands on top of her knees to catch her breath. As a dark giant herself, when had she ever suffered this kind of pain? Due to Yi Zhang sealing Carmilla's power and origin breath, resulting in today's her being not too different from a human girl in her 20s, whether it was physical strength or strength. At this moment, after carrying her bag for half a day and walking for half a day, Mina was already panting and her back was sweating quite a bit. Human life is really troublesome. Mina spat while panting. This villa happens to be adjacent to the Jingma Jiame family's villa. Let's use it as our stronghold for the time being. You go and take a shower first. You smell of sweat. Later on, we'll come and discuss our next plan. Mina looked at Yi Zhang speechlessly. Isn't the culprit you? You don't know how to help share some of the burden. You don't even know how to be compassionate. I'm going. Why did you go to the swimming pool to take a bath? Seeing that Mina had not returned for half a day, Yi Zhang intended to familiarize himself with the surroundings first. Instead, he saw Mina who was alone inside the swimming pool scrubbing. Shouldn't bathing be in the lake? I've searched all over the place and this is the only place that's convenient for bathing. It seemed that Carmilla did not understand the human way of life at all. Yi Zhang covered his face and thought to himself breathlessly. I'll go out first, so take your time to wash. After saying that, without waiting for Mina to respond, Yi Zhang walked out. At the same time, dozens of doppelgangers scurried out from within Yi Zhang's body. Since he had returned to Earth, he naturally had to properly re-experience a wave of life. As a result, a strikingly similar figure appeared in major living areas, internet cafes, bars, bathing centers, five-star restaurants, tourist attractions, and amusement parks. Is this the villa of the Shizuma Light Country? According to what Carmilla said, the reincarnation of Yusher, the Jingma not name, was living here. Yi Zhang looked out over the horizon and did not see a single silhouette. It seems that squatting is empty. Yi Zhang turned around and wanted to turn back. Suddenly, two silhouettes walked over shoulder to shoulder. A boy and a girl, each wearing a student's uniform. Nima, the school's JK uniform. Looking at the young girl with a white shirt, short black skirt, black calf socks, and small leather shoes, Yi Zhang rubbed his nose. Hi, beautiful girl, may I ask if this is the home of President Shizuma Kokaku? Yi Zhang asked knowingly. Are you looking for my father? He is usually very busy with his work and rarely comes home. Shizuma Kome, who was carrying a school bag, replied politely. What kind of person are you? What are you looking for the chairman for? The boy beside Yukaina, Saint Akito, was at the moment very alert and shielded Yukaina behind him. For the unidentified and suspicious person, Saint Akito's face showed his displeasure. So it's Chairman Shizuma's little princess. I didn't expect to be so young and beautiful, youthful and beautiful. I've heard a lot about you. Yi Zhang pretended to be excited and complimented, and then with a turn in the painting, he sincerely stated his purpose. It's like this, I heard that President Shizuma has invested in the founding of an escort called the Victory Elite. It has always been my sister and I's dream to join such an organization that can guard our home and contribute to the peace of mankind. That is why I wish to seek an audience with Chairman Shizuma, in the hope that he will realize my dream. Yi Zhang spoke with great righteousness, and in between his words, he could not help but raise his head to look up at the sky, his eyes filled with stars and the sea. Shizuma Nadi was just about to reply when Saint Changren coldly snorted in dissatisfaction. Our organization never accepts people with unknown identities and origins, and it's not just anyone who can join, so what are you capable of? Saint Changeling Man stated, our organization is not something that any cat or dog can join. At the very least, you have to be a scientist like me who was able to build the Nasdis, a fighter jet, in his late teens, or a young botanist in his 20s like future Kenshiro would do. I have many specialties, so I'm afraid I'll surprise you all by saying them out loud. First of all, I'm a very strong fighter, 10th Dan in karate. If 10th Dan isn't the highest, I'm at least 100 Dan in person. Secondly, I am a monsterologist. Since I was a child, I have loved all kinds of monsters. I still remember that when I was a child, my friends nicknamed me the Beast God. Third, I am a genius mecha maker. Want to see the mecha I made? Can fight with monsters. Oh, there are many, many more. Listen to me slowly blow. Yi Zhang described his all-round talent in a gushing manner. Listening to Jiaming and Shang Changren were speechless. There was such a brazen person in the world who was not afraid of blowing his cow skin up. How about it? My ability is alright. can I reach the threshold to join the elite victory team? If there is no exaggeration in what you said, then it should be more than enough. Junction Name secretly compared the gap between himself and Yi Zhang. If the other party was not bragging, someone with such abilities would definitely be able to enter the core circle. Whether we can enter or not is not up to us, it still depends on my father. Shizuma not named said. Dare I waste my words for nothing? Yi Zhang was speechless in his heart, but he still said under his breath. That's fine, if it's convenient, please also ask Ms. Shizuma to convey a message on my behalf. I don't want my talent to be buried. After Yi Zhang returned to the villa, he first looked at a wave of the pool unoccupied. Then he jumped in and washed himself in a wave. Bathing in the pool is indeed quite a bit more comfortable than the bathtub. It's just a bit cooler. Soon Yi Zhang's body became reddish and radiated amazing heat all over. A large water mist rose above the pool, and the water in the pool began to boil and tumble with bubbles. The pool, in an instant, turned into a hot spring. Comfortable, this is what I call enjoyment. After steaming through the sauna, Yi Zhang rose out of the water and looked down at the beads of water all over his body, his fit body and developed muscles. Then with a wave of his hand, the water on his body instantly evaporated, and a set of white bathrobe flew over and wrapped around his body as he walked into the house. But saw Carmilla put on a set of pajamas, is sitting in the hall sofa watching TV. The TV was broadcasting the Giant of Light on Mars. Triga. Carmilla was still muttering these 3 words, not even realizing that Yi Zhang had walked in. That was until Yi Zhang sat on his butt beside her. When will it start? What is the next plan? As soon as she saw Yi Zhang, Carmilla couldn't wait to inquire. Tomorrow. Join the elite victory team. Yi Zhang replied bluntly. Ha! Carmilla instantly exclaimed in shock. Joining the elite victory team, wouldn't that mean that she would be spending time with Triga? At the thought of this, Carmilla could barely control her emotions. Hate and love at the same time. Hate him for sealing himself for 30 million years plus destroying himself once. Love, but paranoid and twisted and crazy. If you want to truly get Triga, control your emotions, go into his life, go into his heart, get to know him, seduce him, so that he cannot live without you in his life, so that he can also taste what it is like to love without being able to love. Yi Zhang disguised himself as an emotional mentor and guided. This is the best love plus revenge for him. Hearing Yi Zhang's words, Carmilla fell into deep thought. But how exactly should I join the elite victory team? Carmilla asked doubtfully. The mountain man has his own plan. Your bedroom is on the right and I'm on the left. Sleep at ease tonight and we'll see tomorrow. Yi Zhang smiled confidently. Wanting to join the elite victory team was not a trivial matter for the beast god who had shaken the universe. It was not a small case. Unlike Yi Zhang and Carmilla, it was much simpler for Kensuke Monica, the relator, to join the elite victory team. After destroying Gulba on Mars and fighting with Carmilla, his true identity had already been revealed to Monica. His true identity had long been known to Monica Rina and Shizuma Mitsukuni. Especially Shizuma Mitsukuni, whenever she saw Monica Kengo, it was as if she saw Daikoku's shadow. That was the hero he had once looked up to the most. And so, with this relationship, Shizuma Mitsukuni managed to bring the threat to Earth. If Triga stayed on Mars, it would be difficult for the battle between the Dark Giant Gang and Triga to spread to Earth. The elite victory team's headquarters, inside the Nasridi's base. Kengo Monica was introduced to the team. At the same time, he has also made friends with a few of his other comrades. Akito Saint, high school student, genius scientist, designer of the Victory Hypergun, Victory Key, Nasrid, and other high-tech products. Shizuma Kana, high school student, all-around genius, the reincarnation of Yushirai. Tatsumi Shiroya, a stern and righteous captain who is both strong and soft. Nanes Hinokoi, a hot-blooded girl who operates the Victory Falcon. Tetsushin Sakuma, a muscular man of strength, and pilot of the Nozdis. Maruru, a small encyclopedia of monsters, a native of Metatron. Seeing his talented comrades, Kengo Monica was excited beyond belief. Aren't you the one from my dream? Monica Kengo scanned each of his teammates, the cold and pretending to be cool Saint Changren, Nanes who was cold on the outside and hot on the inside, Sakuma who was a four-legged man with a simple mind, and finally his eyes stopped on Shizuma Kana. This young girl, her appearance was surprisingly identical to the white-robed witch in his dream. Then he took hold of Yum's hands and wildly took advantage of her. Just accosted me like that? Not name was confused. In the next moment, Kenshiro was immediately pushed back by the angry Saint Changeling. Shizuma not name is my daughter. You should be meeting for the first time. Shizuma Mitsukuni helped Kensuke up. I'm sorry, I guess I recognized the wrong person. You and her have different hair colors and have vastly different auras. Ken Goku immediately smiled and apologized, not taking offense to the unreasonable actions of the holy changeling just now. After all, he was the one who was unreasonable before, who made him pounce and hold someone's hands the first time he saw an underage girl. It's okay. Shizuma Yukina graciously shook Kenku's hand. After all, the other party was also introduced to him by his own father, so he should have something to offer. When he thought of his strengths, Yuki remembered the one he saw yesterday evening, and he didn't know whether he had many strengths, or whether he only had the strength of bragging. By the way, father, I met a mysterious man yesterday who dreams of joining our elite victory team. Oh, there's such a person? Don't you know that our team lives a life of licking blood from the tip of a sword and may be sacrificed at any time? Shizuma Mitsukuni was very surprised. To join the elite victory team, first you had to be an elite, and you had to put life and death at risk. Such people were few and far between. That's right, forget it. It's better not to let such a genius face the danger of falling at any time. Thinking of that handsome, confident and braggadocious boy, Shizuma Kana felt that it was better to continue burying his talent and protecting his life. Talents could be buried, but lives could not be lost. So Shizuma Yakina broke off the idea of recommending him to his father again. Dropping. Dong. Dropping. Dong. Dong. Powerful signal detected over a nearby city. The image of a flying monster suddenly appeared in front of the base projection screen. Maruru, who was a monster master, looked at the monster in the screen and said excitedly, "Primordial monstrous bird Lidora, S, a creature living in ancient times between birds and reptiles, with a docile character. No, there seems to be something different about this Lidora. Why is its entire body flashing with red light? And how did it come to a human city with a docile character?" Maruru was a bit puzzled. Literal should live on uninhabited islands or forests, rarely appearing in human cities. No matter what, appearing in the city will definitely cause panic among the people. Elite victory team strike. Alright, little falcon, let's strike. Akito, not name, sword wizard, the three of you go to the scene to deal with all the changes. What are you doing? Carmilla and Yi Zhang stood side by side below Litola. Don't forget that I'm the beast god. This is the flame immortal bird Litola bred by Xiaomumu. How about buying one? Yi Zhang asked with a smile. Oh yeah, you've long since lost your family's money in order to buy a Triga. High-end hunters always appeared as prey. Litola was naturally released by Yi Zhang to attract the elite victory team to strike. Yi Zhang smiled confidently. When the time comes, let them beg us to join the battle team. Go on, Litola, destroy all the gray places in this city. Yesterday, the doppelganger that Yi Zhang had sent out to mingle in the bars had discovered the ugly side of this city. There were red lights, wine and liquor, and there were even dark forces such as poisonous hemp rampaging and bullying men and women. Originally, to Yi Zhang, he was just a passerby in time and space, and was too lazy to pay attention to it. But since he needed to utilize to Litola to fish out the elite victory team, then let them be destroyed in passing. Little Falcon, strike. Under Nane's Hinako's remote maneuvering, the Victory Falcon was the first to arrive at the scene of the crime. Only a strange bird filled with flames hovered high in the sky. At this moment, the Litora had not attacked and destroyed the city in a big way. But above the city, the remaining flames that have not yet burned out, the crowd of people frantically fleeing. There are also firefighters and rescue workers who are not afraid of life and death, war correspondents, and Netflix shooters who want a fire without life. The sins committed by the Litola against this city were made clear. A loud and clear long cry tore through the sky, soaring in the sky of the flame immortal bird, looking down at the small but great figure, eyes full of arrogance. It was as if it was inviting credit. Lord Beast God, how about it? My mission was accomplished well, right? The corners of Yi Zhang's mouth rose slightly to show his satisfaction. Continue, the fish is lunging towards the hook. Remember to do as you are told, point by point. Litola once again chirped cheerfully, indicating received, understood, and understood. Let's go, it's time to meet up with your beloved Triga soon. Once you can't control your emotions, don't blame me for the body that my spiritual power has forcefully taken over. Oh. Yi Zhang laughed out loud and reached out to rub Carmilla's hair, then leapt down from the roof of a building tens of meters high. In the next moment, as if playing it backward, he once again leapt back to the roof of the building. Oh, I forgot, you are an ordinary person now. Yi Zhang wrapped his arm around Mina's shoulder and leapt, bringing her to the ground. This damned rules of space and time. There was no way to scold Yi Zhang, and Carmilla could only vent her grievances on the rules of spacetime at this moment. Back then, the mighty Leon X-Ray appeared in the same spacetime and met with his other self. In the end, one of them directly turned into a bubble and dissipated between heaven and earth. The Beast God Lord's move was also for his own protection. Unconsciously, Carmilla felt that she owed Yi Zhang a lot again. She secretly resolved that after she got Trisha, the two of them would go to the Beast God's future auto auction house to work together and live a quiet life, which might also be a good choice. Little Falcon, let's go. The Nane's Hinokoi team member who had transformed from calm and dark to a hot-blooded teenage girl style instantly turned into a battle maniac as soon as she entered the battle state. Under her control, the little falcon sped towards the fiery red literal in the sky. When the distance was less than a few hundred meters, dense laser missiles were shot at the literal. Unfortunately, how could a mere human fighter plane easily hit a literal with legendary strength? Under the command of the Beast God himself, there were no monsters below the legendary level. Reality, however, hit the face hard. Little Falcon's laser missile hit Lidola straight in the air. Then Lidola wailed and fell from 1,000 meters in the air, collapsing to the ground. Yay, great! Nane's Hinako cheered straight away, jumping up and slapping her hands into the air. And Sakuma Teshin, who was on the side, seeing this move, also immediately understood and slapped his hands against the Nane's team members' hands, in order to avoid the embarrassing scene of 2 slaps in the air. Successful in the initial battle, the elite victory players in the base were overjoyed. Crap! Near the battlefield, Yi Zhang could not help but cover his face. A legendary level monster was knocked to the ground by a few rounds of human artillery. Could the acting be any more clumsy? Forget it, it's a monster after all, can't ask for too much. Soon Little Falcon descended and turned on battle stand mode, its full-body cannon fire aimed at Lidola, who landed on the ground and wailed. And, the trio of motorized team members small geniuses, also holding victory hyperguns in their hands, stood on the opposite side of Lidola, planting their keys and ready to fire at any time. Just as they were about to open fire and destroy the city destroying Lidola. Stop, leave the beast under the gun. Yi Zhang brought Carmilla with him and ran into the middle of the crowd and Lidola in time to block the gunfire. Yi Zhang bent down, hands on knees, panting heavily, and shouted to the crowd. There must be some kind of misunderstanding. Can't let it go, this literal is my friend. It's you? Shizuma Jiame recognized the man in front of him, it was none other than Yi Zhang, who had bragged in front of him yesterday, presuming to join the elite victory team. They are? Monica Kengo, however, kept his eyes fixed on the slender young girl beside the gasping man. In turn, the young girl also stared at Monica Jiango. The 4 eyes faced each other as if they were spanning millions of years. The young girl's eyes were complex, and one could not see through the meaning. Jiango's eyes were filled with puzzled curiosity, not understanding where this faint sense of familiarity came from. Who are you and why are you protecting this literal? The holy changeling asked with intense hostility as he raised his gun at the two. When I traveled around the world alone for 3 years and passed through the forest of lost monsters, I was once saved by this kindly Lidola, so I risked my life to stop you all today. It is impossible for this kind monster to attack the city for no reason, let me ask it the reason. I hope there is no misunderstanding. Yi Zhang took a breath, then took a deep breath and pretended to give up his life as he walked towards Lidola, who was lying on the ground pretending to be seriously injured and wailing. Be careful, it's a monster. Shizuma Nadame tensed up for Yi Zhang, she could not yet understand Yi Zhang's audacity. Was this ignorance, or was it just trust with the monsters with each other? I forgot to mention yesterday that I slightly understand beast language, Yi Zhang added. Soon, he walked over to Lidola and slowly stretched out his palm, stroking it on the ruby-like forehead of the flame-immortal bird Lidola. Yi Zhang opened a spiritual voice transmission to Lidola. Little Lia, this acting of yours is a bit clumsy, right? In the future, you will have to fight for 300 rounds before pretending to be undefeated, understand? Otherwise the acting is too bad. You won't get chicken legs added. Oh, I know, master. Lidola nodded knowingly and hissed in understanding. In order to add the chicken leg, it secretly vowed to sharpen its acting skills. Lord Beast God's chicken leg, that was enough capital to show off at the monster ranch in the future. Who are you? Do we know each other? Kengo Monica grinned his signature smile and asked the young girl in front of him. However, he saw that the young girl's clenched fists were actually trembling a bit. Triga. Inner activity. Carmilla was instantly overwhelmed by love and hate, and her right hand was drawn out as if she was holding an invisible whip of light, and she lashed out at Monica Kenshiro. G.A. 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 3 crows floated by, Carmilla held up a strange gesture, and nothing happened. What the hell are you two up to? Shizuma Nadi looked on breathlessly at the ill-timed movements of the two, as if they were flirting. This Monica Kengo, is he the legendary LSP? Last time I saw me, this time I'm seeing this beauty in front of me. Shizuma Kana, who still didn't know that Monica Kenshiro was a Triga Ultraman, had his image of Kenshiroro in tatters at the moment. What's there to smile about? Is this scene appropriate? My brother is defiantly blocking your fire and communicating with the monsters. And you guys, one by one, are watching the show, and you, still laughing, I really want to smack you yeah. Reacting, Carmilla began to find a pedestal to dislike the crowd back. Just now, she almost lost her temper, but fortunately, her power was sealed, and she hadn't managed to call out her light whip. Otherwise, her identity would have been exposed. Not Name and Saint Akito instantly looked at Ken Goku with contempt, indeed his smile seemed to come at an inopportune time. Oh, sorry. Ken Goku rubbed his head and started apologizing frantically. Well, I communicated successfully, and this kindly Lidora said that his bird's egg was stolen by a bad guy, and it sensed that it was here, so it came looking for it. It seems that someone has stolen the Litola's egg for smuggling. Let's hurry up and help it look for it. If we find it, it will go back. Acting should be done in full, without leaving any cracks. The secret doppelganger, Yi Zhang, had long ago buried 3 eggs in the middle of a certain piece of rubble. Although they were not Litola's own, it was thought that no one would be able to recognize them. Is that really so? The innocent Shizuma Nati dropped her guard and believed Yi Zhang's words. Tell you what, let my sister and this smiling young man go look for that destroyed ruin together, and I will watch Litola with you and stabilize it. Litola, trust me, we will help you find your child. Yi Zhang said to the elite victory team members while pretending to pacify Litola on the other side. Changren, why don't you go along as well? Jiango is on his first mission today, so he may not necessarily be reliable. Little Falcon and I will watch over the battlefield, it's not a problem. Originally, under Yi Zhang's arrangement, it was considered a chance for Carmilla and Sword Wise to be alone. However, he did not expect to be interrupted by the not name arranging for the Holy Commendator to intervene. How on earth did you communicate with this literal? As a genius all-around girl, beast language was an unknown field for her, let alone communicating with monsters. At this moment, Shizuma nodding was filled with interest in this mysterious teenager. Monsters are actually like animals. If we can live peacefully with small animals, why can't we live peacefully with monsters? Animals, because they're weak, humans aren't afraid of them, so it's easy to get along. Monsters, however, because they are strong, people fear them, so they cannot get along peacefully. Heart, as long as you treat the monster with your heart, trust it, and do not harm it, you will realize that monsters are not difficult to get along with. Yi Zhang solved the confusion for Shizuma not name word by word. Is that so? Jiaming was half convinced. Do you want to touch this literal? Yi Zhang continued to seduce Jiaming's curiosity. The age of a high school student was the age when curiosity was at its peak. Can I, too? Shizuma Jiaming was very excited, but vegetable and scared and wanted to play. Father, forgive me for being capricious for once, I really want to touch a real monster. Just like the vast majority of the Metron star people were also vicious cosmopolitans, but there were also peace-loving and kind existences like Maruru. With Yi Zhang Juyu in front of them, there was also a flawless reason to attack the city. Shizuma Jimina did not doubt for a second that this Litola was a trust invited by Yi Zhang, and considered it to be a kind monster. Come on, first throw your weapons to the side. Treating a monster with a defensive attitude will never get you the most sincere treatment from the monster. Then walk over to him slowly, come on, reach out slowly, feel free to touch him, pet him, run down his feathers. Yes, that's it, gently, slowly, softly. Make it feel comfortable, make it feel your warm heart. The moment was beautiful. Yi Zhang's right hand grasped on top of Shizuma Kana's wrist, controlling her trembling jade hand, gently stroking on top of Litola's forehead. And following its feathers, it stroked from its forehead to its back. Jiaming's little heart was pounding at the moment, and her little hand was all controlled by Yi Zhang. It was the first time that she had come into such close contact with a real monster, and even touched it. Jiaming was simply too nervous, too excited and too scared. Yi Zhang kicked Litola at the right time. Litola immediately let out a soft murmur of enjoyment, as if she was enjoying Naughty Name's touch in general. Right, that's it. Yi Zhang just let go of his hand, wanting to carry it to the back and fling it empty a few times. Suddenly, a few stern shouts came from behind him, frightening Jiaming, who immediately retracted his hand and took a few steps back, like a scared bird. Unfortunately, he forgot that there was still Yi Zhang behind him, and directly fell into his arms in a smooth manner. Let go! What are you guys doing here? The sacred commendation person, holding the egg and looking at the charming scene at this moment, instantly exploded with anger, annoyed that he had come one step too late. He had only left for a few moments, and Naughty Name was in such a dangerous scene. St. Akito immediately took the blame on himself and vowed never to leave Yuki alone again. Wow, that was awesome. Didn't you see Yuki? She just touched this Lidora? Monica Kenshiro also held an egg, grinning once again, amazed at what he had just seen. Shizuma not Anna, actually touching a Lidora at close range, was simply too unbelievable. Kenshiro was sure that the thrill of it must be comparable to bungee jumping, or even more dangerous extreme sports. Kalmina, likewise, held an egg in her hand. As she looked at the picture at this moment, her heart was actually a bit unfavorable. Beast God-sama, how could he have acted intimately with Yu Xiaolei? Triga had once abandoned Kalmyra because of Yui Shirai. Could it be? It must not be. Kalmyra was in a state of crisis at the moment, but fortunately, after reacting, Not Name instantly broke free, her small face reddening. I don't know if it was due to the blush or the excitement of just petting Litola. Hissing. Litola hissed at the right time, breaking the awkward atmosphere here. These 3 eggs, they should be her children, compared to the simple-minded monsters. Instead, those smugglers are more detestable. Yi Zhang walked forward and took the eggs one by one and placed them in Litola's arms. So that's how it is. This Litola actually did come to attack the city in search of her child. It's really extenuating. Let's let him go back. Shizuma Kana's motherly love was overflowing, plus she had just personally felt Litola's heart, and immediately sided with Litola. Well, just now when we were at the scene, apart from the ruins, there were also almost no human casualties. Lidola shouldn't be maliciously attacking humans, it's only right to let them reunite mother and son. Monica Kengo smiled and spoke up. Being able to see a monster mother and child reunited was also a great happy pleasure. Saint Akane Renha nodded, acquiescing to the act. It seemed that he had overstimulated his own nerves and was thinking of a gentleman in a small way. The elite victory team inside the base who were watching the live broadcast were no longer as excited as they were earlier when they defeated Lidola, thinking that it wasn't Litola's fault, and sympathized with what happened to it. They even brainstormed such a picture on their own. A Lidola happily living in the forest, at the peak of its bird life, at the time of its family's fulfillment, giving birth to 3 eggs, and about to live happily as a family, but the evil poachers stole the eggs, smuggled and sold them, and caused the Litola's family to be destroyed, which was very detestable. Alright, let them go then. Through the intercom, Tatsumi Captain Yi gave his instructions. Under Yi Zheng's instructions, Lidola was about to leave with the 3 beast gods' reward foods. The surface of the nearby lake suddenly stirred up thousands of waves, and under the impact of the water, countless buildings were destroyed. A hideous beast with horns on its forehead in black color leaped out of the water. Elite strength, blood-sucking monster chimera. Its long horns released electric current rays and began to wreak havoc on the city. A cosmic alien invasion monster living on Earth, long horns that release strange rays of light, tentacles that release electric currents, extremely powerful, a tricky monster. Maruru, a small encyclopedia of monsters, popularized it in the base. Victory Little Falcon, can we continue the battle? Of course. The battle with Lidola just now had barely consumed much energy, and Nana's Hinokoi once again put on her helmet and maneuvered the nearby Little Falcon to open the battle. Under her control, the small falcon quickly took to the air and fired a dense barrage that blasted above Chimera's body, exploding into countless flames. However, unlike Litola's one-hit knockout, the Little Falcon's cannon fire didn't bring much damage to the Chimera. Instead, it enraged him in general, stretching out countless tentacles and winding them towards the Little Falcon. Little Falcon and the countless tentacles between the speed to move to dodge, afraid of an accident by the tentacles entangled. Luckily, it was only a war machine. If it was a female warrior, it was highly likely that she would not be able to escape from being tentacle-played. Not name, Kenshiro, Shonen, evacuate the crowd. Captain Tatsumi's rescue command also came in due time. Roger. The 3 received the instruction and immediately intended to carry out the mission. Fortunately, after experiencing the Battle of Lidola before, the ordinary people around them had long since dispersed and fled in all directions. Be careful. The frenzied chimera, her long horns releasing endless lightning, indiscriminately attacked in a 10-mile radius. The small falcon was struck by electricity and immediately went up in smoke, making an emergency landing. As for Yi Zhang and the elite victory team, who were gathered around Lidola, they were also hit by a huge electric current that fell from the sky. Monica Kensuke had long since gripped the victory god light rod in his pocket, and even if his identity was exposed, he would transform into a light giant at any time, guarding everyone's smiles. Just as Monica Kenshiro almost couldn't help but expose his identity, lying on the ground Lidora suddenly took the initiative to add to the drama. Only to see Lidola rise up in the air, spreading out her tens of meters of sky-shielding wings, blocking the lightning attack that fell from the sky for the crowd. Ow! The lightning struck Lidola and there was a violent explosion, and Lidola, as if struck by a heavy blow, let out a miserable wail and crashed down in front of Yi Zhang in a matter of moments. Lidola! In the nick of time, what protected the crowd was actually a monster. The crowd was instantly heartbroken at the sight of Litola's tragic condition of being electrocuted. Yi Zhang, Jiaming immediately surrounded Lidola, and as if he had made a firm decision, Monica Kensuke fled the battlefield alone. Kalmina stared at Kenso's figure with a deadly stare, but ultimately did not follow. Saint Akita was also at a loss for words, looking at Yi Zhang Jiaming and Ritola while looking at Monica Kenshiro, who fled the scene, and finding his position a bit awkward, he could only embed the key of King Eri into the victory hyper gun, ready to launch an attack on Chimera at any time. Triga. Suddenly a giant of light fell from the sky. However, just as the giant of light fell and crushed countless buildings, it intended to start a great battle with Chimera. The Lidora on the ground spat an old mouthful of phlegm at Chimera with a last mournful bright wail. Hydranella acid. It was a sheer attack that represented Litola's life. Only green acidic rays were seen hitting Chimera squarely in the abdomen. In Trisha's dumbfounded gaze, Chimera was gradually corroded, dissolved, and eventually turned into a lump of blood. Above the ground, Litola's eyes also gradually dimmed, eventually turning into bits of starlight and dissipating into thin air, leaving behind only 3 giant eggs. Litola! Yi Zhang was inwardly ecstatic. Litola was simply a child, acting at a level beyond his expectations. However, he still pretended to be sad as the water Upanishad surged forth, instantly tearing up his eyes. On the side, Shizuma Kana also put her arm over her nose and began to cry like a pear. She could never have imagined that in order to repay the favor of returning the egg, Lit-Ola would die with Chimera to protect them. How could there be such a kind and sentimental monster in the world? Trisha looked at Chimera, who had turned into a puddle of blood in front of her, and was dumbfounded. The battle was over before it even started. No matter, as long as it ends happily and protects people's smiles, that's enough. With that thought in mind, Monica Kenshiro was about to reform into his human form. Triga, I've finally found you, my archenemy. The sky and the earth changed as a dark red dark giant descended from the heavens and landed with a thud. He was tall and imposing, his body filled with explosive power. Under the landing of his feet, the ground cracked with 2 cracks up to 100 meters deep, the ground vibration spread out, and countless tall buildings collapsed and crumbled under the vibration wave. Under the staggered pounding of both fists, the sound of Genjin that sounded like thunder in the 9 heavens was emitted. No data. Team Victory's computer screen could not display any data related to this giant. This is a super ancient dark giant. The knowledgeable Shizuma Mitsukuni recognized it at once. Gundam Fighter Dagon. Dagon's arrival made it so that Triga didn't make an appearance for nothing. Triga, let's continue the unfinished battle of destiny that spans 30 million years and have a painful battle. Without any further ado, Dagon rushed towards Triga. Soon the 2 giants were in full battle. Dagon's fists with explosive power landed like hail on Triga, while the composite form Triga's rain of fists also landed on Dagon's body. Ah, it hurts. Triga's punches made Dagon's fight more and more painful. Ouch, ouch, ouch. Dagon's punches made Kengo Monica only hurt. Not only did his chest, which was hit hard, and his abdomen ache, but even his own fist that landed on Dagon's chest felt as if it had knocked on top of the hardest steel plate in the universe, causing Kenshiro's fist to tremble in pain. It hurts, I can't take it anymore, Circle's arm come. No longer able to endure the mutual rigidity of his fists, Jiango summoned the arm of the circle without speaking of martial virtues. Dagon's stiff punches continued to land on top of Triga's body, knocking him back and forth. Triga's Dabo sword slashes aimed at the gaps also cut Dagon with sparks and bruises. In the end, due to not being able to open his powerful form, Triga lost and dissipated into energy. Ah, what a pain in the ass. Let's call this one a warm-up, and next time, I'll be sure to force out your full strength. Dagon was not very satisfied with this battle. Looking at the place where Triga dissipated, he also then turned into a dark red light and disappeared. His goal was to have an unimpeded great battle, and he wasn't interested in destroying the human world. In the next moment, Jiango smashed down to the ground with a swollen nose. Not Name and Saint Changren, turning around to see the bruised and battered Monica Kenshiro, looked at each other in disbelief. What the hell had this guy done? How did he get hurt so badly? Yi Zhang remained emotionless, and Kalmina sneered in her heart as she saw Triga being violently beaten up by Dagon, secretly pleased beyond measure. Oomph, too weak. The holy man of recognition seemed to understand something and was secretly unhappy. In this battle, Triga hadn't gained an inch, but was instead beaten up by the enemy, greatly weakening his side's morale. Lit-Ola, rest in peace, I will definitely send your child back to the Lost Forest. Yi Zhang silently wrapped the 3 eggs and put them into his backpack, turning around to leave. Wait, do you really want to join the Elite Victory team? However, after spending a small half-day together, this mysterious teenager had already left a deep impression within Shizuma Jieme. And there was a magic in his body that attracted himself to peel back the veil of his mystery layer by layer. Regardless of the guts and the ability to communicate with monsters, it could be of great help to the Elite Victory team. I nevertheless hope to put my abilities to use and realize the dream of guarding humanity. Therefore, before joining, I want to see if the Elite Victory team is worthy of my joining. Yi Zhang took a step backward. Naughty Name seemed to be about to say something else, but he heard Yi Zhang's calm voice come through. Wait for me to return, I must fulfill my promise to Lit-Ola first. My sister, Ka. Mina, please help take care of her for a few days. Her character may be rather withdrawn and strange, so please bear with her. I am more optimistic about this smiling Superman of your team. Let him help take care of her more if he can, enlighten her. Yi Zhang carried the backpack with the egg on his back and ran towards the far side alone. Thus, Carmilla was temporarily taken in and brought back to the Elite Victory team. Jiango was seriously injured in Monica, and Carmilla took this opportunity to considerately medicate Jiango. Every time she did so, Kenshiro's howls of pain made Carmilla feel good inside. In the middle of the base, Shizuma Mitsukuni and Saint Akito were exchanging words. You know the identity of Jiango? Shizuma Mitsukuni said. The Victory Hyperion gun was created by me, and only when the man who inherited the light appears will it morph into the Victory Godlight Rod. Saint Akito nodded. Good, then I'll get right to the point. Kenshiro is still weak right now, so I'd like you to assist him and help him grow together. Shizuma Mitsukuni pointed out his intentions. Got it, although I don't know why Kugyoka chose this kind of person, but that's probably fate. I have a measure. Saint Akito said, still cold on the outside and hot on the inside. Akito, I believe you. Shizuma Mitsukuni stood up and patted Saint Changren on the back, then left. In the evening, Saint Changren nestled alone in the middle of the lab, loading new data into the victory key. Finally, he approached Kengo Monica with the freshly baked powerform key. You're the giant of light, aren't you? Saint Changeling Man said coldly. I. Saint Changeling Man's words instead startled Kengoku, and under his nervousness, he couldn't find any lines of sophistry. How did you find out? Kengoku thought back, he didn't seem to have finished transforming in front of the crowd. Come on, I developed this victory god light rod, but only yours can change form. Saint Changeling Man reached directly into Kenshiro's ground pants pocket and took out the victory divine light rod, then wrenched it away. You're too weak, this is for you, remember to protect not name. Saint Akito handed Kenshiro the newly developed powerform key. Well, I will. Kengoku took the key and firmly held it in the palm of his hand. Kengoku, it's time to change the medicine. Carmilla, wearing a mask and a nurse's uniform, carrying an alcohol cotton ball, walked in. Frightened, the key in Jiango's hand almost fell to the ground, and he hurriedly put it away. The identity of the Giant of Light had to be kept as secret as possible. The Holy Man of Light actually looked at the two of them, revealed a meaningful smile, and gave Jiango a you-know-what look, patted Jiango on the back and left. Don't leave, I don't understand. Come back here and take me with you. I don't want medicine, it hurts. Here, smile. Later that night, Dagon reappears and destroys the city, forcing out Triga's hand. The two battle from the city, all the way to the bottom of the ocean. In the end, Triga, who had turned on his power form, utilized the power claw, which was transformed into the arm of the circle. He wins the battle against Dilasium's claw and Dagon's flame-shattering shockwave. See Triga episode 2 for more details. What a relief, when I regain my strength, let's fight again for real Triga. Dagon's voice echoed in Triga's ears for a long time. Words split into two, the monster auction house and the reality dimension, at this moment ushered in an uninvited guest. The beast god is not here, the two beast emperors are not here, who else can stop me at the monster auction house? Hand over the Sphinx gene, or I will wash the monster auction house in blood. According to the rules set by the beast god, the current business of selling Ultraman still belonged to the high-end business of private customization, and only the beast god and the three great beast emperors could take orders. After the beast god took the order of Triga, the two beast emperors, the royal beast emperor and the beast controller emperor also took the order one after another. The Beast Control Emperor took the order of Baltan Star People by the first generation of Ultraman. The Royal Beast Emperor took the order of Magmarians to buy Legros Ultraman. The only one is the Herding Beast Emperor, guarding her pasture's acreage, not interested in these trivial matters in the universe in the slightest, and did not accept a single order. After this, the two Beast Emperor also have left the monster auction house, set out to walk the universe, to complete the so-called orders. During this period of time, the ambitious people in the Otter universe also never stopped moving forward with their huge intrigues. An ambitious and powerful bastard, who had inherited the legacy of the once legendary Hippogriff Jeton. Taking his most powerful Hepajeton, he turned over the major planets, sucked the despair out of life, and finally succeeded in advancing to the mature body. Then, accepting the mysterious power Aposo Liat particles, Hypageton once again succeeded in advancing to the full body. As long as I devour the Sphinx gene again, my Hypajeton will surpass the legendary Hypa and be promoted to the inquisitive body. At that time, the mysterious 4AUS, the three emperors of the beast god, what is there to fear? The entire universe will prostrate and tremble at my feet. Ha. The not-so-strong, not-so-ambitious Baxter Planetarian Bilutra. At this moment, he had fused with the dark golden-colored complete body of Hypageton, pursuing the whereabouts of the Sphaya gene throughout the universe. Sphaya mother body strength is average, but its gene is really the first big tonic in the universe. Until the chase to the auction house, the remaining Sphinx gene hid inside the auction house and disappeared. Monster auction house, trespassers die. Bilutra tried to force his way into the monster auction house, but was stopped by two staff members. The staff summoned two powerful gate-guarding war beasts. A black and red, muscle-bursting EX Raider King. A heavily armored, frosty EX Gamara. The two gate-guarding monsters casually summoned by the monster auction house are the EX twin heroes with peak legendary and half-step legendary strength. In this universe, strength is divided into no entry level, corresponds to the strength of the monsters easily abused by Ultraman, such as the small monsters abused by King Raider. Ordinary rank monster strengths weaker than the Ultraman norm, such as King Raider, Ordinary Golzon, and Melba. Elite monster strengths that can beat Ultraman to the red light and shy away from the one, such as Gamara, Flame Gorzon. Under legendary strengths that can beat Ultraman's normal form violently, but will be defeated by his enhanced form, such as Hilbagon, Ace Slayer. Legendary level beats Ultraman's normal and major enhanced forms, but will be easily defeated by the open form, such as Jaden, Kinko Bridge, and other Showa boss level monsters. Legendary level corresponds to the extermination of Oga and Ozeki, who were destroyed by Shining Trigger. Half-step Star-Lord level Hireijo boss level, evil god Gatanjio, Zog, etc. Star-Lord level weaker than God 4, with a huge span of strength. The lower limit is like the new generation bosses, the upper limit can be up to the extreme evil Belial, the ultimate shining sailor. Star god level unknown territory, God 4 level. The mighty monster auction house, casually summoning out half-step legend level fighters. One could marvel at the strength of its power. But that's just it. Facing the two great war beasts at the half-step legend level, Lutra was not the least bit flustered. After receiving the augmentation of absolute particles and devouring the power of despair from countless planets, 100 Lutra's dark golden Hepa Jeton had long since been no weaker than a legendary Hepa, reaching the legendary Star-Lord level. Super invincible vibration wave. Wild and cool flame road. As we all know, those who use big moves right off the bat either have strength that crushes the opposite side or have their strength crushed by the opposite side. Sculptural skill, showing off. Instant move. Just as the two big moves were about to hit Hepajeton, only a ripple was seen stirring in the space around Hepajeton. Hippogaston's figure instantly disappeared. The two super powerful moves directly fell through. In the next moment, Hippogaston's figure suddenly appeared behind the EX Twin Kings. Gigabit Fireball. Fireballs of 1,000 trillion degrees were continuously sent out from the dark gold color of Hippogeton's face, and the ultra-high temperature of the fireballs caused the temperature of the space to skyrocket, and even showed signs of melting the space. There was no time to dodge, and the successive fireballs accurately struck the backs of EX Gamera and EX King Raider. Bang 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 bang. Although they were EX Twin Kings, they were clearly no match for the EX Twin Kings under the strongest Leon X-Ray and Grundy's augmentation. The EX Twin King's back was blown up in a bloody and devastated mess, and it eventually degraded to its normal form and fell to the ground. The gates of the city were on fire, and the fish in the pond were also affected. The two staff members were also affected by the explosion and were blown out. Nothing more than that. With the Beast God not present and the two Beast Emperors not present, who else can stop me at the Monster Auction House? Easily drying out the Monster Auction House's gatekeeper beast, 100 Lutra instantly drifted away. That was how the scene at the end of the previous chapter occurred. Daring madman, how dare you speak out of turn? Do you still remember what happened to Nakel's star a few months ago? How dare a little Biotra person offend the majesty of my Monster Auction House, truly not knowing how to die? One of the two personal secretaries, the pit planetarian Wei Yi, ran out with a group of cosmic men and women, letting out harsh words to Bilutra. As a proud Monster Auction House employee, those who offended the majesty of the auction house would be executed even though they were far away. Ha 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 ha, Nakel Star, what is that? How can it be compared to my Baxter Star people? My Hepajeton is the god of destruction who aspires to become the strongest Jeton in the entire universe, and has even obtained the legendary mysterious power that only belongs to the infernal lifeforms. What can the Monster Auction House do to me? If I don't hand over the Sphinx gene, I'll trample the Monster Auction House under my feet in the first battle and raise my godly might. The Baxter Planetarian Bilutra laughed maniacally. The universe was never short of arrogant, blindly confident, ambitious people. For such trash, lace, the universe would eventually teach them a most cruel lesson. Have you heard? Someone is actually attacking the Monster Auction House. This explosive news was frantically circulating amongst the cosmopolitans. Countless cosmopolitans flew to the auction house to observe the struggle. It's rumored to be the Baxters. The golden VIP trio of the auction house was having a seat, and at this moment, the Baxter Planetarian Bimuda, after hearing this news, didn't even grasp the chopsticks he was using to eat his food, directly spitting out his half-eaten meal, and then hurriedly ran towards the auction house. Inside, he was cursing furiously, which stupid fork is it, but don't implicate us Baxter Star. As for the great Emperor Ans, who was flashing all golden and bumpy, after hearing about it, he also rushed towards the auction house without stopping. This was the heavenly opportunity to repay the Beast God for guiding him into the grace of light. In the absence of Lord Beast God, the auction house will be guarded by me, the Great Emperor of Light. Great Emperor of Light versus Strongest Jeton, Mysterious Hippo, is about to kick off. The Monster Auction House, at this moment, is in chaos. Dozens of powerful monsters have surrounded the Mysterious Hippo. The distribution of strength ranged from half-step legends to peak legends. However, even if it was as strong as the Monster Auction House, it couldn't change the fate of monsters that were reduced to miscellaneous fish when there were more of them. In front of the powerful Star-Lord-class mysterious hippogriffs, no matter how numerous they were useless. The light waves in the sky were fired at the mysterious hippocampus, only to see the mysterious hippocampus flashing like a flexible swimming fish, dodging and dodging with ease in the dense destructive light. The light skills of the monsters exploded into a sky of fireworks on the planet where the auction house was located, Monstar. Looking far away from the cosmic stars, it looked like the brightest fireworks, and like a brilliant meteor shower. quickly go over to watch the show. Countless cosmopolitans piloted their spaceships and flew towards the monastery star, looking forward to observing this battle for the ages. Giga-degree fireball. Dark fireball. Energy arc light. Ultimate lightning flash. Facing the army of monsters, Bilutra snorted coldly and maneuvered the mystic hippo to instantly move high into the air, looking down on the beasts below and flinging out a whole set of light skills. Bang 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 bang. These of the monster auction house. It could be said that sending out just any one of them would be able to slay the powerful monsters of Ultraman. But at this moment, in front of the Star-Lord level mysterious Hypa, it seemed to be defenseless. Under the big explosion triggered by the shockwave of its powerful light skill, the monster army was bruised and fell to the ground. The violent smoke and dust toppled the auction house fighters led by Wei Ri to the ground, and some even suffered impact injuries to their internal organs, spitting out blood from their mouths. Wei Ri, has Lord Shepherd Beast Emperor not come yet? As early as when the Baxter planets came to attack, the disdainful main war faction's little secret Wei Ri didn't put the incoming offenders in their eyes at all, believing that the current strength was more than enough to defend against the incoming enemy. While the conservative and prudent faction of the small secret Wei Lian, but in order to prevent the unexpected, or to go to the monster ranch Y20 to ask for support from the emperor of the beast herders. Unexpectedly, the living forces of the monster auction house suffered a crushing defeat under the attack of the mysterious hippocampus of Bilutra. The beast god is not here, the two imperial control beast emperors have not returned, and the pastoral beast emperor has not arrived. Could it be that the industry built by the beast god is about to go up in flames? Wei Ri collapsed on the ground, hating her own incompetence, unable to help the beast god lord guard the monster auction house. Oof, monster auction house, nothing more than that. All of you become my rations. After I destroy you, then I will slowly search for the whereabouts of Sphinx. Bilutra manipulated the mysterious Hypa, sneering from high in the air. However, the crowd of the monster auction house all tenaciously climbed up, wanting to fight until the last moment, not showing any despair at all. As long as they dragged on until the beast emperor arrived, the crowd believed that the scene would be enough to turn around. Moreover, in order to uphold the majesty of the beast god lord and the majesty of the monster auction house, they would never take a step back. Then go to hell. Mysterious Hypa raised his arms above his head high in the air, and under the accumulation of energy, a giant dark golden fireball gradually formed and grew bigger and bigger. The action of storing energy was surprisingly similar to the Gaia energy cannon, and gradually converged in the sky to form a dark black sphere of flame that covered the sky. As the mysterious Hypa's arms swung downwards, the dark golden light bullets that seemed to be able to destroy planets blasted towards the security personnel of the auction house and the many battle beasts on the ground. Lord Beast God. At this moment of life and death, all Wei Yi could think of was her boss, the boss Beast God Lord. Why, you have been so kind to us, letting us grow on our own and not allowing us to follow you to cultivate and strengthen ourselves. So much so that it's surprisingly impossible to cope with today's situation. She clenched her fists and began to cry bitterly, hating herself for being too weak. Lord Beast God had never been strict with his staff, not setting strict rules and regulations, not developing a long-standing corporate culture, always using a family approach to form his auction house business. This ultimately led to the fact that apart from the Beast God and the three great beast emperors, there were no powerful existences to follow. There was a great break in strength. Is it about to be destroyed? The monster auction house that had shaken the universe was about to be destroyed after its initial Ultraman selling business. Wei Yi looked at the terrifying dark golden figure in the sky. He wasn't alone, there was definitely someone behind him, even some hidden existence. Did the beast god's appearance and the auction house's business expansion offend these shadowy forces? Nearing death, Wei Yi saw more and more thoroughly. Brother, stop. Gold VIP Baxter Planetarian Bimuda finally arrived at the scene and fought to shout from the air. He unleashed an ordinary Jaden, and had long since flashed to the front of the dark gold fireball with an instantaneous movement. Unfortunately, it was unable to stop the advance of the fireball in the slightest, and was directly vaporized into air. Brother, quickly retract your attack. Be a man and leave a thread to meet in the future. Don't offend Lord Beast God to death. Bimuda frantically begged for mercy. However, Bilutra didn't pay the slightest attention to this man of the same race. He had long since gone to his head, believing that making a name for himself in the universe was right here and now. Destroy the monster auction house, and from now on, he would be the king of the universe. The myth that belonged to himself and the 8 words Bilutra, Mystic Hepa, would be born today. You. 3 U words in a row spoke of Beamda's sense of powerlessness and helplessness. His Hepa Jeton, since the young body was sold to the auction house to raise, so a leap to become a big patron of the auction house, become 10 billion billionaires. This is not a stupid thing that he did in order to lay flat to obtain a huge fortune. The deeper reason was that he wished to fall into the tree of monster auction house. The universe is in turmoil, and the 3 great races of lifeforms are coming out one after another. As a Baxter, if he wanted to survive in this world, he had to either seek a powerful umbrella or work hard to strengthen his own planet's strength. Bermuda, he chose the first way, to leave the monster auction house, to lead the mighty beast god of the universe, so as to provide an additional hope for the future of survival in the chaotic world. And this hope, today is about to be broken by his people, by Muda Heart that hate Ah. It was as if the company that he had been running had collapsed in the hands of his own relatives. By Muda Heart dripping blood, stretching in midair trembling in a vain attempt to stop the attack of the right hand, and ultimately can only be powerless to hang down, is more helpless in the middle of the sigh. Stop. Offending the auction house is not giving face to my black light emperor. If you want to find death, I will fulfill you. Before seeing the person, one could hear his voice. Before the person arrived, the golden battle robe arrived first. At the time when the satellite-sized dark great fireball was about to smash into the auction house crowd and all the war beasts, a golden cloak of war robe blocked in front of the dark fireball, protecting the crowd of beasts below. Under the golden cloak, a golden figure gradually appeared. It was the Emperor Starman who was nudged by the beast god towards the light. Nowadays, Ans, who no longer called himself the Dark Grand Emperor, but rather the Light Grand Emperor, called himself the Light Grand Emperor. Humph, attacking the monster auction house, did you ask me, the Emperor Planetarian? Monster auction house, guarded by me, the Great Emperor of Light. Ans' extremely pretentious right-hand cloak waved struggled to block the dark great fireball. The scene was at a standstill for a while. As time passed, more and more cosmic people converged on this place to observe this battle for the ages. Under the defense of the golden cloak of the Great Emperor's battle robe, the speed of the dark fireball's energy decay was extremely slow. The scene also seemed to be getting more and more wrong, and Ans was getting more and more strenuous in resisting it. Sweat beads on his forehead, a soaked spine, and slightly trembling legs. All of them signaled that Ans was about to reach his limit. Look, it seems like the Ampera Planetarian can't hold it anymore. Oh my god, it's too strong. This Hey Pageton. Are the Baxter aliens so awesome? Hey, Jetonian, tell us how on earth you can create such a powerful jeton. At this moment's scene, as long as the gold color was dyed black, and the dark great fireball was replaced with the enhanced Monbiome rays and M78 rays under the increaser. Surprisingly, it was surprisingly similar to that scene once. Get out of the way, Olden, you can't hold it up. The other Baxter Planetarian, by Muda, desperately shouted towards Ans. Being one of the gold VIPs of the same monster auction house, there was still a certain amount of friendship. Hurry up, there's no need to carry the attack hard. Can't you see that the crowds and beasts of the monster auction house below have already dodged away long ago? Even if you run away now, the dark great fireball won't hit the friendly troops of the auction house. Bermuda kept shouting towards Ans. As if hearing the truth in Binda's words, Great Emperor Ans reluctantly looked back downwards. Sure enough, taking advantage of the gap between his fending off the dark great fireball, the group of oldest access from the auction house below had long since ducked aside and started to recover their stamina and build up their strength in preparation for another battle. No, the dignity of a great emperor does not allow me to flee in cowardice. It does not allow me to take a step out of position. Taking a step, that is behavior that belongs to the weak. As a great Emperor Ampera Planetarian, I categorically refuse to take a step. The great Emperor of Light, Ans, who was clad in golden battle armor, although his cloak was already like a candle in the wind, he could no longer block the dark great fireball by the slightest bit. However, he would not retreat one step at all. The situation on the field, in fact, as long as Nzay throws away his golden cloak, will be enough to escape from the situation of certain death. If he made a comeback, he would be able to win or lose. However, this damned great Emperor clan dignity, but once again led him from death only a stone's throw away. The crowds and beasts of the auction house and the cosmic people watching the battle were rendered by the indomitable spirit of great Emperor Ans. Go for it, Ans. Go for it, amphibians. Go for it, whether you're the great Emperor of Darkness or the great Emperor of Light, you, the Ampera Planetarian, are worthy of the title of Great Emperor. I proclaim you. I support you. Great Emperor, cheer up. You will definitely win. For a moment, the crowd was abuzz, and countless cosmic people were cheering and chanting for Great Emperor Ans. Countless forces of hope and inspiration converged towards Ans. Is this the power brought by light, the power of hope, always with me? Is this the feeling of being enlightened? It's really too comfortable, too good. Ans, who received the power of hope and inspiration, instantly felt supreme pleasure and was filled with endless power. It was as if he had suddenly come to his senses. He realized the reason why Ampera Star had repeatedly lost to the Kingdom of Light. He realized the reason why he lost to Monbiotics despite his crushing strength. It wasn't that they didn't position themselves, but that the other party would be open. Yasuzawa realized that even if they were in position, the ending of that battle still wouldn't be rewritten. This was the power of light. Haha, let's show you the true power of the great Emperor of Light. Suddenly, invisible power was added to An's body, and his body was revitalized, no longer in the same tired state as before. The golden battle robe was windless, and behind the cloak, a powerful force of light was released. In contrast, the unstoppable dark fireball, in the surging light force impact, like a dike began to rapidly shrink. From being as huge as a satellite, it gradually shrunk to the size of a stadium, then to the size of a basketball or ping-pong ball, and finally dissipated. Ha, mysterious sea palm, nothing more than that. Having blocked the mysterious Hypa's supreme strike, Great Emperor Ins began to get carried away. "Oh, my emperor, you're too powerful." Exclamations of astonishment and admiration came from countless cosmopolitans from all around. The power of light, so strong. I will also give up darkness and chase after light. At this moment, the great Emperor of Light collected countless fans. Originally, when Enze had been the Darkness Great Emperor, he had countless fans, heavenly kings, and battle generals under his command. However, they all rebelled out after Ans committed to the light. Until today's battle, the charm of the Great Emperor clan was once again displayed in the universe, and countless people would surely defect to his banner in the future. Hee, it's too early to be happy. But after blocking one of my strikes, you think you've won? What a rat-eyed frog in the bottom of the well. In that case, I'll really let you taste the power of the mysterious Hifa. Lutra had long since reached the end of his patience with An's arrogant words. This battle was originally his battle to make a name for himself. Unexpectedly, it had become the prestige of the Great Emperor of Light. The only way to reverse the current situation was to trample him underfoot. At this moment, mysterious Hypa brought out his true strength. His left hand pointed at the stars and quickly condensed into an infinitely dazzling light on the left side of his body, not weaker than the flash of the Great Emperor of Light. Manhwa, also known as the Demon King Beast of Light. Mysterious Hypa, after all, was also equipped with the power of light. Not yet finished, Mystic Hypa's right hand pointed at the black hole, quickly condensing boundless darkness on the right side of his body, carrying the greatness of tearing the universe apart. Light on the left, darkness on the right, left hand pointing to the star, right hand pointing to the black hole. Underneath his feet, he stepped on the ripples of the laws of space, and around him, mysterious power flowed. Was this the true god of cosmic destruction? Not only the onlookers of the universe, but even Ans, who had just recharged his plug-in, couldn't help but shiver in fear. I am burdened with light, while you are burdened with light and darkness. A pure dimensional descending blow. How could this even be a fight, unless the Darkness Great Emperor and Light Great Emperor fused as one? Only then would there be a slight chance, right? At that thought, Anze's power over the light began to waver again. Unfortunately, the 100 Lutra Mystic Sipa wouldn't give him another chance to repeatedly jump horizontally. Space shattered, and the mysterious Hypa impacted at the Great Emperor of Light, Ans, at an extremely fast speed. His body gradually formed a giant cone of light and darkness, carrying an unrivaled momentum towards Ans. Anze, under the suppression of the power of light and dark space, the power of light in his body began to be disorganized, and he was no longer able to gather the power to resist. Until the last moment, Anze was still by no means out of position. Only to see the proud Great Emperor of Light, unfolding the last of his golden cloak, fearlessly resisting the final blow. My life is over. Ans, we are with you. You are not fighting alone. Great Emperor, not fighting alone. Bright, there would always be companions standing behind him, always able to talk a group beating down as a matter of course. At this moment, the auction house crowd that had climbed to their feet had long since rushed to Ans' side, assisting him in fending off the attack together. Anze was originally fighting for the sake of the auction house, so naturally there was no reason to let him fight alone. Looking at a group of companions beside him, sharing the same life and death with himself, fighting together, Anze was greatly moved, and even found that the disordered power in his body was gradually able to control. He immediately used his power to resist the attack from the god of hell destruction. Unfortunately, the gap was still too big. This peak 100 Lutra Mystic Hypa was even stronger than the legendary Hypa. With just the Great Emperor of Light and the minions of the auction house, it was still not enough to withstand the other party's deadly strike with all their strength. From today onwards, the universe will carry the name of my 100 Lutra. One man single-handedly destroys the monster auction house. This had too much gold compared to Belial's single-handed destruction of the Kingdom of Light. The dust was about to settle, and when Lutra's devastating light, darkness, and shadow drill was about to tear the opposing foes to pieces, a clear, stern, but angry voice came from the air. Daring! It was the Herding Beast Emperor. One of the three great Beast Emperors, Herding Beast Emperor Yimu, had finally descended at the most critical juncture. Great, there's help! The crowd in the auction hall looked at the woman in the sky above wearing a green dress and a robe with incomparable hope, and there was no more sound of despair within their hearts. In order to save the situation at this moment, Shepherd Beast Emperor took out two spheres directly with both hands. With a wave of his hand the spheres opened and two rays of light flashed out. Come out, Void Dread Glyza! Legendary Dread Dragon, Hepagiton! Only to see the Herding Beast Emperor summon two powerful space attribute Star Lord level monsters between the flip of his hand. Born through the herding beast emperor's special herding cultivation method, Greiser and Hepagiton were born. Greiser was the one that Yi Zhang had brought to her from the fourth-dimensional space. Hepagiton, on the other hand, was the one that the Baxter Planetarian by Muda had sold to the auction house. Between flashes, the legendary Hypa instantly moved behind the tattered golden cloak of the great Emperor of Light with Greiser. Dimensional void. In that instant, Greiser directly pulled everyone into the four-dimensional void space. The light, darkness, and shadow drill directly penetrated through the cloak without any resistance, but did not injure the crowd in the slightest, and ultimately impacted on the surface of the planet Monastery. This planet, which had been reinforced by the auction house, was now cracked into a gully as deep as 1,000 feet. The entire star was also trembling, earthquakes, tsunamis, all of which told of the trauma suffered by this planet. However, the mysterious Hypa's light and darkness shadow drill can really be so easily blocked? Only to see the light and dark shadow drill through the space, suddenly like a huge mirror, suddenly broken into countless with spikes of space debris, toward the secondary, third, fourth. Space sprinting. Caught off guard, the Shepherd Beast Emperor's 2-star Lord-level monsters were actually stabbed in their bodies by countless spikes and debris. Fortunately, the bodies of the Star Lord-level monsters were all called indestructible bodies, and the sharp space debris only left light injuries on their bodies. But this also caused a trace of gravity to appear in the eyes of Yi Mu in midair. The enemy this time was not a generalized one. Ultra-synthesized Magic Beast 12 Emperors, come out. A spherical object once again appeared in Yi Mu's hand. This was a space supreme treasure created by Yi Zhang, gifted to Yi Mu, and named the God, Herding God Orb, which could harbor life in the universe. Although a single pastoral God Orb could only store one monster, any Star Lord level monster was sufficient to be stored. In comparison, the battle instrument of the inquisitive lifeform Ley Brown Multistar Human, although it could take in more monsters, the upper limit of the strength of the monsters was only a half-step Star Lord level. Unfortunately, with Yi Mu's current strength, the limit was just to manipulate 4 of them. Yi Zhang had once told her that when she was able to perfectly control 6 Shepherd God Orbs, she would be strong enough to traverse this universe. This third Mac Divine Orb released the 12 Emperors of the synthetic magical beasts, bred from the Showa 7 heroes and the Heisei 5 hegemons, genetically modified. Showa 7 heroes, Seagrams, Beemanstein, Icarasian, King Raider, Barabbas, Hanzakiran, and King Crab. The Heisei 5, Gorzon, Melba, Supergob, Garn Q, and Raichubas. The 12 Emperors make their first appearance, hideous looking with fierce eyes and narrow-pointed horns. His left hand is a light-absorbing eyeball, his right arm is a sharp scissor hand, his muscles are explosive, his back is covered with spikes, and he has monster heads all over his body, releasing an intimidating aura. Immediately afterward and successfully rescued Ans and the monster auction house crowd of employees Greiser, Hepagiton gathered together. The 3-star Lord-level monsters formed a hand and surrounded Mystic Hypa. The smoke in the sky dispersed, and the mysterious dark golden Belutra Hepagiton figure reappeared. He looked fearlessly at the 3 great behemoths surrounded by himself and began his mouth attack. Ha, so it's the weakest of the 3 great beast emperors, the Mac Beast Emperor. Others honor you as the 3 great beast emperors with a high position, but in my eyes you are nothing more than a monster breeder. Instead of hiding in your ranch to shovel shit for the monsters, you came here to send them to their deaths? The Baxterian's language output was so effective that Yi Mu had a head full of black lines at the moment. The body wrapped behind the green skirt and pink veil was actually trembling with anger, and her small fists were even clenched tightly. Go to hell, go on, Greiser, Hepagiton, 12 Emperors. Give me a beating that won't even recognize his mother. Yi Mu was burning with rage, determined to let that Bilutra mystic Hypa see the fierce might of the famous Huan Mu Beast Emperor. Let him experience the most poisonous beating in the universe, and let him understand what happens when you anger a woman, especially a powerful woman. The 3-star Lord-level monsters charged at Mystic Hypa. Do you think I'll fight you guys physically? Hepagiton's advantage was never in physical combat, but rather instantaneous movement and surprise sneak attacks. Even though there was also a Hepagiton on the opposite side, Bilutra thought to herself that no one could outshine the Baxterians in terms of skill in maneuvering a Hepagiton. Under the siege of the 3 beasts, the mysterious Hypa directly disappeared in place. The next moment he flashed to right above him. However, at the same time, the legendary Hypa below also used instantaneous transfer and appeared on the opposite side of the mysterious Hypa. And not only that, the Void Fear Greiser made a space jump and also instantly jumped behind Mystic Hypa, once again forming a situation of one front and one rear attack. Below the 12 Emperors, the heads of countless bodies released powerful and dense destructive rays that converged in a curve and impacted the mysterious Hypa in the center. How difficult! In front of the spatial attribute monsters, the advantage of instantaneous movement wasn't as great as imagined. Hypa Mystic Barrier. As a last resort, Mystic Hypa made a barrier against light. Jetten's barrier skill, once it resisted all of the opponent's light, the backhand could utilize the principle of spatial mirror reflection to counter the powerful energy wave. If this move was successful, it would definitely turn the situation around. Dark Fireball. Grisa's Spiral Beam. The legendary Hypa and Grisa, who were attacking from the front and back, didn't watch the show either, but fought to clamp down. Damn it! Lutra began to panic. He was not sure that he could completely defend himself against the light skills of the 3 Cosmos-level monsters. It was true that the Mystic Hypa barrier had eaten almost all of the 12 Emperor's chaotic destructive rays, but it had also reached its limit. With the legendary Hypa's dark fireballs fueling it, the barrier directly shattered. All the rays penetrated out and hit the Mystic Hypa directly. Immediately after that, the back also suffered the spiral impact of Grisa's beams. Receiving this heavy blow, Lutra, who was controlling the Mystic Hypa, wailed in agony. The light impact on his front chest and the spiral tearing on his back caused him to feel excruciating pain. No, can't just go head on. Lutra was confident that any of these 3 monsters would not be a match with Mystic Hypa in a single fight. But with the 3 joining hands, even as strong as he was, he had to retreat. The powerful light struck the mysterious hippo's body, and exploded into brilliant flames. Lutra's heart was in retreat at this moment. The 3 main goals of his trip, devouring Sphinx, exploring the auction house, and making a name for himself in the Otter Galaxy, had already been accomplished 2/3 of the way. There was really no need to continue to forcefully fight on. Jumping clown, nothing more than that, still dare to clamor for my cosmic auction house, really something that doesn't know how to die. Nor do you take a piss to see how you have a miserable appearance. Everyone's photos are taken see the Pastor Beast Emperor beat up the appearance of the dog? Anyone who commits an offense against my monster auction house will be executed even though they are far away. Yimu also got the upper hand and returned fire with a mouth cannon attack that was highly effective. 100 Lutra, who was still desperately resisting the light and had the intention of retreating, was hit by a 10,000-point blitz and directly cut off the idea of escaping. He struggled to use instantaneous movement, finally escaping from the bombardment of the 3 major beams of light. His figure instantly pulled away thousands of feet, gasping for air in the void. Kill him while he's sick. Don't give him any chance to flip out. The legendary Hypa and Jeliza under Yimu's command used instantaneous movement and void walking respectively, and once again leveled up to the mysterious Hypa's proximity. The 12 emperors were not versed in the ways of space, so they could only utilize physical methods to unfold their wings and fly high into the sky, chasing after them at high speeds. At this rate, sooner or later, we're bound to lose. Lutra's judgment of the situation was still accurate, and did not go blind. Although it was the weakest of the Beast Emperors, it was also an existence that had long been famous for a long time. It seems like this is the only way. Lutra let out a cold snort in his heart, and he had already concocted a plan to break the situation at this moment. Seeing the twin beasts flashing and the 12 Emperor Kings attacking at high speed, the mysterious Hypa once again flickered and pranced, constantly changing its orientation. And he sent out continuous fireball impacts at the back of the 12 Emperor Kings. Chase! Yimu immediately commanded the legendary demonic Hypa and Grisa to chase after them following the spatial marks. And, the 12 Emperor Kings turned around in a drift and raised the Belmonstein absorption organ in their abdomen to devour the consecutive large dark gold fireballs. Seek death. Lutra believed that the mysterious Hypa's light and dark attribute fireballs couldn't possibly be swallowed so easily, and must need a short period of time to digest. However, to his surprise, the 12 emperors raised their right arms immediately afterward. In the eye of Garn Q, a continuous ball of fire that had just been devoured was returned unchanged towards the mysterious Hypa. Crap! 100 Lutra was practically cursing. It was true that none of the Star-Lord level monsters were simple goods, they were all very difficult to deal with. 2 space monsters attacking back and forth, and 1 strength battle beast surrounding the point. It was simply an undefeatable combination. Just before freezing, the legendary demon Hypa and Grisa surrounded him once again. Blink! Blink! Lutra had to maneuver the Mystic Hypa to instantly move once again. However, Mystic Hypa's invisible blue bar was also decreasing sharply, and with the successive releases of the instantaneous movement, the cooldown time for each instantaneous movement was getting longer and longer. There were no invincible skills, this was a law that had remained unchanged for eternity. 1 mega degree dark fireball. During the cooldown period, Lutra only had to maneuver the Mystic Hypa to start the battle head-on. The battle was ever-changing. There was no way to store up power to unleash the most powerful moves, only to continuously release small skills to rub blood. Facing the mega-degree fireballs released by Mystic Hippo, legendary Demon Hippo directly turned on the barrier skill to block them all. Beside him, Grisa took the opportunity to release a powerful blue-purple multiple light ball. The light bullets hit the Mystic Hypa squarely, directly knocking his figure out of the air. Emperor Charge! The falling mysterious Hypa was directly hit by the most violent impact of the 12 emperors, and was directly sent flying out. Looks like the dust has settled. Hey, it's not good to offend anyone but the monster auction house, this is playing it off. It's said that the herding beast emperor is the weakest existence among the 3 beast emperors, but today, at first sight, it's as powerful as that. Too strong, even beat the mysterious hippo into this dog. Heavens, if the weakest beast emperor is this strong, how strong must a beast god be? The cosmic people watching the battle, seeing mysterious hippo being hung up by the 3 ace war beasts, sighed up the power of the monster auction house. They praised the power of the herding beast emperor and incidentally blew up the beast god Yizhang as well. Humph. This is what happens when you offend the auction house and the beast emperor. Yimu crossed her arms over her chest at this moment, with a smug look on her face. However, she did not notice that the mysterious hippo that was knocked away was thrown in her direction, in the direction of the crowd watching the battle. 1,000 miles, 100 miles, 10 miles, kilometers, is now. Seeing his thrown flying body and the herding beast emperor continuously pulling in, 100 Lutra was ecstatic inside at this moment. This was his battle strategy, capture the thief first. It's now, light and darkness air shadow drill. During the process of flying, the mysterious hippo suddenly made an accelerated instantaneous transfer and appeared right above the Mu Beast Emperor, only a few hundred meters away. Immediately after that, heaven and earth suddenly changed color, light and darkness were divided into 2, as if dawn and night were alternating. Mysterious hippo's right hand star, left hand black hole, space broken between empty steps, the body rotates and rises, once again make his strongest blow. The target was precisely the weak herding beast emperor's own body, Yimu. At this moment Yimu, as if a flatboat under the shocking waves, looking at the mysterious hippo rushing towards himself, his heart is incomparably horrified. Careless, the herding beast emperor was careless, didn't flash. At this moment's distance, it was no longer too late to dodge. What to do? Yimu Shang knew that as a human herself, it was impossible for her flesh to resist the attack of this powerful monster. In a panic, she hurriedly pulled out the 4th, 5th, and 6th Maken orbs. And, the legendary demon Hypa, Gryza, and the 12 emperors also flew in to support her. Out! Yimu's palms were sweaty at this moment, no longer serving the calm confidence he had before. No, it's too late. The light and dark hollow shadow drill gradually enlarged in Yimu's eyes, and death seemed to be close at hand. Yimu only had to mobilize all of her own power to fight against it. Her power forcibly formed a light shield in front of her body. However, the light shield was like tofu, and was pierced through by the mysterious Hypa in a devastating manner. Dying? Brother Yi Zhang, see you in the next life. At the last moment, Yimu closed her eyes, recalling the bits and pieces of the time she had spent with Yi Zhang. The corner of his mouth actually revealed a smile. Crap, no martial virtues. This Baxter planetarian even took a shot at the main body, it's too nasty. AI, is the herding beast emperor about to fall? It's too bad, clearly the sparring was on the verge of winning. Careless. The cosmic people watching the battle sighed, some angrily rebuked by Lutra for not practicing martial virtues, while others lamented that the herding beast emperor had been careless. The battlefield was ever-changing, and it took a split second to turn the tables. Beast Emperor! The crowd at the auction house also exclaimed. Just now, when the 3 great king war beasts suppressed the mysterious hippogriff, the crowd was still cheering and shouting, and their admiration for the pastor beast emperor was as high as mountains and rivers. At this moment, the high and mighty beast emperor was actually about to fall. The crowd at the auction house was incomparably sad inside at the moment. Lord Beast God, where the hell are you? Without your presence, the auction house is no longer a top-tier power? Die! Seeing that the fatal blow was about to cause the beast emperor to perish, 100 Lutra's heart was excited, as if he had already seen his own legend that would make him famous in the universe. The legend of overturning the auction house and killing the beast emperor. However, just when the light and darkness shadow drill was about to pierce through Yimu's chest, suddenly, time and space seemed to stand still. Whether it was the 3 great king beasts that quickly arrived, the spirited mystic hippo and Yimu who was drifting in the wind, or the spectators who were staring at the battle, it was as if time and space had stood still. Or the cosmopolitans who were watching the battle with wide eyes and open mouths, or the grieving employees of the auction house. At the moment, they are strangely still in this space and time, as if petrified and motionless. A black robe floated to the front of the beast emperor. Underneath the black robe, the long-lost handsome man was revealed. He stretched out his right hand and aimed his palm at the body of the mysterious Hypa, which was constantly rotating and impacting as he used the light, darkness, air shadow drill. In the next moment, the flow of space and time resumed. The unstoppable mysterious Hypa and the invulnerable light, darkness, air shadow drill seemed to have hit the strongest shield in the world. The beast god's palm was like an indestructible rock. Mysterious Hypa's rotating body gradually slowed down, and eventually stopped right in front of the 2 of them. The strongest killing move, the light, darkness, and air shadow drill was just so lightly dissolved. Who are you? Lutra was incomparably horrified, he had never seen a beast god before. However, a bold yet terrifying thought came to his mind. Could it be the beast god? Didn't he travel through time and space to another dimension with the dark giant? However, the next moment, the cries of the crowd watching the battle and the employees of the auction house instantly caused his liver to split and his heart to turn ashen. Beast god! Lord Beast God, you finally come. If you don't show up, the hurting Beast Emperor will fall and the auction house will be destroyed. For a moment, the crowd was abuzz, and the atmosphere of excitement and cheering once again reached its peak climax. Brother Yi Zhang. Hearing the voices around her, Yimu also opened her eyes in excitement. She saw the familiar black-robed figure in front of her and couldn't help but feel a wave of relief. All of Yimu's strength was exhausted, and at this moment, like a deflated ball, she fell towards the bottom. Immediately afterward, she finally fell headfirst into the warm embrace that she had longed for. Tears of excitement flowed from the corners of Yimu's eyes, and her small fists pounded helplessly on Yi Zhang's chest. I knew you would definitely come to save me. Yimu exerted her last strength and clung onto Yi Zhang's chest with both hands, not letting go in the slightest. I will settle the score with you later. Yi Zhang's eyes stared coldly at the mysterious Hypa, but his subtle voice reached Yimu's ears, causing the body in his arms to tremble. Seeing the appearance of the beast god, Lutra no longer had the heart to fight again and hurriedly routed towards the starry sky. Too terrifying. Just by seeing the figure of the beast god, Lutra, who had long since fused with the mysterious sea paradise, couldn't muster a single ounce of will to fight. Want to run? Yi Zhang smiled disdainfully, then pulled out his right hand, and a 10,000 feet pitch-black transparent handprint directly coalesced in the void, grasping towards the mysterious hippocampus as if it covered the sky and the earth. Instantaneous movement, instantaneous movement, instantaneous movement. Lutra was in a panic at the moment, seeing the giant palm above his head grasping towards him. The mysterious Hypa's figure appeared so small underneath this giant palm. He urgently needed to escape from the range of the giant palm. Why? Lutra couldn't understand why mysterious Hypa's instantaneous transmission skill suddenly failed. No matter how he used it, his body was unable to escape from under the giant palm. In the end, the giant palm held mysterious Hypa's body in one hand, leaving only a head exposed to the outside world. Yi Zhang held Yimu's body with one hand, and with the other hand, he controlled the giant palm to pinch and rub the mysterious Hypa's body with force, and all of a sudden, there was the sound of bones bursting. The body of the mysterious Hypa other than his head was actually pinched and exploded in the air directly by the huge palm that Yi Zhang had manifested. There was silence outside the arena, only the occasional sound of cosmic people swallowing saliva into their throats. The scene was too shocking. The incomparable mysterious Hepa was even crushed by the beast god lord with one hand. The most shocked also counted the 100 special star people 100 Muda, and the great emperor of light ends. The one who knows the strength of Hai Pa Jia Dun the most is none other than the Baxter star people. Such a powerful and mysterious Hypa was actually no match for the palm of the beast god's hand. This damned 100 Lutra, in the end, what kind of existence did he mess with for the Baxter star? Bermuda was helpless and powerless at the moment, fearing that the beast god would find Baxter star to settle the score after the war. The great emperor of light, Ans, was even more in awe of the beast god to the point of astonishment. He was the only one of the forces watching the battle who had fought with the mysterious Hypa, and his terrifying strength was such that even the Dark Emperor at his peak, who was clad in dark armor and wielding the dark holy sword and the dark trident, was probably no match for him. However, it was such a monster at the peak of the Star Lord level that was taken down by the beast god in a matter of minutes. All Ans could think of now was that in the future, he must hold onto the beast god's thighs and seek a way out for the Ampera star. When it was too late, just when everyone thought that the battle was over, the head floating in the air steeply moved and flew towards the outside of the planet. 100-footed insect dies but never falls down. The Hepajeton with only its head left, actually still had tenacious vitality. Fearless struggle. The giant palm that covered the sky had long disappeared as the mysterious Hypa burst apart, and at this moment, Yi Zhang pointed out with a single finger, and an extremely fast ray of light shot towards the only remaining head of the mysterious Hypa. In the next moment, the strongest Jaden of the 100 Lutra, the mysterious Hypa, the only remaining head exploded in the air. There was silence in all directions. In such an intense battle, the beast god, once he appeared, suppressed it with the lift of his hand. This battle would once again renew the myth of the beast god that had been silent for tens of millions of years. Invincible. Supreme strength. What was that? Before that was over, a light golden ball of light flashed out abruptly from the head of the mysterious Hypa that had burst apart, and shot towards the universe at a rapid pace. The Absolute Particle. The power belonging to the ultimate life form, the Absolution, did not dissipate with the demise of the mysterious Hypa, but instead shot towards a certain direction in the universe. Yi Zhang, however, did not care about it in general, allowing it to fly towards the stars. He held Yi Mu in his arms horizontally and turned around to leave. Steeply, a dark blue-robed figure suddenly appeared above the starry sky. The light golden ball of light was directly grasped in his hand, and then gently pinched. The ball of light directly collapsed into dots of golden light in his palm, dissipating into the air. Lord Beast God, the Imperial Beast Emperor is late to the rescue, I hope you'll forgive me. The man in a dark blue robe was the most powerful of the 3 Beast Emperors, the Royal Beast Emperor. Receiving the news, he hurriedly rushed to the monastery star, only to see that the Beast God had already come out and the battle was already decided, so he could only bow his head and ask for forgiveness. In the void, the grey-robed Imperial Beast Controller followed suit. Lord Beast God, the Imperial Beast Emperor and I were on our way back when we encountered a fierce blockade from the Otter clan, so we were late, so please bear with us. Immediately afterward, the Beast Control Emperor threw a tall giant out of the void gate. The giant was now transformed into a stone statue, and the indicator lights on his chest were dimmed. Primordial Ultraman. The Beast Controller Emperor had taken the order for Baltanians to buy the first-generation Ultraman. At this moment, he had already taken Hatsune Makoto. Fortunately, we have captured the first-generation Ultraman. The beast-controlling Emperor lowered his head, intending to hand over the primordial Ultraman to Yi Zhang. What a fast action! The corner of Yi Zhang's mouth lifted in disdain, symbolically mocking. His order had yet to be completed, and the 2 great beast emperors had even jumped the gun and completed the order first. I don't dare to dare, but it is just that the primordial Ultraman had once fallen into my hands, leaving my spiritual imprint, so I captured it lightly this time. The beast-controlling emperor bowed his head and said humbly, "Humph, take care of the orders you received yourself." Yi Zhang said in a cold voice without turning his head back, then continued to carry Yimu slowly forward. Lord Beast God, the Regulus Ultraman has also been delivered to the buyer. The Imperial Beast Emperor also reported the battle results. You guys look after yourselves, as usual, 30% of the commission goes to the auction house, 'cause trouble on your own. In addition, small actions are appropriately restrained. I don't care if you guys want to participate in cosmic strife. However, if little Mumu suffers the slightest harm, don't blame me for turning the other cheek. Yi Zhang did not give a good face to the 2 beast emperors who had accomplished their business brilliantly, and said coldly. Then he carried Yi Mumu's figure and disappeared. The Imperial Beast Emperor and the controlling Beast Emperor looked at each other and let out a bitter smile, then each of them left. Disperse. Wei Lian and Wei Yi began to dismiss the onlookers. However, this battle, without any surprises, would soon be enshrined in the Cosmopolitan Alliance monthly report. The prestige of the monster auction house would once again reach its peak. Brother Yi Zhang, do you know? At that moment just now, I thought I would never see you again. I'm so scared. I'm not afraid of dying, but I'm afraid of being separated from you in heaven. Little Mumu was held in Yi Zhang's arms by the princess, and her arms unconsciously wrapped around Yi Zhang's neck. Humph, I haven't even talked about you yet. You have quite a lot of small moves. The Pacific Ocean has dried up, you know? Yi Zhang glanced breathlessly at the mischievous hurting beast emperor in his arms, and said after scraping his fingers dotingly on the tip of her nose. What do you mean? I don't know anything about it. The Pacific Ocean is so big and has so much water, how could it be dry? Yi Mu was dumbfounded, not knowing what Yi Zhang was talking about. It was drained by you. I told you to let the water out during the battle. Do you know that if you let too much water out, you could really be counterkilled? Fight well, that hippogriff Jeton, how could it be your opponent? You're the best under the star god. Too capricious, if I don't give you some color, I simply won't remember. Yi Zhang searched for a rock and directly hugged Yi Mu and sat on it. Then he flipped her body over, causing Yi Mu's entire body to lie on top of Yi Zhang's thighs. Brother Yi Zhang. Brother, what are you doing? Yi Mu suddenly felt a wave of inauspiciousness within her heart, and in the next moment, she let out a clear and loud, shy and angry scream. Pia! Ah! Only Yi Zhang lifted his right palm and landed heavily on top of Yi Mu's arched ass. It hurts. Yi Mu was in so much pain at the moment that tears were almost squeezed out. Brother Yi Zhang's hand was too strong, not at all compassionate. Pia, wrong yet? Ah, I'm wrong. Pia, next time, will you dare to put yourself in such a dangerous situation? Ah, I don't dare anymore, Brother Yi Zhang. I won't dare anymore. With Yi Zhang's one-click trifecta, the trifecta of snaps plus soul torture, Yi Mu was already in so much pain that he was on the verge of crying out. If someone were to see the scene at this moment, they would definitely be stunned. The mighty and renowned Mac Beast Emperor was actually being spanked at this moment. What an appalling story this was. Seeing Yi Mu's good attitude in admitting his mistake, Yi Zhang withdrew his palm. Ha, that's it? Yi Mu said with extreme reluctance. What, you still want it? Yi Zhang's eyes were stunned, and then he once again suspended his right hand in the air. Well, I still want to, but I can't say it. Yi Mu's face turned red with shame at this moment, waiting with joy for Yi Zhang's right palm to fall. Please let the slap come a little heavier. If I don't let go of the water like this, how can I get Brother Yi Zhang to come out and save me? Brother Yi Zhang, do you know? The last time we met, you brought Gryza to me, and you didn't even stay with me for long before leaving. barely saying a few words to me. Later on, you even brought the dark giantess to travel through dimensional time and space. Brother Yizhang, do you know how much my heart ached at the time when I saw you traveling through time and space with another woman? Even though she was only your customer, I was still afraid that you would be snatched away. That's why I went out on a limb this time. I wanted to see if Brother Yizhang would come to my rescue in a life and death situation or not. I wanted to see what kind of position I hold in Brother Yi's heart. Brother Yi, I now know that you have me in your heart. Yi Mu's face was red and shy at the moment, and she even jumped headfirst into Yi Zhang's arms. Yi Zhang was dumbfounded at the moment. Was this little Muumu's confession to himself? Although Yi Zhang was one of the strongest men in this universe, he was an old virgin with hundreds of millions of years of pure love. At this moment, when he heard the confession of little Muumu, who he regarded as his own sister, his mind went blank for a moment. With his arms hanging open in the air, he did not know if he should embrace Yi Mu's back in a smooth manner. Brother Yi Zhang, after so many years, aren't you alone? Yi Mu asked shyly as she nestled in Yi Zhang's arms. Yi Zhang looked at his hands hanging in midair, and dare I say it seemed that he had not been that lonely. After hesitating for a moment, Yi Zhang still wrapped his hands around Yi Mu's back. Sure enough, the feel of his hands was not quite the same. Little Muumu's back was actually so soft. Then, no matter what, you can't put yourself in the danger of life and death. Yi Zhang brought his mouth close to Yi Mu's ear and said, "Then I don't care, I believe in you, I believe that Brother Yi Zhang will definitely come to save me." Yi Mu Hofton said in a haughty and capricious manner, "Silly girl, do you know what kind of mission you are carrying?" Yi Zhang helplessly skimmed his mouth and continued, "Whatever he carries. Heaven and earth are big, love is the biggest." Once a woman was capricious, she really did not care about anything, which made it impossible for Yi Zhang to continue with his next words. Yi Zhang raised an eyebrow and gently pushed Yi Mu to a place that was not so close to his chest, then he nudged her forehead with one hand. "You!" Yi Mu's little brain immediately retreated an inch, then came against it again. "You know, you are the hope of whether or not humans can be promoted to an ultimate life form," Yi Zhang said solemnly. "I don't know, I don't want to hear it either. Whether or not humans can be promoted to an ultimate life form is none of my business. The world with birth, old age, sickness, and death is only interesting. Obviously, want to put the human promotion of the ultimate life form heavy responsibility on a woman is not reliable. AI, no matter what, little Muumu, you have been stranded at the Star Lord level for so long, it's time to break through to the Star God level." Yi Zhang pursed his lips and sighed lightly. Only when Yi Mu advanced to the Star God level could he do that without any distractions or worries. People don't want to make a breakthrough, not to mention that the Star God level isn't that easy to break through, it takes much time. Yi Mu was clearly not interested in pursuing great strength. How should I guide little Muumu? Yi Zhang's head was spinning for a while, and he, who had long since experienced several epics, was not going to indulge in male love. "Brother Yi Zhang, let's do that." Yi Mu suddenly stretched out her delicate hand and reached into the neckline, her index finger resting on top of Yi Zhang's right breast, and gently drew a circle with her fingertip around the center. A burst of ant-eating itchiness immediately seized Yi Zhang's heart. The small flame that had been frozen for tens of millions of years actually showed signs of rekindling. This girl, who had been placed in Y20 for so many years, living with monsters, where did she learn it from? Could it be that one could learn to scrap so many skills just by watching Animal World? However, once he thought about this, Yi Zhang suddenly felt very guilty towards little Momo. Living alone in a monster ranch for countless years was such a cruel thing for a girl. If it wasn't for her own sake, it was impossible for little Muumu to become the beast herder emperor. She had long ago endured too much for her own sake. It was he who had apologized to her and owed her too much. Yi Zhang immediately wanted to slap himself, and it was only then that he thought of this. During those tens of millions of years in seclusion, what had been going through his mind? As if he had made some sort of determination, Yi Zhang said solemnly, "Take half a step into the Star God level, and I will take you on a trip around the universe. Step into the Star God level, and I'll do with you." Yi Zhang suddenly felt that he was very shameless. Little Muumu had already sacrificed a lot by taking the initiative to open her mouth and fall back. And he himself had even borrowed a chicken to lay eggs and raised an excessive threshold. AI, little Muumu is sorry. The price of invincibility was loneliness, as Yi Zhang was really worried about the people around him who were close to him being implicated and harmed. "Brother Yi Zhang, really?" Little Muumu suddenly broke away from Yi Zhang's embrace, as if she had heard the happiest thing seen in the universe, excited to the point of cheering. Her eyes were even tearful, looking at Yi Zhang with affection, fearing that Brother Yi Zhang would back out in general. She did not feel that Yi Zhang's conditions were excessive in the slightest. As long as Brother Yi Zhang agreed, that would be enough. "Brother Yi Zhang, it's a deal, I'm going to go cultivate." "Yay! By the way, Brother Yi Zhang, you must be careful of those two white-eyed wolves. They're working in tandem, they don't look like good birds at first glance, they have to be guarded against." Just as Yi Mu, who had harvested a full cultivation momentum and wanted to leave to catch up on his cultivation. Suddenly, he turned his head and said to Yi Zhang in a serious manner, "He." Yi Zhang returned a smile to Yi Mu, walked forward without haste, rubbed her hair and said with a smile, "Little Mumu has also become enlightened. Don't worry, jumping clowns, not enough to worry about." Yi Zhang looked up at the starry sky, once again displaying unrivaled confidence. Seeing this, Yi Mu could not say anything more. However, who would have thought that even as strong as a generation of beast god, he would eventually pay the price for his arrogant confidence. By the way, brother Yi Zhang, you said that I carry the hope for humans to become an ultimate life form. What do you mean by that? Yi Mu thought of Yi Zhang's words from earlier, and once he thought that he might have to shut down for a long time next, he decided not to shut down with a trace of doubt. Yo, isn't little Mumu not interested? Yi Zhang laughed lightly. Brother Yi Zhang, don't you know that curiosity will kill little Mukmu? In case you get carried away during the breakthrough and go off the deep end, you'll be cold. Yi Mu frowned her willow leaf thin eyebrows, and her crescent moon eyes blinked lightly to look incredibly agile. The ultimate life form, in fact, is just a race that has a star god level powerhouse. One person gets it, a race gives birth to a star god level powerhouse, then this race can be called an ultimate life form. From then on, the life form is elevated, and it's hard to die for a long time. So in this universe, there are currently 3 major inquisitive life form communities. Yi Zhang looked at the starry sky as the secret stories of the inquisitive life forms unfolded from his mouth. 3 major? Aren't there 2 major inquisitive life form races? Yi Mu was a bit puzzled. She was considered to have been mixing with the universe for millions of years, yet she had only heard rumors of the 2 major inquisitive life forms. The Otter clan, they are very low-key, never put themselves on the lips of being an inquisitive life form, but they are the uncrowned king, and are really the most powerful inquisitive life form race in this universe. The Otter clan, the Otterman has never really died. To come back from the dead is even more commonplace. Who would have thought that the Ultras, who never put the title of ultimate life form on their lips, would be the most low-profile and powerful race? Who would have thought that the Otter clan, which had never mentioned the title of ultimate life forms, would be the most low-profile and strongest ultimate life form clan? Learning such a shocking secret from Yi Zhang's mouth, even Yi Mu's small mouth could not help but turn into an O shape in shock. Then does brother Yi Zhang want to go to war with the Otter clan and erase this clan? Yi Mu suddenly asked with glowing eyes, looking reverently at Yi Zhang, looking as if he was ready for a big fight at any time. Yi Zhang was bewildered, he had never had such an idea himself. The Otter clan, that was the existence that guarded the justice of this universe, had also never offended the beast god, so how could Yi Zhang be difficult for them? Could it not be? Then why did brother Yi vigorously launch the Ottoman trafficking business? Yi Mu was puzzled. Silly girl, my intention is just to earn money, and will also take orders with screening, and will not act recklessly. Yi Zhang said. Then, aren't those 2 puffers putting the monster auction house on the opposite side of the spectrum from the Otter clan? That is the personal behavior of the beast-controlling emperor and the imperial beast emperor. What does it have to do with my beast god, Yi Zhang? I won't wipe their asses for them. Then isn't brother Yi taking a cut from the commission? Yi Zhang was really stumped by the question. Well, in fact, as the big boss of the monster-cum-otter auction house himself, Yi Zhang could not be absolved of the deeds of the 2 great beast emperors. Well, my move is merely to test how deep the waters of the Otter clan are. What Yi Zhang did was never rash, and there was definitely some kind of deep meaning buried behind it. Now that the chaotic world is about to begin, more and more powerful existences will surface. In the near future, it is even more likely that there will be a great world where star lords walk everywhere and star gods are as numerous as dogs. More and more ultimate life forms will also continue to be born. I am also spurring them on, motivating them to keep getting stronger. Yi Zhang said in a serious tone. It was also true that during the Showa period, a legendary rank monster would be enough to become a boss. In the Heisei period, a legend rank or even a half-step star lord rank would be enough to become a boss. In the New Generation and the Order of Peace period, it was only Star Lord level monsters that were qualified to be bosses. The waves of the Yangtze River push forward the waves of the previous generation, and the generation is stronger than the generation. It is the unchanging certainty. Well, if it was anyone else, Yi Mu would have said, I believe you, damn you. However, from Yi Zhang's mouth, Yi Mu immediately felt soga, so reasonable. Oh, double standards were everywhere. Brother Yi Zhang's behavior was actually for the sake of the Otter clan. Dare I say that trafficking the sons and daughters of other people's clan had turned into a great project. Cover your face. Then once I break through the star god level, won't humans also become inquisitive life forms? Yi Mu continued to ask. Well, indeed. Yi Zhang nodded. Ha! How uninteresting that would be. I still think that the current life of the Earthlings is better, with births, deaths, and partings. It's much more interesting. The life of an inquisitive life form, how boring is that? Yi Mu didn't seem too happy when she heard that. Although she had been alone in her empty boudoir Y20 for tens of thousands of years, in a universe where technology was so advanced, she had long understood the state of human life through a variety of technological means. Many of the small video software in the universe recorded bits and pieces of human life. Although inquiry lifeforms are the strongest race, the consumption of cosmic energy is too great, and the Earth simply can't sustain all humans transformed into inquiry lifeforms. Coupled with the ambitions of humans, once they become an inquisitive lifeform, it will only bring endless woes to the universe. Speaking of this, Yi Zhang seemed to recall past events that were silent in the deepest recesses of his memories and had long since been dusted off. In that era, humans were so powerful that they could be called gods. They destroyed the heavens and the earth, lived forever, and their lifespan was equal to that of the heavens. In the end, they started the War of the Gods, which led to the destruction of the universe and the death of all living beings. That's why I've already prepared the means to follow up, so little Mumu, you can break through the star god level at ease. Well, I'll go then, brother Yi Zhang, you must wait for me. Finally, after Yi Zhang had finished answering Yimu's doubts, she made up her mind to close the door, cultivate intensely, and never come out of the door until she had taken half a step towards being a star god. She was confident that with this infinite power boost, the moment she traveled the universe with brother Yi Zhang, it was just around the corner. Yimu's figure quickly disappeared. Yi Zhang suddenly raised his head to look into the pale universe, and the tenderness he had just shown to little Mumu disappeared in an instant. The style of painting suddenly changed. Only Yi Zhang's overpowering aura around him was seen leaking out crazily, his battle robe moving without wind, as if he was declaring war against some powerful existence in the universe. The words were split into two, and the camera switched to the bland Trega spacetime once again. Well done, Litola. Yi Zhang was very satisfied with Litola's wonderful performance after his enlightenment. Nanmingli fire, out. There was a clear distinction between reward and punishment, and naturally, there should be a big reward for meritorious deeds. Then Yi Zhang forced out a small, thin flame of Nanmingli fire from his fingertips and flew it to the side of the mouth of the flame-immortal bird Litola. Litola cried out happily, and then devoured it in one gulp. Soon, Litola's entire body was ablaze with purplish-red flames, and he fell into a deep sleep. A reddish-colored shepherd's ball appeared in Yi Zhang's hand, and Litola transformed into a red light and flew into it. Even though there was only a hint of fire, for Litola, it was already the limit of what could be digested. By the time it was digested, this flame-immortal bird Litola would definitely be able to advance to the legendary level. After rewarding Litola, Yi Zhang counted the time, and he would be able to rejoin the elite victory team's field of vision about 3 days later. 3 days passed by in a flash. Yi Zhang's figure once again appeared in the middle of the city. Even though he could see through the Nasridi's fortress hovering in the air where the elite victory team's base was located at a glance. However, putting on a full show, Yi Zhang still decided to go to the school first to squat on Shizuma name. I wonder how Carmilla and Triga are progressing. Yi Zhang's initial plan was to go back to Carmilla's side by guiding Triga towards blackening and turning his back on humanity. However, if Carmilla was very forceful and was directly able to catch up with Triga, Yi Zhang could also have less trouble. Hopefully, she would be able to enlighten herself. She had already sealed her strength, so she should not have the backbone of a crazy batch. Along the way, there were quite a number of low heads carrying school bags, and Yi Zhang also took out his cell phone and buried his head in it. Yi Zhang was not unfamiliar with such technological products as cell phones. There had long been similar products in the universe, and the monster auction house even had its own app in existence. However, the Earth's network, without going through high-end flipping and crawling technology, was obviously unable to log into the Cosmic Alliance extranet. This forum, is it quite interesting? It seems that quite a few people are discussing Triga. Yi Zhang casually clicked on the apps that came with the system. There was no need to download them on his own. This kind of big fire apps under the control of Capital had long been installed by default. Casually clicking on the hottest forum microblogging short video all-in-one app Alphabet Jump, the front page headlines were all about the discussion of the Giant of Light, Telija. First of all, the knowledge of Triga was currently limited to the fact that he was a super-ancient Giant of Light. However, there is no way to know whether this is a blessing or a curse for humanity. However, as one of the unknown threats, the higher echelons of the Defense Department are also secretly deploying military defense plans to be ready to deal with any possible future threats. Scrolling down the posts in detail, the official reports, the Big V evaluation, and the replies from the melon-eating masses. It basically shows the current attitude of the masses towards Triga Ultraman, embracing and bashing in half. This app is good. It looks like it will become a powerful tool to discredit Triga and lead him to blacken. Yi Zhang instantly had a clear understanding. The crowd's mouths would accumulate and destroy the bones, utilizing the guidance of public opinion to make Triga turn his back on the light. Jingling bell. The long and melodious school bell rang, and the high school where Shizuma name was from ended its classes. The bell, too, managed to evoke Yi Zhang's distant memories. Vaguely, he remembered the scene of sitting on the hill with his senior siblings and listening to his master's teachings. Unfortunately, the images quickly blurred. Yi Zhang would not dwell on the past, these memories had long been forgotten, even the appearance of his senior siblings had long been hazy. It was only when one touched the scene that one could recall bits and pieces. Yi Zhang raised his head, fading out of his black trench coat and robe, walking on the city roads. He looked like a youthful and sunny teenager. He was still the same teenager from before, without a single change. The universe's light wheel of tens of millions of years could not carve a single etching on his body. Coming! Hundreds of meters away from the crowd, Yi Zhang's eyes lit up and he had already spotted the target of his trip. Shizuma Yum was wearing her signature campus JK, carrying a small leather bag, and walking out step by step. She stood out in the crowd. She wasn't accompanied by her classmates, but was alone, and seemed to be a bit lonely by the looks of it. However, Naughty did not look lonely at all. She had her mission, and after class, she was going back to the Nazrid base, where she had her companions. She headed off into the far no man's land, where the holy changelings would come by in their flying machines to pick her up. How should I appear before her naturally? This made Yi Zhang a bit of a dilemma. One could not just make a flash and appear directly in front of her, letting then be hit head-on by her. That guy. Just as Yi Zhang was trailing behind Shizuma not name, he spotted another man clad in a brown coat, also trailing furtively. The look was a bit familiar, right? Wasn't it the little gold master Lithuanian who had slapped Hitram away and offered the Dark Triga transformer and the key? However, Yi Zhang had no impression of what his name was. Naturally, Yi Zhang would not pay attention to this kind of passerby character. Soon, Yi Zhang followed Ignis and Shizuma not named to the place where the craft landed. Two familiar figures descended from the flying machine. One of them was the holy changeling who had a cold face towards everyone, but changed his face in a second when he saw Jiaming. The other was Kensuke Monica, who smiled in the face of danger and whose dreams were very far from coming true. Crap, how come there was no Carmilla? In the distance, Yi Zhang covered his face and mourned his misfortune. Is it that hard to chase after your husband? I should have known that I would have let little Mumu bring her to Y20 to watch Animal World and learn more. It looked like Carmilla didn't seem to fit in with the group. Relying on her alone, it's a sure bet that she won't have a chance. Yuki, you're out of class. I didn't realize you and Akito were both still in high school. Monica Kenshiro smiled and spoke up. Oh, you're the Shizuma group's eldest daughter. What a superb person. Suddenly, the brown-coated stalker quickly darted up to Shizuma Yun's side and wrapped his salty hands around Yun's shoulders. Who are you? Let go of Yuki name. The main character, Yuki, hadn't yet reacted to the instantaneous change of events, and was still indulging in the other person's phrase, what a superb character. This guy actually praised himself as a superb character, so Shizuma Yuzuna was a little bit happy, right? Ha, I'm the #1 treasure hunter in the universe, the richest person on earth, and the young princess of the Shizuma group who has expanded her business to Mars. Aren't I just an excellent young lady? Ignis smugly laughed. The black lines on his face inadvertently appeared. This guy, he himself didn't dare to embrace so much. How dare he be so bold? Quickly let go of that salty piggy hand and let me do it. Saint Changren had long since stormed out, angrily pulling out the hypergun at his waist. After seeing the power of the last flame on dead bird Lidora developed, Lidora fireball key instantly loaded, launched at Ignis. A fireball instantly overshot Ignis, but Ignis gracefully turned and dodged sideways, while spinning Naughty's body with him. The fireball was then gracefully dodged. Akito, calm down. What if it hits not name? Saint Akito immediately prepared to fire again, but was stopped by Kenku grabbing the gun. But, Yuzuna is in danger, it's my fault, I didn't protect her. Just when Akito was beyond chagrined, Kenshiro was anxious, Yum didn't know what to do, and Ignis was wildly complacent. A figure silently touched up behind Ignis. Jiango and Shonen were instantly surprised then to pretending to be calm, but it was a subtle change of expression that was also seen by Ignis. What's the meaning? Just as Ignis turned his head to look around in confusion, a red quadrilateral slate instantly enlarged in his eyes, followed by an imprint on his head. Splat! A generation of treasure hunter Ignis. At this moment, his head bulged a big bag, and he was lying on the ground alone on all fours. By the side of his head, a small pool of blood dripped. The blood-stained slate was unusually bright red. It won't beat him to death, will it? Should we call an ambulance for him? Shizuma Jimina covered her face with both hands, looking dazedly at Yi Zhang, who casually threw the slate aside to dust his hands, saying, "You're so powerful, what kind of move is it? Thank you for saving me. By the way, have you successfully sent Latola's egg back to his hometown? I'm sorry, I still don't know what your name is?" As soon as she saw Yi Zhang's sunny and handsome face, Shizuma Jime seemed to have committed an nymphomania, instantly transforming into a question baby and asking Yi Zhang a steady stream of questions. Boys who fought well were the object of obsession for girls in high school. My name, Yi Zhang. Eggs have been delivered. Move name, slab breaking martial arts, no one can stop it. Yi Zhang replied indifferently. The words were as good as gold. How did Jiaming suddenly feel that the man in front of him, who sometimes acted enthusiastically, was sometimes cold and icy, as if he was on cloud nine about everything? Let's go, I'm going to meet your elite victory team, and by the way, take a look at my sister. Yi Zhang intended to make quick work of it, and since Carmilla couldn't handle it alone, it was time for him to speed up the progress bar for her. He could clearly sense that it was not far from the day when he would be traveling the universe with little Moo, and when that time came, he would inevitably need his own body to accompany him. Okay, but wait, I'll go pack some clothes and household items first. I might have to live in the base for a long time for a while back there. Not name plan to get more household items this time, because the elite victory team was going to explore a new piece of ruins next, and she would not be living at home or going to school for some time to come. With the Shizuma Foundation as one of the shareholders of the school, it was natural for Oniya-chan and Saint Akito to fall in love with not attending. Normally attending classes was just experiencing life and warming up the happy student days. This kind of person is often the object of red-eyed envy and jealousy of ordinary students, but high up in the air and dare not provoke. Right, where is my sister? How come I haven't seen her? Yi Zhang mentioned Carmilla at the right time. However, he saw Monica Kensuke's face immediately pull down, and his signature smile instantly disappeared. That's for you to ask Kensuke. Your sister's temper is really quite strange. She ignores others and takes care of the injured Kensuke every day. Originally, she was still able to get along, but who knew that yesterday, she even killed Jianwu's baby? Jiaming said quietly to Yi Zhang. Yi Zhang frowned. What had Carmilla gotten herself into again? What baby? The big baby? Little baby? It's my lalai, a plant that I managed to cultivate with great difficulty, expecting it to bloom and bring smiles to people. Monica Kengo said with indignant dissatisfaction. Put. Yi Zhang was speechless. Wasn't it just a plant that died? Why do you have to look like you have a deep grudge? Besides, this was not natural. People, Carmilla only wanted to be your only baby, but you were holding a useless flower as a baby every day. If you don't kill it, is she still Carmilla? Oh, you expect to bring smiles to people by planting a flower, but you don't realize that you can't even bring smiles to the people around you. You really have a brain problem. No matter what my sister did is single-handedly borne by me as her brother. I forgot to show my cards. I'm also a botanist. That what lalai, I'm confident that I can save it. Yi Zhang said disdainfully. For the time being, he had to maintain his persona as his sister protector. You're also a botanist? What do you know? Lalay is a cherished plant that I cultivated on Mars, and no one can grow it successfully except me. Monica Kengo was unconvinced, thinking that Yi Zhang was bragging about it. I am too lazy to engage in a verbal argument with you. Wait and see when we go to the base. Yi Zhang sneered. If you can really save Leilai's life, I will recognize you as your brother immediately. Jiango said carelessly, suddenly seeing the two gazes of Jiaming and Akito fixed on him, he immediately prepared to change his words. Sorry, lately, Taotai brushed more. Recognized many dads. However, he saw that Yi Zhang was not annoyed either. Letting him shout brother? Under the cause and effect, it was feared that the rule thunder that descended from the cosmic avenue would immediately be able to tear Jianwu into pieces. An existence that dared to take advantage of the beast god had yet to be born in this universe. Look at it this way, if I can save Lalay, you and Ka, Nina grudges are cancelled. A word is a promise. While walking and talking, the four of them soon arrived at the Jingma family's villa area. It was the one next door to the villa that Yi Zhang had purchased, but it was several times larger. Green hills and green water, rockery gardens, a paradise-like courtyard. Passing through the courtyard to the house, the inner room was even more spacious and bright, as if it was a small palace. Wow, you and Chairman Shizuma both live in such a large house? Jiango was stunned at the moment. Poverty limited his imagination, so envious of the rich people's life. Akito immediately looked at Kengo with contempt. You envy the big house. ITM also envy you for being a giant of light. It's not just me, Akito lives with us too. Nadi added, not realizing who Kensuke was. Ah, then aren't you guys living together as a man and a woman? For many years. Kensuke's jaw dropped in shock. This is only high school, can experience cohabitation life, simply envious of others. That's not true, we are childhood friends, not brother and sister, better than brother and sister. Not name said with a smile. You treat him as a brother, but he doesn't treat you as a sister. Jiango immediately understood, with a you-know-what look at the holy Chanren, looking at him for a while uncomfortable, his eyes are averted. Please hurry up, I've waited for the flowers to get ready. Yi Zhang urged, it was too slow for a girl to pack her personal clothes, cosmetics, anti-wipes and other supplies. Luckily, his own little Mumu did not need these things. Only to see Naughty Name continuously stuffing things into her suitcase, which was soon filled to the brim. Just when Naughty Name had packed all her luggage and was ready to leave, suddenly a blue residual shadow crossed in front of everyone's eyes, then leaned on top of the room block and let out a creepy laugh. Ha, finally found you, Yushale. Quickly hand over the eternal core. The blue-white dark giant Hitram was currently proudly wiping the blade of his right arm as he said to not name. Who are you, the one who attacked us just now? Akito and Ken Goku immediately pulled out their guns in response. Who is Yushare? What is the Eternal Core? Shizuma Kana looked confused. Could you be the dark giant? Oh, Yushare, could it be that you have not yet awakened? Interesting, it looks like I'll have to help you out. At this moment, Hitram still didn't know what kind of existence stood beside the opposite trio, and even made a big fuss about it. Then his hand blade chopped, the void directly condensed a light blue blade of light, with the speed of breaking through the air towards the crowd of vertical slashes. Jiango and Janine were shocked and furious. This giant launched an attack without saying a single word. The two of them immediately wanted to pull on Jiaming to dodge. However, they saw that Yi Zhang and Jiaming had not moved at all. Jiaming's body was even weaker, and immediately afterward, a white-haired woman came out through her body, and it was none other than the soul body, the ancient sorceress Yushale. Only she raised her right arm, golden runes flashed on her finger ring, and a white hexagram disc spell seal appeared in front of the four people. The white disc then collapsed into nothingness after blocking the light-bladed sword wave. Not named softly collapsed and fell backwards as Yi Zhang held him up. Oh, ancient witch race. Yi Zhang thought darkly. Once upon a time, in that part of the world, the witch race was also the strongest existence. The battle of witch and demon was one of the reasons for the destruction of that universe. Unexpectedly, in this side of the universe, there was also the existence of the sorcerer race. The chanting man glared angrily at Yi Zhang, but the situation at hand prevented him from having an attack, so he still launched an attack on the blue giant together with Jinwu. The two opened fire on Hitram. I see, when you encounter danger, you will be able to awaken. A trivial skill, not self-conscious. Only seeing Hitram's residual shadow flashing between them, the two men's artillery fire only shattered the door of the naughty name villa, and couldn't even touch Hitram in the slightest. Watch out, this guy is a giant known for his speed, Junmanzar Hitram. Akito warned, closing his gun and preparing for a physical fight. He knew that bullets wouldn't be able to hit his opponent, and would more than likely destroy the villa. Wow, Akito, you know so much. Jiango also put away his gun and raised his fists, taking up a fighting stance. These days, he had practiced a lot of fighting techniques after Sakuma Teshin. Presumptuous poverty of a human body, how dare you go against my dark one? Hitram looked up to the sky and laughed, forgetting in the slightest by whom he was sealed for 30 million years. Human body? Yi Zhang laughed coldly, then I will let you see how powerful a human body is. After the star god level, strength and size had long since not been the key to determining victory or defeat. The understanding and control of the laws of the universe and the rules of the great Tao was the real power. All generations of Ultraman to kill the boss cannot be separated from the power of the law of the heart. That was a momentary comprehension of the power of the law would be enough for them to complete a headwind turnaround and kill the boss. Forbidden! Yi Zhang held not name's softly collapsing body with one hand, and gently snapped his fingers behind his back with the other. Hitram, who had lifted his arm blade and quickly rushed up to try to capture not name, immediately felt that he weighed 1,000 pounds, and his legs were as if they were stuck in a quagmire, making it difficult for him to move. What's going on? Hitram was immediately horrified. Speed is his proud capital, obviously the figure is maintained as slim as ever. How did he suddenly become so heavy? Just as he was still puzzled, Changren and Jiango would not give him time. The two raised their sandbag-sized fists to greet Hitram. Strange shame. Soon, Hitram, who could hardly move, was kicked to the ground by the two ickle humans. His face was even rubbed on the ground by the honored people. Yo, if it isn't Hitram, haven't seen you in millions of years, have you lived to be a dog? Carmilla's voice clumped far away. This is being violently beaten by two humans? Laugh me to death. Dagon's thick, naive laughter also came in due time. The most humiliating thing in the world was to be caught red-handed by one's own brothers in arms in the most shameful scene. And instead of comforting their own inner trauma of 10,000 points, they stood by and watched and laughed. Both of them crossed their arms in front of their chests, coldly watching the show, and even started to mercilessly ridicule. Truly, they were Hitram's closest friends. This moment also sowed the seeds for Hitram's later blackened betrayal. Seeing the other two giants slowly walking over, Jiango and Akito immediately dropped Hitram and withdrew in front of not name. Go! Akito immediately pulled the crowd to withdraw, and Kenshiro even took cover in front of him. Damn it, I'll kill you all. Hitram, who had been punched in the face, climbed to his feet and roared hysterically. He had actually been violently beaten up by the griffins in his eyes in front of Carmilla and Ragan. Hitram was furious. Well, do you need our help? Carmilla covered her mouth and scoffed. I'll take care of these guys by myself. I'll see who dares to make a move. Come on out, Gazat. Hitram wiped the saliva that had been knocked out of the corner of his mouth in shame and anger. If he hadn't never understood why he suddenly had difficulty moving and was being violently beaten by two humans, he would have long since gone berserk and taken matters into his own hands, only to see a black ball of light coalesce in Hytram's hand and fly towards the sky. Within the ball of light, a huge black creature appeared high in the sky. Transformation Monster Dark Gazat. Strength Elite Level. Die. Dark Gazat, under Hytram's control, immediately launched an attack on the city. Dense blue plasma light bullets opened up indiscriminate bombardment towards the city, and smoke immediately rose in all directions. Akito, you take not name and the others and run. Jiango stepped forward, the moment of battle belonging to him had arrived. Not name, go. Akito immediately pulled Yukaina and ran off into the distance. You run away too. Jiango anxiously shouted at Yi Zhang, who could not transform without leaving. Heroes always did not want to expose their true identities. Oh, you don't need my help? Yi Zhang said in a calm manner, wanting to see what choice Monica Kensuke would ultimately make in the choice between exposing his identity and guarding the city. However, Yi Zhang's plan failed. This was because Shizuma Yum, who had been pulled away by Saint Changren, shook off Changren's hand and shouted, "There's still Yi Zhang and Jianwo, let's all go together. I'll go evacuate the people first." In order to create the opportunity to transform, Jiango ran away alone. And Nuts could only pull Yi Zhang, since the two of them were not armed, and quickly evacuate under the cover of the Holy Changers. They needed to go to the airplane to change their clothes and matching guns before they could be useful in battle. Construct the future, light of hope, transform, trigger composite form. In a corner unseen by his little friend, Ken Goku smoothly transformed. So that's it, he's Triga. No wonder he got violently beaten up, he must have tripped him up somehow. Hitram looked at the transformed Ken Goku with a look of realization. Go on Gazat, give me a thrashing of Triga and create a sneak attack for me. Soon, Gazat and Triga opened up an aerial battle. And the Victory Falcon of the Elite Victory Team arrived at the battlefield without incident to begin support. However, the composite form was worthy of the Eaten form, and it was no match for Gazat. Gazat's high-speed flight makes Treger's head spin. Luckily, before he left, the Holy Changeling gave him the key to his aerial form. Looks like it's time to switch to the new form. On the other hand, Notname had long since changed into his Team Victory combat uniform and threw a spare set to Yi Zhang. This is a Victory Hypergun, invented by the Changs. It is extremely powerful and capable of inflicting effect-drawing damage on monsters. Although Gazat is flying very high, we can't participate in the battle, but it's enough to defend ourselves in the process of evacuating the masses. Notname handed a Victory Hippogriff to Yi Zhang, who had changed his clothes, only to see that he did not take it in his hand at all. Remember what I told you, I am also a scientist, and I have my own developed combat weapons. What I said before about wishing to guard mankind is not just big talk. Oh. Yi Zhang suddenly took out a small manipulator, similar to the kind that Tomoya Ichijiji used to manipulate the Steel Killer Janai in Galaxy. Wow, what are you doing here? We'll study it later, let's fight first. Come out, my white marriage, blue eyes, the green-eyed dragon god. Soon, a green and white met fighter jet flew from an unknown faraway place and landed in front of Yi Zhang. It was fortunate that no one was wearing a skirt in the vicinity, or else under the air currents of the landing, that scene of Hong Kong style would surely be reproduced. This was a vehicle that belonged exclusively to Yi Zhang, created by the remnants of the Kyuja aliens that were taken in by the auction house, in conjunction with the strongest mecha modifier, the Data aliens. Data alien, that was probably the mecha master who could transform the Belial handyman robot into a form that defeated the Sailor Pete. Combined with the technology of the Black Dragon King's founders, the Kyuja aliens, it made the beast gods ride the #1 machine in the universe, and deservedly so. The green-eyed dragon god, on the surface, is a fighter, but in reality, it is a mechanical life that can be transformed into a battle form. In fighter form, it looks like a white dragon, with a light greenish glow around its body. In combat robot form, it was extremely similar to the Garatron. The control core is based on the technology of the Black Dragon King Gilbereth. Overall combat power is extremely powerful, comparable to Star-Lord level monsters. The disadvantage is that there is no artificial intelligence system, so it needs to be controlled by the driver. In order to avoid exposing its own combat power, Yi Zhang called it out. The green-eyed dragon god had a main driver's seat and a second driver's seat. The main pilot's seat was mainly used to maneuver actions and attacks, while the co-pilot's seat was used to maneuver auxiliary combat functions. Yi Zhang stepped into the main pilot's seat of the green-eyed dragon god with one foot. What a great fighter! It is in no way inferior to the Victory Falcon developed by the Changs. Seeing the cool green-eyed dragon god, Jia Ming couldn't help but let his eyes light up. The modeling was really too beautiful. There was actually such a good-looking fighter in the world. It's just a showpiece, who knows about its combat power? Maybe it'll get blown up before it even fights for a second. And it's still the old-fashioned kind that needs a pilot to control it. It can't be controlled remotely, and the pilot could die in a crash at any time, so how can it be compared to my Victory Little Falcon? Akito instantly pulled down his face, very unhappy. In his eyes, the little falcon, the victory hypergun, the transcendence key, the Gnostis, all of these were the crystallization of his wisdom, and there was currently no existence that could surpass them. Do you want to come and experience what it's like to fight a monster? Yi Zhang smiled and extended his hand to Not Name. A true warrior dares to face the danger of battle head-on. No, Not Name can't go, it's too dangerous. Looking at Jiaming's eagerness to try, Changrun was furious and tried his best to dissuade him. Just what kind of person are you? What kind of conspiracy is there? Yi Zhang was originally an existence of unknown origin in Changrun's eyes, and this time, when he wanted to bring Jiaming onto a dangerous path, Changrun's sixth sense immediately appeared, suspecting Yi Zhang's motives. Yi Zhang did not care, but smiled faintly, about to plan to close the cabin and fight alone. Let me be capricious for once, what young girl can escape such an exciting challenge? The more docile a girl is, the more her heart actually resists the thrill of the act. The inner restlessness, Naughty was itching for it at the moment. Always being protected by you guys, Akito, I've always wanted to fight like Hinako in a small falcon. Every time I see her piloting a small falcon, the vigor and pleasure that bursts out from her body is something that you, a researcher, will never be able to experience. In the end, Yuki still did not resist the temptation and stepped into the co-pilot's seat the moment the hatch was about to close. Sit tight. The beast god's white marriage, green-eyed dragon god ship spewed out 2 white waves of air, and soared high into the sky with the momentum of a rainbow. Wow, it's awesome. Yi Zhang's excited and thrilled shout came from beside Jiaming. On the ground, Chang Man was left alone to look up at the sky in solitude. Lonely and cold. The warm wind blew by, but he felt a piercing chill. His fists were clenched and he looked indignant. Annoying, what kind of mesmerizing soup did that guy put in Naughty's name? He secretly resolved that next time, he would also experience the feeling of taking Not Nam along as he soared through the air in the Falcon. The Falcon and the Gnostis were his inventions though, but it seemed he had never piloted them himself at all. Akito secretly vowed to get a pilot's license when he returned. Wow, I'm flying in the sky. It's awesome. It's so fast. Getting into the fighter plane, Yuki was excited. If I had known that this guy was so noisy, I wouldn't have brought her up. Yi Zhang slandered in his heart, then put on his earphone headset. Pay attention to the image, we are here to fight, not to play. One slip up and you could crash and die at any time. Yi Zhang duly doused the fire of enthusiasm burning in Not Name. Roger, team member Yi Zhang. Jiaming gave a salute, then put on the combat device and opened the combat interface. Team Yi Zhang, how does it work? Jiaming looked at the VR console-like operations scene in front of him, not knowing how to operate it. Just point randomly, I've already turned off your control privileges. Oh. A large portion of Naughty's excitement immediately disappeared, though she wouldn't really lose it. Combat was not a child's play, after all. She wouldn't be able to operate it herself, so it wouldn't be good if she became a piggyback to pit Yi Zhang. Seatbelt check again, the battle is about to begin. Thousands of meters in the air, instantaneously, this was the blistering speed of the green-eyed dragon god. Even though only a small portion of its strength was utilized, this speed was far beyond Gazat. At the same time, the Triga high in the air was also switching its aerial form. Aerial speed, blistering light, transform, Triga aerial form. Soon, the blue Telga aerial form was born. However, just as Triga was about to renew his previous battle with Gazat and collect heads, a greenish-colored light flashed past his eyes, causing him to freeze for a moment. Because, Gazat, who had just fought with himself, disappeared in an instant. Where did it go? Jingo was confused. Where is my enemy? Up there. Half a minute passed before Sword Goku spotted Gazat's figure above his head, only to see that the transformation monster Gazat was directly toppled into tens of thousands of meters of altitude by a giant warplane, and the sharp nose of the plane was even pierced into Gazat's abdomen. Under the high speed, Gazat couldn't get rid of the war machine at all, and its limbs were struggling helplessly. Then that beautiful fighter plane made a beautiful flip in the air, and after changing direction, it continued to dive down against Gazat. Remember, the art of combat, the first thing to do is to pull away from the battlefield, switch the battlefield to a no-man's land as much as possible, first topple it into high altitude, then flip it down towards the direction of the sea. In this way, personnel injuries, economic losses, and city destruction can be minimized. While fighting, Yi Zhang did not forget to render the art of fighting to Jiaming. Of course, this was also secretly slamming Ultraman's fighting style, praising them for their contribution to the performance of the building construction team. Dragon God Dive. Between its blistering flips, the green-eyed dragon god swooped down towards the ocean with Gazat on top of it. Launch it! Ha! Not Name had long been stunned by such a speedy battle. It turned out that fighting in the air was surprisingly so exhilarating. The collision of speed and passion made it hard for her to get lost in the high-speed beating of her heart. If there was a cardiac monitor, Naughty believed that her heartbeat had already exceeded 200 beats per minute at this moment. Crap, it's the feeling of ventricular tachycardia. The phaser firing button, press it. Don't just freeze. This one? I pressed it. Nadi's heart pounded, heartbeat, loud. Well, shout with me. Destruction's burst blaster bomb. Destruction's burst, blast, bomb. Under an excited and trembling mood, Shizuma Nuts pressed the launch button. In an instant, a thick and violent wave of light shot out from above the fuselage of the green-eyed dragon god. The in-your-face white laser cannon directly hit Gazat, sending it flying thousands of meters and crashing directly into the sea. A moment later, a violent explosion occurred at the place where it fell into the sea. A stone stirred up 1,000 waves. The waves stirred up by the explosion of Gazat were as high as a 1,000-story building. Dead fish and shrimp were like rain, falling from the sky. There were even remnants of Gazat's body being blown up into the sky. Oh my god, did I kill a monster? Jia Ming covered her wide-open mouth with both hands, her eyes flashing with disbelief. Even further away, Triga was also looking at the scene with a horrified expression. MMPs, I've only just transformed into my aerial form and the battle is already over. What on earth is this powerful war machine? Surprisingly, openly robbing me of my monsters, experience, heads, and MVPs. Just as Triga froze, he didn't notice in the slightest that thousands of meters behind him, a blue figure had already quietly floated in the air. Facing this friend who had just violently beat him up millions of years ago, Hitram mercilessly swung out the blade of his right arm. Hitram chopper. What happened to Triga was a warning that one should never be careless and distracted when fighting. Otherwise, no matter how much one explains afterward, I was careless, I didn't dodge or something like that, cannot cover up the bad effects of carelessness. Because Tetragrammaton was hit so hard, it fell directly into the earth. Countless people watching from afar began to cry out in pain. They had just borrowed millions of dollars to buy a building that had yet to be delivered, and it was just crushed by Triga. See, the choice of battle site has to be controlled in our hands as much as possible, Yi Zhang said as he pointed at the crashed Triga. Not Name bristled, although she felt the same way, but as the one who had guided Triga to the light tens of millions of years ago, she still wanted to defend Triga in the dark. However, facts spoke louder than words. Emptying her mind, she couldn't find the words to defend, and in the end she could only remain silent. Let's go and help Triga Ultraman. Jia Ming looked at Yi Zhang, her eyes full of hope. Yi Zhang smiled faintly, naturally. Yi Zhang smiled, life and death were hard to predict. It seemed that Hitram was double. Cupcake again. Ha ha ha, Triga, it's been 30 million years since I've seen you, but that's it. The blue giant descended from the sky, his relentlessly huge foot trampling down on the face of the falling Triga. Just punch me in the face a few times, I'm going to stomp on your face a few times to return the favor. Ding dong. Ding dong. The red light had begun to flash as soon as Triga landed heavily from the chopping blow. What should we do? Jiango looked at the giant foot falling at this moment and was anxious, not knowing how to dodge it. There it is, the air bow. Sword Goku found the correct way to open his weapon, laying on the ground and switching his arm of discs into an air bow, shooting it upwards at the Hitram in the sky above. Rampart, bow and arrow strong attack. Seek death. Unleashing a big move without experiencing a physical battle often didn't work unless the level was crushed. Especially for Hitram, who was incredibly fast, how could he not dodge it? With a single pan of his body in the air from afar, Hitram deflected the forward direction of Rampart's bow and arrow. It's over. After releasing this blow, Triga was even more deflated, almost about to disintegrate into particles of light. Too late, just as Hitram was about to make a war trample after panning in the air, he scorned Triga from top to bottom. A speeding greenish-colored light hit his old waist impartially from the side. The old waist is Ultraman's weak spot. Once the Ampera star people left trauma on the old waist of the father of Ultra. So much so that Father Ort, who was originally not weaker than Belial, immediately shriveled up after being hit with a stick, disliking his old waist injury. Crap! Hytram's old waist was hit, and his entire body bent into an unusual arc. The face, moreover, was deformed and twisted due to the pain of the impact. As if it was calculated, Hytram's position was even pushed back to the top of the bow and arrow attack by the green-eyed dragon god. It was simply ruthless. Hitram, who had already dodged out of the way, was directly hit by the airbow's surefire arrows. The light blue explosion of the sun exploded from Hytram's body. Shall we do that move again? The explosive blast of destruction. Taking advantage of his illness, Not Name was excited. Air. This was going to screw Hitram to death. But, now was not the moment to destroy Hitram. Yi Zhang was in trouble. Under the wheel of history, the branch lines could be changed, but the main line could not be changed at will. Otherwise, it would not affect Yi Zhang in the current timeline much, but it would greatly affect others. For example, if the Carmilla of this timeline was snuffed out, then why would the Carmilla of the main spacetime approach Yi Zhang to place an order for the purchase of the Triga? What was more, Yi Zhang's original plan was that after leading Triga to the darkness, he would then use the Triga transformer that he had acquired earlier to transform himself into Triga and complete the subsequent mainline storyline, in order to achieve a revision of history. No, that move needs to be recharged and has a cooldown. And, people's hitram hasn't done anything harmful yet, and you're going to snuff them out and not give them a chance to clear their name. Being a human must be generous, you can't be double standard, everyone has the possibility to clear their name, right? Well then. Not Name felt that there seemed to be a hint of truth in that. It was also true that until the end, that is, the cupcake hitram was not whitewashed, the other two were successfully whitewashed. Suddenly, a golden whip of light wrapped around Hitram's neck, dragging him out from the center of the explosion. What a disgrace! Carmilla didn't forget to taunt Hitram for a second. Let go, I have to go fight again. Hitram held onto his old waist, panting heavily and trembling uncontrollably in the void. I don't know if it was from anger or emptiness. Ha, Triga, not bad, to have defeated Hitram. Dagon raised his iron fist and struck it in midair, making a gung-ho sound. Although Dagon wanted to fight with Triga for another 300 rounds, he wouldn't take advantage of someone's danger. What to do? Triga was at the end of his rope at the moment, facing the three giants, he was desperate. Despite his despair, he couldn't retreat. He braced himself and climbed up his body, leaping high into the air. Triga! Kalmyra and Hitram shouted the name through gritted teeth. However, they would not put Telija to death without capturing the eternal core and pulling him back into the darkness. Triga, Phantom Sharai. Tremble in fear, we will soon find you again. Dagon held back Hitram, who was overwhelmed by resentment and was going to go up to seek abuse to death, and Carmilla even went down with a few lashes, finally waking him up. Triga, and the icky humans, I will definitely come back for revenge. Earth wait to be covered by darkness. The three dark giants laughed maniacally and disappeared into the darkness. At this moment, they no longer communicated in the language they had 30 million years ago. Under Yi Zhang's covert means, their communication dialogue was translated and infinitely amplified in human ears. What? The dark giants are targeting Triga and Yushale? Who is Triga? And who is Yasher? Is it theirs that brought mischief to Earth? If Triga and Yuzar weren't on Earth, wouldn't the war have spread to Earth? Get out of here, if you want to fight go to the outer planets, don't engage in war on our Earth. My house, I won't live, Triga, give me back my house, give me back my wife. The house is gone, the wife has run away, does Ultraman need compensation? Where's the Earth court? I want to sue Ultraman. The Mars migration, quick, let them fight on Earth, the Earth is deep, I want to go to Mars. The end of the world is coming, hurry up and get high. For a moment, even Yi Zhang did not expect to hear the dark giant's words, and the whole world was shrouded in panic. King, what are your orders? In the middle of the kingdom of Absolu, Legros Ultraman was bound in a golden pillar of light. He had actually bounced from the royal beast emperor, to the hands of the Magmarians, and eventually to the hands of the Abu Solutions. At the moment the little golden man stood in front of the energy core of the kingdom, and he received a command from the sleeping king. Test the strength of the Otter clan to see if it has the qualifications to join forces with our clan. As you command. Tartarus bent his head to accept the order, and next, he would step into a constant run. However, what kind of existence was it that made the mighty Abyssalo clan need to search for allies all over the universe to cope with the kingdom's crisis? At the same time, far away from the auction house in the sky above the planet Monstein, an otter signature appeared. Boss, the Kingdom of Light has sent an invitation to meet and negotiate with you, Lord Beast God. Jian Go, you guys are too much of a dish, how did you get so badly injured? After the battle ended, Yi Zhang followed the trio to the interior of the Nasrides without any problems, inside the base of the elite victory team. Ow, lighten up, why did you hit harder than Mina? In the infirmary, Saint Commendator attentively medicated and sterilized Jian Go's wounds. How about it, how's the progress? Yi Zhang transmitted his voice to Carmilla, who was disguised as a human. MMPs, don't mention it, taking care of him every day in the infirmary didn't feel my kindness at all, and ignored me after killing that broken flower. Carmilla complained. Triga was reborn as a human long ago, he now possesses a human mind, you have to be tactical when trying to get his heart. Don't be discouraged, silently support him from behind and accompany him, one day you will get his heart. Carmilla was just about to ask, how long do we have to wait then? Yi Zhang, however, gave a bad smile, don't worry, it's coming soon. This is little brother Yi Zhang? Jia Ming brought his father, Shizuma Kogwa, in front of Yi Zhang, and behind Shizuma Kogwa were the people from the victory team. Little brother? Yi Zhang secretly laughed in his heart, wouldn't he scare the piss out of you if he really said his age? However, the concept of age had long faded in Yi Zhang's mind, and he did not care about Shizuma Kogwa's name. Talking about age with an eternal being did not have much significance. I have heard my daughter talk about your deeds, do you really want to join our elite victory team? According to what his daughter had said, the man in front of him not only dared to fight monsters valiantly and fearlessly, but also seemed to possess an extremely powerful fighter. And it was a fighter that he had never heard of before. Could it be the same technology from another dimension as his victory flying swallow? If he could obtain such technology from him, it would definitely be a great step up in the overall scientific technology of mankind. Unfortunately, what he did not know was that Yi Zhang was only a pseudoscientist, and the green-eyed dragon god was not built by him. He basically did not understand those high-end technologies, and the only thing he understood was the cosmic avenue, the law of power. Originally, I had this intention, however, after observing these days, the elite victory team seems to be nothing more than that. I did not see that the height of the platform was enough to impress me. Yi Zhang said indifferently, now that the offense and defense had been swapped. What he said was very clear. If he said it in a more unpleasant way, it would be everyone here is garbage, and can't fit into my eyes. What did you say, arrogant kid? How dare you look down on our elite victory team? I can't stand it. I want to beat him. Sakuma Tiashin was the first one who couldn't stand it anymore. He raised his sleeves, revealing his well-developed biceps, and was about to go up to Yi Zhang for a fight. Jiaming even looked at Yi Zhang with surprise, this prospective team member who had just led her into a battle with a monster. At this moment, he made her feel a bit strange. Sure enough, am I still too young? How could I trust someone so easily? Suddenly, Naughty felt empty inside, and was very aggrieved. Tiresome, love to add or not, if you don't add, get lost. You can't look at our team can't look at you either. The sacred commendation man had an unhappy look on his face. Smile. Team member Yi Zhang's ideal must also be to make humans bloom and smile, right? Since we have the same goal, why can't we all work together? Monica Kengo grinned a wide smile and smiled at Yi Zhang as he persuaded him. Cover your face. Congratulations to Monica Kensuk, who had successfully disgusted Yi Zhang. The remaining members of the team, and the unconvinced ones wanted to open their mouths, but they were stopped by Shizuma Mitsukuni, who asked seriously, tell us your conditions? Negotiations amongst adults only hinged on whether or not the chips could move the other party's heart. However, there was no doubt that Yi Zhang held chips in his hands that made Shizuma Kogawa's heart move. Let's put it this way, I will not make things difficult for you, I alone versus everyone here. Any one of you can pick one of your most skillful areas to PK with me, and as long as you win one round, then I will join your elite victory team with a heartfelt pleasure. Yi Zhang leaned on top of the threshold and said carelessly, arrogant, too arrogant, simply not putting all of us in our eyes. I can't stand it. Let me be the first to come out and fuck him over. Sakuma Tiashin's anger surged, expressing his first defiance. Don't be in a hurry, think about it. If you want to participate in a battle with me, first sign up for an appointment. Let's do it this way. You guys choose the PK's item, I'll choose the order? Yi Zhang said carelessly. Will Mina and I visit your base first, 1 hour later, start the match? That's fine, not name, you show this little brother around our base. Shizuma Mitsukuni assigned this task to his daughter. Chairman, you're just going to let Naughty Name talk to someone who came from nowhere? Saint Akito said anxiously, but was interrupted by Shizuma Mitsukuni waving his hand. You guys should still study how to show the strength and majesty of our elite victory team. In this battle, not only do we have to win, but we have to figure out how to win beautifully. Never let the opponent underestimate our elite victory team. Shizuma Mitsukuni clenched his fist and cheered for everyone. Roger that. We will definitely win. Come on, the team members who decide to participate in the PK come to my side and sign up for the PK. Me, Sakuma Tetsumi, strength and arm wrestling. Me, Nane Senako, then driving skill. Me, Saint Akito, then. And me, Maruru, this guy's words are so infuriating, I want to compete in. For a moment, the belief of certain victory filled the hearts of the elite victory team. Soon after, Shizuma Jiame brought Yi Zhang around the Nasrides. Yi Zhang only had a preliminary understanding of the equipment, room structure, and accommodations that the victory team possessed. Other than that, there were no existences that caught his eye and could not enter the eyes of the beast god. In the end, Yi Zhang, Mina, and all the members of the elite victory team gathered in a large hall. The famous beast god of the universe, the match of bullying the small with the big, was about to be played. In the main space and time, Yi Zhang received Wei Lian's transmission, and raised his head to look at the just dissipated, otter signature sent by the father of Otter, and the corner of his mouth rose slightly. It's time to meet an old friend who used to be there. Wei Lian, send a message to the Kingdom of Light, have them honor the beast god. Yi Zhang casually glanced through the enrollment form, then tossed it aside. This careless and casual attitude made Sakuma Tiashin hate him so much that he had to teach him a lesson. Wait, there's me, I want to sign up for the competition too. Shizuma Jiame suddenly said, and then filled in her name and competition program on the form that was thrown aside. Yi Zhang lightly glanced at it, and Jiaming unexpectedly wrote 2 words on the paper, competing for hearts. The corners of Yi Zhang's mouth twitched, and her 2 fingers involuntarily twisted, What is this more then? Is it the same as the Monkey King's fight in Sheichi Kingdom, then whose heart is more? Whose heart is darker than his? Yi Zhang thought that as the #1 monster seller in the universe, he had done a lot of middlemen earning a difference in price, so he should definitely win if his heart was darker than his own. Forget it, we would see what she was selling at that time. Then you'll be the first one, of course. Let's introduce ourselves first. I don't cut down nameless people. Pissed off, let me show you why flowers are so red. Sakuma Tetsushin, pilot of the Nozdis, power bearer of the elite victory team. Sakuma Tieshin had long since pushed up his sleeves, and had even temporarily eaten several cans of spinach, striding to give Yi Zhang some color. Soon the two of them sat face to face at a table, and behind Sakuma Tieshin followed a group of elite victory team members. Behind Yi Zhang stood Carmilla. Sakuma Tieshin could not wait to put his arm in the center of the table and extended his palm. However, he saw Yi Zhang slowly and leisurely posing, with an air of victory. 3 seconds, just 3 seconds and I will crush you down. Sakuma Tieshin grinned and issued a declaration of victory. The palms of the two quickly intersected. Not only that, Sakuma Tieshin came up with his full strength, and even more so, he wanted to pinch Yi Zhang's smooth palm until it was deformed, making him beg for mercy and pain. However, when the match really started, Soma Tieshin only felt as if he was holding on to a rock. No matter how much strength he exerted, all of his power was like a clay cow entering the sea, not getting any reaction. Go for it, Sakuma player. Go for it. For a moment, the crowd of the elite victory team was cheering for Sakuma Tetsumi. Yeah. Encouraged, Sakuma Tieshin even gritted his teeth and exerted all his strength, and beads of sweat began to slide down his forehead. However, Yi Zhang's arm was like a prime mover, not moving at all. An ant trying to shake a big tree was ridiculously insouciant. Just this? 3 seconds, no 3 minutes have already passed. Yi Zhang smiled faintly, and then only heard a loud thud from the ground. Snap! Zuoma Tieshin's wrist was heavily pressed on top of the table. The crows were silent and the ground was thrown. It was not until Yi Zhang slowly got up and sat on top of the sofa to the side. Only then did the crowd react to the fact that Yi Zhang had won. Zuoma Tiexin was even frozen in his chair, his wrists maintaining the expression of being pressed against the tabletop. It was maintained for a full 5 minutes. I lost here? Sakuma Tieshin was dumbfounded. He only had one feeling right now. It hadn't even started yet. He simply didn't even know how he lost anymore, dazed and disoriented. As the power bearer of the team, he had not even shaken Yi Zhang's wrist by the slightest bit. How could this be possible? What kind of person was he? How could his strength be so great? Was he born with the power of a god? At the same time, the members of the elite victory team also looked incredulous, as the game had no feeling at all. There was no sense of cheering each other on, and the thrill of a tug-of-war where you pressed me and I got one back. The team members of Zuoma had lost so quickly and completely. Smile, Yi Zhang's strength is so great. After a few moments had passed, Monica Kengo actually complimented Yi Zhang's great strength. The corner of Yi Zhang's mouth involuntarily twitched, and he really wanted to exert his ability to seal his mouth bar forever. I lost completely and heartily, can you show me your muscles? Finally, Sakuma Tieshin recognized the reality that his strength was inferior to others, and looked at Yi Zhang with his eyes shining like little stars. He wanted to see the other party's muscles and ask how steel-like muscles were made. Yi Zhang's body once again involuntarily jerked. Sorry, I am not interested in muscular men. Ha. I'll take the next one. Nana's Hinokoi put on her exclusive combat black-framed glasses, then her right index finger made a cool gesture from the frame at Yi Zhang. Come on. Next battle, then the ability to maneuver a fighter plane. Father, news has come from the monster auction house. The beast god has replied that he is willing to accept this meeting. Tai Luo flew to Father Ao's side and reported. Oh, the beast god, actually agreed? The father of Otter stood in front of the plasma spark tower with a red cape, and at this moment, his expression was somewhat surprised. According to his knowledge, an existence like the beast god shouldn't accept a meeting with the kingdom of light, exposing himself to the view of the people of the universe. Strong people who were covered in the word mysterious were often the strongest. This auction house dares to capture the second brother of the first generation. Should we focus our forces on this arrogant beast? Tyro was newborn, yet before this sentence was finished, he was slapped by Father Ao, interrupting Tyro's words. Shut up! Father Ao really wanted to teach this filial son a lesson. Trouble comes out of the mouth. If these words were to reach the ears of that beast god, he would probably bring about a catastrophe for the kingdom of light. Father? Tyro was at a loss at the moment. This was the first time Father Ao had smacked him. He didn't know what he had done wrong. Be careful with your words. The current beast god is not an existence we can mess with yet. This meeting is an invitation from the legendary one in the land of light. We are just the messengers. I believe there should be room to turn back the matter of the first generation. You go, wait. Remember to summon back Sailor, and the strongest battle force of the Otter clan, if we really want to have a big battle at the drop of a hat. My Otter clan has never been afraid of people either. Good father. Tai Luo was full of battle spirit at the moment. The Otter clan never feared any strong enemy, because if they couldn't beat them, then they would beat them up in a group beating that represented light and justice. In the second match, Yi Zhang vs Nana's Hinoki, the battle was about to start. Come on, put it on together. VR Operation Room. Nane Saoi was the first to put on the glasses, the VR helmet, and then handed the other VR helmet to Yi Zhang. This is? How does it work? Yi Zhang was puzzled. Wasn't it more than maneuvering a warplane? The green-eyed dragon god was not a drone? Yeah, this is it. Soon, a large screen appeared in front of the crowd, and a game similar to a warplane breakout appeared on top of the screen. Come on, let's compete. Whoever breaks through more levels, who lives longer? Nana's Hinokoi said excitedly. It turned out that the competition to maneuver a warplane was not an actual combat exercise. Rather, by putting on the VR helmet glasses, then maneuvering the steering wheel handle on top of the seat, to complete a shooting-type 4D somatosensory game. And Tatsumi Captain is also on the side of the timely explanation said. This is the latest research and development can train the reflexes, fighter maneuvering ability of the game software, and has been widely promoted as a pilot special training used. The upper limit of a total of 1,000 levels, one level more difficult, more than 500 levels is a perverted level of difficulty. The current Guinness World Record is 785 levels. And the founder of the game even threw out the big words, it is impossible for anyone to pass. The creator and holder of the world record is none other than Nana's Hinako players, an existence that everyone looks up to. Hearing Captain Tatsumi's introduction, Nane Saoi raised his head proudly. How's that? It's not too late to admit defeat. Don't fail to pass the 200 levels by then. Team Nana's, it's up to you, make sure you beat him up. Sakuma Tiashin began to cheer for Nana's, hoping that she could thwart Yi Zhang. Sorry, can I experience this? Is there a newbie tutorial? Yi Zhang asked. He had not played a similar game before and wanted to get a preliminary idea of how it was played first. Gosh, there are actually people who have not played this game. This not only has a professional version for pilots, professional pilot, but also a mass version for the general public, all pilots, and even a little pilot for small children. Have you not played any of them? Everyone looked at Yi Zhang with curiosity. Where did this country bumpkin come from? In the era of universal games there were still people who hadn't even played this game. This is how you enter the newbie tutorial, right? Without further ado, Yi Zhang directly entered the newbie tutorial. After 10 minutes had passed, the corners of Yi Zhang's mouth rose lightly as he successfully completed the tutorial. He had long since won. This game, in fact, was a breakthrough game of controlling a fighter plane, constantly breaking through levels, and the enemy planes would become stronger and stronger, more and more numerous, with more and more intense gunfire. And, it helped to train hand speed and reflexes. For Yi Zhang, reaction power and hand speed, that was too easy. Especially hand speed. In this universe, there shouldn't be anyone who could surpass his single hundreds of millions of years of hand speed yet. Be careful our Nana's classmate, single for more than 20 years ZDB's hand speed is not something to be reckoned with. Sakuma Tatsumi tells us that a woman may not be inferior to a man, so it turns out that a single woman's hand speed can also reach the limit. Come on, Nana's, I'm watching you. Let's smile and cheer together. Yi Zhang listened disdainfully to the milking words of the elite victory team members. Continue. Don't stop. The battle was on the verge of breaking out. Nana's Hinokoi immediately got into the rhythm, and rode into the encirclement of enemy planes, firing crazy dense missiles and destroying enemy planes one by one like cutting leeks. All the way through, the number of levels broken through rose rapidly. On the other hand, Yi Zhang's side remained calm and relaxed, playing steadily and advancing slowly. If one enemy plane came, do one. If there were two, then one or two. If it didn't come, it moved forward steadily. It was more as if they were further familiarizing themselves with the flow of the game. The number of levels to break through rose only at an even and steady rate. Soon enough, Nane Hinako's number of levels broken through surpassed 500, and sweat was already seeping out of her forehead after the successive battles. The number of enemy fighters was increasing, their blood bars were getting thicker and thicker, their speed was getting faster and faster, and they would also actively dodge. Beads of sweat continued to appear on Nane Hinako's palms as well. The players who were watching the battle were all staring at Nane's screen interface, not uttering a word for fear of interfering with her operation. As for Yi Zhang on the side, only Carmilla was watching in disbelief, as it was only up to level 200. If it wasn't for her absolute confidence in the beast god, Carmilla would have wanted to say, can you do it? 750 levels. Nane's Hinako had already surpassed her own record. I can't, there's too many, it's too fast, I can't finish it. The more she reached the end, the more she became tired of driving, dripping with sweat, and physically exhausted. Facing more and more enemies, more and more laser cannons, Team Nanace was about to reach her limit. Her hand speed, her heartbeat, all of them had already raced to the limit. Bang! Game over, 802 off. With a cry of resignation, Team Nanace's fighter was finally blown to pieces. She quickly took off her helmet and eyes, bent over and held onto her knees to gasp for air, her puffy breasts even more uncontrollably trembling. Thin undershirt is already soaked with sweat, vaguely can see the suspenders. She has no strength to control the muscles of her mouth, making the corners of her mouth bloom with a big smile. 802 levels refreshed her record. She believed that no one could break it, and that she would surely win. Not even if she was asked to do it again. Because this time, the perfect play was a state that was hard to achieve on her own. And at the moment it had just ended, she had glanced at Yi Zhang's screen out of the corner of her eye. It was only 495 off. Little hot chick. However, she had forgotten that this was Yi Zhang's first time playing. It was only after resting for more than a few moments that she happily raised her head. Quick, a bottle of soda, thirsty old lady. Ha! Where is everyone? Come on and compliment me for being a winner. Nanace Hinokoi was in a general state of confusion, not knowing what was going on. It was not until she looked around that she realized that everyone, surprisingly, had formed a circle in front of Yi Zhang's screen, and everyone's eyes were wide open, their jaws dropping as if they were on the ground. What is one and all up to? Nanace Hinako squeezed her neck into the circle in doubt. Without looking, it was a shock. Yi Zhang at this moment had already reached the world record she once had, having broken into the 760 barrier. Not, Yi Zhang's expression, operation, was still methodical in general, without the slightest mess. His hand speed had become a phantom in general. If there was an APM detector in place, it was estimated that it could exceed the detection limit. Oh my god. Nanace Hinako's entire being was bad. She was immersed in her opponent's battle images and couldn't extricate herself. This shapeshifting stance, precise laser cannons, and slutty fighter positioning. It looked very simple, yet only Nanace Hinako knew in her heart how precise calculations, how sensitive reflexes, and how fast hand speeds were needed. 800 levels. 850 levels. 900 levels. 950 levels. Nanace Hinokoi suddenly realized that just watching Yi Zhang's operation was as if it was even more thrilling than fighting herself. The sweat that she pinched out for Yi Zhang's fighter had far exceeded that of her own battle. The slightest carelessness, the slightest operational error, Yi Zhang would be destroyed. 1000 levels. Pass. Until the very end, when the word pass appeared on the big screen, a puddle of ocean had already gathered beneath Nanace Hinako. Luckily, it was filled with the distinct odor of sweat, otherwise it would inevitably not make people think about it. Phew. Only Yi Zhang gently exhaled a mouthful of turbid air, then without any panic, he took off his helmet, his eyes, and put them aside. The whole process was smooth and calm. What's the matter? Why are all of you staring at me? Is there sweat on my face? Yi Zhang was puzzled and gently wiped his face. It was still so round and smooth, blowing and breaking, there was no sweat at all. You passed? Sakuma Tieshin swallowed his saliva and took the lead in breaking the silence. Although as the pilot of the Nazdis on this game, his limit was only 500 levels, and he deeply knew the difficulty of the game. Yeah, what's wrong? Is it hard? Hiss. Hiss. The temperature of the entire base instantly rose by more than 10 degrees. The cool air was all inhaled backwards by the crowd of elite victory players. This unrivaled hand speed. How in the world was it refined? While being shocked, Zuoma Tieshin had already impatiently grabbed Yi Zhang's hands. Then everyone surrounded Yi Zhang's flawless palms with strange eyes to watch and admire. Oh my god, it is so smooth, there is no callus at all. Everyone could not help but marvel at Yi Zhang's hand speed, the operation against the heavens. Passing 1000 levels perfectly. The first time he played it, he broke the world record. And it ruthlessly slapped the face of the game's founder. This was still a human being? Teen Yi Zhang. Member, how on earth did you do that? Jiaming also looked at Yi Zhang incredulously. No wonder he was able to maneuver the fighter plane to destroy Gazat. It turned out to be that Yi Zhang's operation was so powerful that it was heaven-defying. It's so awesome. Sakuma Tieshin shook his head in admiration. Compared to outsmarting himself in the wrench wrist, this win could be too stunning. No more, I'm losing. Nanace Hinokoi was so impressed that she cast an infatuated gaze towards Yi Zhang's hands, wanting to chop them up and graft them onto her own hands. Annoying, isn't it just a pass? What's the point of pretending? Saint Akito wasn't too happy, then secretly opened Little Pilot on his own phone and looked at the record high of 250 levels, secretly vowing to take the time to practice. Wow, smile, 666, strong and invincible. The smile wrote alien was not speaking human again. With great difficulty, Yi Zhang pulled his palm out, then sprayed some hand-free sanitizer and wiped it off. The palm contact just now, Sakuma Tieshin's rough, calloused palm, had really made it difficult for him. Who's next? A quick fight, a quick competition to finish and call it a day. Yi Zhang continued arrogantly. Compared to the first arm wrestling match, the second match that spelled out hand speed and reflexes had really amazed everyone. For a moment, they no longer underestimated Yi Zhang's strength. The person in front of them, seemingly ordinary and common, actually contained such a powerful strength. Next, it will be me, Maruru. The mascot Matronian Maruru, looking at the face of the crowd of elite victory team members, volunteered. It was time to show the majesty of the cosmic people. Unlike the Earthlings, he had the confidence to win. Competing with a cosmic man for knowledge? Maruru felt deeply proud of being a cosmic man of vast knowledge and confidently patted his chest. This battle is more than monster knowledge. If you're smart enough to admit defeat early, don't make a fool of yourself. Puff. Hey, what are you laughing at? Maruru asked suspiciously, pointing at Carmilla, who couldn't help but laugh out a sweet piggish squeal. Is this looking down on herself? Maruru was angry with the consequences and had to ask him dumbfounded. Ha! Nothing, you guys keep comparing. Ha ha! Carmilla forced back her laughter. Comparing monster knowledge with the universe's #1 monster trafficker, the beast god? It was really the funniest joke Carmilla had heard in so many years. Wasn't this just a show of skill, playing with a sword in front of the god of Guangdong? Let your horse come over. Yi Zhang just smiled coldly. Such a calm and collected demeanor was the most confident performance in the eyes of the crowd. Soon, the two sat face to face on their knees across the table. Maruru even changed into a white samurai robe, with a white ribbon around her head, as if she was going to put out her full strength for the battle. The competition of monster knowledge officially began. It was a competition between questions and answers. Please listen to the question. May I ask what the ultimate biological weapon known as the god of cosmic destruction is? Maruru started the question first. The legendary Heipajitan. Yi Zhang did not forget to add the prefix at all. The god of time and space destruction is? Maruru continued to open the question. Sai Gang. The god of perplexing star destruction? Satan Delos. The god of chaos evil? Grimold the Wraith. Earth god of destruction? Gaia. This isn't a monster, is it? Off topic. Oh. Sorry, I got sidetracked. Don't worry about the details. Continue. What are the golden dragon, silver dragon, white dragon, black dragon, and colorful dragon? The superpower monster Goldrath, the Gundam monster Hilbagon, Galatron, Gilbereth, and Rugset. The cornucopia? Skeleton monster King Raider. Lammer super beast? Missile super beast Belonk. Mrs. Inferno? Volcano monster Bird Barton. Mrs. 7. Kinko Bridge. Your monstrous highness? Ancient monster Gamara. Cosmic bully? P. Come on. Tyrant? Tyrant. The great conch, the great snail? The evil god Gatenjos. The faster Maruru asked the questions, the more anxious he became, and he realized that no matter what question he asked, the other party was able to catch it perfectly. The crowd watching the battle from the sidelines were dumbfounded and in the clouds, not knowing what the two of them were talking about. Full of loyalty? Crayfish Baltan. Glass washing? Hellstar Hippolyte. Big-headed sun? Split cosmonaut Gotzi. Substarter. Teletubbies? Pleshara aliens. Chrysalis? Zarabian. Father of hybridization? Interdimensional subalterns. The sharp-horned alien? Gagula's Gagula. Maruru's questions were no longer limited to monsters. Even the cosmic man had pulled out his whip. However, Yi Zhang was always calm and collected, not square in the slightest, and answered them correctly. Huffing and puffing. Huffing and puffing. The consecutive questions and answers caused Maruru to start gasping for breath, and he immediately lifted up the wine cup containing green plum fruit wine and took a big dry sip to moisten his dry throat. However, Yi Zhang also raised the wine cup with his right hand and sipped the green plum fruit wine. The fruit wine was sweet and pleasant to taste. It melted in the mouth and was as sweet as a syrup. Then let me ask you a question as well, and I will lose if I answer satisfactorily. How about it? The faint fragrance of the wine lingered in his mouth and nose. Yi Zhang swallowed the green plum fruit wine in one gulp and opened his mouth without haste. Please. Maruru put down her wine cup and stood in wait. The universe is full of powers, with cosmopolitans of varying abilities, monsters that are naturally powerful, and the ever-growing otter clan and humans. Among these existences, who can claim the title of Lord? What kind of subjective question is that? Maruru pondered a little and quickly gave her answer. The inquisitive lifeform Librandorian, who has ruled the universe for tens of thousands of years, ordering the universe's 10,000 beasts, and no one dares to disobey? Maruru said. Physical body overthrown, remnants of the soul, parasitic, moreover, defeated by the two major Leonics, only living in the legend, although the name is loud, but no bright performance, how can one claim to be a hero? Yi Zhang said disdainfully. The ultimate lifeform Apatholia clan dare to call the shots with the Kingdom of Light. The golden armored warrior is invincible, overthrowing the cosmic phantom beast Fist Tao, immortal, traveling through time and space, is the strongest race in the universe today? The golden king and golden daughter are sleeping and not coming out. The golden man slips away when he encounters the strong. The golden sword 5 opens the libretto. The golden cow puts out a vicious word and gets beaten up. The rabble. Why is it crowned as the strongest race? Yi Zhang continued to sip his wine. King of Darkness Belial, single gun overthrew the country of light, 1,000 trillion war clubs to make 10,000 beasts, the galactic empire that is known as the Emperor, Impa crisis extermination of the universe, the extreme evil form invincible power? The father is kind and filial to the son, by the hands of his own son, a laughingstock, not enough to say. Yi Zhang laughed slightly. Dark demon god Luigi Ire, sparking mannequin crisis affecting the entire universe, can be called a lord? Just a clown who relies on the power of sparks. If there were no dark spark, it would not yet be able to defeat Super Terra, so what's the point? Yi Zhang said. Dark Emperor Ampera Alien has invaded the Kingdom of Light many times, with the 4 heavenly kings under his command, and no one in the universe is not afraid of his might? Will only stand and jerk, will not walk, although the power is strong, it is difficult to beat the restraints, and with Father AO55 open, ridiculous. Yi Zhang laughed out loud. The god of cosmic destruction, High Pageton, an evil god that was born out of human grievances and fear, bringing despair to the entire universe. Maruru braced her hands on the tabletop, her face so anxious that she was close to Yi Zhang, and said, a war machine with no self-awareness. If left unmanned, it is repeatedly flogged by the new generation. Yi Zhang said calmly. Black Dragon King Gilbars, utilizing data to reset the universe, can you be worthy of this word? Artificial intelligence built by the Kuja aliens, but backfired on its master, self-appointed to defend the peace of the universe and reorganize the order of the universe, but fearful of the ultimate combat instrument and the Red Vajra, inherently possessing a nemesis, is not worthy of this word? Tyrannical eclipse monsterula, the giant mouth of the abyss, swallowing the stars and devouring the moon, wherever it passes, not an inch of grass will grow. Disgusting garbage clearing technology. Ancient a great emperor? Ike's TV version of the boss can't even serve as it, it's not worth mentioning. Void monster Grizza, known as the Void Life. IQ of 0, walking corpse, drunken gait, for cerebellar ataxia. Chaos evil god, demonic beast grimmed, object of fear in countless cosmic subgenres? But the achievement of Toriki is prestige. Annihilating mecha beast Destritos, D4 rays breaking dimensional barriers and annihilating everything? The ugliest Stitch beast. Visitor's ultimate weapon, Dark Zaki, god of darkness destruction, can afford to be a lord? Abused by Noah, puppetized by the old way, pathetic. Nonsense, these don't count, then you say, who can be called a lord? Mamaluro couldn't take it anymore and was very unconvinced, and at the drop of a hat, he was about to lift the table. Seeing this, Yi Zhang just gently smiled and shook his head, then he stood up and turned around, turning his back to Mamaluro, leaving behind a magnificent back. With his left hand calmly behind his back, his right hand gently sent the fruit wine into his mouth, looking up at the starry sky far away, his gaze deep and profound, his lips moving slightly as he gradually opened his mouth. Rumor has it that billions of years ago, a beast god appeared in the universe. At the beginning of chaos, the Tao was passed on to the 3 friends. At the intersection of dimensions, the monster auction house was created. From then on, it was invincible in the universe, and has been passed down through the ages. If the beast god doesn't exist, who can compete with him? No one dares to disobey the order of the universe. In terms of lords, who dares to compete? The beast god? Who the hell is that? Maruru was still too young. When the name of the beast god shook the universe, he was still in his mother's womb. However, even so, when the 2 words beast god appeared in his ears, he actually involuntarily trembled. This was the fear of this name that was in the bloodline of Metatronians. Maruru's mind even more inadvertently appeared in that lordly shadow. If you don't hear the name of the beast god in your life, even if you are a hero, it's all in vain. The bloodline inheritance of the cosmic people can convey part of the memory cognition of the ancestors to the heirs. The memories of the Metatronians made Maruru feel the oppressive force. Powerful beast god, do not see his person, only heard his name, can already feel his invincible posture. Maruru couldn't help but chant these 2 words under her breath and froze. Beast god. Beast god? It wasn't until a long time had passed that Maruru sighed, it's my short-sightedness, I've lost. My little brother is willing to be defeated. He had already made up his mind to return to Metron Star and search for the illusory beast god legend in the records. Maruru, lost? Lost than monster knowledge? Sakuma Tetsumi patted Maruru's back, trying to soothe the shock he had received inside. But, what exactly were you 2 answering to each other? Why can't I understand a single word? Sakuma Tieshin continued to ask, and several other people around him nodded in agreement, looking at Yi Zhang and Maruru suspiciously. Alas and alack, Do wild cows not hear the elegance of sound? Maruru did not bother to explain with the crowd. The crowd immediately became furious and bullied Maruru on the ground until he admitted his mistake and begged for forgiveness. Alright, next, hurry up, I'm in a hurry. Yi Zhang waved his hand, telling his opponent to hurry up and line up to be abused. The only remaining members of the elite victory team who had not fought were Captain Tatsumi, Kengo Monica, Saint Changrun, and naughty named Shizuma. Let me do it. I'll do it. The four of them looked at each other and said in unison at the same time. I'm the captain, listen to me. I'll do the next one. Captain Tatsumi made the arrangement. Well, Captain, go for it. Oh, show your style, show the style of our elite victory team. Soon, the scene switched to the fighting ring inside the base. This was the sparring ring that the team members had built to train their fighting abilities. Captain Tatsumi, free sparring. Captain Tatsumi had already brought his gloves and took the lead in setting up his driving in the rings, with a left jab, a right hook, and small jumping steps to start warming up. Free sparring? Yi Zhang smiled gently, crossing his palms with both hands and stretching them, emitting grating joint rattles. Ever since he had stepped into that level, battles had been almost in the form of rule-based attacks with descending strikes. Only those countless years ago, when the earth had not yet been destroyed, when Yi Zhang was not yet invincible and was still upgrading and developing. In the battles at that time, moves, punches and kicks, battle techniques, and body techniques were the tools that dominated the direction of victory in battles at the same level. Despite not having used these moves for billions of years, all types of ancient martial arts moves had long been burned into Yi Zhang's mind. Then let's fight the Xingyi Fist. Yi Zhang thought briefly and decided to warm up by playing a set of Xingyi Quan in this fight. Watch and learn well, it will be good for you too. Yi Zhang tapped Carmilla's eyebrows and instructed. Aha! Carmilla felt that the whip technique was similar to the boxing technique, so if she studied a wave of it properly, she would definitely be able to learn by touch and help her whip technique come to fruition. Between words, Yi Zhang had already stridden into the ring. Captain, go for it, give me a hard beating, beat him so hard that he can't take care of himself. Zhou Ma Tianxin once again milked him. Cheer up, point to point oh. The other team members were also watching and cheering. Xingdiaquan 12 forms in 5 forms. Yi Zhang was the first to set up his stance, not moving like a mountain. Fight or not, I'm on. Captain Tatsumi, who was well versed in the principle of striking first and suffering later, jumped ahead and launched his attack. However, he did not know that the person who strikes first will often expose more brokenness. Therefore, the ancient Chinese martial arts way, often focus on the latter. Captain Tatsumi raised his sandbag-sized fist and attacked straight at Yi Zhang's face. Shooting a man first, capturing a thief first, and hitting a man's face first. If he used a law attack, Yi Zhang would only need a look, and it would be enough to turn him into cosmic dust in an instant. At this moment, Yi Zhang was just playing around. 12 forms of Xingyi, dragon, tiger, monkey, horse, alligator, chicken, harrier, swallow, snake, bird tie, eagle, bear. Yi Zhang softly transmitted his voice to Carmilla. Dragon walking tiger steps. Yi Zhang was like a swimming dragon as he easily dodged the incoming punches, and his steady pace stepped on top of the ring like a tiger's palm cracking the ground. This was storing up momentum. Seeing that a punch fell short, Captain Tatsumi once again slammed a flying knee against Yi Zhang's belly. The eagle's swallow return, as fast as a monkey, as fast as a horse, as agile as an alligator, and as disengaged as a snake. The most powerful punching technique needed the support of a sensitive stance, and Yi Zhang gently leapt over the top of Captain Tatsumi's head with a single leap. Then a plan of swallow returning fist, knocked on the back of the captain, straight to the point that he staggered forward. Tatsumi quickly stabilized his stance, turned around, and swept his right fist across the room. The power of the sweeping fist was unstoppable. Golden Rooster solo step. The lower body is as stable as a bear, the body is as light as a swallow, white harrier bright wings, will its bird tie, away. Yi Zhang directly put up his arms, steadily blocked the strong sweeping fist, and then flexed his fist and counterattacked Captain Tatsumi's lower abdomen. The powerful Captain Tatsumi fell down with his stomach covered. Not yet finished, Yi Zhang continued to swing his fist at the air. A condensed and sublimated version of the 12 forms, the 5 forms fist. The dragon fist practiced the spirit. Tiger fist practicing bone. The leopard fist practiced strength. The snake fist practiced chi. The crane fist practiced essence. Yi Zhang slowly punched his fists over and over again, and as the trajectory of his fists ran, it was as if he was recalling times in the past. However, deep in the depths of the universe that no one knew about, the D60 Tianlong star. Several cosmopolitans clad in martial arts uniforms gazed in horror at the formal fist technique vapors coming from the direction of the distant earth, and could not help but learn on the spot, and began to mimic the punches. Soon, Grandmaster Arundel also stepped out and looked in that direction in amazement. He was the only powerful person whose boxing technique had been recognized by the Cosmic Avenue and bestowed with a boxing inscription. As a result, countless fist technique martial artists worshipped him as their master. That's master. Arundel looked in that direction in shock, and his eyes couldn't help but fill with hot tears. He watched as several of his favorite disciples began to punch along with the distant master's shadow, entering a marvelous state. Soon, invisible cosmic fluctuations descended. Above the bodies of these 5 people, different fist patterns gradually appeared. Fire flame red dragon, electricity strike white tiger, flying essence crane, phantom water snake, high-speed freezing leopard. This was these 5 people's comprehension of boxing techniques, forming brand new boxing inscriptions. Crossing universes for fist Tao preaching, master, truly unfathomable. Arundel could not help but sigh, originally thinking that the gangly broken bull fist that he had created based on the understanding of the Xingyi fist technique taught by his master, Yi Zhang did not accept him, but only referred to himself as a disciple, would definitely become the #1 fist technique in the universe. However, today, there are 5 new styles that do not belong to him. The future generations are fearful, the master is fearful. Master, be careful. Just as everyone was wholeheartedly observing the fist techniques, the martial arts dojo was suddenly attacked. Old man, hand over the gangly broken bull fist technique to me and I'll spare your life. The little golden cow, with an army of Magmarians, suddenly killed and took advantage of the time when the people in the martial arts dojo were unprepared to observe the fist, and under a few shockwaves sneak attack, he immediately injured the people on the ground. Arity was even subjected to the heaviest assault. Quickly leave, you guys who have just comprehended the boxing technique are not yet their opponents. Wait until you have full control of the boxing technique, then come back to take revenge. Knowing that it was difficult to escape this, Master Arundel hurriedly told the 5 direct disciples who had just comprehended the fist technique to flee. Master! The 5 had long since detached themselves from the state of fist technique comprehension, and looked at the severely injured master teacher with a heartbroken heart. Go! In the end, the 5 still left the place with the greater good in mind, in order to have hope for revenge in the future. Master Arundel resisted all by himself and eventually died at the hands of the little golden ox. The inscription of the gunly breaking bull fist was also taken away. Ha, Diablo, you didn't comprehend it on your own, without having seen the true Xingyi fist, you'll never be able to comprehend the essence. Master, I know that I am too weak to always enter your eyes, but still, please accept my disciple's last bow. Arundel knelt down in the direction of the boxing shadow. Where's the medic? Why hasn't he come yet? Captain Tatsumi lay on the stage covering his stomach, sweating profusely. Seemingly light punch, I did not expect the power to be so great, one punch almost killed his old life. When acute appendicitis are not so painful. And then look at their own players, what are they doing under the stage? Surprisingly, each and every one of them was punching like a dongsher. Yi Zhang, team member, what kind of boxing are you doing? It's so flavorful. Just by copying the boxing technique, the crowd under the stage felt the unity of essence and spirit, and even felt a trace of heaven and earth aura. It was rumored that during the years of the ultra-ancient era, there was an abundance of spiritual chi, so the ultra-ancient humans all possessed some sort of mysterious power, and some were even able to live forever. You Shirai's little brother's super-ancient and descendants, there is also the existence of living to the present world, but also the delusion to seize the power of light, incarnation of evil special. At this moment, several people under the stage, after copying the trajectory of the punch, had even vaguely touched a trace of this mysterious power. Unfortunately, as Yi Zhang finished his punch and called it a day, the short-lived state finally came to an end. Don't worry, the inch strength of this punch struck above your most painful acupoints. It did not cause any internal injuries. Just lie down for a few hours and you will be fine, Yi Zhang said as he leapt down from the ring. Even the captain, surprisingly, is not his opponent. The crowd all set off waves of shock inside. Could it be that the elite victory team's worldly reputation was about to be overthrown by such a young teenager? Captain, I'll help you off the stage to rest first. The power bearer, Ma Tiexin, went up to the stage and dragged Captain Tatsumi off the stage. Gently. Next. Me, Saint Chanran. Then scientific research. Saint Akito stepped forward, as the strongest brain of the team, the intellectual bearer, the genius boy. The scientific research master who created the Victory Hyper Gun, the Victory Key, the Victory Flying Eagle, and the Nosdis at just over 10 years old, an unreal bug-level existence. He, in fact, was the existence that had the best chance of defeating Yi Zhang. This was because scientific research was not an area that Yi Zhang specialized in. Science and technology was an avenue that Yi Zhang had failed to develop in that era. At that time, all people practiced martial arts and cultivation, and their vision was not limited to comparing themselves to the gods with their mortal bodies, but rather, they all had the goal of becoming gods themselves. It was not until the era of the end of the law that science and technology seemed like a new star, rising. This time you say, how to compare? Sacred manifestation of human road. Science and technology, the sea, different fields have different attainments. There really is not a systematic method of competition. In the field of life, monster transformation, the Yabo people can be considered the peak of scientific research. Mechanical field, mecha transformation, pedant star people, data star people. Stand side by side. Artificial intelligence field, artificial head, Kyuja aliens, eat their own. Let's put it this way, my beloved machine, the green-eyed dragon god, will be given to you to study for a day. If you are able to decipher the technology in it, then it will be counted as my loss. How about it? Winning or losing, Yi Zhang actually did not care in the slightest. Leaking the technology, Yi Zhang did not care either. Under a star god, all were ants, not to mention the science and technology under a star god. The current level of technology could not yet enter his eyes. A cosmic giant as big as himself was only accompanying the children of Earth to have some fun and fulfill Carmilla's orders. At the same time, reminiscing about his life as a human, so that he could always remember his former human identity. Upon hearing this, Shizuma Mitsukuni, who was watching the battle, was immediately excited, and his frantic eyes signaled the holy changeling to quickly agree. It didn't matter if he won or lost, the ultimate goal was to obtain the technology of the green-eyed dragon god. Originally, he was still thinking about what kind of chips to use to keep Yi Zhang, and even lose. At this moment, when he heard that Yi Zhang had foolishly taken the initiative to hand over the technology, Shizuma Mitsukuni was so excited that he almost agreed to do so himself. Jarana, don't let down your righteous father Grip's expectations of you. With the frequent hints in his eyes, there was no way that Saint Akito wouldn't be aware of it. Future father-in-law, Changren, will live up to his mission. The fifth match began, and soon Saint Changren was alone and hiding in the war machine room, devoting himself to fervent research on the green-eyed dragon god. Continue. Yi Zhang's implication of a quick battle was very clear now. I'll do it, not name, you're the last hope of the whole team. Genius botanist Monica Kengo invited to fight. The lol that you said could save my life before? Monica Kengo opened his see-through backpack and took out the almost withered lol. The leaves had long since withered and grayed, dead, and without a trace of life. The moment she saw Monica Kensuk so gently caressing the leaves of the lol, his eyes full of compassion, Carmilla was furious. She even wanted to use the hybrid formal Taiji whip technique that she had just realized from Yi Zhang's boxing technique to whip Tetragon. Unfortunately, the power was sealed and there was no way to use it. Carmilla knew that without the power of the hybrid form of Taiji whip, it was only a mere form, and the power of the whip was zero. Kalmyra secretly furious, a broken grass only, what is so rare, you are still not a man, stingy to a stroke. Broken grass? Grass, you are only broken. Forget it, not with you this crazy. Woman general understanding. Monica Kengo suddenly regretted that he shouldn't have taken out the lol. Encased by that crazy batch of women's brother, venting fire, a hand ripped off the roots and leaves, then there is no hope of salvation anymore. My poor little Lara. Well, can you do it? As long as I can bring Lele back to life, not only will my grudge against your sister be cancelled, but in addition, the match will be counted as a win for you. This is not an ordinary plant to me. It's a flower that brings joy to people when it blooms. I hope that people's smiles will bloom like Lele's flowers. Stop, stop, stop. Yi Zhang couldn't take it anymore and interrupted Jian Wu's gushing words. A piece of cake. Yi Zhang sneered a little. Was this a PK between botanists? Resurrecting lolai, under the law of life, was but a breeze. But are you ready for this, Jinzhong Jiango? Do you know how much of a disaster this flower, when nourished by the powerful life force, will bring about? What will come to mankind then will not be a smile, but a disaster. When that time comes, I will let you personally destroy this ultra-ancient flower. Ha 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 ha. The conspiracy of the beast god, the conspiracy of the black intriga, was about to unfold. How about it, can you do it? As if it was no longer a duel, Kengo Monica instead hoped that his opponent would win this one. That way, there would be hope for the resurrection of his own lolai. Naturally. There is nothing that I, Yi Zhang, cannot do. Yi Zhang was victorious. Let's wait and see then, no matter what method you use, as long as you can revive it. Jian Wu said expectantly. Receiving the flower pot from Jiango, Yi Zhang saw the crux of the matter at a glance. A seed that was able to survive from the ultra-ancient era to the present day was undoubtedly tenacious in its vitality. However, after reviving, it needed even more endless nutrients. Even, growing to a certain extent, it had to absorb the life force of humans. Just relying on Jian Wu sprinkling water every day and carrying it out to skim the sunlight, could make it bloom? Simply funny. Didn't know that plants also needed nutrients such as carbon, nitrogen, and phosphorus? Yi Zhang despised Jian Wu and Monica with a glance, and really wondered where he got this botanist identity from. Many of today's botanists only relied on their written knowledge to obtain their titles by conducting scientific research on genetically modified plants. How many of them had actually planted plants on the ground? As for Yi Zhang, countless years ago, before he set foot on the path of invincibility, he had also served in the spirit medicine garden. What 1,000-year-old snow lotus, 10,000-year-old vermilion fruit, 100,000-year-old Ganoderma lucidum, 1,000,000-year-old immortal god pill. whatever, had all been planted by hand. How is it? Can you be resurrected? All of us are very hopeful that you will win, and we hope that Jiango's precious flower will thrive. Not Name also looked at Yi Zheng with anticipation. At this moment, all the elite victory players were surprisingly unanimous in hoping that Yi Zheng was the winner. A piece of cake, as you wish. 10 minutes is all it takes. Yi Zheng held the flowers and looked around, as if he was looking for something. Right, which direction is the restroom? The crowd suspiciously pointed out the direction to Yi Zheng, and then they all watched in awe as Yi Zheng held Lalai and walked robustly into the restroom. What kind of airplane was this? Why did he bring Lalai to the restroom? After 10 minutes had passed, when Yi Zheng came out of the restroom holding Lalai, who had come back to life with full blood and even more vitality, everyone was shocked. Everyone was shocked. Lalai had actually regained its vitality, with lush green leaves and buds that were waiting to bloom, all of which signaled its exuberant vitality. On top of the green leaves, there were still glittering crystal water droplets. The soil in the flower pot was also wet and sticky, as if it had just been irrigated. Nanny, gosh, how did you do that? It's really great, thank you, Yi Zheng. Smile, smile, my Lalai must have blossomed into the brightest smile in the world of man. Monica Kensuke happily picked up the Lalai as soon as he could, hugging it and spinning around in circles with a smile. More than that, he couldn't help but give the lush leaves a kiss. By the way, how exactly did you revive him? Not Name opened his mouth to inquire, and then everyone was waiting for Yi Zheng's answer. How did Yi Zheng do something that even Jiango, a botanist, could not do? It's not that simple, just go back to the fields with Uncle Farmer for a few days and you'll know. Lalai needs fertilizer, so I took it to the restroom to water and fertilize it. Woo! Everyone was stunned, something so simple? Then everyone turned their attention to Monica Kengo. If memory serves, he had just kissed Lalai. Ooh ha ha. Suddenly the atmosphere was strangely filled with laughter. Compared to a smile, it was a smile like this that was even more brilliant. Yi Zheng gently sneered. In fact, resurrecting Lalai was not as easy as he said at all. The real reason lay in the watering of Yi Zheng's spring of life. Once upon a time, the excremental rot of the beast god was able to create an existence like Yi rot. At this moment, Yi Zheng's excremental fluid was naturally filled with endless life force, and it was not too much to call it the fountain of life. It was more than enough to revive Lalai. And, soon, Lalai would grow endlessly, until it became one of the culprits of that strain that was strong enough to destroy the ultra-ancient civilization. Triga, let's hope that by that time, you can continue to smile. I'm sorry, Captain Kokoku, Captain Tatsumi, not Name. I lost as well. Monica Kengo happily reported to the organization, proud of his defeat. It does not matter, there are still Akito and Kana behind, just try your best, the battle out of our style is enough. Sakuma Tatsumi patted Kenshiro on the shoulder and encouraged him. Well, I will try my best. The match did not continue immediately, the elite victory team needed to take a short intermission to discuss the subsequent battle plan. Not Name, you and Changing Man are our last hope for victory. What are your plans for this last match? President Kokoku inquired. Me? I don't know? Naughty Name was a bit confused. She was actually just writing off the top of her head, and she didn't have a clue in her own heart as to what she was actually competing against. Although she herself was an all-powerful genius girl, Naughty Name knew it in her heart. Omnipotence represented the middle of the road, that is, although every field was dabbled in, none of them were deep. It was not until today, after meeting an all-round being like Yi Zhang, that he realized that all-rounders could also surpass the peaks of each field. Jie Ming had long been admired to no end. Then he looked at his own haphazardly written competition program, Compare Hearts? Is it more kawaii than whose gesture is more kawaii? Covering his face. Shy. Hey, I kind of understand, our elite victory team's worldly reputation is going to be wiped out. Zuoma Tiexin had long been amazed by Yi Zhang's strength, and even he had lost. Then, the team was bound to lose. Yi Zhang, on the other hand, did not put the small match in his eyes, and had already leaned back on the sofa and swiped his cell phone at this moment. In the short span of half a day, the breaking news about Triga had long exploded the major forums. This was the consequence of Yi Zhang secretly amplifying the translation of the conversation between the Dark Giant and Telija on that day. The total blockade by the government agencies could not even be sealed. Countless headlines scurried up the hot list. Hot list no. 1. Triga Ultraman, the Führer who brought woe to Earth? Hot list no. 2. The Dark Giant's target is not us, but Triga Ultraman. Hot list no. 3. Triga Ultraman, what kind of crisis has he brought to Earth? Hot list no. 4. Dark Giant Carmilla, Triga's ex-girlfriend? Hot 5. Crisis on Earth, Revenge of the Dark Giantess, who was abandoned by Triga. The top 5 on the Hot 100 list are all about Trisha. Is this mastering the traffic code? Only black people can be hot? Only after the 6th place on the Hot 100 is there some positive news. Hot list number 6. Triga Ultraman is light and hope. Hot list number 7, Trigger Ultraman's true identity? Hot list number 8, Escape to Mars. Is escape really the answer to Earth's woes? We have to believe in the giant of light. Hot list number 9, Trisha, look, what kind of people are you guarding? I believe in you, please be sure to protect me. Oh, love you forever, mwahahaha. Hot list number 10, please don't destroy my house when you fight. Oh my god, the mortgage don't live. Yi Zhang laughed lightly and closed his cell phone. Triga, how are you going to face all this gossip? Naughty name, are you ready? Don't put pressure on yourself, winning or losing is not important. Shizuma Mitsukuni said with a smile. Anyway, the other side of the room had the same changes, people dismantling the techniques now. A walk on his own daughter's side would suffice. After these few matches and seeing Yi Zhang's amazing strength, no one had been sure of winning for a long time. Don't worry dad, I will definitely win. Hello, once again, let's get acquainted. My name is Shizuma Jime. I am an elite victory team member. My ideal is to guard this world, this last matchup, more than the heart, than who loves this earth more in their heart. I believe that regardless of one's strength and ability, as long as one loves this world enough in their heart, they will definitely be able to obtain unrivaled power. Shizuma Jime said to Yi Zhang. She closed her eyes and crossed her arms reverently, standing in front of her chest in a prayer gesture. In the next moment, only a pure white and soft light suddenly emanated from around Jiaming's body, and a white-haired, white-robed silhouette appeared behind her. The silhouette of the ancient sorceress Yushalei, who was doing the same gesture as Not Name. The love for this planet blossomed all the power contained within her. Unfortunately, there were far fewer female Ultramen in this universe. Otherwise, at this moment, in this situation, I'm sure no female Ultraman would have refused to choose Yuki as a human body. Love this planet? Yi Zhang did not pay attention to the match point of this battle, but instead closed his eyes and fell into contemplation. At this moment, invisible power also wrapped around his body, and quickly began to collide with the milky white halo around Shizuma Not Name. Yi Zhang's beloved Earth, he still remembered that it was called the Era of the Gods. At that time, there was an abundance of spiritual power in heaven and earth, and humans who had mastered enough spiritual power had earth-shaking abilities. Relying on their physical bodies, they were able to walk across the universe. As their strength increased, their ambitions swelled. More and more people wanted to establish a cosmic order and dominate the universe. Unfortunately, who would hold the position of the Lord of the Universe, the Lord of Order? Disagreements arose among the great powers. Finally, the battle of the gods opened. In the end, the entire universe was blown up, the gods fell, and the aura of heaven and earth was depleted. It was known as the Age of the End, Twilight of the Gods. Apart from the Godao's heir, Yi Zhang, almost all the gods fell in this battle. Countless years later, the universe was reborn in the midst of the Big Bang, and every piece of debris after the Big Bang formed a spacetime dimension. As a result, similar leaves could be found in countless spacetime dimensions such as Earth. Yi Zhang loved the Earth that was once there, the Earth before it split into countless subdimensional fragments. The Earth that possessed endless spiritual chi and where humans could be as powerful as gods. For a moment, the violet aura fronting Yi Zhang's body suppressed the white aura surrounding Jiaming so fiercely that in the end, it could only form a protective shield around Jiaming's body, barely remaining undefeated. Send our hopes, we, like you, love this land and this earth deeply. This heart, this love, our elite victory team will not lose. The invisible power of the two men against the waves touched the hearts of the other team members. Jiango, Sakuma Tetsumi, Nanes Hinokoi, Tatsumi, and even Shizuma Mitsukuni, also closed their eyes, and endless power was added to the Not Name's circumference. Immediately afterward, white light blossomed, and the dazzling light skyrocketed, regaining the point where it was separated from Yi Zhang's invisible aura. Is this the power of love? Yi Zhang looked sideways at the cosmic avenues and rules of order, but only the power of love, which he had not been able to fully grasp. This was because he had never been in love. At this moment, the magic and resonance triggered by the love that these few earthlings had for the earth should not be underestimated at all. Is this the magic of love? Interesting. Yi Zhang smiled as he looked towards the starry sky, a trace of anticipation suddenly appearing. When little Mumu came out of the gate, in addition to carrying out that plan that he had been preparing for billions of years, it seemed that it was also time to try to comprehend the power of love. Let's see if this billion-year-old iceberg of ours can truly melt. After a long time, everyone opened their eyes, only to see Jiaming's body still glowing with light, while Yi Zhang had already sat down and drank tea. Who actually won? For a moment, everyone was puzzled, and Jiaming also opened his eyes at the right time, astonished. This match, what exactly was the ending? It was me who lost. I managed to see the deep love that you few have for this planet. Yi Zhang conceded defeat in a big way. Really? Not Name looked at Yi Zhang excitedly until he saw him nod. Yay! Awesome! Wow, Knotted Name is awesome, you're too good. See, this is our elite victory team. Smile, we won, Knotted Name won. No, it was everyone's effort together, not mine alone. For a moment, excitement and joy filled the entire base. So many people wheeling around, plus the water in the Pacific Ocean that Yi Zhang had drained, had made them so happy? Yi Zhang could not help but cover his face and shake his head. The happiness of the Earthlings was sometimes so simple. Looking at their happy faces, Yi Zhang planned to kill their atmosphere, and it was time for the forum's melon about Triga to explode. Currently, apart from Shizuma Mitsukuni and the Holy Changeling, no one else knew the identity of Tragar. Then, Yi Zhang. Team member, according to the previous agreement, if you lose, you will join our elite victory team? Junction Name did not get carried away by the joy of the victory team and looked at Yi Zhang expectantly as he asked. Then a few other people also remembered this matter. After losing so many matches, everyone was about to forget about this. Of course, a gentleman's word is a promise. A man, of course he will keep his word. Zwamatai Xin said with a big grin. With Yi Zhang's team members joining us, our elite victory team will definitely be like a tiger with wings. Captain Tetsumi said. Nima, this was not adding wings like a tiger, this was adding an extra great god. Smile, I'm sure player Yi Zhang will be able to bring smiles to everyone. Yi Dede, quick, tell me the legend of that beast god. Maruru also hugged Yi Zhang's thigh. He had long been enamored with that legendary beast god. When I have the chance in the future, I'll have to compete with you more often. Nane Sinoki said defiantly, hoping to grow with each other in the duel. Ventured to ask, is there a guest elder position? Yi Zhang had once hung on to countless guest elder positions. In addition, my younger sister, Mina, is also going to join together. Oh. Yi Zhang said helplessly, although joining the elite victory team was originally a part of his plan to complete. However, it was still so awkward to actually be flanked by these enthusiastic team members to join. He was the peerless beast god lord of the universe. What was it to have joined such an earth defense team? Why did it feel so shameful? As there was no such position as a guest elder. Just like that, in the end, Yi Zhang brought along Carmilla and changed into the uniform of an elite victory team member. Not long after, the crowd was still celebrating when Yi Zhang's siblings joined the victory team. A dejected and unhappy Saint Commendator ran in with a dusty face. His eyes were filled with loss and he hung his head down, out of place with the joyous atmosphere. I'm sorry for failing, President. To crack the technical code. Saint Shangren said with his head down in tears. It doesn't matter, we won. Smile. Come on, let's celebrate the new team members together. Cheers. Sakuma Tetsumi smiled broadly and patted the back of the Holy Changeling, telling the truth. It was only after a few moments that Akito realized this reality. But why was he not happy at all as he watched the crowds of people surrounding Yi Zhang's siblings? It should be that his failure to crack the green-eyed dragon god had dealt a blow to him as a genius scientist. The sea of learning was endless. It seemed that he had to continue learning. For a while, the celebration party was organized in a very lively manner, and for Yi Zhang's joining, everyone was no longer resisting, but instead was very happy. By the way, have you guys looked at the front page headlines on the Alphabet Jump app? Triga Ultraman is on fire. The forums are full of discussions about him. Yi Zhang saw that the time had come and took the opportunity to release melons. After Yi Zhang broke the news, the original noisy and happy eating banquet immediately turned into a quiet and cold gathering where each of them buried their heads and brushed their cell phones. In particular, Jinzhong Jianwu, after seeing the first few headlines, his demeanor changed drastically, and his face instantly darkened. The original bright smile that had been open all year round was converged without a trace. What kind of people post this, Ultraman, that is many times to save mankind in danger, is mankind's friend, savior Sakuma Tieshin cursed and scrolled through the posts and comments. But oh, those black people have a point. Captain Tetsumi began a rational analysis. The first time the blood-sucking monster, Chime, was killed by Lidora laying down her life, and Triga came out and just fought the dark red dark giant, Dagon. The second time, the shapeshifting monster Dark Gazette, was also killed by Yi Zhang's team members maneuvering the green-eyed dragon god, and later on, when Telija appeared, he just fought that blue dark giant Hitram as well. The golden dark giant, Carmilla, even threatened to come back to take revenge on Triga Ultraman. Look, these analyses seem to make sense. If Triga Ultraman doesn't show up on Earth, does that mean the dark giant won't show up either? As for the other monsters, our elite victory team can take care of them on our own, right, Nanes, Sakuma, and Yi Zhang? It had to be said that under Yi Zhang's strikes, the plot completely changed off. The several appearances of Triga Ultraman had really accomplished nothing except for destroying Galba in Mars. So much so that humans began to treat him with skepticism. Every time Ultraman appeared, the human attitude was always dominated by distrust. It wasn't until they realized that they could only rely on Ultraman to solve the plight of the monsters and cosmic beings that they gradually trusted Ultraman. What? The Giant of Light is fighting to protect this planet. Genuine Sword Goku couldn't stand the skepticism in the comments section and couldn't help but jump up in defense of Triga. At this moment, all the gazes of the entire team looked at him. Why was Sword Goku suddenly so agitated? Ahem. It's getting late, that's enough for today. Shizuma Mitsukuni, who knew the identity of Monica Kenshiro, spoke up. Then he walked over to Kenshiro and patted him on the back comfortingly, saying, Kensuke, go back to your room early and rest. Your mother should be coming over soon, don't think too much, time will tell. Oh, the real Jiango lost his mind and left the base. Go on, follow him, comfort him, take care of him, guide, encourage him to blacken. Yi Zhang sent a voice message to Carmilla. This girl, why are you still standing here sneaking around, don't expose it. Recognize the people, follow them. Shizuma Mitsukuni signaled with his eyes, you get the picture. Why has Kangoku suddenly become so strange? The others hadn't understood. Their attitude towards Triga was still neutral for now. After Yi Zhang had resurrected Lalai, truly Jiango no longer held a hostile attitude towards Mina. After all, this strange beauty had also thoughtfully medicated her injured self a few times before. A beautiful woman, what kind of bad intentions could she have? Yeah, look at these people, what unsavory remarks they're posting. If I were Trisha, the next time the monsters come out, I won't come out, then let's see how desperate these people should be without Ultraman's help. Make sure to let them feel that this world can't live without Triga. Only Triga can save the world. Mina, under Yi Zhang's tutelage, began to seductively persuade Kensuke. Jiango and Monica? Why did it feel like Mina's words made sense? But it always felt like there was a hint of strangeness. Boss, the Kingdom of Light has once again sent a transmission, asking Boss to arrange a meeting time and place as soon as possible. Yi Zhang once again received a summons from Wei Lian. It was already the third time, annoying as hell. Send it back, just wait and see what mood Lord Beast God is in. Yi Zhang did not get angry either. The plan that he had been plotting for so many years was about to begin, and he was naturally able to keep his composure. Coupled with the cultivation that had been built up over billions of years, it wasn't enough to make him so easily angered. Wei Lian's summons was quickly transmitted to the Kingdom of Light. The Kingdom of Light had long since gathered the leadership of the Kingdom of Light, the Otter Brothers, the Ultimate Sailor Guard, the Libertine Rescue Team, and even the foreign aid pulled in, the new generation Ultraman, had all arrived. Not only to deal with this Beast God meeting, but also to deal with the huge conspiracy brought to the universe by the outgoing Absolute Clan. This Beast God is also to not giving face to our Land of Light. Why don't we just kill the monster auction house directly, and force them to hand over the first generation brother and Regulus Ultraman? Sailor was young and battle-hardened, and the ignorant were fearless. Father Ao shook his head. If the Otter clan goes to war with the monster auction house, no matter who loses or wins, it will definitely bring endless disasters to the universe. What's more, they are just the intermediary forces. The real abominations are those cosmic people who place the orders. Those are the real culprits. Our purpose this time is merely to negotiate peacefully, hoping that the three great beast emperors and the beast god will not continue to target Ultraman to take orders. There's no need to expand the conflict. Since the beast god has said he is willing to meet, I believe he will not go back on his word, so let's wait patiently. The father of Otter said. If they had the strength to crush the monster auction house, I believe they would have long ago uprooted this tumor in the universe. Who made that legendary beast god so famous? If the god 4 was not available, the father of Otter would not dare to bring these youngsters to send food. And so another January passed. The distant planet Y20, suddenly the sound of beasts shook the sky, and 10,000 beasts worshipped. Countless powerful beasts, from the legendary level, and even the Star-Lord level, all prostrate on the ground trembling. The shepherd beast emperor, Yi Mu, broke out at this moment. An unfathomable aura and pressure flowed out from her body. It was the aura of a god. A half-step star god, as powerful as this. Brother Yi, I'm coming. The green-skirted girl looked towards the starry sky, unable to hide the excitement within her heart. It didn't matter if the breakthrough was sudden or not. The most important thing was to swim in the universe with her favorite brother Yi. Her body couldn't help but tremble in the wind, and then the legendary Hypogeton was summoned from the shepherd god ball. Soon, the legendary Hypa put its body across the air, and the young girl straddled the back of the Hypogeton. The Luo skirt danced lightly, and in the next moment, one person and one beast disappeared into thin air. At the monster auction house, Yi Zhang stretched his block and walked out of the office step by step. Little Mumu, you are finally here. For our first stop, let's go to the Land of Light together. Jiango, rumors stop at the wise. Let go of what you want to do, remember the dream in your heart, go and guard that dream. Rina Monica also saw the buzz on the internet and knew it would have a deep impact on Kensuke, so she returned home early to show Kensuke the way. Guard my dream is to make people all over the world smile. Jiango regained his smile, yet in the next moment was confused again. Must I need the power of Triga to make people all over the world smile? Kango thought to himself. Silly boy, what are you thinking? Rina Monica asked. Kanu hadn't yet realized that his mother had already known about his Triga's identity. Nothing, Mom. Kangoku didn't know what he was hiding. Knowing his son is his mother, how could Rina Monica not know about Kango's confusion? Go with your heart, follow your heart and do things, you can never go wrong. For tomorrow's archaeological operation, why don't you go along to it as well, as a sort of soothing relief? Also, from amongst these ultra-ancient relics, it might be possible to find your direction as well. It was night, and once again, Jiango dreamed of Yushare, of the ultra-ancient ruins, and of being plunged into darkness. Early the next morning, inside the elite victory team's base, everyone was already geared up and ready to go. Why hasn't this sword Goku come yet, big lazy ass? Maruru said in dissatisfaction. Mina, go check on Jiango, and yell at him to get up by the way. Yi Zhang was creating opportunities for Carmilla all the time. Wait, I'll go, men and women aren't related, girls shouldn't just go into men's bedrooms, don't you know that in the morning, men will reveal strange objects that shouldn't be seen? Saint Akito stopped Mina's action, as Jiango's true love CP, calling for bed, he was the one to do it. No need, he has already come out. Yi Zhang caught a glimpse of Monica Jiango who walked out and the first thing he did was to water Lele. Lele had already grown tens of centimeters crazier than before, and at the moment, it was crazily drawing on the water provided by sword wisdom. It wasn't until 5 times the usual amount of water had been poured that Lele was satisfied in general. Sword Goku, hurry up, there's a special operation today. Nadi urged. Action? Is it a monster? Kenshiro came energized, but on second thought, he thought of his mother's words last night. Could it be a super ancient relic? No, it's not, it's the discovery of a new ultra-ancient ruin. Not name explained. As expected, having an archaeologist's mom was being able to know the inside story in advance. You, along with Yi Zhang, Team Mina, me and Saint Changren, the 5 of us will move together this time and take you through some experiences. Not name said in a serious manner. Soon, the crowd, dressed in tight black civilian clothes, drove to that relic. Around the ruins, countless white tents had already been set up, and many white-clothed archaeologists, holding various instruments, were conducting surveys. This relic, surprisingly, is exactly the same as the one in my dream. Looking at the familiar yet unfamiliar tower-shaped building, Jiango recalled last night's dream. Are there many ruins like this? Jiango asked. Yes, there are many such ruins all over the world. Not name replied. Why did so many people come this time? Hey, the 2 of us are enough to complete this escort operation. Saint Changren had been very dissatisfied with the 5 people going out this time. In his eyes, any operation would only require the 2 of us, himself and Yuzuna. How wonderful the world of 2 would be. This is the captain's arrangement, to bring these newcomers to grow some experience, and to increase their tacit understanding with each other. By the way, team member Yi Zhang, why are you not interested in the slightest? Can you stop swiping your cell phone? Junction Name seemed to be very dissatisfied with Yi Zhang's appearance of just swiping his cell phone during the mission. Fine. Yi Zhang rubbed his nose and kicked his phone into his pants pocket. Originally, he could not get excited about such an action. Hee, what is this? It's actually glowing. Jiango was sharp-eyed and suddenly noticed a glowing item appearing in a box in the hands of an archaeologist. Wow, this thing excellent. That archaeologist snatched the glowing item out of Jian Wu's hand. Wait, sneaky, who the hell are you? I've long realized that your identity is suspicious. Not Name called out as he noticed the man's suspicious actions at a glance. Please show me your identity card. I don't have an identity card, can I swipe my face? As soon as the man lifted his shirt off, revealing his brown leather coat, he then took off his sunglasses and his face was revealed. Ignis, what are you doing here? Didn't I say, I'm the #1 treasure hunter in the universe, wherever there's treasure, there's me. There are often many superb objects hidden in these old antiques. Ignis said smugly. You guy, didn't you say I was an extremely valuable object last time? Not Name's brain circuit was very different. Of course, I also think that Not Name is the ultimate item. Saint Akito echoed Yukina's circuits. You too, is that the point now? Kenshiro covered his face. I didn't say anything about giving up on this Ojusama, or else. Ignis diagrammed. In that instant, the 3 immediately pulled out their sidearms and aimed them at Ignis. Then the surrounding escort members of the Roadrunner also instantly drew their guns and surrounded them. Well, you can't force everything, knowing how to advance and retreat is also one of the hunter's tips. Ignis made a flying leap, directly jumping into the height of several meters, about to leap the encirclement. Only hearing a miserable scream, Ignis fell straight down from the sky and landed on all 4s on the ground in a dog-eat-dog mess. The back of his head, once again, bled profusely. The Not Name bunch put away their sidearms and looked at Yi Zhang, who was sitting on the side dusting his hands, with disbelieving eyes. This is? Flying bricks. It turned out that just as Ignis was about to leap away to escape, Yi Zhang threw a red brick at the back of his head. Following that, he knocked him down from the air. What should we do with this guy? Jia Ming looked at Yi Zhang, he was the one who knocked him out. Feel free to do as you please, anyway, he didn't do anything to harm the heavens and the earth, so let him lie here, and if he dares to show up once more, I will knock him down once more. Yi Zhang said indifferently. This was indeed the case. In Yi Zhang's hands, Ignis had successfully unlocked the 100% back of the head catching flying bricks. Half-step star god now? On the Mondstein star, a man and a woman looked at each other with 4 eyes. The man's black robe was flowing, and his face was handsome. The woman was sweet and lovely, her gaze imploring. Brother Yi, you said oh, take me around the universe. The young girl took the initiative and put her small hand into Yi Zhang's palm. Aha! Yi Zhang did not make any more pretenses, and held Yi Mu's slender jade hand in his hand. The hand feeling that he had never experienced before was so fluffy and slender, allowing Yi Zhang to have a hint of a heartbeat. Let's go, the first stop is to go to the land of light with me. Yi Zhang looked towards the direction of the land of light, and in the next moment, his eyes erupted with infinite light. In the distant land of light, an intimidating heaven and earth fluctuation suddenly emanated. Soon numerous AO gathered together. A huge face appeared in the starry sky, and it was none other than the projection of Yi Zhang's face. 3 days later, in the land of light, await the honorable arrival of this beast god. That guy, claiming to be the #1 treasure hunter in the entire universe, Ignis, but he has already planted himself in the hands of Yi Zhang's crew twice. Inside the base of the Nasrides, all the ultra-ancient items found from the relics had been brought back for research, and thinking of that strange man, not named said. Ignis didn't say that. Maruro stated that not all cosmic people were famous. Team member Yi Zhang, have you heard of it? At this time, one could only seek the advice of the well-informed Yi Zhang. I have certainly heard of it. The Lithuanians, well, it is said that this planet was destroyed by the Dark Giants. Yi Zhang explained, but did not reveal that Hytram's purpose for destroying the planet Lithuania was to gather the down payment for the monster auction house. Wow, team member Yi Zhang, you are awesome, how do you know all this? Jie Ming and Jian Gou's eyes showed their admiration, astonishing Yi Zhang as a celestial being. However, the victory team were not all fools. For example, Captain Tatsumi, the sacred commendator, was staring suspiciously at Yi Zhang. This kind of secret information in the universe, even Maruru did not know about it. How did you, an Earth human, know about it? In response, Yi Zhang laughed coldly and faintly gave an explanation. Don't look at others with limited eyes, Maruru should know, right, on Earth, there has long been an alliance established by cosmic people, the Cosmic People's Alliance, and from there, one can learn many of the secrets in the universe. Humanity has long begun to step into the universe, usually, if something happens, of course, also need to deal with more cosmic people. Not all cosmic people are evil, there are also cosmic people who have their eyes on the great integration of the universe, who don't plan invasions all day long, and who just want to lie flat on Earth. Really? There's actually such an organization on Earth, can you show me around if you have the chance? Not named said excitedly, disguised as a curious baby. Of course. I'm going to study the ancient treasures of the relics. Saint Akito had already changed into his white coat and couldn't wait to study the treasures unearthed by the relics. I'll go too. Jian Gou followed. In the relic research room, carved above the stone wall were the 4 dark giants, and the glorious civilization that had once been overthrown. This? Was the Victory Divine Light Rod invented to mimic this? When he arrived at the research room, Jian Gou saw a pitch-black, fossilized divine light rod that looked extremely similar to his own transformer. Well, think more about how to make the world smile sometime. I wonder why the light chose you. Saint Changeling Man grumbled in dissatisfaction. Why didn't the light choose me? That way, I would have enough power to protect not name. Thought St. Changeling. Of course the light won't choose you, because I am the light, I am Triga. Kenshiro thought to himself. According to the stone wall, a glorious civilization once existed in the super ancient period, but unfortunately it was eventually destroyed at the hands of the dark giants. And Triga Ultraman, 30 million years ago, fought a great battle with 3 dark giants, and ultimately succeeded in sealing them. Dagon, Hitram, and Carmilla. So that's it, exactly like I did in my dream. This thing, excellent, fantastic, I'll take it. Suddenly, a brown-clothed man appeared out of thin air inside the research room, with a large colorful feather sweep in his arms, and gauze wrapped around the back of his head. Ignis appeared in the research room, taking the dark divine light rod in hand. Not only that, but the ancient transmitter that had been unearthed earlier and that could be used to invoke the King of the Deep, Gevra, had also been slipped into his arms. You, treasure hunter, Ignis? How did you get in here? Sword Goku asked, drawing his gun. The Nozdis hovered high in the sky, and ordinary people couldn't come in and out at will. This is the feather of the raptor monster Gubesa, short for demon bird's feather sweep. With it naturally the sky and the earth are at my disposal. Ignis said triumphantly. You guy, heaven has a road you don't go, hell has no door you throw yourself in? The holy commendator dialed the alarm. Soon the two chased Ignis into the base hall. Jian Gou shouted loudly, this guy, robbed us. Not name, this guy is Ignis, how did he get in here? Brat, not big in size but not small in guts, how dare he spread his wildness in our base, let's see if I don't take you down. Sakuma Tieshin angrily raised both fists and rushed over. Seeing this muscular man pouncing, Ignis also did not hide. Mysterious runes appeared on his face, and his hands waved out mysterious green light. The green light is like a barrier, as the horse Tieshin directly had on it, was bounced out. And under the energy invasion of the green light, he felt a burst of dizziness. If not for the Jianwu and Changren to drag him down, I'm afraid to fall to the ground. The pattern on that face, Yi Zhang was right, it really is a Lithuanian. Maruru said. Humph. Watching his subordinate team member Sakuma Tieshin being bullied, Captain Tatsumi clenched his fists and stared intently at Ignis, about to step in to teach this maniac a lesson. Yo, isn't this the Ignis who was twice put down by me with a single brick, a defeated player who dares to speak of courage? Yi Zhang also copied out a brick from somewhere, placed it in his hand and gently threw it out and landed back in his palm. Ah, it's you? You guy who only sneak attacks, let's see if I don't give you some color. Just as Ignis was about to take revenge, an alarm suddenly sounded in the base. A monster has appeared under the ground of Istar City, targeting, surprisingly, towards our Nazda's ship. It's the deep-sea monster Guvara. Doesn't this guy live at the bottom of the sea? How did he evolve into a land Guvara? Maruru said as she looked at the big screen of the base. A light also suddenly flashed in Ignis's arms, and he pulled it out suspiciously. It's a transmitter, that's what the Gavara is tracking. The video showed Gavara cracking out of the ground, causing a massive earthquake and destroying countless buildings. His 4 hooves, lying on the ground and gliding quickly, rushed in the direction of the Nasrides. So this thing is really a superb treasure. I'll see you next time then, huh? Ignis immediately mounted the feather of ancient Urbasa and flew outside. Ah! Only to see Yi Zhang's hands empty once again, a familiar scream once again came from outside the Nasrides. Nanes, maneuver the little falcon into combat. Yi Zhang, can the green-eyed dragon godship be put into combat? Can we say no? Naughty name, Kengo, Akito, Mina, ground hold and rescue the evacuated masses. Roger. Help! The Ignis that was smashed down from outside the Nazdas fell onto Gavara's body in an unbiased manner. This also caused Gavara to freak out even more. Sendera, throw it over here. Jian Go Shonin shouted towards Ignis. What? I can't hear you. Ignis rode on top of the Gavara ground, holding onto the sharp horn on its forehead to keep from falling off. Smile, Sender, throw it over and you'll be fine. Can't hear you. Ignis screamed miserably, when suddenly Gevra's pointed horn began to spin violently, lifting upwards, and Ignis could no longer stabilize himself, and was flung into the sky, transforming into a bit of a cold star. I'll be back. The transmitter in his arms, in response, fell to the ground. At the same time the arrest net launched by the small falcon caught Guvara. Mommy! The little girl who was affected by the waves around her cried out with a face full of ash. Not Name shielded her in his arms as soon as he could. Don't be afraid, we'll destroy the monsters and bring you to your mommy. Should I go fight? Looking at Guvara, who was following his instincts and destroying the city in a fury, Sword Goddess was a little confused in his heart. If I don't go, can I really take care of the monsters by relying on Little Falcon and the team's laser guns alone? I should be able to protect people's smiles this time. As if making a decision, Kenshiro ran away from the battlefield alone, and the holy changeling watched and didn't say anything. And in the distance, Mina also coldly watched all this. Beast God Yi Zhang, this time, how will you make Triga hit the sauce? Is this the transmitter that attracted the monsters? Saint Commendator bent down and prepared to pick up the prop left on the ground. Just as he was about to get it, another palm quickly snatched the transmitter away. It's you, Yi Zhang? You fellow, what exactly is the purpose of mixing into our elite victory team? Shouldn't you be maneuvering the green-eyed dragon god to fight at this time? What's the point of being a shrinking turtle here? You fellow, are you just going to stand by and watch the monsters wreak havoc on the city? The same commendation people whose IQ was online had not fully trusted Yi Zhang, and at this moment, they even sent out soul tortures. Yi Zhang did not bother to answer anything and did not pay any attention to him. He just turned around and walked to the front of his seat, tying the transmitter to the long pale green tail of the green-eyed dragon god. The Guvara is so cute, why do we have to kill it? Why use violence to solve things that can be solved with brains? What does it mean to stop the damage in time? Continuing to fight will only expand the destruction of the city. Also, do you know that when the Earth is in crisis, these Earth-native monsters are the ones that will come forward to defend the Earth, do you understand? Yi Zhang turned his back to the holy changeling man and sent out a soul reply. The reply was so reasonable, oh so reasonable that Saint Changeling Man could not help but freeze as well. Soon, Saint Changeling Man foolishly watched the green-eyed dragon godship rise up into the air. The transmitter dangling from its tail shone brightly in the air. Construct the future, light of hope. At the same time, Jiango also successfully transformed. As he took up his battle stance, he intended to destroy Guvara, letting humanity know that without me, Triga, the Earth would be in great trouble. However, he saw a green light flash past his eyes and cut off the little falcon's capture net. It's the Yi Zhang crew's green-eyed dragon godship. What the hell is he doing? Just as Triga was puzzled, he realized that the Guvra had reversed its direction and chased after the green-eyed dragon god's flight direction. One machine and one beast, it was even as if they had a navigational guide, advancing along the spacious uninhabited road until they neared the sea. High above the sea, Yi Zhang threw down the transmitter. With a thud, the transmitter crashed into the ocean. Then, Guvra also jumped into the sea, returning to his primitive homeland. A crisis was quietly minimized by Yi Zhang. Only the transformed Triga remained, standing alone and confused in the city. A cool breeze blew by, and a faint, salty soy sauce smell. No doubt he had hit the sauce again. Eventually, Triga dissipated into particles of light and disappeared. Jingo was once again confused, so there was really no need for Triga? In the distance, Mina stared at Kengo's confused figure, the corners of her mouth lifting into a happy smile. Inside the base of the Nasrides, the crowd reviewed the battle, first pointing the finger at Yi Zhang. Team member Yi Zhang, why did you do that? Tatsumi asked as he looked at Yi Zhang. I have my philosophy, the Guvra is not a vicious monster, it is a native monster of the earth and came here by tracking the transmitter, there is no need for us to kill it. Yi Zhang said. But he destroyed the city. Will continuing to fight aggravate the destruction of the city? Yi Zhang asked rhetorically. It will. Then why can't it be resolved through peaceful means? If you have the ability to go and lure out all the monsters on earth by digging into the ground and kill them cleanly, and eliminate all the latent scourges? Yi Zhang sent out a soulful rhetorical question. The crowd was dumbfounded and could only approve of his behavior for the time being. Captain, this time, the appearance of Triga Ultraman seems to have hit the sauce again. Sakuma Tetsumi whichever pot he was in, Kenshiro secretly clenched his fists. Far away at the bottom of the sea, the Dark Trio had recovered most of their power and began to brew a new round of plots against Triga. Triga, 30 million years of resentment, I must vent it all on you. Ha 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 ha. The eternal core, it must be ours. Brother Yi, how do we get to the land of light? Fly directly there, or ride a hippogriff jeton or some other monster? Or ride your seatplane, the green-eyed dragon god? Yi Mu had long been impatient to set off. Walk over. Yi Zhang replied indifferently. Yi Mu was shocked, walking over? Even though she was already at the half-step star god level, but if she really had to walk to the land of light, it would take years and months. She didn't want to waste her precious time with Brother Yi on hurrying. Directly open the space teleportation, the wormhole jump, that is the fastest method. Brother Yi, I don't want to walk that far, my little feet will sweat a lot. Yi Mu pulled Yi Zhang's right hand with both hands, beeping and shaking to pout. Fool, watch and learn well, I am teaching you the deeper spatial way. Yi Zhang never did things on the surface, there was always a deeper meaning. Just like the last time in front of Yi Zhang, the mysterious sea pageton could not instantly move out at all, precisely because in terms of attainments in the spatial way, Yi Zhang was going to far exceed it. In just 3 days, we will be able to walk to the land of light. Watch the trajectory of my steps, spacewalking, shrinking the earth to the sky. Yi Zhang pulled little Mumu, step by step, resembling the pace of a god. Just like that, he stepped into space. Spacewalking, a footstep that was sufficient to walk in the starry sky, darkening the star avenue. Look again, star crossing, 1 step, 1 star. Yi Zhang took a step, and waves of space startled around him. With each step, he stepped on top of mysterious spatial patterns. Shrinking the earth into an inch, the sky was a stone's throw away, and even more distant distances could be reached in a single step. The distance of tens of thousands of light years between the stars seemed as if it could be crossed in just 1 step. So amazing! Brother Yi, you really are too powerful. Yi Mu's heart was filled with admiration beyond words, and his eyes even flashed with infinite starlight. Star God level, it couldn't be done like this by Brother Yi. What kind of level had Brother Yi reached? Even the 2 veteran Star God level powerhouses, the Beast-controlling Emperor and the Beast Royal Emperor, were pressed into submission. How about it? Did you learn it? While Yi Mu was gazing at Yi Zhang in fascination, Yi Zhang had long since led her across a distance of several stars. Yi Mu immediately nodded her head, nay, shook her head again. Yi Zhang shrugged helplessly, knowing that she had learned to scrap. This trip was not only to prepare for that plan, but the other goal was also to push Yi Mu up to the Star God level. At that time, one could go all out and no longer have any worries. What followed was sort of calmed down for a while, but the hot debate about Tellerica still didn't subside. There were even a lot of people threatening to tell Telija to get the hell out of Earth. Are these Earthlings really not afraid of Triga turning his back on humanity and choosing darkness? Kengo Monica still hasn't found his way and is still lost inside. Mina is also by his side occasionally cheering him on, adding fuel to the fire and engaging in some confusing behavior. Moreover, their relationship was slowly warming up, gradually rising to the level of friends, tending to lie together on a daily basis. Yi Zhang took it easy on himself, drinking tea and swiping his cell phone, not rushing to fulfill orders. And he occasionally switched his consciousness to those doppelgangers who were experiencing life in various scenarios, enjoying the pleasures of human life. Especially when some of the doppelgangers did the act of pretending to be a pig and eating a tiger, it was brainless but extremely enjoyable. In the civilian life, where monsters may attack at any time, there is a clear division of classes and a huge gap between the rich and the poor. While the poor live in dire straits, the rich have real estate all over the place and have taken out insurance for their houses that may collapse at any time, so they don't care about the destruction of the monsters, they just need to be able to save their lives. Kana and Akito are on a school routine. Sakuma Tetsumi starts a gym routine. Captain Tatsumi, Shizuma Mitsukuni reports to the higher defense authorities. Lulai had also grown rapidly during this time, and was no longer planted in a pot, but had been planted inside the garden, and had already grown to a height of 1 meter. The dark trio hadn't jumped out to make waves either. However, these were the calm before the storm. Mina, what's your attitude towards the light giant Triga, huh? Given that the relationship was drawing closer, Kenshiro asked Mina, who was often close to him. That giant, pretty good, didn't do anything good, but didn't do anything bad either. One day, those internet hackers will beg the giant to save them. Mina said with a smile. That's not true, that giant, he's fighting for guardianship. Kengo said wryly. Kengo, if one day, humans, no longer need Ultraman's power at all to protect themselves, then do you think there's still a need for Ultraman to appear? Ultraman can also retire and enjoy his life like falling in love, working and sleeping, getting married and having children. There's no need to keep fighting. Mina asked. No, there won't be that day. Mankind is definitely in need of Ultraman. Only Triga can guard this world. With his repeated swipes on his cell phone these days, Kenshiro seemed to have gone astray in his thinking, eager to prove himself. Peaceful days passed quickly until the appearance of that evil beast, the Tyrannosaurus Rex Deathdrago. In the middle of the base, an alarm sounded. A monster has appeared in Kulala City. That monstrous beast, it seems like I've seen it somewhere. 6 years ago, that monster first appeared in the human's field of vision. Everything began here, the establishment of the elite victory team. Victory Falcon, set out. Team member Yi Zhang, the green-eyed dragon god's aerial hold, everything is safety-oriented. The elite victory team had repeatedly persuaded to change the green-eyed dragon god to an unmanned mode, so as to maximize the defense of the pilot's life. However, Yi Zhang had always used no need to cover it up, claiming that this was the joy of extreme sports enthusiasts, which you do not understand. Monica, Shizuma, Mina, ground attack, evacuate the crowd. On the side of the holy Akito's face was blue, and his fists were clenched so tightly that they were vaguely trembling. Then, as if he had made some kind of decision, he resolutely ran out. Team member Saint, please remember that you are now a member of the elite victory team. Hatred doesn't give you strength, instead it will make you make wrong judgments. Captain Tatsumi reminded as he looked at the back of Saint Changman. I know. Annoying. Destruction Tyrannosaurus Rex, Deathdrago, is a monster revived from the ancient past that stormed and trembled in fear due to the power of the Eternal Core. It was revived 6 years ago and started destroying cities. After being wounded by the Victory Swift piloted by Shizuma Mitsukuni and breaking one of its horns, it escaped into the ground to recover and wait for the future to take revenge on humanity. It was in this battle that Akito's parents were killed. He devoted himself to his research, in order to have the power to destroy monsters in the future and protect the human world. In Kulala City, countless people were fleeing frantically to avoid the disaster. The earth trembled, crumbling buildings and boulders splashed, just like a magnitude 10 earthquake. Deathdrago's unicorn horn, shooting out silver-colored thunder, even triggered countless large explosions. Flames and smoke rose in all directions. Fire siren, police siren, ambulance siren chirping resounded throughout. Humans under the catastrophe did not fly separately when the disaster came, but began to support each other. The little falcon and the green-eyed dragon god hovered in the air, drawing fire from the death dragoons. Quick, that way is safe, go that way. Not Name had already started evacuating the crowd. You monster, I'm going to kill you myself. As soon as he saw this monster, his parents' voices and smiles seemed to reappear in St. Changren's mind. Under his anger, he charged forward with his gun, firing Litora fireballs, Gamara vibration waves, and King Air's electric shock at Drago. Such a move managed to attract Drago's attention. Silver-colored thunder was instantly unleashed at the Holy Commendator on the ground. Seeing that his beloved one was about to fall under the thunder, Gengo became enraged. He pulled out his rod of divine light of victory, quickly transformed, and then used his flesh and blood to resist this death thunder. Taking advantage of this break, the little falcon and green-eyed white dragon in the sky quickly fired laser missiles and blasted Drago's body. Trisha then turned around and fired a simplified version of the J-Pelio ray, successfully repelling the dead Drago. The sky and earth regained its likeness, and the monster, too, disappeared without a trace. The holy man of recognition sat on his knees again, chagrined, and pounded the earth powerlessly. He hated himself for being incompetent, hated himself for being overwhelmed by hatred, and almost let his teammates fall into a crisis. How about it, isn't it incompetent and powerless? In front of a monster, you don't have the power to destroy it at all, and even, you still need the protection of your companions. It's ridiculous. A man with a black trenchcoat robe, his face hidden under a black brim, unable to be seen, appeared in front of the holy changeling man. Who are you? Saint Changren asked as he lifted his face, which was all gray, to look at this stranger. It doesn't matter who I am. Do you want power? Power that can destroy monsters and protect the world. The stranger let out incendiary words. Who the hell are you and why should I trust you? Saint Changeling Man was not yet lost, only to see the stranger take out a black victory god light rod under Saint Changeling Man's shocked expression. Also, there was that one pitch-black branded transcendence key of the dark giant that looked extremely similar to Trigga. Want to have this power? The compelling words once again reached the ears of the holy changeling. Akito, you're here, you're not hurt. Nadi approached. I want to. Saint Akito finally lost to his heart. Not name, did you see that man in black just now? What man in black? Where? Not name looked around suspiciously, but he didn't even see a shadow. Same team member, for your behavior this time, you are punished with 3 days of confinement. Captain Tatsumi said in disappointment. Naughty name, Changren, why does he hate this monster so much? Kenshiro asked in confusion. 6 years ago, my father noticed the first signs of the monster's appearance from the ultra-ancient ruins and suggested that the government set up a defense team to deal with the crisis. No one believed father at the time, until later when the Death Dragoons appeared and launched an attack on the city. Father he piloted the victory flyer and fought the monster until it was repelled. Saint Akito showed exceptional talent when he was very young, and his parents also worked for the Shizuma Foundation, devoting themselves to researching the power to deal with monsters, but unfortunately, he was later caught in the attack of the Death Drago and unfortunately perished. Nadi spat out the truth slowly. So then Akito lived with you? Kenshiro realized that the holy Akito was so pitiful, having grown up with 2 dead parents. Aha! Not name nodded. Tens of thousands of meters underground, Carmilla appeared in front of Death Drago. Don't get excited, relax, I'm here to help you. You hate humans, I will grant you the power of darkness. Go ahead, launch your attack. Carmilla bestowed a cloud of super ancient dark power on Death Drago. Soon, the strengthened Death Drago reappeared in the city. Depart, action. Still in the action configuration of the previous chapter, the elite victory team was out in full force. As for the holy changelings who were far away in their villas recuperating their bodies and minds, as soon as they saw the monsters, they changed into their clothes and rushed to the battlefield like mad. In the sky, the green-eyed white dragon and the small falcon once again made a hold on Drago. The strengthened Drago, above its unicorn horn, shot out a sky full of silver white and purple black lightning thunder. Its power was unrivaled. The green-eyed white dragon and the little falcon frantically dodged the attacks, looking for gaps to attack. Soon, the little falcon was shot down, and Nanace dropped his control helmet in exasperation. It's okay, there's still the Yi Zhang crew's green-eyed dragon god? Sakuma's crew member's straight man-like consolation earned a glare from Nanace's crew member. In the sky, the green-eyed white dragon stood tall, his figure dancing like a swimming dragon amidst the lightning and thunder, passing through all the flowers without a single leaf touching his body. Taking time out, he was also able to send out white missiles, showing the unrivaled maneuvering ability of the pilot. Unfortunately, Yi Zhang did not want to bully weak monsters, otherwise a few rounds of destructive explosive blast bullets would go down, and the Death Drago would soon be blasted to pieces. Akito, you're here, quickly go over to Not Name's side, I'm going to fight. Seeing Saint Changren running, Monica Kengo immediately left the burden of protecting Yuki Name to Saint Changren, and was going to fight alone. You guy, I'm going to fight too. Akito was very dissatisfied. Soon, the composite form Triga appeared and began to fight Drago. For the last time, want power? The mysterious black-robed man reappeared next to Saint Changeling. Why are you helping me? The Changeling held out his hand, unsure if he should take it or not. Because, you are the one chosen by the power. Yi Zhang's doppelganger began to snub. After a moment of mental struggle, looking upwards at the Triga in the sky who had not brushed enough experience the previous times under Yi Zhang's interference, and was currently being thrashed by Drago, Saint Changren seemed to have made up his mind. He took the dark Triga transformer and the key from the black-robed man. Akito was about to ask something, but he realized that the mysterious man had disappeared. Akito, where are you going? Saint Akito glanced at Shizuma Notman and, in the end, rushed towards the battlefield with determination. He wanted to avenge his parents, and to gain power so that he could better protect you, Yuki Name. I'm sure you'll understand me. Painted in dyed future, pitch black darkness. Shout out my name, Darkness Triga. The holy Akito, finally, transformed into a black light. In the next moment, a dark giant appeared beside Triga. Ha, you are? Countless question marks filled Ken Goku's heart. Just you PE as an Ultraman? Dark Trigger pushed Triga out of the way with one hand. Get out of here and watch, this monster, I must be the one to destroy it. The battle between Dark Trigger and Death Drago was imminent. Far away at the bottom of the sea, Carmilla couldn't help but be confused even as she watched this. What's going on here? Why are there two triggers? I'll grab Sarah and ask, she's bound to know. Dagon asked for help. Soon, the dark giant Dagon's figure appeared in the city and targeted Not Name. His gaze was dead set on Shizuma Not Name, then he reached out and grabbed at her. Why are you chasing me? Yukaina pulled her legs out in terror and ran. Meanwhile, the green-eyed dragon god ceded the battlefield to the two Triga, turned its nose, and attacked Dagon. Annoying bastard. Dagon reached out to grab the plane and crush it, but found that the bulky man couldn't touch his opponent's flexible hull. For a moment, Dagon was confused by the light bullets shot by the green-eyed white dragon. MMP, annoying. Dagon couldn't help but burst out the honored man's line. In the next moment, Dagon's figure quickly shrunk to about the height of an ordinary adult, chasing Not Name into a building. In this way, the green-eyed white dragon was unable to make an attack. The green-eyed dragon god landed, and Yi Zhang stepped out and chased after him. Who are you and why are you chasing me? Soon, Naughty was cornered into a corner, and she gathered her courage and drew her matching gun and aimed it at the giant in front of her. Yushare, it's been 30 million years since I've seen you, have you already forgotten about me? Dagon said as he looked at Not Name. I don't know you, and I don't know any Yushare. Not Name said stubbornly. Regardless, then come with me, the eternal core needs to be opened by you. Dagon gradually forced his way towards Not Name. Don't come any closer, I'll shoot if you move forward. Not Name leaned against the wall behind him, already unable to retreat. Heh, it's useless. Dagon pressed forward, seemingly unmoved. Bang! The King Air key activated and lightning shot towards Dagon. Unfortunately, it didn't stop Dagon's advance in the slightest. Changren, Sword Goku, where are you guys? In times of danger, women always wanted to be protected, and so did Kan-Aim. If Akito hadn't inherited the power of the Dark Trigger, according to the script, he should be the one to heroically save the woman at this moment. Unfortunately, under his choice, he chose to fight with Death Drago. This side, naturally, was missed. Hee, keep shouting, no one can save you even if you shout your throat out. Dagon's palm grabbed at Not Name. Bang! Suddenly, Dagon was hit in the back of his head by a heavy piece. Who is it? Dagon was enraged and turned his head to look at Yi Zhang. Team member Yi Zhang. Naughty Name looked excitedly at the figure behind Dagon. The one who appeared at this moment and protected himself was actually team member Yi Zhang. His tall figure, signature moves, and the slate that bounced off to the side. At this moment, it was deeply imprinted in Not Name's heart. You guy, how dare you hit me with a slate? Dagon rubbed the back of his head. The blow was not very damaging, but it was extremely insulting. Humph, the one who hit you is you, get lost from wherever you came from, Not Name is not something you can mess with. Yi Zhang dusted off his hands and made a get lost gesture at Dagon. Yi Zhang, don't piss him off. Jiaming sweated for Yi Zhang in his heart. Although your fighting ability was very powerful, the other party was a dark giant. In case you piss him off, it would be hard to protect your life. Not much skill, but not much breath, how dare a mole cricket run wild? Dagon pointed his finger at Yi Zhang, then transformed it into a peerless iron fist and charged at him. Then I will show you that even a mole cricket can shake the sky. Yi Zhang laughed lightly, intending to accompany Dagon to simply have some fun. Yi Zhang did not lie either. In that era, mole crickets could also be as powerful as gods. The heavenly horned ants, Wanjun ants, and so on, all of them were not demonic warriors. Praying mantis, you don't know what you're doing. Dagon's iron fist struck towards Yi Zhang's face. It is the power of humans that is endless. There was no use of the rules of the Great Tao to attack, just a simple exchange of punches and kicks. On this, he did not have an advantage. Yi Zhang directly raised his right arm up in front of him, and actually blocked Dagon's fist. Then a nimble flying knee slammed into the small of Dagon's abdomen. Dagon staggered back a few steps, and Yi Zhang flung his arm in mock pain. You guy, is your body made of iron? Why are your arms thick and hard? You've got some skills, I'm going to get serious. Dagon put away his contempt, both his fists lit up with a black and red halo. This punch had accumulated the power of darkness. One punch would be able to beat Yi Zhang half to death. Watch out! Not Name once again keyed up his victory hippogriff gun and aimed it at Dagon. Not Name! Yi Zhang raised his left arm and stopped Not Name's movement. This is a battle between men, girls, do not interfere. Yi Zhang said seriously. Then he also cupped his right fist and took up an ancient martial arts stance. Dagon was known for his rigid strength, and in Yi Zhang's memory, there happened to be a kind of boxing technique that used softness to overcome rigidity, which was his nemesis. Then you must be careful, don't be brave. Jiaming still had no bottom in her heart. Yi Zhang, however, was the first person she had ever seen who had fought the dark giant head-on with a mortal body. Yi Zhang was still calmly waiting for the dark giant, and with his right hand spread out, the three fingers in the center were repeatedly raised towards Dagon. Seeing this, Dagon was even more bloodthirsty and furious, rushing over with great strides, and his angry fist was like a cannonball, carrying the momentum of splitting mountains and breaking water. If a normal person received one of the blows, he was afraid that his arm could be directly chopped off. Yi Zhang, however, took 2 steps backward and avoided it, not catching it hard. A punch was not hit, Dagon's left fist collapsed again, the whole person like a grizzly bear palm swing out, air tearing like the sound of breaking floss, let a person's scalp numb. Yi Zhang was like a swimming dragon, his body was tilted back, his head was dodging, and his weird pace made him feel like a fish out of water under Dagon's airtight fists. Until he searched for the slightest break, he pressed his shoulder with one hand, turned to Dagon's back in the right direction, and gently pushed. Dagon then lunged forward under the effect of inertia until he hit the wall. Although Yi Zhang was able to do so with ease, in Jiaming's eyes, it was a frightening and dangerous situation. If one was not careful enough to be hit by Dagon, one's head might end up exploding like a watermelon. On the other battlefield, the Dark Triga controlled by Holy Changeling Man pushed Triga out of the way and faced the destruction Tyrannosaurus Death Drago alone. You guys, this punch is for my father. Boom! The Holy Changeling's anger-laden punch slammed straight at Drago's other unicorn. In the next moment, Drago's only remaining left horn snapped in response. Aang! Drago was enraged, his lofty head horn was all gone, now he became bald. Dark Death Thunder Lightning. Without horns, that side used its mouth. Death Drago released 2 colored thunder from his mouth, heading straight for Dark Triga. At the same time, the silver-colored one thunder also pursued towards Triga. The 2 thunderbolts sent the 2 Triga staggering backward for miles, crushing countless small buildings along the way. Telija was the first to climb to his feet, then reached out with his palm to pull the Dark Trigger up. I'm enough on my own. The Holy Man of Recognition flung his hand away, and his entire body transformed into a ball of black flame, charging towards Drago at high speed. Drago released thunder once again, but this time, the thunder was unable to stop Dark Trigger in the slightest, and it even blended into the aura around the Black Trigger. In the next moment, Dark Trisha's right shoulder had slammed into Death Tyrannosaurus' body. The intersection of flesh erupted with dazzling white light. Drago was hit so hard that it fell straight down. The Akito rode on top of it in a smooth manner, and had a fist burning with fury towards its eyeballs. This punch is for my mother. As the punch fell, Drago's left eyeball was directly burst. The liquid from the eyeball mixed with blood and splashed directly on Ahet's face. This punch is for the city you destroyed. The right eyeball was blown out. This punch, only for the other fellow humans who died because of you. The mouth was knocked askew and the sternum was broken. This punch, it's for. Dense fists rained down towards the Tyrannosaurus Rex, like the mouth of a dike, venting all the indignant bucket in the hearts of the Holy Changers. Stop fighting, it's already dead. Until Triga held onto Akito's raised arm that wanted to fall again. Akito was panting heavily, and the death Tyrannosaurus Rex underneath him had long since lost its animal form. The head, the chest, all had been smashed into a mass of rotten flesh. Look at that, what a sight, Triga said. It wasn't until he had finished gasping for air and confirmed that he had handily slain the enemy, that the Holy Commendator came to his senses. What is happening to me? Me? Why have I become like this? Thinking about the angry and out-of-control behavior just now, and his current appearance covered in blood and brain stains, Saint Changren felt so strange for the first time. Am I being dominated by dark forces? Akito flung the pot at the dark power. Not name. At that moment, he remembered his duty, his beloved. Thus, the Dark Triga transformed into a dark particle, and Triga soon transformed into a particle of light. Boom! The remnants of Death Tyrannosaurus exploded in place, signaling the end of the battle. Sword Goku Triga once again hit the sauce. However, on the other side, the battle between Dagon and Yi Zhang continued. You guy, you dare to fight me hard. Dagon could not even touch the corner of Yi Zhang's coat. Yi Zhang dodged like a swimming fish and gave Dagon a few punches in passing. It seemed to be light and soft, but he could always knock him several meters away. This was the dexterity of 4 or 2 pounds. Why don't you dare? Out of the corner of his eye, Yi Zhang caught a glimpse of the Holy Changers who had put their black special transformers away in the distance and were quickly looking for them in their anxiety, so he went along with the drama. Good, if you are able to receive this punch, I will let you all go today. Dagon laughed out loud. The original goal was to capture Yusha Lei, but he encountered such a formidable foe that successfully attracted his battle spirit. Get ready, I'm coming. Dagon stored up his monstrous power at this moment, with endless fire attached to his fist. No! Nopnami was scared. How could any human possibly be able to take that punch? Come on, I won't lose to you, not name, I'll guard it. Yi Zhang shouted obediently, crossing his arms in front of his chest. The sound, moreover, deliberately reached the ears of the Holy Changers outside the building. Not name, not name. He frantically shouted out Jiaming's name, following the sound and running in panic. Boom! Yi Zhang's entire body was sent flying like a cannonball and crashed on top of a stone pillar, then blood spilled out of his mouth and nose, and his body fell softly to the ground as if his bones had fallen apart. Ha, how ridiculous, humans are really weak. Since you didn't catch it, then Yeshir, I'll take it away. Dagon pressed forward step by step. Run away. While he was seriously injured, Yi Zhang still did not forget to let Jiaming escape. Pia. 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 This sound, it was as if the movie had been replayed 3 times. Not only was Yi Zhang dumbfounded, even Dagon was dumbfounded. Jiaming stood in front of Yi Zhang and viciously swung a slap towards Dagon's face. Listen to me carefully, we, humans, will never lose to you. Absolutely not. Dagon covered his face in a daze, his brain buzzing. In this moment, his heart, it seemed as if waves were set off by this slap. The heart that had been dusty for 30 million years melted at this moment. Bang! The sacred commendation man stood despondently at the doorways, carrying a gun and shooting at Dagon. From Yi Zhang protecting Jiaming and being injured, to Jiaming blocking the front and slapping his face, Saint Changren had seen it all. Good momentum, this time. I'll let you guys off first. Blocking the shot, Dagon disappeared into the darkness. His heart was already messed up like a deer in headlights, and he wasn't fit to continue fighting. Not Name, are you alright? The grizzled Saint Changeling asked as he looked at Not Nam. Jiaming, however, did not say a word, only bending down and placing Yi Zhang's arm on top of his shoulder, stumbling and lifting Yi Zhang up. Let me help. The sacred commendator ran forward and put a hand on Yi Zhang's other arm. Yi Zhang obediently closed his eyes and pretended to faint. Jiaming. The Aikido called out for Not Name along the way, but did not receive a single response. Why wasn't it you who came to my rescue when I was in the most dire straits? Yakina wanted to cry inside, but was stubborn enough not to show it. Was I wrong? I shouldn't have inherited the power of darkness. If the battle was left to Kenshiro, then I should be the one guarding Yuki. Aikido looked at Yuki's attitude, which felt so strange at the moment. He regretted it. The heart was empty at the moment, as if he had lost something most precious. If the heavens gave him a second chance, he would definitely not choose to inherit the power of the Dark Trigon. Instead, he would go to guard Not Name. Along the way, both of them were silent, making Yi Zhang feel bored out of his mind. That was until they encountered Monica Kengo and Mina, who waved at them. Your brother seems to be seriously injured, let's go help. Jiango shouted to Mina. Beast God-sama, what kind of show are you putting on? Do I need my little sister to cooperate? Mina trotted up as well. Brother, why do I always feel that there is not a trace of concern, heartache or worry in this brother? Team Saint, the confinement has been extended for 3 days. Thanks to team member Yi this time, he was seriously injured and is authorized to recuperate with pay until he is healed. You two can adjust your state as soon as possible, there are still a lot of things you need to accomplish. Captain Tatsumi said sternly. The following day, Saint Aikido wandered around the villa alone. Yuki had been spending less and less time by his side lately, always visiting the injured Leaf members. Am I wrong? Saint Aikido took out the Dark Triga shifter and key and fell into deep thought. What's the use of me wanting this transformer, and what if I have this power? In the end, even my beloved, I failed to protect her, and relied on others. Fuck you. In a fit of anger, Saint Commendator threw the transformer and key into his sky. However, just after throwing it he slapped himself on the head and regretted it once again. He should have taken it over and disassembled it, and studied it properly for the benefit of mankind. Thus, the changeling man looked in the direction where the transformer had flown off to. Wow, an extreme treasure, this is lost, I'm afraid it's not a fool. Wherever there were extreme treasures, there was Ignis, the #1 treasure hunter in the universe. At this moment, he was riding on the feather of ancient Urbasa, flying in the air, taking in this scene. So, you are the Dark Triga. Surprisingly, you actually abandoned him. Big stupid X. Then, the power of darkness Tetra, I'll take it. With this power, revenge against Hitram is just around the corner. He maneuvered the feather of ancient Urbasa and flew in the direction of the dark divine light rod. Ha, this power is mine. It was not easy to get it. Ignis happily reached out and grabbed at the shapeshifter in the grass. Bang! As he was about to grip the power he craved, a familiar sense of crisis suddenly haunted Ignis. In the next moment, he fainted, and blood once again dripped from the same spot on his brain. What's sold is no longer yours. A man in full black robes stepped on Ignis's hand and took away the dark shifter as well as the black special key. With 10 fingers, Ignis woke up in pain from his fingers being stepped on. Ow! Ignis covered his head. Hiss! Witch puffer ah, smashing people there every time, next time I find out, I'll definitely give it back very much. Ignis couldn't help but burst out. Ignis, you guy, hand over my transformer. Saint Changeling Man also chased after this. Yours? Such a superb thing will definitely be mine, Ignis. Until next time. Ignis didn't make much nonsense to explain and directly disappeared. Now, watermelon and sesame seeds, all lost. The cold wind whipped through the tips of his hair, and the Saint Commendator's heart was empty, as if he had missed out on 10 billion. Not name, where are you? I miss you. Yuki was in the infirmary at the moment. Where's your sister? Why isn't she coming to take care of you? Nadi was puzzled. She is creating an opportunity for you to willingly send the power of the eternal core to my hands. Yi Zhang inwardly guffawed. She went to pursue her happiness. Yi Zhang said carelessly. Her happiness? What is that? Jia Ming was puzzled. Love. Not Name was shocked. As a member of the Earthguard, she would not dare to think of the word that both young girls wanted to pursue. Silly girl, what are you thinking about? Yi Zhang reached out his hand and touched Naughty Name's hair. The distance between the two, following the last time, kept drawing in. I was thinking about how far away people like us are from love. Yuki seemed a bit forlorn. Her mother had long since passed away, and she had not grown up with an ear to the ground. Therefore, with regards to love, although there was a hint of ignorant longing, she did not understand it in the slightest. In this regard, Yi Zhang was actually the same. Until now, he didn't understand. With little Mumu like that, is it considered love? The conversation was divided into two. The numerous AOs of the Kingdom of Light had long since gathered in the Kingdom of Light, waiting for the beast god's descent. Brother Yi, is that the land of light? The light is so blinding. Let's bring that light back as a chandelier for our boudoir. After 3 days of spacewalking across hundreds of millions of stars, Yi Zhang and Yimu finally reached the land of light. Looking at that thriving and flourishing country, Yimu smiled and mouthed out wild words. On this day, the land of light was incredibly bustling, bringing together almost all the Ultraman characters that had appeared in the Ultra Galaxy. The scene was particularly spectacular. LOL, Brother Yi, so many people, are they all here to greet us? Yimu's eyes let out a brilliant light. The long interstellar crossing had long been boring. Traveling around the universe, it was natural to have a good time. Your Excellency is the rumored Beast God Lord and one of the 3 Beast Emperors, Beast Emperor Mu? The father of Otter, by virtue of his seniority, stood alone in the C position, flanked by the ceiling of single combat power, Sailor and Jonias. There's no need to talk too much nonsense, just say something, cut to the chase. Facing dozens of sternly waiting, battle-hardened Ultramen, Yi Zhang did not place them in his eyes in the slightest. Good, then I won't beat around the bush. I heard that Lord Beast God's monster auction house business has recently expanded to selling Ultraman on top of Ultraman. I don't know where my Ultraman clan has offended the Beast God by taking the business to my Ultraman clan's head. Father Ao asked in a stern voice. You are questioning me? Yi Zhang sneered disdainfully. I don't dare to dare. I just hope that Lord Beast God will release the Otter clan members in the deal and will no longer target the Otter clan to take orders. Father Ao was self-conscious of the heavy tone he had just used and said stiffly. This guy, what words to waste with him? If he wants to fight, then so be it. I'm going to set off a black hole storm. Sailor couldn't listen anymore, raising his fists to solve the problem by force. Joke, the Beast God, will target your Otter clan? Yi Zhang sniffed and laughed. My Beast God is never targeting you, because everyone here is. Below the star gods, all of you are ants. Where are your star god level powerhouses? Come out. Yi Zhang directly released his aura, and there was no need for Sailor to set off a black hole storm. The aura around Yi Zhang then expanded rapidly as if it was a black hole. Like a black cloud that covered the sky, it was instantly as majestic as a nebula billions of light years wide, and as deep as an unfathomable abyss, as if it was capable of swallowing the kingdom of light at any time. Heavens, too terrifying? What kind of existence is this? There are still such powerful giants in the universe. An absolute devil, invincible. In the face of the boundless fluctuations emanating from Yi Zhang's body, all the Ultraman's hearts set off shockwaves and looked at each other in disbelief. Even Cyrus, with sweat seeping from his forehead, no longer dared to speak of battle. Yi Zhang's aura, carrying a spiritual impact, ruthlessly suppressed their battle intent. Suddenly, the Kingdom of Light emitted a soft white light, shielding everyone. Oh! Yi Zhang raised his eyebrows as his gaze shot through the white light and looked at the being. The Plasma Spark Tower. The source of energy for the Otter One clan in the Land of Light. Little Mumu, play with them and practice. Point blank I'll go and meet that strong person who was hiding his head. Yi Zhang took a step forward, and in the next moment, he directly flashed in front of the Plasma Spark Tower. Stop! Seeing that the Kingdom of Light's holy relic, the Plasma Spark Tower, was about to be invaded, everyone, including the father of Otter, could not stand still. They threw off the red and blue cloaks behind them and rushed in Yi Zhang's direction. However, in the next moment, they were shocked to see Yi Zhang take a step into the plasma sparks and disappear. Come and fight, your opponent is me. Me, one of the 3 Beast Emperors under Brother Yi, the herding Beast Emperor Yimu. Let me see the depths of your Kingdom of Light. The corner of Yimu's mouth curved into a crescent moon, and at the same time, 2 herding god orbs appeared in his left hand, and 3 herding god orbs appeared in his right hand. After advancing to half-step star god, she was enough to maneuver 5 of them. Legendary Hypageddon. With Yimu's shout, the first war beast, trafficked by the Baxter Planetarians, came from Yimu's self-cocooned body, personally cultivated by the Hypageddon. Pitch-black body, flashing golden diamond-shaped face, chest, yellow lanterns on both arms, lingering white lines all over the body, and wide-open Tianyo wings. The terrifying aura of the crowd of AO could not help but tremble, like a true god of destruction. Fear, tremble, void fear Grizza. The second Maken orb flashed, the advanced version of the void monster Grizza, a void-like existence. Between his steps, the ripples of the dimensional cracks around him opened up, shadowless and invisible. It appeared to be nagging, but there was no one who had truly fought with the Grizza who didn't feel its difficulty. 12 Imperial Beasts. The Showa 7 heroes, the Heisei 5 hegemons, the super-combined fusion beasts made from the great hybridization of the fusion materials of Taranth and the 5 emperors made their appearance once again. With its hideous face, spikes all over its body, its own combo of light nemesis Bay Bird and IQ, its 3 heads and 6 arms, and 4 wings on its back, its might was unrivaled. Star-swallowing demonic beast, inquisitive great serpent. Monster Ranch's exclusive genetically modified version of the strongest magical serpent, with overwhelmingly terrifying appearance and power. One of the legendary magical beasts sold to Hitram, the exterminating great serpent, was its heir. Soul-eating demonic beast, ranch scavenger Ashula. The Monster Ranch's corpse cum trash scavenger specializes in devouring powerful magical beasts that died young after failing to research them. Legend has it that there is a scavenger at the ranch, and for countless years, the monstrous beasts that died prematurely due to mating, difficult births, natural disasters, and man-made calamities would be cleaned up by this scavenger. As it devoured more and more monstrous beasts, it became uglier and uglier in appearance, but also possessed extreme strength as a result. As the 5-headed monster army made its appearance, the black clouds were overwhelming, and the entire land of light was like a great enemy. These are monsters that have defeated Ultraman before, mysterious beings that no one knows have ever seen, and monsters that have been won by Ultraman with great difficulty. But everyone knew that this battle would not come easy. Sailor, Gauss, Dinah, Justice, Leo, Astra, versus Hippogriff Jeton. The Otter Brothers, the Heisei Trio. Aguju takes Dinah's place against the 12 Imperial Beasts. Galaxy, Victory, Axe, Jet, and Zeta, versus Grizza. Obu, Rosso, Bru, Glitchio, Edie, Yulian, Nyos, and Max, versus the Infernal Devil Snake. Taiga, Windhorse, Titus, Max, Monbiotis, Hikari, and Libretto against Grey Yura. Jonias, lead the American crowd of orcs and watch over the Mako Beast Emperor. The father of Otter made a flurry of seemingly haphazard assignments, sandy points, but combined them with the battle results of the House Orcs. The Otter clan, as the largest gangster group in the Otter universe, was very good at rounding up monsters. In Yimu's teasing gaze, soon both sides opened up the battle. Plasma Spark? No, how come you are so weak? Although you have just exuded the aura of a star god level, your strength, however, is far from it. Stepping into the world of sparks, Yi Zhang saw the reality at a glance. The plasma spark contained an extremely strong power, but that was only relative to ordinary Ultramen, and was naturally not worth mentioning to Yi Zhang. Lord Beast God, your main purpose of coming out of the mountain and coming to the land of light this time should not be a meeting, but you have other plans, right? Sparks swayed, emitting invisible spiritual fluctuations, inviting Yi Zhang to discuss in detail. Yi Zhang laughed lightly, still having some eyesight. You little fellow, you are not simple either. When the sparks belonging to the past, the sparks of reality, and the sparks of the future, when all three are united, that is when you are at your peak. Since the beginning of the birth of this universe, you should be the first existence that dares to pursue above the star god. Very good, but unfortunately, this path isn't easy. And do you know that the past represents cessation and the future represents development? After separating the two out they become independent individuals. Trying to reintegrate the three is as difficult as heaven. This method you should have borrowed from the ancient legacy way. 3 points returning to the elements, 3 elements returning to 1. Only Yi Zhang, who was listening, broke the secrets of the plasma spark sentence by sentence, as if he had seen through it. The plasma spark instantly trembled, and even the burning flame was no longer stable. Don't worry. As long as you cooperate with me, when the feat is accomplished, I will still help you. Yi Zhang reached out and gently stroked his palm on top of the soft spark. The plasma sparks once again trembled at his words, and the flame soared, shaking with joy and swaying. This Hypageddon, how is it so much stronger than that one back then? Sailor, Gauss, and Dinah looked at each other, seeing the shock in their respective eyes. The strength of the three of them had long since changed, but they were still powerless in front of this Hypageddon, as if they were once again being dominated by the fear from the legendary battle. That bug-like instantaneous skill, shifting shapes and shadows, simply couldn't even touch a single corner of the Hypageddon. And yet, the opponent's instantaneous continuous 1 megadegree fireballs were still able to scorch his side to the point of excruciating pain. Paraji's shield, out. Sailor opened his ingenious sailor form, and his ingenious armor transformed into a holy shield, parrying one of the fireballs. Then it was redisassembled and pieced together into the Paraji's bow. Sailor looked to Gauss and Dinah, who nodded. Cyrus began to open his bow to build up his energy, and the two charged it. But this was hard on Justice, Leo, and Astra, who were in the front line holding back Hapajitan. The physical attacks of the two master fighters were almost immune to Hapajitan's tricky and flexible stance. No matter how much damage your flying kicks and punches and kicks dealt, it was all for naught if they couldn't touch them. Hapajitan dodged to its back and swung out his hand blade, directly smashing the Leo brothers to the ground. Bikuto Ryun Rays. Gastus placed his hands on top of his head, and the crystal in his head released the obligatory light. Jeton absorption reflection. Hapajetan's hands gathered in front of his chest, a red vortex appeared out of nowhere, the bikutolium rays were all absorbed as Justice stared in horror. Then the mandatory light reflected out from the vortex, hitting Justice directly. Otter double flying kick. The Rio brothers took advantage of this gap and came with a double attack of left and right flying kicks. Jaden barrier. The unbeatable flying kicks were completely blocked by the defense wall in front of Hapajetan. Split darkness fireball. After completely blocking Sanao's attack, Hapajetan's face converged into a huge fireball, which then split into dozens of balls and attacked towards Sanao. Boom boom boom. With three loud bangs, Rio, Astra, and Justice were knocked to the ground. Relying on you guys. The three pinned their hopes on Sailor, who had finished building up his power. Ultimate Sailor, Trinity. As the power buildup was completed, the strongest arrow that had once killed the Hapajetan hatchling was fired once again. This was a different time, when their strength could only deal with the hatchlings, but the trio believed that with their now grown strength, it would be enough to inflict heavy damage on Hapajitan. In the end, the bow and arrow shot towards Hapajitan's back at high speed. Good job! The three of them saw Hapajitan's figure unmoved in the void, as if they didn't notice the arrival of certain death in the slightest. However, the next moment's image directly made the trios freeze. Hapajitan had actually directly joined the battlefield between the Otter brothers and the Heisei trio, and the 12 Imperial Beasts, with their extreme speed, blocked Paraji's strongest arrows. The behemoth pentagonal absorption device on his chest directly engulfed the bow and arrow, followed by the eye of Garn Q on his right arm aimed at the trio. The strongest arrow folded back the way it came. Nima, these monsters would actually switch coordination between them. The airborne Sanao spat out old blood, then spread out to dodge the bow and arrow. Gauss, Dinah, you guys catch the attack, leave this guy to me. As a sailor who had fought against this combo before, he knew its brokenness. All that was needed was for him to charge into Beemenstein's absorption device and then break it from the inside, charging out of Garn Q's eyeball, and then the beast would be left untouched. Okay, sailor, you must be careful. Gauss turned on his eclipse form and Dinah switched to his strong form, and with the two of them resisting with all their might, they barely managed to block the strongest arrow, but they were no longer able to fight. Charge! Sailor transformed into a speedy lightning and charged towards the belly of the 12 Emperor Beasts. However, the ideal was plump, and the reality was bone dry. The 10 Imperial Beasts with 6 arms, Baraba's spear, directly hooked onto Sailor's back, blocking his charge. Then the pincers of Raichuba's clamped down on his neck. Finally, the meteor iron hammer slammed down against Sailor's head. Bang! The 12 Imperial Beasts let go of their arms, and Sailor fell helplessly to the earth of the Land of Light. Sailor! The Kingdom of Light's battle power bearer was defeated just like that. For a moment, the first battlefield was almost completely destroyed, and fear haunted everyone. The first war beast under the Mako Beast Emperor alone, it was as powerful as this. Gauss and Justice looked at each other, seemingly ready to merge with the Regito Ultraman. There was no way around it, the mysterious 4AO would only appear at the most desperate of times. On the other side, after the 12 Emperor Beasts knocked over Sailor, they didn't rush the battlefield, but once again exchanged the battlefield with Hapajetan. As a foe of the merged material, the Otter brothers and Hebei Sanjie, or the 12 Emperor Beasts to solve. This is a tacit understanding with each other, ace against ace. The empty Hapajetan dodged in front of Yimu, and battled with Jonia's, USA Zone AO. The battle between the 12 Imperial Beasts and the 8 Otter brothers on the scene was much less fancy. Pure and simple physical competition. The 12 Emperor Beasts with 3 heads and 6 arms and 4 wings on their backs, no matter in terms of size, strength, and speed, all of them killed any single O. The Ott brothers held on to the 10 Emperor Beasts for dear life. The Otter brothers held the arms and thighs of the 10 Imperial Beasts, and physically attacked and punched and kicked the 2 light-absorbing organs, so that they couldn't separate the gap to absorb the light. Heisei's 3 mages flew in the air to make a surefire ray at the 12 Emperors. Ja Perio Light. Photon Ice Blade. Photon Smasher. Despite their flesh being ferociously brutalized by the Otter brothers, the 12 Emperor Beasts were not the least bit weak in the face of the 3 major necessary kills. The head belonging to Tyrant released Deathflame, and charged straight into the Photon Ice Blade. The skull of Golzen Melba released the Ultra Gobo Ray and Strange Ray combination technique, Golzen Melba Gainen, sending a violent collision in the air with Jopeli Ao's Ray. The lower body of the cranium of Ultra Gobble, transformed into a jet warrior, spewed out endless, destruction light bomb, and impacted with the photon smasher. For a moment, dazzling light exploded in the air, and the light skills emitted by the 3 heads of the 12 Imperial Beasts actually cancelled each other out with Heisei's 3 major surefire kills. King Raider Giant Power. Under the Giant Power, the 12 Emperor Beasts leapt forward and rose up in the air with the 5 Otter Brothers hanging from their bodies. Under the incitement of the sky-shading giant wings, the arms and legs erupted with endless power, flinging the Otter 5 brothers down in the air like hail. Strength, speed, resisting light, there is simply no weakness. Damn it, this suture beast is so flawless. The Otter brothers and the Heisei trio cursed, but they were also shocked by their opponent's strength. The scene switched once again to the battlefield between the new generation and the Inquisitorial Serpent and Scavenger Grey Yura, and it was even more of a 1-2 punch. Thankfully, this battle was more of a grind for both sides. Only the highs and lows were divided, not life and death. The Void Dread Gryzel still took his 6-parent pace. As an existence with an IQ of 0, there was neither fear nor arrogance, only obedience to his master's orders. Aside from Galaxy and Victory, Axe, Jet, and Zeta all had experience against Glyza, and each time, it was only with difficulty that they were able to win. Zeta Delta Skyclaw. Up came Glyza's nemesis, Zeta with Cosmic Needle Belia Twilight in its strongest form. Ike's Transcendent form. The second Cosmic Pointer, Ike's Rainbow Head Dart came out. As Grizz's archenemy, Ike's directly switched to the Transcendent form, seeking to overcome the enemy and show the mighty strength of the Otter clan in front of the Mako Beast Emperor. Jed Galactic Primordial form. The Jed form, which fused the power of the new generation, took the lead, and even though it wasn't his strongest form, he hoped to better cooperate with his borrowed partner by doing so. Show. Light. True Love CP, Galactic Victoria looked at each other with affection, tumbling, jumping, colliding, and merging in the air. Galaxy Victoria made its debut. The combination of this new generation was so luxurious that any other boss-level monster would have been cowed. Unfortunately, the one they encountered was the unintelligent Gryza, a monster that had even dared to take on the beast god Yi Zhang in the first place. He didn't have these 2 words in his dictionary, and didn't know what cowardice was, but only the word reckless. And with the breakthrough of Yimu's strength, under the support of the beast herding technique, the Gryza was already infinitely close to the half-step star god level, and was far superior to the ordinary Gryza. Glyza Evil Sound. Glyza first released a wide range of deafening ultrasonic waves. The high decibel screams not only triggered fear in the hearts of the AO, but also had the effect of lowering the special defense and a certain probability of causing the enemy to fall into confusion. Luckily, all AO are in advanced form, did not fall into confusion, but only by this unpleasant ear-piercing high sound caused dizziness, headache. In the next moment, Glyza took a crooked step and rushed into the encirclement alone. Let's go brothers, let the other side see the strength of our new generation. The seniors had been defeated, and this was the best stage to show the strength of the new generation. BB Sword Dusk Cut. Rainbow End, Beyond Chop. Carrying a sharp momentum, the 2 cosmic needles, one after the other, chopped at Gryza, and in front of the cosmic needles, Gryza's nothingness ability was ineffective. Gryza, avoid it. There was nothing he could do. Yimu was also extremely anxious as he watched from afar, seeing that Gryza's cosmic point was about to be sewn up by the 2 needles. Yimu could only call out to him to utilize his divine technique. It couldn't be done. The surrounding Galactic Victoria and Jed Galactic Primordial weren't just standing around. Under the hold of the 2 of them, there was no way for Glyza to avoid it. Come back. Just as Glyza was about to be hit, Glyza turned into a red light and was retrieved back into the Makan sphere. Come out, Glyza. A red light reappeared, and Glyza changed positions and was once again released from the ball. Poof. Poof. Galaxy Victoria and Jed spat out 2 mouthfuls of old blood. A chance that was so hard to create was dissolved in such a way? Moreover, Gryza disappeared too abruptly. BB's sword and axe head dart went more than that. The 2 cosmic needles just collided together. Dazzling rainbow light blossomed in the collision of the 2 needles, and the 2 cosmic needles flew out from the impact. Not bad. Yimu stretched out his right palm, and then closed his 4 fingers, in the exact same posture as when Immortal Purple Cloud collected the Moonlight Box in Journey to the West. In the next moment, the 2 cosmic needles flew into Yimu's hands. Wow, it's great, yeah. Yimu happily played with the 2 weapons, loving them. You girl, you don't talk about martial virtues. 4AO breathlessly said in unison. In the middle of a big battle, do you still have the ability to retract a baby to avoid a fatal blow and then release it again? Martial virtues? You're talking to girls about martial virtues? Yimu was rightfully surprised, and countered, you 5 Ultramen bullying one of my Gryzes, is this also considered to be preaching martial arts? What's more, you can't preach martial virtues to women and old people, that's the basic theorem of the universe. What a smooth-talking girl, she seemed to have a good point. Go-Ao's face turned red with shame at being spoken to. As a price, I'll confiscate these 2 cosmic needles for the time being, and I'll return them to you if you can still beat my Grises without the 2 weapons. Yimu smiled wryly at them, and in the process gave a hand gesture of cheering and boosting. I'm watching you guys, cheering. Now without the threat of the cosmic needle, Glyza was once again put into the battlefield for a big kill. The passive ability of Grise's body of nothingness was once again unbeatable, and the rays of light that bombarded the battlefield were unbeatable. What invincible rays, what invincible punches, I'll stay invincible the whole time, let's see what you can do. Greiser Spiral Beam, Greiser Dark Lightning, Greiser Multiple Light Balls, Greiser Destructive Deathlight, Greiser Destroying Deathlight. This battlefield was filled with the indiscriminate bombardment of light skills. For a moment, the 4 great inquisitive freshman AOs, all of them had no cracking methods to take Glyza. Glyza was also double-fisted, unable to deal fatal damage to the crowd of AO in the short term. The battle was at a stalemate for a while. In the 4th battlefield, the star-swallowing beast Inferno Snake vs. Obu, Raso, Blue, Grizio, Edie, Urian, Nios, Max, and Gino. Due to the father of Otter's haphazard assignments, this battlefield looked to be the one that would crush the opponents the most. Obu, Grob, and the fastest and strongest Max are undoubtedly the battlefield players. And the lineup is balanced, with Gridget this childish giant, milkmaid, and follow the mother of Otter's Silver Crusader advanced training Yulian, is half output half nurse's profession. Inquisitive Serpent belongs to the strong defense, blood-thick, but poor flexibility of the monster, relying on scraping, anti-damage, replenishment of blood under the teamwork. There is certainly no reason to lose. 6 Great Scourge Souls out. As if the inquisitive Great Serpent also knew the truth of being outnumbered, it let out a booming hiss, and the clouds in the land of light were all roared back. Immediately above the Great Serpent's body, a huge soul appeared, and under the painful tearing, 1 soul split into 6, and each of the 6 soul light masses transformed into a separate individual. Demon King Beast of Light Magic Jeton. The Demon King Beast of Darkness Magic Gatanji. Demon King Beast of Earth Magic Urin King. The Beast of Wind, Magabesa. The Beast of Fire, Mord Ponton. The Demon King Beast of Water, Mog Jabba the Hutt. It's not over yet, Bane Soul Fusion, be born in the light of fire, endless light of fire magic Gur Ponton. In an instant, the gap in numbers was immediately reversed. Japonton I'll do it, Zophie-san, Belia-san, lend me your power, embrace the darkness into light. Obu transformed into his dark flare form and tore into the demon grid Japonton. Beast of the Wind Demon King, leave it to me, Whirlwind Trip Body, Purple Electricity Blast, Raso Whirlwind Form. Raso Cyclone Form, flying high into the sky, stepping into the hurricane field of the demon Gerbalsa, speeding through the wind, the battle of speed. Water Demon Jabba, leave it to me, compare who's more watery in battle, Water Current Tripping Form, Aquamarine Sea. Brew Leap Water Form, Water Splash Leap, leaps to Jabba's side, opening up the battle. Why does it feel like this operation is not right? The remaining Eddie, Yulian, Nios, Max, Jano looked at each other in dismay, as well as the 3 strongest existences, King Durant, Gatanju, and Orochi's body? These few young people, how to pick the soft persimmon to pinch, leaving the hardest bones to the seniors to chew, do not know that the old man's teeth are not good anymore? The 5AO immediately felt that he had picked late, and did not pick the quality opponent away at the first time. What to do now? Retreat to escape that does not exist, can only harden their heads. Orochi main body, leave it to me and Jano. Max and Jano took the initiative to carry the strongest enemy. Alright, you guys go for it, Gatanju, it's up to Yulian and I to deal with it. Worthy of being known as the fastest and strongest Ultraman, brave enough to take on the heaviest burden, Edie nodded in admiration. King Durant, I'll do it. Nios had no choice but to take over the Earth Demon Gurren King, and already had a plan in his heart. This guy's defense is so strong, it's probably probable that he can't die alone, so I'll just swing and stall. What about me? Are you guys still forgetting someone? And me Jelly Chow, who am I going to fight? Sister Jelly Chow anxious, how one of them ignored her. Sunrise, whoever is bleeding milk. Oh, okay brother. Grizio happily turned on the battle watching mode, adding blood to the team at any time. For a while, the Inquisitive Snake's battlefield also exchanged victories and defeats. Obu, Raso, and Brew pressed the 3 great Demon King beasts to fight, while the remaining few were being pressed, and thanks to having the strongest milkmaid, they were able to remain undefeated for a while. The battlefield also seems to be unable to distinguish winners and losers in the short term. On the 5th battlefield, Taiga, Windhorse, Titus, Monbiotics, Hikari, and Libert faced off against Ashula. Ula, an eater who only knows how to eat, that Indian Taiga, eats all the garbage and dust of the universe. Monster Ranch, this head, millions of years down, eating the corpse of failed monsters, millions of years down, so that the body exudes undead corpse gas, gray and black. That head of the exterminating Oga Intriga was also one of its unproductive heirs. Be careful, the aura of this head is far too powerful than the original one. Taiga warned, facing this Ula as if facing not just a monster, but the monster graveyard that had shaken the universe. A single Ula, as if it housed the heaven and earth of that cemetery. The deathly aura, the piercing coldness, as if facing the grey messenger of hell, the undead monarch. The crowds of AO nodded, the gravity in their eyes notorious. Triple Strem. The trio squad looked at each other and merged into the Taiga Strym form. Monbiotics, this battle is not to be underestimated. This is the newly developed Otter Brothers card that allows your avatar to take infinite forms, but it only lasts for a moment. Hikari's own combat power has not improved much over the years, and his energy has been spent on scientific research, so he can only pin his hopes on his good brother, Monbiotis. Monbiotis was in tears. This senior of his own was also able to borrow power through the new technology. He was still very excited inside. Brothers, lend me your power, Monbius Infinite. Infinite form, the whole body of Monbiotis shimmered with silver and black lines. There was no outward aura of oppression, because this form perfectly collected and controlled the power within the body. Knight's Breath, Armor of Valor. One more point was power as well, as Hikari assumed her battle form. Liberate Spear, Shield. Form wasn't enough, weapons came to the rescue. Libet covered his face and pulled out his contradiction. The monsters controlled by Yimu were still very martial, never launching a surprise attack while the opponent was transformed. Until this moment, when the House AO completed its magnificent transformation, the Grey Ula opened its abyssal mouth and bit over furiously. Eat. As the number one eater in the universe with a black hole in his belly, there was nothing that could not be swallowed. Despite the fact that according to Yi Zhang, the Otter clan was the uncrowned ultimate life form, but no matter how strong your life was, as long as one was accidentally swallowed into the belly by Ula, that would only end in GG. And as long as a careless by his bite any part of the body, the energy will also be constantly sucked into the stomach. What about this guy? Only physical attacks. Taiga Triple Sword. Mombim Lightsaber. Knight Lightsaber. Spear Cleave. Fortunately, the four great AOs were all armed, and each took out their own long swords, flexibly dodging and grasping the openings to slash on top of Ula's body. Yimu couldn't help but shake his head as he watched. It was too much of a fee. It was really set up to be invincible, showing the existence of pulling the crotch. Neither high-speed movement, also will not release waves, only eat. Although the blood bar is very thick, it is difficult to kill, but it can only be a tool favorite. See which planet is not happy to swallow him, not very suitable for this kind of friendly war. After all, Brother Yi ordered before he left, this time is just practicing, not a life and death battle. Forget it, let him go, was killed also just to change favor. Brother Yi said that during this trip around the universe, when he encountered powerful monsters, he would help himself to capture and subdue them. And I already have a target, that is, the colorful dragon rug set, known as the Cosmic White Cell. There's also that evil god demon beast Grimald as one of the spares. However, at this moment, in the sky watching the battle of the father of Otter, a burst of head, the back has long been wet with cold sweat. The weakest beast emperor under the beast god, the Mako beast emperor. With just one person, he was able to hold back almost all of the power of the Otter clan. The 5 great war beasts under his command were ferociously powerful. If the god 4 don't come out, who will compete with them? What kind of power is this monster auction house? Luckily did not listen to that boy Sailor's whole AO rally to kill into the auction house to save people. Really want to do that. AO father believed that at this moment the Ultraman's graveyard grass has long been 3 feet high. King of Otter old master, you in the end when to come over? Father of Otter shook his head and sighed softly. Long before the beast god agreed to meet, Father of Otter had already summoned Elder King of Otter to ask him to come out and sit in the Kingdom of Light, but he didn't think that he hadn't come yet. Could it be that even old man AO Wang was afraid of the beast god? It is true that the universe is vast and boundless, and one must always be in awe. You never know if there are still those existences in the universe that are so powerful that you dare not imagine them. The father of orcs turned to look at the plasma spark tower where Spark was constantly trembling, fearing that the sparks would suddenly go out in the next second. Sailor, get up, we're here to help you. Outside help from the Kingdom of Light arrived, members of the Inquisitive Sailor Vigilante, Flame Warriors, Mirror Knights, Iron Slayers and Iron Nine. Have you forgotten, the strongest thing you have, is your heart? In an instant, with the shouts and support of his brothers, Sailor regrouped. Gaustina looked at each other and nodded with great relief. Let's go, let's show Hepajetin our power. I'm going to start a real black hole storm. Garnet Blast. Sailor rekindled his enthusiasm for battle, switching to his strong Corona form and shooting his right fist of flame at Hyperjetin. Luna Miracle Head Dart. Strong Coronet switches to Lunar Miracle form again, followed by Paraji's shield reorganizing in front of his chest as Inquisitive Sailor's renewal completes and comes back online. Sailor flew kicks and attacked towards Hypajetin. The trio of strikes were sidestepped by Hepajetin, but managed to draw his attention. Joni has led USA Zao directly out of the battlefield. With the ultimate sailor vigilantes joining in, Gauss, Gestas, Dinah, and the Rio brothers rejoined the battlefield, and the battle was rewritten. There are too many enemies, and for a moment Hephageton was actually overwhelmed, dazzled, and unable to attack and dodge. 12 Imperial Beasts Battlefield. The first generation is not able to fuse out Super Terra. Dija does not have enough light to open the Shining D form, only Gaia to open the Supreme form. Then Jonas joins the battlefield to assist, and tangles with the 12 Emperors. Void Dread Grizza Battlefield. Axe Betha Spark. Otter Fusion Bracelet, Monster Armor. Psy Steel, Jet Ultimate Form. The three main hangars unopened, and Grizza gradually fell into the wind. The ultimate magical grid Orochi Battlefield. Obia Trinity. Connect, Grob. Soon, the Scourge Soul of Light, Scourge Soul of Fire, Scourge Soul of Wind, and Scourge Soul of Water were dispersed and retracted back into the Inquisitive Magical Serpent. The two Inquisitive Oracles joined the rest of the battlefield, and the situation quickly progressed in the direction of reversal. Ashula Battlefield, as if a bullfighting ring, the four great Ultra Warriors were in a four-corner pincer attack, constantly seducing and consuming Lula's physical strength. Cosmic Avenue, the power of herding beasts, go. The power of space, converge Hepa. The power of dimensions, converge on Grizza. Strength, defense, speed, add to the Imperial Beast. The power of the elements of earth, water, fire, wind, light and darkness, gathered in the Great Serpent. Death is like the wind, always accompanied by Ula. The opponent's extras were all on, so naturally Yimu wouldn't give in to them. Only to see her rise up in the air, her arms fully open, countless colorful power threads manifested from around her, shooting into the war beasts she controlled. Hephageton, the instantaneous transmission CD was greatly reduced, and her figure was unpredictable. Gryza, pulling away, light bullets shot out, as if jumping dimensional leaps, shuttling directly in front of the masses of AO. 12 Imperial Beasts, power, defense and speed soared again. Inquisitive Great Serpent, Earth, Water, Fire, Wind, Light and Dark 6 major elemental forces, fusion convergence, the strongest elemental impact. Ashula, steeply accelerated speed, carrying the momentum of death, staring at a target rushed, will not stop until it bites. Enough! Gauss and Gestas looked at each other, realizing that the battle was getting more and more heated. It was as if they were afraid that they were going to go head to head the next moment, and they would not stop until they were dead. When the two powerful forces in the universe met, the legendary glittering light then merged to show his true stature. The will of the universe, Regito Ultraman made his appearance at this moment. Under the influence of the Great Will, Yimu stifled a grunt, and the threads of power connecting the 5 great war beasts collapsed as much as they could. You guys stop too. Ryujito called out to stop the other Ultramen as well. You, brother Yi, someone is bullying me. Yimu instantly became anxious and shouted out for Yi Zhang. What's wrong? In the next moment, Yi Zhang took a step out from the plasma sparks and looked at little Mumu suspiciously. Brother Yi, that Ultraman, bullied me. In the shocked gazes of the crowd of AOs, the Mac Beast Emperor, who had just been ferociously powerful and unbeatable, suddenly turned into a gentle, as if bullied, little white rabbit that burrowed into Yi Zhang's arms to be pampered. To the astonishment of the crowd of AO, was this still the herding beast emperor who had just overwhelmed his side with the power of one man? Who, that one? As Yi Zhang's finger pointed away, eventually stopping at the time when it was in the direction of Lei Jido, Yimu finally nodded his head triumphantly. Lei Jieduo was sweating for a while. He had only pulled a fight. It seemed like he hadn't bullied that powerful girl. Star God Realm, not bad, not bad. I won't make things difficult for you, take a slap from little Mumu. Hearing Yi Zhang's lightly provocative words, Lei Jieduo glared angrily. He himself represented the will of the great universe, how could he back down? The two of them looked at each other, one with a serious gaze and the other with a lightly provocative eye, and the highs and lows were immediately judged. The duel of the masters, there is no magnificent skill, often used the most simple way. No need for words, the collision of wills, unfolding in the invisible void, such as a stone stirred up 1,000 waves, the void exploded 10,000 ripples. Bang 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 bang. Lei Jieduo's will was like an endless sea wave, choppy and continuous. Yi Zhang's will was like a bottomless abyss, imposing and unfathomable, and the abyssal demon god raised his head and opened his eyes in it, his gaze piercing through everything. A high-level duel, in an instant. God-level duel, a glance of 10,000 years. A few moments later, Lei Jieduo only felt his eyes sting incomparably, the gaze of the abyssal demon god gradually engulfed the waves. Little Mumu, make your move. Under the contest of wills, Ryujito was defeated. Beast god, have mercy. The king of Otter finally arrived in a fiery hurry from afar. However, Yi Zhang did not pay the slightest bit of attention and signaled for little Mumu to continue striking. Okay, brother Yi. As Yimu's palm pushed out, Lei Jieduo took the blow without moving a muscle. Then running apart into two figures, Gauss and Gestas fell into the kingdom of light. The scene was silent. The mysterious four AOs, from the beginning of their appearance, had not lost a single battle. They were the gods of faith of all the Otter clan. And today, one of the mysterious four AOs, Regito Ultraman, was defeated so lightly. And, the face of the King of Otter, the beast god didn't give the slightest bit. For a moment, indignation, shocked anger, horror, confusion, and dumbfoundedness filled the hearts of all the Otter clan. Many thanks to the beast god for being merciful. The King of Otter bowed to Yi Zhang on behalf of all the Otters. Yi Zhang nodded his head gently. He was not a murderous, bullying master, and that slap just now was only to let little Mook Mook take a small outburst of anger, and then set up a prestige in passing. So what if it was the fourth deity? In front of beast god Yi Zhang, no matter if you are a dragon or an insect, you have to be coiled. As a survivor of the era of the gods, the existence of the new universe before the explosion and rebirth. It could even be said that Yi Zhang came before the heavens. Not to mention the star god born in this new universe. Brother Yi, I'm sorry, little Mumu disgraced you and failed to take down the kingdom of light. Yi Mu's two big eyes were filled with self-reproach as they looked at Yi Zhang with watery eyes, blinking and blinking. Silly girl, how could Yi Zhang not know her little mind? And he stroked her head dotingly. Our little Mumu is awesome, alone, almost drying out the Otter clan, the future is promising. Yi Zhang flipped through the dictionary and managed to find a few awkward words to praise her. Yi Mumu's achievements in this battle were truly dazzling. Far from being comparable to Belial single-handedly picking over the Kingdom of Light. She had faced countless enlightened Ultramen, almost every giant of light that had ever debuted since generations ago. That's for sure, it's all because Brother Yi taught me well. Yi Mu grinned, like an octopus, and hugged Yi Zhang even tighter. Looking at the crowd of dry-standing Ultramen, they were incomparably sweating. Was this feeding dog food in public? The Key still did not dare not to eat it. Brother, they are brother and sister, why is it so strange? Grievous Joe looked at Jimu who shouted Brother Yi in one mouthful but made such intimate gestures with a confused face, and asked suspiciously, Sunrise, you're still young, brother, and, brother mean different things. Rosablu scratched his head, explaining in a long-winded and incomprehensible way. Alright, little Mumu, come down. Yi Zhang put down Yimu, and then his fingers tapped, waves rose in the void, and then a stone monument tens of meters high appeared out of thin air. The stone monument was carved out of white jade, with the surrounding flickering black and gold light, emitting a vast atmosphere. Its front side was blank, not a single word. On its back, the words Beast World Monument were printed from top to bottom. Little Mumu, write down a few words as a souvenir. I will erect this monument in the Kingdom of Light. Yi Zhang said. Okay, what to write? Just write this. Yimu pondered for a moment, and his jade finger pointed out, carving in the air at the stone monument. In the Kingdom of Light, Beast God Yi Zhang and Shepherd Beast Emperor Yimu traveled here. From today onwards, the auction house suspends the sale of Ultraman order-taking services, and the three great Beast Emperors may not take orders privately. Floating in the starry sky, Yi Zhang looked down at the crowd of AOs, and faintly but authoritative words came out. The voice was not loud, but it was transmitted to the hearts of every Ultraman. At the same time, the plasma spark emitted a soft fluctuation that covered all the Ultramen. It informed that some sort of agreement had been reached with the Beast God regarding the erection of the monument. Let's go, little Mumu, let's stroll around the Land of Light for a while, and then you pick a feng shui place to erect this Beast Yu Feng Shui monument. When the Beast Yu Feng Bei monument was erected all over all the subdimensional planets, that would be the true beginning of Yi Zhang's plan. This is the plasma spark tower of the Kingdom of Light, the energy source and spiritual pillar of the Kingdom of Light, and at the same time that guy is also the strongest existence in the Kingdom of Light. Yi Zhang led Yimu to walk on top of the stacks of the Land of Light, bathing in the light of the plasma sparks and holding Yimu's hand. His mood was much more relaxed. How strong? How is it compared to me? Yimu straightened his nose and looked up at Yi Zhang arrogantly. Once at the star god level, what do you think? Yi Zhang bent his index finger and gently scraped at the tip of Yimu's lofty nose. Humph, little Mumu will soon break through the star god level as well. Yimu let out a light hum, skimmed his head then continued to walk forward. Disperse, don't follow, do what you need to do. The captured Primordial Ultraman and Regulus Ultraman, figure out how to rescue them yourself. I, for one, will not interfere. Looking at the countless light bulbs following behind them, they didn't feel awkward. Yi Zhang couldn't stand it anymore. When the crowd of AO heard this, as if relieved, they breathed a long sigh of relief, and went their own ways, and soon only the original inhabitants of the Land of Light were left. There is the second tallest building besides the Spark Tower, the Cosmic Police Headquarters. Yi Zhang led Yimu to cross into the Headquarters Council Hall of the Kingdom of Light. Then, hand in hand, the two of them traveled through the Otter Arena, the Otter Intelligence Bureau, the Otter Airport, and the Otter Science and Technology Bureau. Otter Arena, countless discs of rings suspended in midair for fighters to fight and practice, but unfortunately, it was empty at the moment. Otter Intelligence Bureau, a huge crystal screen in the center, surrounded by many subscreens, connected to the cosmic network, broadcasting real-time cosmic news, relaying planetary crises detected by unmanned satellites, and then sent to the command room to issue rescue missions. Otter Aerial Port, the port where Otter Star parked its spaceships. No fun. Turning around these places, Yimu felt a bit bored. Of course, this time, we came to such a high profile that we couldn't visit the country of light, so naturally it's not interesting. In addition, the architecture is hollow, the tone is too peaceful, there is really no passion. A country that was too harmonious was really not interesting. Yi Zhang also stretched his back, this trip to the Kingdom of Light, the main purpose in the war, not in the play. This is the only place that's not bad, so many toys. Only this last Otter Science and Technology Bureau, let Yimu came to some interest. A room full of Ultraman and monster capsules, cards, keys, sublimators, medals, and figures made Yimu fall in love with them. Ultraman and monster cards, brother Yi, you draw one? Yimu picked up the hundreds of book cards on the table and turned his back for Yi Zhang to draw. Yi Zhang laughed lightly, then drew one at random. The card was flipped over, and it was none other than the Dark Archemperor, Starman Ampera. Yes, brother Yi, then let's go to the planet Ampera at our next stop, shall we? Yimu said happily. Yi Zhang nodded gently. In the end, the two of them erected the Beast-U monument on the land of the Kingdom of Light under the Plasma Spark Tower. It was not until Yi Zhang and Yimu had left for a long time that the numerous AO of the Kingdom of Light came to the monument in droves. This guy, is he going to erect a monument to suppress the AOD clan? Too arrogant? Sailor was very angry. He had long made up his mind to put on his cultivation armor and train again, and in the future, he must defeat the Beast God and Beast Emperor. Be careful with your words, and listen to Plasma Spark's arrangement. Father AO stopped the crowd from commenting. Everyone, it seems that the universe will usher in the biggest change. We must seize the last time to enhance our strength. After experiencing this battle, the grief and anger that had built up inside all the Ultramen would be turned into their motivation to constantly improve. They believed that one day, the Ultraman clan would be able to defeat all powerful enemies. Ampera Planet, round table, 12 seats, 2 were vacant at the moment. The 10 black-cloaked Ampera star people, standing on top of the 10 thrones, scrutinized the great Emperor of Light, Ans, who stood below, cloaked in golden armor and glittering with 2K titanium alloy light. Ans, you traitor, do you know what crime you have committed? One of the 10 Dark Emperors stood up and pointed at Anzai in the middle of the great hall and said angrily, turning your back on the darkness and joining the light, what crime is there? Humph, one day, I will prove that my choice is the most correct direction for planet Ampera. Ans was not afraid in the slightest, standing proudly and staring proudly ahead. You, who are obsessed, don't blame us for being merciless. If you want to stand, then fight. Anzai's golden cloak flung out, domineering. Let's let you all see that I, who plunge into the light, am the invincible existence. Yi player, breakfast is here, your injuries, how is your recovery? As protection for the injuries he had sustained, Jiaming carried the breakfast prepared by the maid of the house early in the morning and went to the hospital to visit Yi Zhang. Yi Zhang was currently lying on the hospital bed, brushing the front page headlines of Alphabet Jump. The Trigger Ultraman was still a hot topic that would last for a long time. He had been labeled the king of sauce by netizens. He's not capable of fighting monsters, but he's the king of soy sauce. Why don't you just stop appearing in the future, and you can also reduce the number of buildings you have to step on. There is a lot of negative news about Trigger. Luckily, many of the spammers who spoke harshly were blocked, otherwise Jiango could be skeptical of life when he read it. Comparatively speaking, the elite victory team was bursting with positive energy, such as the strongest Earth defense team ever. With the victory team humanity was enough to protect the Earth, etc. Jiaming it's quite good, it's already healed, you can be discharged from the hospital today. Yi Zhang said as he set his cell phone aside and stretched his arms. The injury, which was originally faked, resting for a week or so of sick leave, was about right. Good lord, then I'll treat you tonight, let's go for a big meal to celebrate your recovery. Naughty said happily. Me and you? Yi Zhang was surprised, this was taken down by himself, taking the initiative to invite himself for dinner? Yeah, there's also Changrun, Jiango, Nina, Nanes, Sakuma, Captain I'll call them all together too. Setsuna said as a matter of course. Of course, and the lovely Maruru. Well, it was Yi Zhang who was overthinking. It seemed that tricking her into willingly handing over the Eternal Core would require a long-term solution. The female protagonists of the Otter universe, their 3 views were all too positive. Defending the planet and defending justice always came before personal feelings. Egoism and egoism in the age of the gods is extremely contrary. In that era of the gods, everyone could do anything to increase their own strength. What loved ones, brothers and sisters, parents, wives and children, in the duel, all may become victims. The most famous of these is the battle of a certain heavenly emperor's sacrifice. Looking out of the window at the planet, a hint of relief sprang up in Yi Zhang's heart. Was it still necessary to recreate the world of gods? Although today's human beings were individually weak, facing the invasion of the cosmos, the oppression of the monsters, and the plundering of the beliefs of the Aotearoa clan, they seemed to be enjoying themselves. However, it seemed that they were also enjoying themselves, and everyone had their own dreams and their own pursuits. But soon Yi Zhang shook his head. This was only the current situation of the earth in one of the dimensions. There were countless other subdivisions of humanity that lived in dire straits. He still remembered the despairing wails and impotent roars of the humans in that part of the world of Legend of Ultraman when he was in seclusion. Nonetheless, Yi Zhang still did not make a move because there were too many such sub-elements. He, who was accustomed to seeing the lives of people in the era of the gods being as insignificant as grass, knew that there was only one way to rewrite this ending. That was to make humanity strong. This universe was reborn in the Big Bang and turned into countless subdimensional fragments. Then, he would reunite these fragments. With the superfusion of dimensions, the aura will surely revive, reshaping the universe and recreating the glory of the gods. By that time, when mankind was strong, the monsters in the universe would only be pets, and everyone would be a beast god. With this in mind, Yi Zhang's gaze was once again firm. For this plan, he had long planned for tens of millions of years, and could not afford to be half-hearted. The evening meal was set at the high-altitude revolving restaurant on the 20th floor of the city's central food court. The theme of the restaurant was Monster Hot Pot Stew. It was rumored that all the ingredients of the restaurant were taken from the descendants of monsters in the ancient times. Of course, this is just an advertisement. King Crab, blown into a large crabganza's descendants. Prawns, blown into the descendants of the two-tailed monster. Octopus, blown up as a descendant of Gallows, the octopus monster. Sea snake soup, blown to be descended from the deep-sea serpent, Diaplus. Salt-baked snails, said to be chosen from the cosmic snail Daliban. Although no one believes, but Naiha mastered the traffic code, become a Netroots card must pass through the place. The restaurant does not have private rooms, the main one is empty and lively, transparent high-rise glass, you can see the distant starry sky, prosperous city. The noise is accompanied by tranquility, immersive dry rice experience. Yi Zhang came in advance to step on the spot, and was the first to sit on top of the seats booked by not name. After waiting for nearly half an hour, he saw the group of elite victory players arrive late. Having never had others waiting for him, this was the first time he enjoyed waiting for others. Yi Zhang could not help but laugh at himself. Team member Yi, coming so early. Sima Tiexing grinned as he took the lead in his seat. At the moment, he was wearing a short white lab coat, both of his arm muscles were on display. It seemed that he had not worked out much these days. All of the team members came in plain clothes, even Maruru, who had unprecedentedly taken on a human form, appeared to be a young man of about 12 years of age. Jia Ming and Saint Changren came in company. After all, there was a foundation of decades of sibling affection that was not so easy to break through. To Yi Zhang's dismay, Carmilla and Kensuke Monica came side by side and took their seats together. So much so that on Yi Zhang's left side sat Naughty Name, Saint Akito, Sakuma Tetsumi, and Nane's Hinokoi in that order. On the right side sat Carmilla, Kengo, Maruru, and Captain Tatsumi in that order. Wow, is this restaurant the legendary Monster Stew? It's said to be sky high in price, and it's even harder to find a seat, so this time it's thanks to Not Name Sama. I'm going to order it to death. Sakuma Tieshin excitedly looked at the menu, almost writing the word gluttony on his face. I'm going to order two twin-tailed monster tempura for each person, 2 imperial ganza, 1 salt-baked daliban for each person, sea snake soup, iron plate octopus, a few servings of each. Maruru was excited to place the order. Looking at the menu she was on the verge of craving. Well, I'll pay the bill tonight, everyone let loose and eat. Worthy of being the Shizuma Consortium's extremely wealthy young lady, she was just rich and generous. You picked 2? This time it's thanks to you for protecting me last time, and to celebrate your full recovery. Jia Ming smiled as she handed the menu to Yi Zhang. Was this an intention to repay the favor of saving his life with a single meal? Yi Zhang casually flipped through the menu and did not find anything of interest. As a cosmic beast god, what kind of monster cuisine had he not eaten before? The Monster Ranch had also bred a number of meat beasts specifically for eating, and its twin-tailed monster was even its main product. Not to mention these pirated ingredients. Feel free, it looks like every dish is delicious. Jian Goyu and Mina take your pick. Yi Zhang tossed the menu to the two of them. These days, Mina and Jianwu's relationship had once again pulled together quite a bit. Beautiful women, as long as they were not madly criticized, did not stand on the opposite side of the fence and mess around, whip people around with a whip, and shout about destroying the world all day long. What man could resist? Alright, the order is finished, quickly serve the food. Boring waiting time for the meal. Everyone was just about to chat about something when they were suddenly attracted by the farce at the next table. His grandma, unscrupulous merchant, how dare you pit this grandpa, this is just an ordinary peppered shrimp, how dare you sell it for 3,800 apiece, robbing money? A middle-aged man with a gold chain wrapped around his neck and a tattoo on his back, violently smashed the bowl and chopsticks in his hands on the table, and roared at the waitress lady next to him who was waiting to collect the money with a pose machine. There were a total of 5 people at a table, and the table was full of leftovers. King crab shells, lobster claws were everywhere, indicating that these people had just had a beautiful full meal. Now that it was time to clamor at the checkout, it was clear that they had come to find fault and renege on the bill. Unscrupulous merchants, ripping off customers, let's see if I don't send it to the internet to expose you. Another middle-aged man took out a DSLR from the backpack hanging behind the chair and shot up at the store. The waitress lady's face immediately changed, intending to call security to deal with it. This kind of thing rarely happened in their upscale restaurant. She couldn't help but mutter softly under her breath, a bunch of poor people, no money, and still come here, wanting to eat overbearing food. Don't even look at what kind of place this is? Who are you saying has no money? Open your dog's eyes and see. This is a gold card issued by the Earth Bank with no more than 100 cards. Without billions of dollars you can't even get this card. Upon hearing that he was being taunted for being poorer than he was, a man among the 5 with extremely tall-looking ears became anxious and jumped up to fling out a gold card and smashed it into the waitress's face. The young lady immediately put on a smiling face and took the gold card and swiped it against the pose machine. Insufficient balance, payment failed. What's the point of pretending? I kind of get it. Security guards, come quickly, this group of people want to eat a king's dinner. The waitress lady's face changed again, instantly covered in frosty sneer, threw the card back. Where come the bastard thing, dare in our monster stew wanton? Soon dozens of security guards surrounded up, holding electric batons in their hands, looking coldly at the 5 people who were reneging on the table. Dare to take a shot at this grandpa, brothers, fuck them down. The 5 people laughed out loud, as if they were not the least bit afraid of the security guards who outnumbered them several times over. Look at this Grand Master's detachment. Compare who has more people. The person who started the trouble in the first place and was now laughing wildly, crossed his arms and revealed his true form. The split alien Gotzi alien. Then a few others revealed their true colors. The one with the fat head and excellent hearing was the Icarus alien. The remaining 3 were the 3 lowly members of the Cosmonauts Alliance who had once attempted to pit Yi Zhang's money on the exchange rate and were beaten up instead. The Mafrasian Wilno, the Matronian Maidon, and the Barbarian Bakura. Unexpectedly, these few cosmic people were here today as White Johns. It seemed that last time, they had all been drained of their money by Yi Zhang. Cosmic Man. Is it cosplaying? Is this the hotel's self-directed show? The people eating next to them, surprisingly none of them escaped, and they all cocked their heads and took out their cell phones to take pictures of the 5 cosmopolitans, and there were even hooking up to come and take a picture together. Brother, where did you buy this holster, so real? A netizen pointed at the live camera, one hand tugging at the Ikarusian's ear. There was also someone touching the large head of the Gotzi alien. The 5 cosmopolitans immediately stormed out. If it wasn't for the fact that last time, Yi Zhang had looted all the earth coins that they had saved up over the years, how did they end up in a situation where they were eating a bully's dinner this time? Stupid earthlings, let's show you our power. The Gaji aliens directly split into several doppelgangers. The Ikarusian released a strange light, directly turning the person who had just pulled his ear into several inches of a small person. Run, it's really a cosmic man. In the next second, everyone fled the restaurant scene in a puff of smoke, and the restaurant suffered heavy losses. Ha 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 ha. The 5 people looked at the customers and security guards who fled their asses off, very proud. Why is there still a table there? Hey, aren't you guys scared? The Gaji alien walked up and patted Yi Zhang's back. Maruru, is that your kindred over there? Bullying? Bullying humans? Sakuma asked with a big grin as he ate. I don't know him. Maruru kept to herself as she ate. Team Sakuma, be serious, elite victory team, move out and prepare to evacuate the crowd and arrest the Cosmic Man. Captain Tatsumi zipped up his zipper and habitually felt into his right pants pocket. Crap, plain clothes for dinner, forgot my weapon. The others had the same look on their faces. What to do? Without weapons, they were hardly a match for the Cosmos. Smile, I brought it. Jiango happily pulled out his victory hypa gun. As his transformer, he naturally never left his body at all times. Hey, aren't you guys afraid? The stupid and arrogant Gaji alien slapped on Yi Zhang's back ungratefully. At this moment, he was using chopsticks to clip the sliced skin roasted Barton that Naughty Name had just wrapped for him and put it into his mouth, and being slapped by this, one didn't clip it steadily, and the duck meat that came to his mouth flew away. Secretary's notes from the auction house of Vellini Ripple, the Beast God Lord's 3 intolerances. 1. Oh, the Beast God money is not returned, cannot endure. 2. Disturbing the Beast God to eat, cannot endure. 3. Disturbing the Beast God's beautiful dreams, cannot be tolerated. He. Yi Zhang banged his chopsticks on the table with a loud thud. He then turned his head and stared condescendingly at the big-headed Gotzi alien. What are you looking at, in front of this great master? What kind of eyes are you looking at? The Gotzi Starman screamed at Yi Zhang. In the next moment, a big BB pocket slapped the GAG in the face, directly smacking his eyes full of gold stars, and then spinning around in place 25 times, until he circled around so much that the sky hung in the air and lay down on the ground. It's you? As enemies met, the three cosmopolitans who had suffered losses at the hands of Yi Zhang helped the Gotzi alien up and pointed at Yi Zhang in shock. Team member Yi, do you recognize them? The other team members stood up one after another, looking at Yi Zhang in surprise while on the other hand, they were ready for a physical fight. You, how dare you sneak attack this lord will kill you. The Gotzi Starman climbed up, covering his red and swollen face, burning with rage. Split. 7 or 8 Gotzi aliens suddenly appeared, charging at Yi Zhang. The Victory crew immediately took up their battle stance, each picking a Gotzi splitter. A few other cosmic people looked at each other, intending to let the GA sub-aliens try out each other's strength first. It's you who will be smoked. Without even looking, Yi Zhang directly slapped at one of the figures. Pia. The doppelganger disappeared, and the Gotzi alien was once again slapped out. It must be masked. Unbelieving that the other party could tell his real body at a glance in the crowd, the Gotzi Starman once again transformed into dozens of figures and rushed over. Pa! The split bodies dissipated, and the main body was still slapped away. What are you looking at? Come together. The Gotzi alien pulled the Icarus alien and rushed forward, and soon, the two of them were beaten up and fell to the ground. Don't get lost yet, spoiling the fun. Go go go. Yi Zhang kicked the cowering two, followed by the 3 pariahs who had the sense to drag the other 2 brothers of the alliance, who had just seen Yi Zhang's ability, away in ashes. Missy, come here, I'll pay for their bill, as well as the losses in the store today. After dealing with these matters, Yi Zhang returned to his seat. What are you standing for? Sit down and eat. Yi Zhang couldn't help but say when he saw his team members staring blankly at him. Eat. The team members woodenly took their seats. Yi Zhang, do you recognize them? Captain Tatsumi snapped. Yi Zhang replied carelessly, I know them, didn't I say before that I have connections in the Earth Cosmonauts Alliance, that's them. Maruru, then you still beat them? Yi Zhang, that also has to be an occasion, can I watch them bully our Earthlings in broad daylight? I must teach them a lesson. Monica Kenyo, oh. I see, no wonder you have to help them settle the bill again after the fight, so they are really friends Jiaming, Yi Zhang, didn't you just get out of the hospital, why are your punches and kicks so fierce? Yi Zhang, thanks to your blessing, the goji berry stew delivered for breakfast was a great tonic, and now the chi and blood are still rolling around, as if there is an endless supply of power. Also, the Gotzi aliens detachment, how did you see through it? Could it really be a ripoff? The probability of being hit by a ripoff so many times in a row is less than 0.00001, Saint Commendator queried. Silently reciting the great mighty heavenly dragon in my heart, the great Luo Dharma mantra, I can't tell at a glance that you're not a human being. We'll be able to see through the delusion. Yi Zhang explained awkwardly. Pissed off, I'm going to take revenge, don't pull me. The short-tempered Gotzi alien yelled along the way that he wanted to go back to take revenge. Alas, what's the hurry? We also have a grudge against that person. The last time the 3 of us didn't get out of bed for a month was because of that person. Babel Singh comforted. Then what are we waiting for? A bunch of goons. Why didn't we go together just now? The Gotzi alien cursed. What can we do if we go together? That person's speed and strength are incredibly strong. We are no match. The Metron Star people sighed. Then we'll just hold our breath and break our teeth and swallow them? The Gotzi aliens were still upset. That's when the boss, the Mephiles alien, spoke up. Jia, there will be no good ending for those who offend our Cosmic Man Alliance. I have long since exhausted all of our savings to order 3 powerful monsters at the monster auction house. Once the monster shipment is delivered, it will be time for us to take revenge. At that time, we must trample that abominable human under our feet and rub him hard. Let him know what happens when he offends our Cosmic Man Alliance. GG. The Miaflasian sneered as if he was strategizing. There was also that symbol of cosmic wealth, the Cosmic Bank collectible diamond card. When the time came, he would use the money he snatched from him to pay the final payment for the 3 major monsters at the monster auction house. Cool. By the way, has everyone watched the recent hot topic, the Trisha Ultraman who was hitting the sauce? In order to avoid the team members from pursuing the issue again, Yi Zhang skillfully shifted the topic to Monica Kengo. Snap. Jiango put away his signature smiling face and slapped one hand heavily on the desktop, standing up in protest with great displeasure. It was only when he noticed the strange stares from his teammates that he realized he had overreacted a bit. What do those people know? Triga is already working very hard to defend the planet. Kenshiro was aggrieved that he had to do right by Triga. Triga Ultraman? Being an Ultraman is a bit weak. Sakuma Teshin absently ate his mouthful, still talking. Up to now, it seems like he hasn't taken down a single monster yet. Only those who were strong could gain the respect of others. Sakuma was in such a person who revered power. If hard work works, what's the point of having talent? Battle results are the way to prove yourself. Sakuma continued. Too weak indeed. Saint Changeling echoed, staring at Ken Goku with a look of hatred. I'm sure Trigga Ultraman will be strong enough to protect humanity. Monica Kenku said as he clenched his fists. I believe it too. Mina glanced at Yi Zhang and instead of hitting Jingo, she encouraged him. Yi Zhang wrenched the king crab leg and dipped it into the seasoning, the corner of his mouth curving upwards in a light smile. With him around, Trigga simply did not have the opportunity to brush the field and develop, and it was incredibly difficult to raise his strength. What's more, the Eternal Core was already in his possession, and Telija basically couldn't open the Shining Form, it was already ruined. It just depends on how to be abducted by Mina. Regardless of what happens to Ultraman, our elite victory team can never place our hopes in the hands of others. Hope must be grasped in our own hands. Captain Tatsumi stood up at this moment and said firmly, "Humph." The crowd said in unison, "Rumble, rumble." In just a split second, the sky and earth changed color and mountains crumbled. A meteorite from the universe crashed into the uninhabited island. After the explosion and smoke, the meteorite showed its true face, which was the mechanical life from the universe. The god of planetary destruction, Satan Dylos. In order to prove his strength, Trigga Ultraman fights 3 times in a row, but unfortunately, he is beaten back each time. The elite victory team was also out in full force, but unfortunately remained helpless. Satan Dylos acted only 1 hour a day, 24 hours a day, to destroy the earth. The rest of the time, he turned on his invincible shield and was perched on earth to accumulate energy. At the moment, the team members were grimacing and sighing in the command room. Neither the Nasrides nor the Victory Falcon had any way to deal with Satan Dylos' shields. Even the green-eyed dragon godship was unable to shatter the shields. Soon after, a bruised Monica Kengo ran back with a bereft face, and proceeded to enter the infirmary with Mina. Even though it was only 1 hour a day, it was this hour of evil that Satan Dylos had long ago wreaked havoc on the planet, sending humanity across the globe into a panic. Can Trigga Ultraman do it or not? Just take out the beast if you can. And the elite victory team, are they all on empty paychecks and not working? Where is your strength? Where's the ability to defend the earth? For a while, Trigga and the Earth Defense League were full of questions from the common people. What the hell should we do? Not Name kicked the corner of the table feebly, a sense of bewilderment and powerlessness filling his heart. Don't be discouraged, remember the giant that defeated the destruction Tyrannosaurus Death Drago? Suddenly, Yi Zhang leaned back in his chair and spoke with a playful tone. Are you talking about the Dark Trigga? Maruru asked suspiciously, will he guard the earth? The crowd also turned their gazes towards Yi Zhang in confusion, unsure of what was going on. Cough. Yi Zhang coughed out gently, then he took out the Dark Trigger Transformer, and the black special key, and flung them on the table. A few days ago, I picked this up in the grass by the roadside. Yi Zhang flung out a heavy bomb. Crap, what is this? Sakuma Tiashin just wanted to go up and snatch it into his hand to observe it, but Saint Commendator grabbed it in his hand first. This was clearly the transformer that he had discarded after his last transformation, so how did it get into his hands and be taken out in a dignified manner? The Saint Commendator looked at Yi Zhang in disbelief. Shouldn't this kind of good thing be hidden to conceal his identity and fight alone? Does it need to be made public with great fanfare? This is the Dark Trigger Transformer, the holy man of recognition said. Huh, doesn't that mean you can transform into a Dark Trigga and fight? The crowd looked at Akito in surprise. In theory it should be possible. Wow, excellent, this thing belongs to my Ignis, give it back to me. Ignis, who had come from nowhere, abruptly appeared in the command room, first looking at Yi Zhang with a hateful gaze. It seemed that the one who smashed him unconscious last time and took away the transformer was again this guy who did not speak of martial virtues. This is my thing, give it back to me. Ignis reached out and said to the holy changeling man, Humph, where's the writing of your name? Who's to say it's yours? Sakuma raised his fists to teach Ignis a lesson, and just as he came up, he saw Ignis' body flashing green light around him, and Sakuma ran headlong into a shield of green light, and then nearly fell over with his head spinning. Quickly give me, want me to transform into a giant, defeat that head of planetary destruction god then give me the transformer. Ignis said with a grin. I don't believe this is yours? Draw and die the future, darkness of pitch. Saint Akito inserted the black Tekken key into the rod of dark divine light, preferring to fight as a dark Tekken again himself rather than hand over the shifter to Ignis. Gah! 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 3 ravens crossed, and the holy changeling remained where he stood. Why? Why was he able to transform last time, but not this time? Was it because he had abandoned Dark Trisha? Saint Changeling Man was chagrined beyond measure and regretted it. Ah, see, you can't transform, give it to me, I'm the Dark Trigga human body. Iglesias laughed disdainfully. How? Let me try, maybe I can transform into a giant and fight too. Not Namek took the transformer over from Akito and followed the gesture with a budding shout. drawing and dyeing the future, the darkness of pitch black. Is that so? When the transformer was taken away by Yuki, Akito was anxious as hell. He couldn't watch Yuki go off and fight alone. Luckily, Yuki's transformation failed. I'll try too. Immediately after that, Nane's Hinokoi, Maruro, Sakuma Tetsumi, and Captain Tatsumi all tried it, yet the dark divine light rod didn't react in the slightest. See, leave it to me, I'm going to destroy that monster. The earth is protected by me, Ignis. Ignis laughed arrogantly, his hand spread out in the air, waiting for the crowd to helplessly hand the transformer back to him. Could the dark giant really be that guy? Captain Tatsumi was very upset, but there was nothing he could do about the situation at hand. The monster was too strong and would soon start winning again. One could only pin their hopes on the dark Triga. After a fierce internal struggle, he could only reluctantly hand the transformer to Ignis. Wait, there are still ye players who haven't tried yet. Naughty Name suddenly thought of something and snatched the transformer, hopefully placing it in Yi Zhang's hands. If he could transform, would he still give the transformer to you all to try one by one? I'm afraid he's not a fool. Ignis was not the least bit flustered. In his opinion, if he could transform, Yi Zhang would have long since taken this power for himself. It was simply impossible to take it out so generously. Me? I'll try it then. Me? I'll try it then? Yi Zhang took the dark divine light rod, painting and dyeing the future, darkness of darkness. In the next moment, Ignis plummeted and could no longer laugh. Darkness enveloped the command room. Then, Yi Zhang's crew, transformed into a pitch-black light, the dark Triga, which radiated a pitch-black silver-gray light, appeared over the Nazrids. With Yi Zhang's aura added to it, the dark Triga appeared even more domineering and cold and ferocious. Oh my god! Not Name sucked in his breath incredulously, and his hands even covered his face with incredible surprise in his eyes. Akito was stunned and confused. Sakuma Tetsumi, Nane's Hinako surprised and adoring. Captain Tetsumi's eyes are deep in wonder. Ignis was dumbfounded, raw, chagrined, and regretted not snatching the dark divine light rod away. Even if it's a dark giant, it's certainly no match for Satan Dillos, that guy's weakness. I'm the only one who knows it. Ignis snorted disdainfully, and soon he flew out of the Nozdis on the feather of ancient Urbasa, ready to go to the battlefield, wait until Yi Zhang was knocked down, and grandly shun the darkness transfigurator away. Oh my god, team member Yi Zhang has actually transformed into a dark tricorder. All the team members were immersed in surprise, and even Monica Kengo was attracted by the commotion and could not help but run out. He had a complicated look on his face, not knowing what he was thinking. Beast God Sama, what on earth are you doing? Mina could not understand Yi Zhang's operation more and more. Then I'm going to fight. Yi Zhang nodded to the people on board the Nasrides, and then flew towards the location of Satan Delos. The Nasrides trailed behind, and the little falcon also flew out, traveling alongside Yi Zhang. We fight alongside you. For a moment, the morale of the elite victory team soared. Unlike the other Ultramen, Yi Zhang quickly slowed down after flying above Satan Dillos, and then gently floated down to the ground without raising any dust. At the same time, Satan Dillos' eyes showed red light. The one-hour demon awakened at this moment. Come on. Yi Zhang made use of the scorn of the Forced King and beckoned towards Satan Dillos. Yi player, what are you doing? Attack. The crowd did not understand Yi Zhang's tactics, and Nanes had long ago controlled the little falcon to frantically fire light bullets. However, it could not break through Satan Dillos' defense at all. Satan Dillos did not even look at little falcon, but instead walked with heavy steps towards the dark Tragar in front of him. The database did not have information on the dark Trillium, and naturally, Satan Dillos did not know what kind of existence he was facing. The dark Triga under Yi Zhang's maneuvering was like a big, steady mountain standing in front of Satan Dillos, blocking his advance. It was also like an abyss that wanted to swallow it up. Before it was dozens of feet away from Yi Zhang, Satan Dillos stopped its stance. It opened its right hand, and the barrels of its fingertips swept towards Yi Zhang. Dragon Fist, explode. Without dodging in the slightest, the dark Trillium met the cannon fire and violently impacted. The dragon form of the 12 forms. On top of his right fist flashed dragon-shaped patterns. The wind of the fist seemed like the hissing of a black dragon as it slammed heavily against Dillos' forehead. Boom! This punch actually directly shattered the barrier shield device in front of Dillos' chest. It even knocked him back dozens of steps. All over his body, all the joints, even exploded in brilliant flames. This guy, how did he know the weakness of Satan Dillos? A blind cat stumbled upon a dead rat? Seeing that Dark Trisha had scored a hit, Ignis, who was soaring in the air, was very unhappy. Satan Dillos' weak point was precisely the chest barrier device, and once it was destroyed, its powerful defense disappeared. Good job, let's cheer too and fight side by side with Yi Zhang's team members. Naz Cannon, fire! As Captain Tatsumi's order was given, Sakuma Tieshin pressed the Naskanon's firing button. Suddenly, the body of the Nozdis shuddered and became unstable, as if it had received a shock, and the Naskanon failed to fire successfully. Immediately afterward a blue giant appeared beside Satan Dillos, holding up the blade of his right arm and laughing. Who else could it be if not the cupbearer Hitram? The sneak attack on the Nozdis just now came from him. Dark Triga, long time no see. Sure enough, it's you again. Ignis clenched his fists angrily, and the tragedy on planet Lithuania once again echoed in his mind. Damn, if I could only have the power of Dark Triga, I could have dealt with him. Sorry, I am not familiar with you. Yi Zhang responded flatly. Ha, millions of years ago, we were also considered brothers in arms, so let you also taste the taste of betrayal. Hitram pushed Satan Dillos to the front line of the battle so that he could sneak in from the side. Seek death. The Dark Triga under Yi Zhang's air raised a fist once again. Tiger form, white tiger whistling wind fist. Clouds from the dragon, wind from the tiger. This punch, with a white tiger-like shadow, was as fast as lightning. Then this fist broke out from the area that had just been broken by the explosion of the dragon fist, directly penetrating Dillos' chest. Boom! After the punch, Dark Trisha brushed against Satan Dillos. In the next second, Dillos exploded in place. This guy, how could he be so strong? After defeating Satan Dillos with just one strike, Hitram asked himself that he couldn't do it and couldn't hold back his heart's trepidation. Hitram instantly swung out a sword blade light wave towards Not Name, who was shooting for support on the ground. The purpose of his strike this time was to induce Yusha Lei to awaken. Watch out! Yi Zhang pretended that he did not have the time to react. He also wanted to see if Not Name was really a descendant of the ancient sorcerer clan, and what kind of power was contained in his body in the ultimate. Was it worth having her master this power under her own tutelage in the future? Boom! A ray of light penetrated through her body. The white-clothed, white-haired sorceress Yusha Lei reappeared. She raised her right finger spirit ring, and a runic barrier blocked in front of Not Name. The sword-on was successfully blocked, but a violent explosion occurred between the collisions. Yusher only had the power to block one blow, and then disappeared. Not Name was slapped to the ground by the shockwave, surrounded by crumbling boulders, causing her to shiver and wonder what the hell had just happened. Seek death. Yi Zhang threw a swift punch, instantly hitting Hitram's old waist. How could it be so fast? Hitram dropped to one knee, his old waist injury returning. That punch was too fast, so fast that even he could not dodge in time. Backstab. He endured the pain and quickly turned around, his arm blade stabbing at Yi Zhang. However, he saw that the arm blade was gripped by Yi Zhang, and under the force of his wrist, he wrenched it towards the outside. It hurts, spread your hands. Strength was always Hitram's shortcoming. At this moment, his arm blade was gripped by the other party's huge strength, and he could not pull it out in the slightest, and along with his wrist, it was bent outwards. Seeing that his wrist and arm blade were about to be broken, Hitram's support arrived. A golden whip of light wrapped around Yi Zhang's neck from behind and yanked him backwards. Dagon was also standing beside Carmilla, but he did not take advantage of the situation. Triga, long time no see, so, you are the real Triga. I've been looking for the wrong person all along, ha 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 ha. Carmilla laughed madly. I'm sorry, you've got the wrong person. I'm the fake one. Bright Trisha True Middle Sword Gobbler is the real one. Yi Zhang covered his face speechlessly. Dagon, don't look at it, go on, beat this traitor first. Even though she had already used the golden light whip to wrap around Darkness Triga's neck, Carmilla still urged Dagon to strike. It was time to defeat it and avenge the shame of 30 million years ago. Alright, Triga, don't blame me for striking mercilessly. At Carmilla's command, Dagon only had to strike, only to see the red power giant leap and fly to a height of thousands of meters. Then he changed his orientation and transformed into a meteorite, releasing a terrifying aura around his body wrapped around the meteorite, just like a falling blazing sun, smashing heavily towards Dark Trigon. Fiery Sun Meteorite Fall. On the other side, Yi Zhang's right hand was still wrenching on Hitram's arm blade without letting go. The Kalmyra light whip wrapped around his neck, under its increased strength, pulled Yi Zhang's body to arch backward. Yi Zhang took a step backward with his right leg to maintain his figure from falling. The strength of this body is still not enough. Yi Zhang shook his head, limited by his physique. His strength was also ruthlessly suppressed. Unless he utilized the power of laws, it would be difficult to get out of the predicament he was in at the moment. Domain of Force. The domain of force covered his surroundings, directly pressing Hitram to his knees. Then, under the huge power, Yi Zhang's left palm held the sky, facing the meteorite that fell heavily like a shooting star. Boom! After the dazzling flames, the figures of Darkness Trigon and Dagon were revealed, and Yi Zhang actually held Dagon's right foot with one hand. The ground could not hold up to this huge impact, directly sinking tens of feet and cracking tens of meters. What a strong force! Dagon was horrified. This kick contained the power of 10,000 pounds, and with the addition of speed and gravity, it had reached an astonishing attacking power, yet he was unable to trample Dark Trigon under his feet. Roll! Yi Zhang maneuvered the Dark Triga and powered up his hands, his right hand actually lifting Hitram directly. Then he held Dagon's left arm and threw it out, slamming the two giants, one red and one blue, heavily together. The violent impact made Dagon and Hytram's eyes bleed, and they fell to the ground for a moment and were actually unable to get up. How could it be so strong? Carmilla was shocked, asking herself that she couldn't do it to kill Dagon and Hytram in seconds at the same time. And you? Yi Zhang turned around and stared coldly at Carmilla in this time and space. This was still the first real encounter between the two of them. However, Carmilla did not know the true identity of Hyt in front of her. Yi Zhang's stern eyes made Carmilla's heart tremble. So terrifying, so powerful, and that inexplicable sense of familiarity? What the hell is he? How did my Triga become so strong? Carmilla couldn't figure out the cause for a moment, but in the next moment, she only saw Dark Trisha's right arm wrap the light whip around her hand, twisting it in a circle and dragging Carmilla step by step. You? How? Kalmyra was horrified. Dark Trisha's strength had long exceeded her mental expectations. In the past, a random dark giant should have been able to take him down, right? How could it be that the trio was now on the field at the same time and still be easily pinned? Simply incomprehensible. But the stronger they are, the more I like them. Carmilla spilled her light whip out, then swung two long whips again, pulling Dagon and Hytram to her side. Triga, come back to us. Wouldn't it be wonderful to split the Eternal Core together then? And, I promise the first one to enjoy the power of the Eternal Core will be you. Seeing that she couldn't get an advantage in the battle, Carmilla began to verbally rebel. Unfortunately, she turned against the wrong target. Carmilla, you. Dagon and Hytram climbed to their feet, seemingly displeased with Carmilla's assignation, and were about to say something when Carmilla raised her hand to interrupt them. Triga, do you remember 30 million years ago, when you and I first met at the Moon Lake, when you were suave and I was soft and charming? The colors of the thousands of moons were not as good as a glance back at you, and the thumping of your heart turned into a tenderness around your fingers. We could have been a divine couple envied by everyone in the universe. Why did you end up being seduced by that bitchy woman, turning your back on the darkness and joining the light, assassinating your compatriots, sealing your brothers in arms and beloved lovers? Come on, come back to us again, let the darkness come back to the world and become our world for two. Carmilla opened her arms and called out towards Dark Triga. She wanted to continue speaking, but was ruthlessly interrupted by Yi Zhang. Yi Zhang rubbed his ears. He was so tired of hearing it that he actually regretted turning into a Dark Trisha. Noisy. I've already said that I've recognized the wrong person. I'm not a Trisha, I'm a pirate. Darkness Japerio Light. Yi Zhang backhanded a must-have technique and flung it towards the Dark Trio. You. Carmilla's full of tenderness instantly turned into biting hatred. Must whip like rays. Flame Crusher. Hit last. The trio each unleashed their strongest mandatory rays. Standing on the right side, 1 against 3, Yi Zhang's version of Het was not the least bit disadvantaged. The light wave energies on both sides were even, and they eventually ended up in the same place, with a violent explosion in the center. Carmilla, I will make you regret and despair. Triga. Dagon, I'll fight you again when I'm back at my peak. Hytram, today's shame will be returned tenfold in the coming day. In the midst of their respective rages, the Dark Trio crossed into the Dark Gate behind them and disappeared. Dark Trisha also transformed into dark particles and disappeared. Then a wretched figure fell from the air and landed beside Jiaming in the large pit. Yi Zhang's eyes closed and his head tilted as he pretended to faint. The sharpness of this battle was too much. If he remained unharmed again, he would definitely arouse the suspicion of the crowd. Dark Triga. Strongest and fastest. Invincible. All the inhabitants of Earth chanted Dark Trisha's true name. With the power of one man, he killed Satan Dillos in seconds and repelled the 3 dark giants alone. After this battle, a new Earth hero was born. A hot topic of discussion also switched from the Trega of Light to the Trega of Darkness. Team member Yi Zhang, you're great. Returning to the Nazrid, all the team members cheered and were close to picking up Yi Zhang and throwing him into the sky. However, the crowd realized that Yi Zhang was not happy at all. Team member Yi, what's wrong with you? Could it be that you've been injured too much? Jiaming was concerned and could not help but touch his hands over to try to check Yi Zhang's injuries. Yi Zhang took a few steps back and shook his head. You guys don't understand, after transforming into a giant and fighting, I fell into a daze. Why, we humans are unable to possess such great power. If everyone was this powerful, would there be any need to live in fear, fearing the invasion of the cosmic people and the revival of the ancient monsters? Yi Zhang said softly. For a moment, the crowd could not help but fall into silence even after hearing this. Why were Ultraman monsters inherently strong, while humans were weak as such? The heavens were unfair. Some people were gifted and had a strong background, while others were born crippled and penniless. If you can be born strong, who wouldn't want it? But it was just a matter of not having the ability to do so and only passively accepting the reality. I've been obsessed with developing the latent power of humans themselves, so my physical battle power is far more powerful than the average human. I'm thinking that this is probably the reason why only I can transform into a dark tricorder. Yi Zhang took out the Dark Trigger transformer and the key and rationally analyzed it. I want to guard the Earth, but I don't want to rely on Ultraman's power. Captain Tatsumi, I would like to take a week's vacation, so the transformer will be kept at the base for safekeeping for the time being. Yi Zhang silently piloted the green-eyed dragon god and flew out from the Nasrides. Yi Zhang's words also sent the crowd into a daze. Was there anyone who did not desire power? However, Yi Zhang's team members were too noble, even handing over the Dark Trigger power easily and not being greedy enough to take it for themselves. For a moment, the crowd of players were once again convinced. Team member Yi Zhang, I would like to ask you for some advice. Why is your transformed Dark Trigger so powerful? During his vacation, Jinzhong Jiangotamina brought him to Yi Zhang's villa. He really could not understand why his Trigger was so weak while Yi Zhang's transformed Dark Trigger was so strong. Blackened is 10 times stronger, whitewashed is 3 times weaker. Yi Zhang explained indifferently as he lay on top of a bamboo chair in the courtyard. Was this serious? Jiango was confused. What is the purpose of your pursuit of being powerful? Putting away the joke, Yi Zhang spoke. My purpose is to make the whole world bloom with smiles. Jianwu replied seriously. Then do you think that being powerful is enough to make the whole world bloom with smiles? Kensei Go pondered. Actually, you have fallen into a misunderstanding. In fact, you only need to make the dark giant Carmilla bloom a smile. Isn't that enough? Yi Zhang stood up and patted Sword Wisdom's shoulder. Do you know my identity? Jiango stammered and smiled bitterly. Do you think that everyone doesn't know? In fact, the members of the elite victory team all know. It's just that everyone is cooperating with you, not wanting to reveal you until the moment you are willing to disclose your identity yourself. After every big battle, it's you who carries the heaviest injuries. And the place where Triga was injured was exactly the same as the place where you were injured. So anyone with a little bit of brain could have guessed it. The Dark Giants, obviously, are rushing towards Triga. If you return to her side, extinguish her vengeful rage, guide her towards goodness, and bloom her smile, this is also a method. After listening to Yi Zhang's explanation, it was as if Jiango had lifted the clouds to see the sky, finding a direction once again. How could one house sweep the world without sweeping it? How could the world be filled with smiles when even Carmilla's smile could not bloom? With this thought, it was as if a direction had been found in Jiango's gaze. But how to find the Dark Giants and make them bloom with smiles? Also, do you really want the human world to turn into a pure land of extreme happiness with only smiles? Joy and sorrow, sweet and sour, that's the joy of being human. Buddha is the way, and you are not a Buddha, so why do you pursue the way of ultimate happiness? Yi Zhang once again threw out a heavy bomb. The Buddhist way had long been extinguished in the battle of the gods, as it was simply not suitable for humans. Jianwu was like a heavy blow. Could it be that what he was pursuing was originally a wrong proposition? Jianwu, you and Mina take the time to visit those who were displaced in the battle between Triga and the monsters, and whose homes were trampled along with the buildings to turn around, listen to their heartfelt voices, and perhaps gain a different sense of enlightenment. Yi Zhang continued to say to Jianwu's departing back. These were all things that he had once sensed. At the time of the Battle of the Gods, Yi Zhang was still nothing more than a minion, and had no ability to participate in the divine battle at all. However, after the divine war, Yi Zhang reached the peak of the universe. It was not because he was an heir of the Godao, so powerful that all existences stronger than him faded away. Rather, it was because after the divine war, he had traveled through the red dust and experienced too much of the reality of human feelings and the 6 paths of reincarnation. Then he realized the laws of heaven and earth and the mysteries of the universe, and became the most powerful deity in the world. After the meeting between the beast god and the shepherd beast emperor's kingdom of light, the mysterious race, the Abu Salat clan, came out of nowhere and began to plot a huge conspiracy. Monstrous beast graveyard. What kind of hidden secrets are hidden? Tartarus receives orders from the king and arrives at the monster graveyard alone. I am Tartarus, a warrior of the absolutions, seeking an audience with Lord Undead Heavenly Plague. Oh? Someone in this universe actually knows of my existence? Inexplicable fluctuations came from the monstrous graveyard, and all the monstrous undead instantly became restless, and even more so, they prostrated and trembled in fear. Get lost, you're not worthy to talk to me yet. This is my king's transmission crystal, he has plans to confer with Senior. Tartarus replied in an unassuming manner, then a crystal appeared in his hand, floated into the air, plunged into the depths of the cemetery and disappeared. A beast god? I've never heard of it. Why would a guy who can't even participate in the battle of the gods need my help? But let's just count it as a potential threat. The black hand behind the monster graveyard's darkness was pondering. Go on, this is my servant, the undead magician Liebster with an undead body, he will help you. The voice of the black hand behind the curtain came out. Then the little blue man Rebster stretched out his hands from the graveyard of the cemetery and crawled out, craning his neck and enjoying the breath of life once more. Yes, master. Soon, the little blue man followed the little golden man and disappeared. The monster graveyard fell into silence once again. Across galaxies, Yi Zhang joined hands with Yi Mu and arrived at the planet Ampera. As an existence opposed to the M78 nebula, the Ampera star, in the midst of the sun extinction crisis, one chose to inhabit the darkness, while the other chose to recreate the light. Looking down from the starry sky, the entirety of Ampera star was wrapped in darkness, and the only thing that could give the planet light was the faint starlight. How is it such a planet? Yi Mu suddenly regretted it, the dark planet, unable to reach out. What's the point of traveling? If it's here, then it's safe, go down and take a look. Under close contact, Yi Zhang realized that this planet was far from being as simple as imagined. It even contained a trace of divine legacy chi, could it? Yi Zhang brought Yi Mu to land on the planet Ampera. Apart from the dark divine temple and the tallest dark sacred mountain, as well as a machinery production base, there were almost no other buildings in the planet Ampera. The barren surface also gave birth to some moss-like life that did not require photosynthesis. Other than that, there are endless black night monsters, underground monsters. The eyes of the monsters were as big as lanterns, emitting an intimidating light, as if they were neon lights flashing in the darkness of the night, or as if they were crisscrossed with flashlight beams. They had long since evolved excellent night vision, enough to forage, survive, and fight in the darkness. Brother Yi, let's go, there's no point in looking at monsters, my Y20 ranch is full of monsters, might as well go back to the monster ranch with me. Yi Mu said in disgust. What's the hurry, come all the way here, let's go see the machinery factory. The legendary production base of the peerless Iron God Empresa. Fully automated intelligent AI-controlled assembly line production, assembly, charging, and maintenance. Nonetheless, it would take almost days to produce a single peerless Iron God. Unfortunately, the base had long been abandoned and was not working. There were actually about tens of thousands of peerless iron lumps abandoned in the base. Without energy, it's useless to produce more. Yi Mu shook his head straight as he watched. If these tens of thousands of Empresa could be deployed, the Kingdom of Light would have been taken down long ago. Unfortunately, to be able to supply dozens of Empresa to run at the same time would already require an extremely large power source. For the energy-poor planet Ampera, it was even more impossible. The scenes of the dark Ampera planet were all indicative of the planet's impending doom. The future is dark. Kill him, execute him, this traitor, the one who has turned his back on his faith. With the alliance of the 10 Dark Emperors, the Ampera Planetarians, Ans, the great emperor who had committed himself to the light, was defeated. Just as the 10 Dark Emperors were about to execute Ans, a voice stopped the 10 Emperors. Bring him to me. Yes, old ancestor. The owner of the voice was the old ancestor of the Ampera Star people, the Dark Knight Afarak who had fallen into darkness in the last epoch. In this epoch, the remnants of his soul and body revived and became the originator of the Ampera planet. Once he was one of the strongest divine knights under the command of the God of Light, but he eventually betrayed the light and went into darkness for the sake of his lover. At this moment, he could not help but feel a trace of empathy when he saw his descendant Ans, who had turned his back on the darkness and walked towards the light. Ans, old ancestor, why did you throw yourself into the light? This dark knight who had survived the war of the gods until now asked. Because, it is the power of light that can lead the planet Ampera to prosperity and strength. The power of darkness will only destroy the planet in the end. Ans said as he knelt on the ground. What makes you say that? Afarak asked in disbelief. Isn't the Kingdom of Light an example? When the light of the sun went out, after our planet Ampera chose darkness, only the strongest 12 warriors were left behind, and there were no more heirs after that. And one by one, the Kingdom of Light transformed into light, finding new sources of energy that continue to spawn new life. After there is no light to shine, it is more important to create light rather than dwell in darkness. Anzawa spelled out his understanding. And, power is not divided into light and darkness, it only lies in belief. My belief is that the planet Ampera will be able to survive forever in the universe. If light can guide Ampera star to survive, then why can't I devote myself to light? At the depths of his emotions, Ans raised his head, and the light in his eyes, which shot onto Afarak, actually made him feel a slight burning pain. It was as if he had thought of a past. Afarak was once the strongest of the 12 divine knights under the light god, but fell in love with the demon princess. This was disallowed by the God of Light and judged his lover to death. Afarak turned his back on the light and turned to darkness. Once a brother, the other 11 holy knights eventually died in his hands because of differences in beliefs. But today, after hearing An's words, he suddenly had an epiphany. The light of the God of Light might not necessarily be the right light. If he hadn't thrown himself into the darkness, but instead reversed the wrong light, would it have given birth to a new ending to that battle? In an instant, it was as if he had realized the power of truth. Perhaps you're right, it's a pity that I'm only a remnant of my soul and my days are numbered. The responsibility of guarding the planet Ampera from now on will fall on you. I feel a powerful force coming. At the end of my life I just want to fight painfully, that's my desire for battle. Instead of living for tens of thousands of years, I'd rather fight and write the last light of my life. This is the honor of a knight. Ophiuchus and the hellish nightmare warhorse under his crotch opened their eyes at the same time, shooting out dazzling red light as they looked towards a certain direction of the Ampera star. At the same time, Yi Zhang loosened the hand he held with Yi Mu, his black robe flicked, and his body rose up in the air. His eyes met with Ophiuchi, and electric battle intent blossomed from the void. On the planet of Ampera, there was actually a tattered deity remaining. Star God level. Brother Yi, you? Yi Mu looked at Yi Zhang, who rose up in the air with battle intent, not knowing what had happened. Little Mumu, that star God level powerhouse from the Ampera star is inviting me to battle. The corners of Yi Zhang's mouth lifted slightly, as if he had come to be interested, and his eyes still exuded a confident sharpness. Brother Yi, are you sure? Yi Mu could not help but feel worried in her heart. She had never heard that there were so many star God level existences in the universe before. She didn't expect to encounter several of them right at the beginning of this cosmic journey. A trace of urgency suddenly rose in her heart. She had thought that a half-step star god would be enough to stand alone in the universe, but now it seemed to be far from enough. It was imperative to break through the star god level as soon as possible, without dragging her brother Yi down. Don't worry, naturally, I am very sure, Yi Zhang calmly said. At the star god level, there were 3 stages: lower star god, middle star god, and upper star god. He could clearly sense that the other party's life level at the moment was only at the level of a lower star god. Soon, Yi Zhang flew to a height of tens of thousands of meters. He was opposite that person and his rider in the sky. Star God Ampera was dressed in rusty necromantic armor, his body was pitch black in color, exuding darkness and necromantic aura, as if he was a god of war from hell. His gaze was firm and full of battle intent, and his aura kept rising, rapidly advancing towards his peak state. The nightmare under its seat was wrapped in green flames, emitting an endless undead aura. It had long been dead for countless years, an unyielding spirit of valor and will, accompanying its master as he rose to life to complete an extremely glorious battle. Star God Ampera raised his lance and aimed it at Yi Zhang, inscribing the battle cry in the void. Soon, the 10 great emperors of darkness and emperor of light, Ans, flew to a high altitude and watched the battle from afar. Is that, Lord Beast God? Anze was horrified. It turned out that the target of the final battle that the old ancestor did not hesitate to give up his life was the boss of the monstrous auction house, the Lord Beast God who had once guided him towards the light. How could Yi Zhang not see the state of the Amphora Star God at this moment? This was the battle of burning the last of his life and accomplishing extreme sublimation. In the void, Yi Zhang's eyes rarely became serious, which was a sign of respect and homage to his opponent. The invisible auras had already collided thousands of times in the void. The Western Divine Battle, the existence of the one known as the Golden Lion among the 12 Templars who had fallen into darkness? Yi Zhang opened his mouth. Oh, it seems that your excellency is also a remnant of the era of the gods? You have heard of me? Star God Ampera was a little surprised. He did not recognize Beast God Yi Zhang. You are considered one of the very few existences among the Western gods that I admire. Although Yi Zhang belonged to the Eastern Divine Battle Camp, he had also heard of the deeds of very few legendary gods in the West during his later initiation into the world. The fallen divine knight Golden Lion Ophiuchus was one of them. Since they are contemporaries, I won't hold back. I will only strike one blow, either you live or I fall. When Ampera Star God's aura rose to its peak, there was no fancy maneuvering. It just rode the nightmare under its seat and made the charge that all knights make. Lone courageous charge, spiral lance kill. Star God Ampera, as if he was a lone warrior, carried his lance and converged all of his strength into one point. The tip of the spear spiraled, fusing the power of the laws of darkness and death, carrying the power to pierce through everything, stabbing at Yi Zhang under the added momentum of the knight's charge. Space was torn apart at first, and the starry sky was sliced through by the spear like a cloth practice. The spear that was entwined with the aura of death and silence, the tip of the spear passing by like a black hole that annihilated everything, stabbed out at Yi Zhang's chest. A shot of life and extreme bloom, the pitch-black Amphora Star God was incomparably dazzling at the moment. Yi Mu's heart was in his throat at this moment. How was his brother Yi still not making a move? Just when the lance was less than 3 feet away from Yi Zhang and was about to have it pierce through the god's body, one could only see Yi Zhang emanating a divine mystery fluctuation around his body. With light on the left and darkness on the right, the forces of light and darkness rotated and merged with Yi Zhang as the center. The silent lance stabbed into the intersection of light and darkness, and in an instant, it seemed as if it had lost all of its divine power. Then, the star god of Ampera and the nightmare under his seat even rushed straight towards the center of the intersection of light and darkness. In the end, one person, one rider, and one gun, rushed into the power of light and darkness and dissolved in the universe. The convergence of light and darkness, the power of truth. Ampola Star God seems to see himself once again wearing sacred armor, riding the battlefield heroism. After the fall of his beloved, carrying hatred into the darkness, since then his heart has only been left with the vengeance of the light sect, and he has never smiled again. But he will never regret it. The brilliant light of truth bloomed extremely until it withered. Star God Ampera, once the strongest knight in the Western Divine Realm, fell. Yi Zhang's figure reappeared in midair, and he was actually unharmed. Old ancestor. The 10 Dark Emperors instantly mourned, and several of them even donned dark armor, wanting to fly into the flame and sacrifice their lives to fight with Yi Zhang. The great Emperor of Light, Nzai, blocked in front of the crowd of Amphora astronauts, kneeling down on one knee and performing a standard knight's salute towards Yi Zhang. Thank you, Lord Beast God, for fulfilling the old ancestor's last wish. Nzai, you traitor, get out of Ampera Star. This behavior angered the other Ampera Star people even more, cursing Nzai. Yi Zhang looked at Nzai and nodded slightly. In the next moment, the bubble shadow of the Ampera Star God reappeared in the sky above the planet. At this moment, it was as if he had already regained the appearance of the once golden lion-like spirited divine knight, his mouth grinning with a satisfied smile. In the future, Ans, as the true emperor of planet Ampera, will lead planet Ampera to continue the star flame. At this point, the bubble dissipated, transforming into the last of the power poured into Ans' body, and the god of Ampera Star Funeral Heaven. In an instant, Ans' aura reached the peak of the Star Lord level. Little Moo Moo, right. Yi Zhang once again took out a beast Yufengbei and handed it to Yi Mu. Planet Ampera, Yi Zhang and Yi Mu arrived here. Nzai, I wish to erect a beast Yufengbei on the planet Ampera. Do you have any opinions? Yi Zhang's unquestionable voice traveled into the ears of the people of Ampera Star. I respectfully obey the law of Lord Beast God. From today onwards, I, the Ampera Star, am the only one who looks up to Lord Beast God. Nzai bowed to Yi Zhang once again. The chaotic world was about to begin, and with the demise of the old gods, Nzai had to find a backing for the Ampera Star. In this universe, which other backing could be as sturdy as Lord Beast God? Brother Yi, where are we going next? Yi Mu once again mischievously took out his card deck and asked Yi Zhang to draw a card. However, this time, Yi Zhang did not draw a card. I heard that there were once the 4 heavenly kings of darkness under the banner of the Amphora astronauts. I know that it was the wise General Mephalasian, the scheming General Tislam, the magnificent General Grozum, and the evil General Yapoman/evil Bagaju. Yi Mu snatched the answer. Yi Zhang looked into the distance and nodded. The next target is the wise general, the home planet of the Mephalasians. Are the dimensional space-time barriers even this weak already? The black-robed Yi Zhang hovered in the air in the middle of the starry sky, shaking his head slightly as he looked at the interdimensional wormhole that had suddenly appeared. Once upon a time, during the era of the gods, regardless of the spatial barriers, they were still sturdy and incomparable, and could not be penetrated by non-star god-level powerhouses. Breaking the time barriers and crossing into the river of time was even more of a realm that could only be touched by those above the star gods. Nowadays, after the cosmic explosion regenerated into countless subdimensional universes, breaking through the space-time barrier has long since ceased to require god-level power. And in recent years, the barriers are still weakening, and nowadays any cat or dog can cross the dimensional space-time. If this continued, the lifespan of the universe would undoubtedly decay greatly. Sure enough, soon a weak and cute-looking yellow cosmic man rode on the body of the special space machine 3 Jingu Bridge and traveled through time and space to drill out of the wormhole. Then, an Ultraman with the Z character engraved on his chest and holding a short sword came right behind him. The hilt of the sword he was holding resembled the head of Beyblade Black, and it was none other than Zeta Ultraman. However, Zeta Ultraman seemed to have run out of energy and transformed into a human man. Hand over the otter medal to me. Seeing that the Ultraman who was chasing after him had turned into a weak human, it would be a better time not to go and bully him. The Barasa alien and his pet pirate fledgling, baby Sandrias, began a frantic and chaotic grabbing and attacking attack on Telefy. Soon, we couldn't hold back any longer. The otter medal was unfortunately taken, and his earthly body even fell towards the earth with the golden ancient bridge. However, when the battle took place, Yi Zhang was hovering in the starry sky silently watching. His body was wrapped in a layer of mysterious halo, as if he existed like nothingness, so much so that the 2 men and 1 beast actually looked at him as if he was invisible. Watching this farce, Yi Zhang could not help but sigh. Humans, even if they had inherited the power of Ultraman, their bodies were still as weak as ever. If you want to change the status quo, you still have to rely on yourself. Boom! In the early hours of this morning, an object shaped like a giant humanoid robot crashed into the floating airship site. Fortunately, there was no one inside the site at the time of the crash, and it didn't cause any casualties. The surrounding citizens are requested to move away from the scene of the incident and take refuge as soon as possible. In order to investigate the origin of the robot, the Earth Peace Alliance has intervened and cordoned off the surrounding area. Look, that's the Nasties, the mobile base of the elite victory team. The War Fortress has arrived at the scene. The host was broadcasting live. A robot this big, and Earth's radar satellites didn't detect it? What are those people doing? Sakuma Tieshin couldn't help but spit out. It was said to have suddenly appeared in the outer atmosphere of Earth without any signs of flying from the depths of the universe, which led to us not being able to detect it in time. Captain Tatsumi explained. Robots, is there a connection to the planetary destroying god Satan Delos from before? Jian-go, who had long since recovered from his injuries, wondered. No, looking at the appearance, it's extremely similar to the Pedon aliens' invasion robot Jingu Bridge. The Pedon aliens' Golden Ghoul Bridge was still famous in the universe, and Maruru recognized it at a glance. Unfortunately, this robot was still quite different in appearance from the Jingu Bridge of the Pedons. Our mission is to find out where the robot came from, and if necessary, recover it and transform it into a force for Earth. Captain Tatsumi said seriously and earnestly. Team Leaf, you're the most knowledgeable among us, have you heard of this robot's origins? Jiaming asked, staring at Yi Zhang, who was not listening to the captain's speech attentively. Of course he knew about it. Last night he had watched the Barasa alien crossover on this robot with his own eyes. The Jingu Bridge of Planet Pedon, an autopilot intelligent robot, generally speaking, has 3 models. The most primitive is the metal-colored, both arms are hand-shaped, and can be separated into 4 small flying machines Jingu Bridge. Later on, the advanced version of the Kinko Bridge, its body was dyed silver and black, and its right hand was replaced with the Pedon planet's proud Pedonum cannon, so both its defense and attacking power were even higher than before. In the advanced version of the Golden Ancient Bridge, there is even a red Golden Ancient Bridge. The combat power is not much stronger than the Black Machine, but it is a symbol of status, and often the senior official level, before the qualification to drive the red seat. Yi Zhang's salty voice came out, first giving the crowd a generalization, and then continued. And this one robot, first of all, with black, white, yellow and blue colors as the tone, the right arm loaded with particle cannon, the left arm loaded with hammer and iron pincers, the blue core is the cab. At a glance, the technical style is very much like the Earth style. We can go down and observe from a close distance. Maybe there is a made in Earth printed on any corner of the body. Yi Zhang's comparative analysis bit by bit once again amazed the crowd. Elite Victory Team, move out. Soon, Yi Zhang, Mina, not name, Saint Changren, and Jian-go arrived in front of the body of the armory's customized extra air machine 3 Jingukyo. Team Yi is right, it does look like Earth's technology, but besides us, who else has this kind of ability? St. Changren held up his binoculars and looked towards the Kinko Bridge. Look, there's a door there, let's go in and take a look. Team Leaf, aren't you going in? Before heading inside the robot, Not Name asked expectantly. For some reason, Naughty Name was quite looking forward to him going forward with him to explore the interior of the robot. No need, there's nothing that can attract me. Yi Zhang turned around and walked back. He was not interested in accompanying these passers-by to brush up on the daily plot. It was better to pass as soon as possible. Shortly after, Yao Hui was brought to the Nasrid ship as a suspicious character, and the 2 Supermen, Oz Superman and Smiling Superman, met in their destiny. Oz, Earth Defense Force Monster Response Special Airborne Mecha Armory Pilot Natsukawa Telekai, see you. Telekai shouted with a straight military stance. Armory? Never heard of it. Captain Tatsumi shook his head. He says he's a native human of Earth. Kenshiro said. That's because. Seems a bit complicated to explain. Telekinesis thought about it and wondered how to explain it. If he was honest, wouldn't he be revealing his identity as an Ultraman? That would make it impossible to play happily with humans. Is there a possibility that he is from another dimension of Earth? Yi Zhang opened his mouth, his expression still bland, as if he was talking about a normal thing. Oh, another dimension? The crowd exclaimed in shock. It's like this, our armory Golden Ancient Bridge was forcibly snatched away by the Barasa alien, and I kept chasing after him, only to be unfortunately teleported to an alternate dimension by the Bruton he threw. Yao Hui explained, but saw that the crowd was confused. Such a large amount of information could not be simply summarized through a single sentence. You. Suddenly, Telefluence dinged Kensaku Monica with a weird look and moved ever closer to his face. Are you the same as me? Are you also AO? With a single word, Yao Hui directly stunned Jian-go. Even though based on what Yi Zhang had said, everyone might have guessed his identity long ago. But after all, none of them had pierced through this layer of window paper yet, so how long they could conceal it would be considered as long as possible for the time being. Leave the questioning to me and Jian-wu. In that instant, the holy changeling joined forces with Jian-go and dragged Yao Hui away in front of the crowd's puzzled gazes. What the heck? Goddammit. Malyulu couldn't understand. Soon, the 3 of them went into the Zeta's small dark room, recognized each other's identity, and entrusted Saint Changeling Man to repair the Zeta sublimator. On the other hand, the 3 dark giants stood on the roof of the building, looking down from afar at the Barasa aliens searching for the key inquisitive orchid seed for giganticization, and the Kinkabashi robots lying in the pit. Carmilla and Hitram discussed how to deal with Triga. And Dagon crouched aside, his left hand stroking his face where he had been slapped by Natnam, caught up in memories. Why, after that slap, when I eat and sleep, when I close my eyes and open them, I look like that woman? What the hell is wrong with me? Dagon suddenly secretly glad that he does not use the sword, otherwise, Soon the cosmic pirate Barasa alien met a fellow treasure hunter Ignis. The heart of the climber is running high. Is that the Order of Otter in your hand? Ignis meets the Barasa alien. Which one are you, meow? The Barasa alien had no vocal organs, was mute, and could only speak with the aid of humans or other creatures. At the moment, it was the baby pirate hatchling Sandrias on his shoulder, Kate Meow, who spoke on his behalf. Heh, I'm the #1 treasure hunter in the universe, I'll take the otter medal you're holding. Ignis blurted out. Treasure hunter, isn't TM just a thief? The otter medal is the collection of the famous cosmic pirate Barasa alien. The Barasa alien disdainfully said. How dare you call me a thief, aren't TM pirates thieves? Ignis was extremely offended by the Barasa's words. Treasure hunters, how can they be considered thieves? Obviously you guys are even more hateful. Pirates, that is called plundering, that is called robbing, this is called stealing, called romantic. For Ignis, treasure hunting is the most romantic thing in his life. Plunder is also very romantic. We carefully select the treasure in the universe, and then do our best to seize it. There is no happier thing under the sky than this soup. Well, surely not, meow. The Barasayan responded, a joy that belonged to them that no one else understood. And just you can understand the value of the medallion? Ignis said dismissively. That statement is returned to you in its original form. The Barasa alien demurred. Then let's compete to see who has the more valuable collection first. Ignis snorted coldly, the Order of Otter, he was determined to win. With pleasure. Do you recognize this thing? Only to see Ignis pull out a shit yellow orb from his arms, with 2 tentacles wriggling at the top. Wow, that guy is a blood-sucking orb. As soon as he saw the blood-sucking ball, the Barasa star's eyes were glowing, instantly excited and forgetful. Even the medals in his hands were thrown out of his mind. Blood-sucking ball, from the most horrifying episode of AID Ultraman, the gospel of people with dense phobia. Thousands of densely packed little balls attacked Tokyo, and they were even able to fuse into extremely creepy-looking fusion beasts. Let me touch it, the Barasa alien said excitedly. Get out of here, don't touch my baby, you can be careful, this guy has a bad temper, the angry look is very scary-o. As a treasure hunter, one's own treasure can't allow others to get their hands on it. Ignis hid it back in his arms. That's nothing, have you seen this? Unconvinced, the Barasa alien turned and shouldered out a snapper the size of half a man. Phew, wow, that's a Kaude Theother snapper, how did you get it? Ignis exclaimed with a backwards breath. Kalda Ichthyothers snapper, from the Monbiotics Ultraman, a monster born from the combination of Ebisu's idol and Gyroda cells, holding a ground snapper cannon in its hand and possessing a sense of self-fighting. Then look at this again. Ignis pulled out a large feather. Isn't this Dallas feather? It is? Deathmonia? So small? And, you thief, how dare you steal my otter medal? Stop it, don't run, give it back to me. The boat of friendship capsized as soon as it was said to. Under the setting sun, the Barasa aliens chased after Ignis who had stolen the medallion away. Ha, you want to return something that came into my treasure hunter's hands? Dream on. Ignis sped through the wilderness. I found it, the seed of the ancient plant orchid. Watch me stomp you to death after I get bigger. On the chase, the Barasa alien finally found the seed of the inquisitive orchid that was lost on the side of the road. Soon he absorbed its energy and completed his gigantic transformation. Let's see if I won't stomp on you thief, meow. The giganticized Barasa alien chased Ignis all the way to the city. Elite Victory Team out. Yao Hui, your Zeta Ascendant transformation is complete. Jin Go handed Yao Hui the transformed Zeta Divine Light Rod of the Holy Changeling Man, and then the two of them completed their transformation in the light. Are you guys going to fight 2 against 1, meow? The Barasa alien looked at the 2 giants and pulled out the head blade of Galliophath, the god of war, from his pants. The blade looked extremely similar to Sailor's head dart combined long blade, and its power was not to be underestimated. No longer alone this time, Triga stood up and his experience bar could finally slowly rise. Amidst the front and back encirclement of Telija and Zeta, the Barasa aliens, whose own combat prowess wasn't outstanding, quickly fell into a disadvantage. Armed sword of the Magmarians. Thunderbolt's hammer of Thunderstrike beast god burst lightning. Zamcha's star chopper pill. Galatron Mk2's battle axe. Mord's bat tomahawk, Zuta's imperial sword. The Barasa alien used one and threw one away, quickly squandering his family's fortune and returning to liberation overnight. Not only that, Zeta Intriga's stored light is about to send himself and a few of his own brothers to meet in the Yellow Springs. The Barasa Starman completely panicked. Team Leaf, what are you planning? Captain Tatsumi asked. Yi Zhang gently picked up the Dark Triga transformation. In Tatsumi's opinion, Triga and Zeta had already defeated the giganticized Cosmic Man, and there was no need for Yi Zhang to make another appearance. Humanity will come into contact with more and more cosmic beings in the course of exploring the universe in the future, and the Barasa aliens are nothing more than thieves and burglars, and have not done anything such as killing and setting fires or abducting and selling children that are extremely harmful to the heavens and the reason, so why do we have to kill them? A few years from now, there will be a great trend of planetary cosmopolitanization, and it's far better to have one more interplanetary friend than one more clan to be at war with. Seek common ground while reserving differences, and remove the false while reserving the true. Yi Zhang slowly stated his philosophy. Obviously, many people who had done things that hurt the heavens and reason could be cleared, so why did he not give the budding Barasa aliens a chance to be reformed through labor? And the monster auction house, under his command, had the existence of a Barasa alien specializing in the conquest of the Caribbean starfield. Render the future, darkness of darkness. The rod of dark divine light flashed, and Dark Triga reappeared. As Zeta and Triga's light rays one after the other were about to blow up the Barasa Starman, Yi Zhang's version of Darkness Triga descended from the sky and blocked the light rays right in the center of the impact, recreating the famous scene of Ultra Limit Sailor holding up Saigon with both hands against the magnificent form Jedi against wave. Boom! The two strands of light were completely blocked by Yi Zhang's arms, shielding the Barasa alien. O's? Triga and Zeta were baffled, unable to understand why the other party was doing this. Yi player, what are you doing? For the matter of Dark Triga being transformed by Yi Zhang was well known, Jiango then asked. Team member Yi? How come my intuition didn't sense that he was also an ultramarine warrior before? Yao Hui scratched his head in disbelief. Wow, thanks for saving me, meow, here's my treasure, all for you. The Barasa alien instantly looked at Dark Triga with gratitude and offered his treasures with both hands. Get lost, who cares about your broken? Deadly sins can be avoided and living sins cannot be escaped. Go to prison and repent. Yi Zhang looked at the Barasa alien who had thrown a meal of rags to himself, and with a black line on his face, he kicked him down. You are an Ultraman from the land of light, right? I heard that there is a cosmic prison in the land of light, and the Barasa alien's crime is not punishable by death. Yi Zhang spoke to Zeta, then his right palm stretched out and black miracle rays enveloped the Barasa alien. Soon the cosmic pirate's size rapidly became smaller, his power was consumed and his body was instantly deflated. With the arrival of not named Mina, he managed to arrest him. Ah, my Triga, you finally reappeared. The Carmilla trio, who were watching from a distance on the rooftop, instantly giganticized and appeared in front of the three major Ultra Warriors, Yi Zhanghite, Triga, and Zeta. Triga, my Triga, you have finally appeared again. Thinking back to the last time she was lovingly and violently beaten by Dark Trisha all over again. These days Carmilla always inexplicably recalled Dark Trisha's domineering stance, cold expression, and powerful strength. It was always overwhelming. Today, with Dark Trisha making her appearance again, Kalmyra couldn't wait to catch up with her two minions out of some unknown mentality. Triga, I have found you. Yi Zheng directly took 2 steps back and pushed Jianwu up. O's? Why are there so many ultramarines in this dimension? Yao Hui was dumbfounded. Yao Hui, be careful, this guy in front of us is emitting extremely strong dark power. Zeta Ultraman warned. Looking at Carmilla, Monica Jiango rarely mustered up the courage to face her. Because, Kensuk remembered the words Yi Zhang had once told her. If even the smile of a dark giant could not be evoked, then how could it evoke the smile of a human? Carmilla, I'm sorry, although I don't know what exactly happened 30 million years ago, Triga revealed his signature smile and said earnestly to the god Carmilla. However, the next moment, get out of the way, you weakling. Only to see Carmilla greeted with a long whip that instantly wrapped around Trisha's neck, followed by a forceful fling that threw it to the side. Then, Carmilla looked at Yi Zhang's version of Dark Triga with affection. He is a fake, you are my real Triga, right? Carmilla said as she looked at the Dark Triga with a face of infatuation. This dewy limpid gaze caused Yi Zhang to look terrified for a while. What's going on here? The beast god who had shaken the universe was also unable to understand at this moment. I have said that you have recognized the wrong person. He is the one who is your Triga. I, on the other hand, am just a pirate. Yi Zhang's words, although his words were stern and his voice could not be questioned, there was always a feeling of pallor and powerlessness. Impossible, he's so weak, how could he be my Triga? Carmilla said in disbelief, my Triga, is the most powerful dark warrior of Ultra Ancient, just him? Also worthy? Where is he not worthy? Yi Zhang was speechless, dragging Jiango in front of him. Look at the light on his body, so dazzling, isn't it the same light that sealed you away millions of years ago? And look at the smiling face, grinning so brightly, isn't it exactly the same as the one that was revealed during your joyous time together millions of years ago? The light. Carmilla was lost in thought, and it seemed true that Triga had thrown herself into the light, sealing herself, and even more so, sealing her heart to love him. The light in him, it's disgusting, Carmilla said in disgust. His smiling face, it's even more repulsive. Carmilla continued in disgust. In contrast, you are different, the darkness that is the same source as ours is very kind. That powerful strength, even more so, is what makes you worthy of being the man of the queen of my Dark One clan, Carmilla said as she gazed at Yi Zhang in fascination. Dare I say that Carmilla had not listened to a single word that she had said, and had said it in vain. Had she moved on? Yi Zhang suddenly wanted to slap himself. How did he choose the stinking skin of transformation het? It had led to the current mess. It was still a woman's fox slut. Yi Zhang could not help but burst out the holy changeling man's line, annoying. At this time, Yi Zhang suddenly wanted to unlock Mina's ceiling shackles so that he could properly explain to this Miss Carmilla in front of him. Although Carmilla was not bad looking, she herself was already someone who had little moo-moo, and she was also her own customer. Customers are God. Can God be blasphemed? Yi Zhang still abided by his creed. Since he could not explain it, Yi Zhang did not intend to talk nonsense. Then, he would whip her to make her hate the Dark Trigon. Yi Zhang yanked Carmilla's golden light whip over as soon as he did so, and used the ancient martial whip technique, lightning 5 consecutive. The powerful whip continuously lashed at Carmilla's body, drawing a whip mark on her left arm, chest, left thigh, and right thigh. The ancient martial whip technique, which was enriched with the speed Upanishad, was concerned with the idea that the only thing that could not be broken was speed. So much so that after 5 whips, Carmilla only reacted and exclaimed in pain. Ah! How dare you! Dagon and Hitrem couldn't stand to watch, each bringing up their iron fists and arm blades and were about to strike. But they were stopped by Carmilla reaching out. Triga, he's mine, you guys stop the other two. Haha, is that right? Hurting each other, that's love. Carmilla stroked the whip marks on her body and suddenly laughed out loud with mad approval. Slipping away. Yi Zhang couldn't take it anymore and prepared to slip away. He did not want to have any interactions with this sublime Carmilla right now. A woman who went crazy had a flavor that made people want to stop. It was better to stay away from it. As soon as the words fell, Yi Zhang intended to disintegrate into particles. Don't run! Carmilla swung her whip once again, wanting to utilize her whip of light to bind the Dark Trigon and keep him to herself forever. Unfortunately, her whip speed could not match Yi Zhang's speed, and far before the light whip hit him, Yi Zhang had already disappeared. Humph! Just wait, I will definitely catch you. Carmilla stomped her feet and hated it. Sister Ka, smile, smile. Triga suddenly appeared at the place where Yi Zhang had disappeared, and Jiango shouted at Carmilla. Scram! Teen Yi, what did you tell that dark giant? As soon as he returned to the base, Jiaming asked as he pressed his face close to Yi Zhang, as if he wanted to reveal Yi Zhang's little secret. What? I said she recognized the wrong person. It's not like I'm Triga, the sword. Yi Zhang said carelessly, and just halfway through his sentence, he was interrupted by Jianwu. It's the dark giantess, who mistook the giant that Yi player transformed into, for its boyfriend. Jiango frantically changed the topic, fearing that Yi Zhang would continue. Jiango is the Triga. Oh, then, Yi player, you honestly explain what you just smooched with her up there? Jiaming suddenly changed his attitude drastically, becoming milky and ferocious as he asked Yi Zhang. What did you do with her up there? Firstly, I don't seem to need to explain myself to you. Secondly, isn't the person I'm having a good time with right now crossing into the atmosphere of the Mephiles star? Brother Yi, is this the planet Mephiles? It's so much prettier than Ampera star. Yimu said as she snuggled into Yi Zhang's arms and looked at this beautiful planet. Yes, countless years ago, this planet had another title. Sunless Star. Mephiles Star. Following the first interstellar revolution in the great universe, the first batch of kingdoms that realized the need for interstellar expansion and planetary colonization, but did not advocate doing so through force. The harsh cosmopolitans, the Mephilasians, had the devilish nature of taking people's love, as well as the gentlemanly demeanor of being willing to gamble and lose. The name Nasty is due to the fact that they have a passion for making other planets surrender their home planets to them and willingly become their colonies through rhetoric, demagoguery, and virtue. In the eyes of other aliens who advocate force to seize power on planets, this is extremely unfavorable and bad. Therefore, he was happy to be awarded the title of Bad Cosmopolitan by the Cosmic Union. Entering this planet, the architecture is filled with a strong medieval castle style. The bells of churches, the bells of colleges, and the trumpets of armies could be heard everywhere. The flavor of this planet seems good. Yimu strolled on the garden-like roads of planet Mephiles, and everywhere he could smell the refreshing floral fragrance similar to tulips, and his mood was extraordinarily comfortable. In what kind of garden digging, planting what kind of seeds bloom what kind of flowers, puffing. Listening to the joyful songs and laughter of the planet's children, Yimu couldn't help but laugh happily. The Mephilasians place great importance on education and learning, noble etiquette, wisdom and courage. This is the initiation of young Mephilasians. Yi Zhang walked side by side with Yimu while explaining to her. Once they grow into teenagers, they begin to learn basic cosmic knowledge, laws. At the youth stage, they begin to learn about noble etiquette, noble temperament. When they reach adulthood, they begin to serve in the military and learn strategy. The 36 Stratagems on Earth is a book they are extremely fond of studying, but they are always sitting on a well, talking about the army on paper, and are unable to comprehend its true essence. The upper armies attack the heart, and the stars are the lower. In the Advanced Academy, some Mephilas recited the catchy Book of War. Despite knowing to attack the heart, every time the Mephilasians invaded Earth, the object of attacking the heart, they chose the wrong one. Especially the first invasion, the object of attacking the heart actually chose to be idealistic brainwashing after 70 after 80, how should also choose now avant-garde thinking unrestrained after 90. 00 However, the most distinctive feature of Mephilas is the wine they brew, the 82 Fyra. Fyra fine wine, the favorite of the Sven scum. Wow, brother Yi, then let's go grab a few bottles to drink, okay? Yi Mu's eyes were glowing. Come on, you're the Monster Auction House's world-famous Beast Emperor, an existence that shakes the universe when you stomp your feet. Do you still need to grab it? Isn't it easy to casually throw out a monster beast to scare them and make them serve fine wine? Yi Zhang tapped Yi Mu's forehead with his index finger. Humph, brother Yi, you don't understand romance at all. Yi Mu raised his head and hummed through his nostrils. His figure instantly surpassed Yi Zhang and leapt ahead, leaving Yi Zhang alone behind. Romance? Is it the kind of romance of stealing and robbing that Ignis and the Barasa aliens talk about? Or? Yi Zhang shook his head and followed. A woman's mind was too complicated, and it was simply not the same logic as the cosmic Tao. If Yi Zhang wanted to master this Tao, it might take many more thousands of years. The planet was not filled with only Mephilasians, and quite a few beings from other planets could be seen from time to time. The Cimmerians, Zarabians, Data and Crayfish aliens were still the main ones. Of course, there are also some other aliens such as the Nichelians, as well as other planets of the human race. Crawfish star in the universe has long been extremely rare. I did not expect in the United States Ferris star people still have widows exist. Some years ago, when the Mephilas star was powerful, these 4 planets for its subsidiary planets, once had a loud name. Steel Demon 4 Heavenly Kings. Unfortunately, with the rapid growth of the other planets, the power of Mephilas star has long been inferior to what it was back then. Nowadays, these planets can only be combined together to build an alliance, called the American Pact, which agrees to advance and retreat together in the interstellar war. The Queen is here, idlers avoid retreating. Suddenly, an armored Mephilas alien, sitting on a horse and driving an extremely luxurious carriage, ran through the streets. What era is this? And a horse carriage? Put. Looking at this solemn and grand gesture, Yi Mu simply laughed his teeth off. This era has long since had spaceships flying all over the place, and actually this planet still has people erecting traditional horse-drawn carriages. Bold, how dare you disrespect the honorable carriage of Lord Queen? The horseman threw out his horsewhip and flung it at Yi Mu. Don't know how to die. Yi Zhang's eyes were cold. In another second, the other party would be turned into the dust of the universe. Stop, a guest from afar, do not be rude. The curtain of the carriage lifted, and a female Mephilas star dressed in a white gauze dress, wearing a diamond-studded crown on her head and clear crystal heels, dressed in a very gorgeous manner revealed her face, causing everyone on the road to look at her with sympathetic eyes. Greetings to the Queen. All the passers-by instantly bowed down. Puff. Yi Mu once again guffawed. Such a funny scene. In the interstellar era, there was actually a famous scene from the feudal era. Yi Mu suddenly felt that this trip wasn't bad. Moreover, the Mephilas were baboon-like. Female baboons should have a funny expression here. Your Highness, this little girl dares to be so disrespectful to your Highness, she deserves to be punished, said the horseman on his knees. But the Queen waved her hand to stop, lifted up her skirt, actually walked out from the carriage. Seeing this, the horseman immediately rolled away to become a human stepping foot, and the Queen also smoothly stepped on his back to land magnificently. Girl, why are you smiling so brightly? As the Queen of the Mephilasians, the etiquette she received from a young age was to smile without showing more than her teeth, and to walk without showing her feet. Especially for a queen like her, who only symbolized her status and had no real power, she paid more attention to etiquette. At this moment, when she saw Yi Mu smiling so brightly and happily, she couldn't help but be mesmerized. A canary in a cage, what one yearns for is always unrestrained freedom. Because it's fun. Yi Mu laughed. Interesting? The Queen was puzzled. Of course, to travel efficiently, you can take a spaceship or fly yourself off to travel cards, you can pull a few monsters, such as Gamara, King Raider, Nonagon, pulling a carriage off, or even driving a dinosaur tank is good. Carriage, slow and no license, put in this era is too against the grain, is not to be funny? Yi Mu spat. The Queen sighed. She also didn't want to engage in these fancy formalistic things, but unfortunately this was a ceremony passed down from her ancestors. Bold. Maps Chang opened his mouth to scream for the third time. This time Yi Zhang was enraged. Is there a place for you to speak? I didn't even open my mouth. Looking for death. We are talking to your queen. Is there a place for you to interrupt? Not all Meophilasians were graceful and generous beings. For example, this horseman in front of him really did not have any eyesight at all. As Yi Zhang's eyes flashed, the horseman instantly turned into an ice sculpture, his expression exactly the same as the last second, directly frozen in place. Yi Zhang was already extremely polite, otherwise a single look that would freeze the entire planet Mephiles was enough to do so. Sorry honored guest, it was my subordinate who was rude, please be merciful. The queen apologized to Yi Zhang and bowed her head in a slight salute. Don't worry, freeze for 3 years, you can't die. Yi Zhang said indifferently. I wonder if the two of you can move to the palace, there is something that Thelis would like to ask you too. It turned out that Queen Mephile's name was Thels, and from the outburst she had just made to the calm demeanor of the two of them, she seemed to have discovered that the two of them were extraordinary. Yes. Yi Mu's big soulful eyes looked at Yi Zhang, who nodded helplessly. In the evening, Thels arranged an extremely grand dinner to entertain the two of them, Yi Mu and Yi Zhang. The 82-year-old Phyra, naturally, was not a problem. In addition to the two of them, Yi Zhang and Yi Mu, there were also the 4 major Mephiles warlords sitting under Thelis' command. They ate extremely civilized at the dinner, with their left-hand knives, right-hand forks, and silk scarves wrapped around their necks, completely unlike Yi Mu who ate and drank casually like this. The two of you are from? Nothing is an invitation. Above the banquet, the Lys began to sidestep the conversation. Little girl, there's no need to be formal, speak a little straighter, feel free to say what you want to say. Yi Zhang couldn't stand it anymore. Although the entire country was permeated with a strong air of gentility and etiquette, it was too restrained in nature. There was an urgent need for a nature liberation movement. Let everyone tear away the veil of hypocrisy and let loose. Uninhibited, release the nature. Impudence. Unbridled. The 4 armor-clad Mephiles heavenly kings instantly stood up, wanting to draw their swords. However, in the next moment, they were horrified to find out how they could not pull out their swords, and their movements all became extremely slow. Thelis sucked in a breath. Sure enough, these two cosmopolitans had extraordinary strength. Fortunately they had not offended them before. Two honored guests, Thels has an unkind request. Although Mephiles Star was the first batch of beneficiaries of the interstellar revolution, it is a pity that in recent years the development has hit a bottleneck, and has long since been gradually declined by many planets that came after it. Thinking about the glorious time in the beginning, with the Steel Demon 4 heavenly kings under its command, it was called the Sunless Planet, but unfortunately, nowadays, the light has long since gone, and the planet has also fallen into a daze, not knowing what the way forward is. Earlier years had attached to the Ampera planet, but unfortunately the Ampera planet is really rotten, follow them cannot see hope, so these years have long been disconnected. In recent years, it was even divided into 2 factions, North and South, with constant civil unrest. The North has gathered a large group of extremely bad-minded Mephilasians, who no longer speak of manners and morality, and have begun to distort human nature, lose morality, and act arbitrarily. The road ahead for the Mephiles Star is confusing. How can we stand in the universe? I still ask you two to give us advice. Thelis' constrained speech had long been imprinted in his bones, and could not be liberated for a while. Then you found the right person. Let me, Yi Mu, give you a good advice. Eating man's hand was short, drinking man's mouth was soft. Yi Mu raised his cup and Yi Zhang took a big gulp of the 82 Phyra, and was a bit slightly drunk at the moment. There was no connection between strength and the amount of alcohol. At this moment, after hearing the queen's request for advice, Yi Mu proudly pointed out, "May I hear it?" Thelis and the 4 great war generals' eyes lit up, and they all put their ears together. Backstage and strength. Either you have an extremely tough backstage, or you have the great strength to deal with everything and be the backstage yourself. Yi Mu said as he clinked glasses with Yi Zhang. Earth, it is the kingdom of light that is the backstage, so the development is getting faster and faster, and even more so, there are already a lot of cosmopolitans who have been displaced to settle on Earth. The Earth Defense Force, moreover, has introduced cosmic talents, so it is able to thrive and prosper. The kingdom of light, on the other hand, is relying on its great strength, guarding the planet everywhere and harvesting faith, so it is growing stronger. Once there was only the Otter Brothers' Kingdom of Light, and planet Mephiles was strong enough to equalize with it. Nowadays, planet Amphora isn't even enough to look at. And, the mysterious 4AO4-star god-level existences, is the eternal way of the Aodi clan that endures. Yi Mu said bit by bit, causing Yi Zhang to be astonished. It was unthinkable that Yi Mu had lived in Y20 for tens of millions of years, but he had seen the matters of the universe so thoroughly. On the side, Queen Elise and the 4 great war generals were even more astonished by what Yi Mu had said. The authorities are in the dark, but the onlookers are clear. Such a simple truth, how could they not think of it themselves? But when you think about it, it sounds plump, but the reality is bony. These years they did the same thing, first invested in the great Emperor Amperistar people as the backstage, but unfortunately their own planet is nothing more than like a pawn. Once there is no value to utilize it, it will be discarded as if it were a piece of cake. Later on, he chose Emperor Belial as his backstage, but unfortunately, the old black man has been killed by the filial son Icheta. I'm afraid that no Mephilistopheles would be willing to give up their dignity to beg the Kingdom of Light to be their backstage. In recent years, the only one who has been active is the legendary Absolute clan, and they are currently waiting to see what will happen to the Slan and the Baxters. Hey, where to find the backstage? Strength, limited by talent, isn't something that can be achieved overnight either. The queen shook her head. It's simple. Yimu took a sip of dry fine wine, and her face was flushed with red. She closed her eyes slightly and stood up abruptly, raising one finger to the sky, her left hand still holding the bottle, and asked arrogantly, "Do you know which power is the #1 hard backstage in the universe today? The Kingdom of Light? The Otter One? The clan of Absolu? The Lebrando clan?" Snap! Yimu slammed the bottle directly onto the table with his left hand, then crossed his arms in front of his chest. None of them. The first backstage must be my monster auction house. I'm not pretending anymore. I'll show my cards. I am one of the 3 great beast emperors under Brother Ye's command. Herding Beast Emperor Yimu. And this is the legendary Beast God Lord. Yimu was visibly drunk, his body swaying and his words shocking. The quality of the 82-year-old Phyra was really something. These words actually made Queen Nalise and the 4 great warlords freeze for a good 10 minutes. Soon after they exchanged whispers, their bodies began to tremble, and the 4 great war generals were even sweating as they knelt to the ground. Lord Beast God, Lord Beast Emperor, we had eyes but didn't recognize Mt. Tai, please bear with us for our previous disrespect. They immediately bowed their heads to apologize. Yi Zhang waved his hand, signaling that he did not care about these details. Mac, does Lord Beast Emperor mean by this that he is able to be the backstage of my Mephiles star? Queen Nalise was thrilled beyond words, looking blearily at both Yi Mu and Yi Zhang, her eyes full of longing. Once she could fall into the big tree of the monster auction house, the planet would definitely be able to stand in the future. Yi Zhang didn't say anything, but quietly listened to Yi Mu continue to play. However, Yi Mu was obviously already drunk and did not hear the queen's words. Instead, he immersed himself in his own words and continued. The second method, strength, is even simpler. Open up your cosmic cell phones, search for the Monster Auction House app, register, tap in, and search for Star Lord level monsters. Yi Mu said casually. Want to instantly have great strength, Star Lord grade monsters, you deserve it. The 5 people beside him finally tapped into the app after a handful of operations, and then set the monster strength at Star Lord level in the filter. Dark Dominator Gitanju. Zog, the Root-Breaking Angel. EX 5 Emperors. EX Undead Tyrant. Gold, Platinum, Diamond, Glory, King Durant, Weak Star Lord, Strong Star Lord. Looking at the 5 Methylasians dazzled them, but the prices in the bottom right corner made them sweat. How about it? All these monsters are provided by me, Yimu, and the price is what I say. Hey, you guys know I can't, so sleepy let's talk about it tomorrow. Brother Yimu take little Mumu to sleep. Then, Yimu red-faced skinned headfirst into Yi Zhang's arms and fell into a deep sleep. Get it? Pack a room out. Lord Beast God, this way, it is the topmost dormitory room in planet Mephiles. Felis guided Yi Zhang to her own boudoir. To say that the conditions were the best, it was naturally the queen's room, and with someone cleaning the room and replacing the bedding every day, it was naturally extremely clean and tidy. In order to hold on to Yimu's thighs, Thel gave up her own chambers without any physical pain. As expected, the room was decorated with splendor and luxury. Although in terms of wealth alone, the entire planet Mephiles combined was less than 1/10,000th of Yi Zhang's, Yi Zhang had never wasted his money on a lavish life before. The 2 lords, please rest in peace, and feel free to greet them if you have any needs. The lease continued to add with a red face, as long as Lord Beast God is willing to be the backstage of the Mephiles star, any request will do. Yi Zhang had a head full of black lines. Hurry up and bring the door with you, please do not disturb without my orders. Humph. The lease brought up the door and replied softly, unable to help but be impressed by the eyes of the Beast God Lord. She herself was the #1 beauty of the Mephiles star, yet the Beast God Lord could not see herself in the slightest. Hey, that's right. The Beast God Lord has been traveling across the universe for hundreds of millions of years. What kind of beauties have he not seen or played with? And naturally, he can't get into his eyes. After ordering the subordinates, the lease quickly left. She wanted to summon all the people in the council overnight. Discuss this planetary event. Yi Zhang held Yimu horizontally and slowly walked to the edge of the bed, ready to put him down. Don't, I still want to drink. Yimu's soft and delicate body squirmed in Yi Zhang's arms, grinning with an unsatisfied smile. Then, without knowing where the strength came from, her hands actually encircled Yi Zhang's neck, borrowing wine to make a splash. Yi Zhang was speechless, not knowing whether she was really or pretending. For the closest people, he would not use his divine sense to check. There was no way around it, and in the end, Yi Zhang hugged Yimu and got on the bed together. Sure enough, the elasticity was incredibly soft. This girl, her hands are not honest at all. Through the skylight, Yi Zhang watched the stars 1 by 1, 2 by 2, 3 by 3, and 4 by 4 connect into a line. After watching them all night, they eventually connected into Yimu's smiling face. Brother Yi, you didn't sleep? Early in the morning of the next day, Yimu opened her sleepy eyes, and what came into her eyes was Yi Zhang, who was sitting cross-legged in midair, and she opened her mouth with some loss. Did something happen last night? She looked at Yi Zhang, blinking her eyes full of anticipation, and asked. You slept. I watched the stars. Yi Zhang pointed out with a finger, and immediately afterward, a crystal image similar to the Xianguang mirror appeared in front of Yimu, replaying last night's images bit by bit. Brother Yi, you don't know how to seize the opportunity at all. Yimu rose up and smashed the pillow he had been resting on all night against Yi Zhang. The council hall, at this moment, had long since gathered all the officials of the Southern Royal Court of Mephiles. There was only one thing for a group of officials to do with Queen Thelis. That was to quietly wait for the Shepherd Beast Emperor to get up. Your Majesty, do you think we, the Mephiles Star, can hug the auction house's thigh? Didn't the monster auction house never participate in struggles between cosmic forces from the very beginning of its establishment? Things happen as they should. In fact, Queen Thelis wanted to throw out a damn you ask me, who do I ask? But years of gentlemanly education and being a symbol of the highest status would not allow her to speak out of turn. After waiting for another hour, only then did she see Yimu slowly walk out after washing up, but her expression didn't seem very happy. Thelis was puzzled. Mephiles Star did not offend this beautiful beast emperor lord. What are you guys? Yimu looked at the hall where so many Mephiles Stars had gathered and asked in confusion. Lord Beast God, Lord Mac Beast Emperor, Mephiles Star, is willing to attach itself to the monster auction house and become a subordinate force. Thelis pleaded. Oh? Yimu looked at Yi Zhang, seeking his opinion. Little Mumu, it's time for you to cultivate your own forces. Don't just stick to the Y20 monster ranch acreage. Yi Zhang doted on Yimu's head and said with a smile. Don't be, isn't my power brother Ye's power? Yimu was unhappy, not wishing to divide his power with Yi Zhang so clearly. Then my power? Yi Zhang asked in return. It's still brother Ye's power. Yimu said. Then can't little Mumu help brother Yi share a little? Yimu pondered for a moment and returned. Fine, since it was brother Yi who asked me to take in your Mephiles Star, then I will reluctantly take you in. But you must always remember that the beast god, Yi Zhang, is your first master. Secondly, quickly, 82 years of Phyra, come and pay tribute to us. Thank you, Beast God Lord, thank you, Beast Emperor Lord Mu. In the future, Mephiles Star will only look up to Beast God Lord Beast Emperor Lord. Hearing Yimu's reply, the Mephiles Starians in the hall were thrilled beyond measure. Being in a chaotic universe, finding a strong leader was something that countless aliens were doing. Now, as long as they could fall into the big tree of the Beast God Beast Emperor, what else did the Mephiles have to worry about in the future? However, Thelis still had a worried look on her face despite her excitement. Lord Beast Emperor, nowadays, the north and south of the Mephiles Star are divided, and the momentum of the civil war is about to start. However, the population of Mephiles Star is thin. If we go through this great war again, I think the development may have to be set back for hundreds of years. And, the countless Phyra wineries will also receive a ripple effect. The future production will definitely be greatly reduced, and the annual tribute will naturally be paid. Queen Thelis said, although there was a motive of inducing words, it was also considered to express the truth. Brother Yi? Yimu looked at Yi Zhang. In the future, the Mephiles Star is your territory, you can do whatever you want with it. Yi Zhang turned his head and ignored Yimu. It was time to cultivate Yimu's ability to stand alone. That way in the future, perhaps the monster auction house could be handed over to her with confidence. Then I'll think about it. After a long time, Yimu still only came up with the way of forceful suppression. Originally, she was planning to send out an army of monstrous beasts, but she was stopped by Yi Zhang. The Mephilasians of the Northern Royal Court would also be her men in the future, so forceful deterrence would suffice. In the end, at Yi Zhang's request, Yimu was about to lead the Southern Royal Court's Mephilistines warriors in an imperial expedition to show the crushing strength of the Mac Beast Emperor. After all, it was an existence that had once hardened almost the entire Kingdom of Light with the strength of one person, and this time, it was naturally not a problem to make a move. Brother Yi, are you really not going to accompany me? Before she set out on the battlefield, Yimu looked at Yi Zhang pitifully, hoping that Brother Yi would accompany her in the battle. Go, without the beast god at your side, the luster belonging to you, Beast Emperor Mu, can only blossom to the fullest. But I don't want the luster. Then when little Mumu returns in triumph, Brother Yi will give you a reward, okay? Yi Zhang said helplessly. Good, a promise is a promise. Oh. Yimu wryly smiled. Has the Southern Royal Court finally become unable to sit still? The Prime Minister of the Northern Royal Court, Inferior Virtue, said angrily as he sat on top of his throne. It's rumored that they've invited foreign aid. The henchman reported. Hee hee, they have foreign aid and we don't? Men, quickly go and invite Lord Evil Nimble. Ah, that evil Bojaju? He's eating, it's better to wait for him to finish eating, in case we disturb his eating pleasure to be swallowed by him then. The henchmen were obviously extremely afraid of that evil-thought Bodao Lord. Rubbish, I'll go personally, I'll see if this guy dares not give me face. The Northern Royal Court gathered those who turned their backs on the gentlemanly mindfulous star people. They are the real bad existence, did not inferior things. Soon, inferior virtue brought a few of his personal guards to where evil Bojaju was eating. At this moment, this evil Bogaju, named Evil Thought Bo, was feeding. Only to see it open a pair of fleshy wings on its back and proceeded to completely wrap a twin-tailed monster. The twin-tailed monster squirmed helplessly in its meaty wings, emitting miserable cries, and was eventually digested. Immediately after that, there was another Guduan, which also met the same fate. The image of the evil Bogaju eating the monsters alive was extremely creepy, and even inferior virtue couldn't help but feel his scalp tingle as he watched. Delicious, it's just a pity that it's weak and can't raise its strength much. After eating, evil Nian Bo grinned a bloody grin and sat on top of the throne with his legs crossed, his right index finger still picking at his teeth in his mouth. Evil Nian Bo, the Southern Royal Court army has already moved out. You can step in to deal with that group of guys who are full of benevolence, righteousness, etiquette, and hypocrisy. That's fine, but these monsters can't satisfy the greedy Lord Evil Nianbo anymore. Get a few Methallusions to come and beat their teeth in, and I'll step in. Evil Nianbo lazily said, his cruel nature exposed here. What? Inferior virtue burst into a rage. You and my two clans were once under the great emperor's seat of the four heavenly kings of the darkness, originally equal, but also presumed to want to eat my same clan. ITM, this is to lead the wolf into the house? Inferior virtue suddenly regretted a great deal, although they have a lot of bad deeds, but they cannot do the thing of mutilating the same tribe. The Ampera star people, how can they be compared to my Bogaju clan? Over the years, all of our individuals have evolved to the extent of evil Bogaju, and have long since surpassed the Ampera star people. Even with you all, you presume to be on par with my race? I came to your planet of Mephilas, but only to devour this beautiful planet. Gah! Evil Thought Bo stuck out its long tongue and greedily licked its bloody fleshy wings. After devouring your planet Mephilas, we'll go and devour the planet Ampera. Gah 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 gah. Evil Bogaju Evil Thought Bo leapt into the air, and then opened its two huge fleshy wings. Moreover, the flesh wings continued to extend until it was like a hanging cloud, covering the sky and the sun. It grinned a brutal grin, revealing a mouthful of sharp fangs and emitting foul-smelling breath. The pair of sky-covering fleshy wings began to flap furiously at the ground, and instantly the wind became violent, filling the wind with the cruel smell of blood. Oh warriors, on behalf of planet Mephilas, destroy this demon. Inferior virtue was now filled with remorse, regretting that his own lust for profit had invited this evil demon king for the planet of Mephilas. He donned his own heavy armor and flew high into the sky with his own soldiers, cloaking himself and launching himself against the evil Bogaju. Grasping light, inferior virtue teamed up with the four major pro-soldiers and used his best, no less powerful skill than the first generation of spectrum rays on the evil bow high in the sky. Gah, it's useless, it's all futile, light is just a delicacy for the Bogaju clan. The evil thought bow fleshwing aimed at the 5 rays of light that had converged, and devoured them as much as it could. This inferior virtue was in complete disbelief that the former evil general was as powerful as this. There was no way out, only to fight physically first. Attack, physical combat. The 5 great Mephilas warriors instantly separated and charged at the evil Nimbus bow in the air. Split demon shadow. Evil Nianbo was not afraid in the slightest, his main body did not move, but directly manifested 5 bilocations, each meeting an opponent. The strength of the doppelgangers was not much weaker than the main body in the slightest, and apart from inferior virtue who was able to not fall behind, the other 4 guards were actually not opponents of Bojaju's doppelgangers. O people of the Northern Royal Court, stand up and work together to deal with this demon. Under inferior virtue's appeal, soon dozens of Methylasians with combat power stood up. Gah, more than people? Look at my army of undead resurrection. Evil Nimble laughed evilly, then a scarlet light manifested around his body. Soon, the undead of the Guduan, twin-tailed monster, King Raider, Sadra, Telestone and other monsters that had been fed to it by inferior virtue these days were instantly resurrected and transformed into monster puppets. Unfortunately, not all of the Methylistines were immensely powerful and only fought these undead back and forth. Gah, Methylasians, nothing more than that. Become a delicacy in the belly of my lord Evil Nimbo. Evil Nimble's main body, its fleshy wings grew larger and larger, and the red light around it grew more and more prevalent. The sky and earth changed color, the wind and clouds surged, and evil Bojaju seemed to transform into a blood moon. The scarlet wind swept all the life in the northern king's court towards the blood moon. The blood moon overruns the sky, devouring the stars. Jia Jia. With evil thought Bo as the center, the blood moon's shroud continued to expand, and it even gradually enveloped the entire Mephiles star. The blood moon seemed to be like a bloody mouth, and countless ordinary residents of Mephiles star gradually couldn't resist the suction force of the blood moon, and were swept high into the sky, flying towards the giant mouth. Ah, I'm a sinner. Inferior virtue repented at the sight. No wonder the evil Bagaju clan had dared to cross the boards of the Amphra astronauts. It turned out that they had evolved to such a level of life. The oppressive feeling of the blood moon enveloping the Mephiles star at this moment was no less than the oppressive feeling of darkness enveloping the Earth after the Ampera Planeteers descended on the Earth. I'm sorry, Mephiles star. Inferior virtue sat helplessly on his knees, with only the insane laughter of the evil Bagaju ringing in his ears, as if it was a mockery of him. What face did he have left to face the folks of Mephiles star? However, just as countless lives were about to be devoured by the blood moon, a 10,000-foot black hole suddenly appeared in the sky above the blood moon. Within the black hole, an abyss appeared, and a giant mouth emerged from it, enveloping the blood moon below. Roar! Where the giant mouth of the abyss passed, Scarlet avoided retreating. In the next moment, the blood moon, which made all the Mephilusians feel powerless, was actually swallowed by the abyss in one gulp. Ah! This evil Bagaru, before dying, didn't expect that he, the eater who was about to devour the Mephiles stars. Surprisingly, he was swallowed by another eater, and could no longer make any waves. As the blood moon was swallowed by the abyss, the blood-red color that enveloped the star of Mephiles gradually faded. In the end, a monster with a pitch-black body and an extremely demonic appearance stood high in the sky. The monster seemed to represent the undead and the god of death, bringing a sense of despair that far exceeded the blood moon. Inferior virtue and the other subjects became even more desperate. Such a powerful and evil Bagaju, in front of this monster as if a mole cricket was easily devoured. Then themselves and the others were even less than enough to stuff their teeth. However, the abyssal monster did not continue to act. Its body soon appeared beside a dynamic and beautiful young girl. What was even more shocking was that the young girl even caressed the monster's head intimately. A few minutes later, the monster turned into a red light and flew into the ball in the girl's hand. Gosh, what kind of existence was this? Horrified, admiring, amazed as a heavenly god. Mysterious, powerful, invincible. Lord Beast Emperor, God's might is overwhelming. Lord Beast Emperor, God's might is overwhelming. The warriors of the Southern Royal Court shouted the mighty name of the Herd Beast Emperor. In the end, a huge crisis in Mephiles was resolved with a wave of Yimu's hand, and the Southern Royal Court of Thelis smoothly took over the Northern Royal Court. The Lord of the Northern Royal Court, Inferior Virtue, had long since been brought to justice because of this matter, and was put in the Mephiles prison to serve his sentence. Since then, the planet of Mephiles was greatly unified, and Thels was the queen of Mephiles. From today onwards, Mephiles star, under the banner of the Monster Ranch Beast Emperor, only the Beast Emperor, the head of the horse looked forward to Thelis and announced this news in public. This decision gained the approval of most of the Mephiles stars, and did not reap a single vote against it. Soon after, Yi Zhang also successfully erected the Third Beast Universe Monument in the Mephiles star. Before his departure, Yimu even loaded his spatial ring with countless 82-year-old Firefine wine, as well as a variety of other specialties. Brother Yi, where are we going next? Crossing out of the Mephiles atmosphere, Yimu asked mischievously. Go, delist that planet forever. Yimu surprisingly realized that since the appearance of the Bagaju blood moon that day, Brother Yi's face had turned morose and cold. After so many years, this was the first time she had seen her brother Yi with this look, and the coldness emanating from his body made people unconsciously avoid retreating 1,000 miles. Bagaju star? The Earth Cosmonauts Alliance, the three giants and the 5 directors gathered together. The three giants, the Mephiles alien Wilner, the Matronian Meaton, and the Babar alien Bakura. The 5 great counselors, the Gaji aliens, the Jetan aliens, the Icarus aliens, the Nakal aliens, and the Sharpray aliens. At this moment, these 8 people were sitting around in the middle of the Great Hall, discussing strategies to deal with Yi Zhang and Guts. That human, how dare he make a move against this great master, and he even punches his face every time, it's really too much. The Gaji alien roared as he slapped the table hard with his right hand and covered his face with his left hand. Last time, he even ran amok in our base and robbed money, it's simply too deceitful and inappropriate. The Babar aliens also complained. But that person's physical skills are unrivaled, we're no match for 5 against 1. The Ikarusian pointed his forefingers at each other with both hands, and said in an aggrieved manner, and that person is a member of the Guts Elite Victory Team, and has the Earth's military to cover him. Don't worry brothers, there are still 3 days left. Once the legendary peak monsters from the monster auction house arrive, that's when we blow the horn for a counterattack. Invading the Earth is no big deal, not to mention a few humans in the district. When the time comes, we must get that man killed and the Elite Victory Team. Wilner, who didn't yet know that the future home planet had already been taken over, said in a hateful voice. There's no need to wait, I've invited Admiral Data from Off-Earth to decimate Guts. Maidon suddenly stood up, then raised his hands and clapped both palms. Soon an alien with zebra black and white stripes all over walked in. Data, the three-faced monster. Oh, Data, can you have this power? How about showing people? The naked alien crossed his legs and fanned a colorful feather fan, obviously not believing in Data's strength. Only to see Data people ruthless words not much, his 10 fingers flat stretch, then in the hall of the projection screen projected lying in ruins of the Armory custom gold ancient bridge. Data chest said, on the strength of hacking and mecha manipulation ability, who can be out of my Data star people around? Cyber aggression has long since crushed force aggression. To deal with humans, only 3 steps are needed. First, invade the entire network, second, invade the defense team, and third, invade the artificial mecha. Data raised 3 fingers and stated his 3-step strategy. Today's humans have long been overly reliant on network communication systems, including Guts, so all that's needed is to hack into the humans' electronic network, and all of their communications will be cut off. Then wouldn't it be great to hack into the Kinko Bridge mech, the Guts HQ's Nasdis, and manipulate the mechs produced by the humans themselves to deal with the humans? That's technology and ruthless work. Haha, Data. Data revealed the entirety of what he thought was his perfect plan, immediately stunning the Big 8 into submission. Sure enough, with the development of the times, scientists are the most ruthless existences. However, just in case, in the end, the Earth Cosmonauts Alliance still let Admiral Data be the vanguard, and was set to officially strike 3 days later. If it fails, wait until the monster auction house 3 big war beasts express delivery to Earth. More can ensure foolproof. Take the Earth. TM, who unplugged my internet cable. Countless young people smashed their keyboards angrily. Whoa shit, the last second it'll be able to unplug the opposite side's crystal. Some people smashed their cell phones angrily. Crap, I just drew 10 rounds of SSR all gone. Nanny, why is the network cut off and no signal? Hey, 100086, I want to complain, how suddenly no signal? DD, why is the video phone suddenly cut off? Crap, how come Tesla's driverless mode is not working? Boom, where are my chat records? Who deleted them? 10086, complaint, can't get through? In a sudden instant, the global network system was paralyzed. Humanity's mobile communication facilities malfunctioned, and the systems and servers of all the countries on Earth were paralyzed on a large scale. Electronic devices were even unable to network anymore. Autopilot cars and airplanes, there were large-scale traffic accidents. In an instant, mankind seemed like headless flies, not knowing what was going on, plunged into panic and darkness. No one had ever imagined that the day when all electronic networks were cut off would be like the end of the world. Everyone was lost, not knowing what to do. What's going on? The global server systems have all been hacked, and we can't contact any departments. Inside the Guts headquarters, the Nasdis, the elite victory team gathered together, their faces full of worry. Countless old antique airwave communicators that had long been dusted off countless years ago were all brought out. This is TPC headquarters, authorizing independent action by all departments. Repeat, this is TPC headquarters, authorizing independent action for all departments. Repeat. Headquarters, please reply if you receive. The Earth Peace Coalition headquarters kept sending the same message, but could not receive any news from the elite victory team. Suddenly, the alarm system within the Nasdis went off and the red light flashed. The base fuselage was even trembling, the levitation was unstable and the automatic maneuvering system seemed to be out of order. How can this be? This place has the strongest security firewall in the world. Maruru fretted and tapped the keyboard furiously. No way, it's impossible for a human to do this. Jiango couldn't believe it. I'll go to the research room to help, together we'll deal with it. Saint Akito immediately ran to the research room in a vain attempt to manipulate the computers and fend off the hackers. Not Name, help prepare the cables, the connectors. Akito requested Not Name's assistance. Okay. The main system, the piloting system, the weapon system, all have been hacked by unknown hackers. Maruru said in panic. Turn on the backup manual piloting system, leave it to me. Sakuma Tetsumi pulled up his arm and entered the manual cockpit. Cut off the network, reboot the system, reboot the firewall, and intercept the hacker attack. In a flash, all the major defense departments around the world made emergency defense measures. With the concerted efforts of elite programmers around the world, it was surely only a matter of time before the data virus was killed. As a result, Data quickly contracted its target and went all out to invade the Nasdis system and the special airplane to Kinko Bridge. At the same time, Nane's Hinokoi entered the weapon control system and opened up a video game battle with Data. After Yi Zhang's coaching these days, Nanesawa's hand speed and reflexes were clearly on another level. On the other hand, the special air machine 2 Jin Gucho in the middle of the city suddenly revived and flew out from the ruins. The Jingu Bridge's loaded weapon system fired countless missiles under Dada's control and began to wreak havoc on the city. Jiango and Yao Hui looked at each other and simultaneously transformed into Triga and Zeta and joined the battle. Ha, weak humans, this is what happens when you offend our Cosmic Man Alliance. The Earth Defense Force is nothing more than that. Watch me, Dada, cut guts with warm wine. Dada was maneuvering Jingguashi to destroy the city while making a big deal out of it. Teen Yi, everyone's busy, you're helping out too? Everyone was in the midst of their windy busyness, Naughty Name said as he looked at Yi Zheng who was doing nothing on the side. Well, everyone is in a mess and there is no one to direct. I'll do it alone then. Yi Zheng shrugged his shoulders. It was not that he had nothing to do, but the way of science and technology, he knew very little. Mina, you go and evacuate the crowd. I will pilot the green-eyed dragon god and strike. Yi Zheng took a step into the warplane, intending to go and grab a head start, continuing to interfere with Triga's development, making the Triga TV even more disreputable and pushing its blackening even more. Gunfire, infinite missiles. At this moment, the Special Air Machine 2, Jin Guqiao, was like a god of war possessed under Dada's maneuvering, exerting 300% of its strength. Countless missiles danced towards Triga and Zeta, opening up a mode of indiscriminate bombardment. Gosh, Jingguashi, it's even more powerful than Yoko-senpai's manipulation. Telekai generally exclaimed in admiration, generally dodging the dense shells, his hands tied, not daring to use his full strength for fear of completely blowing up the golden ancient bridge. Triga was also too inexperienced and too low-leveled, and was bombarded by the Jingu Bridge's cannonballs to the point where he couldn't take care of himself. Finally, the two AOs struggled to cross the rain of gunfire and managed to bully their way in front of the golden ancient bridge, and one of them threw a punch, blasting away at it. Warplane separation. The golden ancient bridge fighter steeply split into 4 as one, splitting into 3 flexible craft and a turret, and quickly panned to pull away. Boom boom boom. The 4 big warplanes once again opened fire on the two AOs, scraping madly. The sustained damage caused Triga and Zeta to resist, holding their arms in front of their bodies, struggling to withstand the powerful artillery attacks that weren't cooling down. Kinko Bridge battery mode. Immediately after that, the 4 major separators once again combined into an armored turret, which was equipped with the Pedanian's proud Pedinum light cannon system. Pedinum light cannon. Under the impact of the huge light cannon that was storing up its power, dazzling pillars of light impacted towards the two AOs, and the speed of the light was as fast as lightning, so there was no time to dodge. The normal forms of the two AOs, Triga and Zeta, couldn't withstand such powerful light, and were blasted to the ground with cries of pain. Dri dong, Dri dong. The weak Triga's red light began to flash up. Telekinesis, here comes the old man. Just then, the BB sword cut through space and flew into Telefai's hands. Zeta Delta Skyclaw. With the BB sword in his hand, the world was mine, and Zeta instantly opened his strongest form. Jiango also looked enviously at Yao Hui's enlightened form, and inwardly he could not help but cry, when will he be able to be enlightened himself? It was only a pity that with Yi Zhang's intervention, Shining Telefleet had already been declared to have flopped. Get out of the way, Destruction's explosive blast bullet. As Triga, Zeta, and the Special Airplane 2 fought, the battle also opened up inside the Nescentus. Several data splitters appeared inside the base, intending to directly eliminate the Guts members inside the base. Changer, watch out. One of the data, with its fingertip light bullets, shot at Saint Changren, who was fully focused on operating the computer for the cyber confrontation. In the nick of time, Not Name stepped in front of Saint Changren. The white-haired ancient sorceress Yusha lay awakened once again and erected her right hand light ring. When she raised her hand, invisible fluctuations swept out at all the data detachments in the base, and they were instantly disillusioned. Under this powerful force, the entire base was subjected to a huge impact. Tables, chairs and cabinets instantly toppled over, walls collapsed, glass blew up, and there were even small explosions of some electronic instruments. Ah! This time Knots didn't even fall into a coma after using her power, she exclaimed in shock, looking incredulously at the destruction she had caused in front of her eyes. Instead of being pleasantly surprised at the potential power she might have, she was bewildered and even more afraid that she was an alien. Was this all by myself? What am I, really? Am I still human? At this moment, Naughty was in a state of confusion and fear. After the data inside the base and the data that invaded the network system were eliminated, they directly giganticized and came to Jingu Kubashi. In order to strengthen Jinkubashi, data began to fuse with Jinkubashi. Just as Zeta was holding the BB sword in his hand and was about to zoom in to try to stop Data's fusion plan, a thunderous sound came from the sky in the distance. Get out of the way, Destruction's explosive blaster bomb. In the distant sky, a cool warplane shaped like a white divine dragon sped over, followed by the release of an extremely powerful wave of light. Like a white dragon spitting out its breath, the white missile wave emitted by the warplane actually directly penetrated Data and Jean Gucho in a row. Boom! Dada's body was directly blown to pieces, along with Jean Gobashi's chest being pierced through, with burnt wiring, and scrapped power systems visible on his chest. Hiss! Zeta and Triga exclaimed as they looked skyward at the white dragon fighter, and the battle that ended in one blow. Was this a human fighter? How was it more powerful than an Ultraman fighter? I'm afraid that an Earth like this doesn't need Ultraman to guard it. Zeta suddenly looked at Triga in pity. Oz, it's so strong, it's not even weaker than the D4 ray. Telekai couldn't help but marvel. No good, don't let the head escape. Telja looked at Dada's only remaining head about to flee the battlefield and tried to pick up the head, raising the lifting gesture of the Jaw-Perio ray. Naz Ganon. However, in the next moment, the distant Nazdis, maneuvered by the calm Captain Tatsumi, vented the final fury of the elite victory team at Dada's head. Bang! Dada's head exploded into crumbs. Admiral Dada, meteoric. This battle accomplished the prestige of the green-eyed dragon godship. Damned Earthlings, damned elite victory team. The Alliance's 8 cosmopolitans standing on top of the 20-story building had been watching the battle. At this moment, when they saw Admiral Dada fail and beheaded, they couldn't help but roar in pain and impotent rage. No matter what, this Grand Master is going to personally take the field and fuck it up. The grumpy Gaji alien was about to go on the field in person with his cloak on. Wait, don't rush, look at the sky. As if he had already anticipated the end, Wilner calmly pointed to the sky. Daddy alone, how could he battle the double Oga Guts? That's why Wilner never pinned his hopes on him, but instead leaned on this ultimate bottom card. The 3 legendary war beasts purchased from the monster auction house against all the wealth of the Cosmonaut Alliance. And today, it was time for the door-to-door delivery. Only to see 3 spheres suddenly appear in the atmosphere above the Earth, flying at high speeds towards the high-rise where all the cosmonauts were. This is? The other cosmonauts looked at Wilno in confusion. Unseen, the monster auction house expressed delivery of monsters in a special way, the beast control sphere. Before the 3 spheres were about to fly down to Earth, they actually slowed down as if they had spirituality, and eventually landed smoothly in Wilman's hands. This thing, so small, transports monsters? Are you looking at a joke? The Nakal alien shook his colorful feather fan and scoffed. He clearly didn't believe that this tens of centimeters small ball could hold a tens of meters of monsters. Several other people also stared at the 3 orbs less than the size of a fist in Wilno's hand suspiciously and shook their heads. This is the only thing that can hold a monster? Che, a bunch of rednecks. Not only can these balls summon and retrieve monsters, but the monsters will listen to the commands issued by the owner of the balls. Come forth, Purple Fury Gamara. Wilder pointed a finger on top of the first purple orb, and soon a purple light shot out from the ball. The purple light shone into the air, and then a Gamara with a purple-black body and a body densely covered with the power of thunder appeared out of thin air. Roar! The Purple Fury Gamara roared towards the sky, and the sky was suddenly darkened as thunder fell from the 9 heavens, converging on its horns and exploding its aura. Crap, what is this? Triga and Zeta were scared to death. How did a monster with such a powerful aura suddenly appear? And it's not over. Strong, isn't it? This is a Gamara of peak legendary strength, even stronger than you Gazaharians. Willa laughed out loud, and immediately after that, he tapped on the second green-gold-colored beast control sphere. Come forth, Blue Lightning Green Frost Air King. As the greenish-golden light bloomed, a blue and green, golden thunder-flashing Air King revealed its body from the light. The AI Thunder King, which controlled frost, thunder and water power, was not only the overlord of the water, but its thunder was the nemesis of other water monsters. As soon as King AI Lay appeared on the scene, the 2 horns of his crescent-like antennae, one green and one blue, began to rotate automatically. On one side, it gathered the greatness of violent thunder and lightning, and on the other side, it condensed the coldness of dripping water into ice. With the 3-headed king blowing up, who else on earth can block my invasion pace? Wilner was also the first to see such a legendary monster, and from the aura alone, the Cosmic Man was self-conscious of his victory. Having these 2 monsters will be enough to wipe out all the Earthlings, right? The Gaji alien looked excitedly towards the 2 great beasts, as if he had already gotten his revenge. What's the hurry? Steady, understand? A lion fighting a rabbit also does its best, in looking at the 3rd head. The last beast control ball, all body fire red, a few feet away from the ball, you can feel its burning heat. At a glance it is a fire monster. Come out, peak legend, burning sky amazing bird Barton. The fiery red light shot out, eventually transforming into a strange bird with crimson flames burning all over its body. The poison sac under the strange bird's jaw was long gone, shedding its poison power and cultivating into an extremely specialized attribute flame monster. The moment the burning sky amazing bird appeared, it was as if half of the sky was burning red. The 8 cosmopolitans who were closer were even sweating from the heat, exclaiming outrageously. It's so hot, I feel like my head is going to burn. Triga and Zeta, who were facing the 3 great monsters in close proximity, were even more overwhelmed by the heat. With the threeing present, give me a break. Ha 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 ha. Wilner laughed arrogantly, as if he was already in control of the battlefield. Where to come? Go back. What to do? Jiango looked at the three powerful monsters that suddenly descended in horror, his heart in turmoil. He had red lights flashing at the moment and looked helplessly at Yao Hui, but saw that Yao Hui was full of battle spirit. Zeta's Delta form had just been displayed, and before he could utilize his light and heat, he was taken down for a double kill by a human war machine, and the BB sword had long been hungry and thirsty. Despite the fact that the three monsters exuded an intimidating aura and were far stronger than normal monsters, but that made it challenging, didn't it? O's, just put dad, sword gobbler. Yao Hui nodded towards Kangoku, poised to strike. Seize victory, powerful light. In order to boost his vigor, Sword Goku only had to transform into his powerful form that exploded with power and entered the battle with a heart-on. In the distance, the Nazdis and the little falcon sped over after restoring their control systems, ready to join the fray as well. In the face of monsters, it was useless to retreat. The only thing to do was to fight to the death. The three great beasts were also full of battle spirit. Purple Fury Gamera hissed furiously, the surrounding thunder bloomed, the super thunder vibration wave stored power. Fluctuation power added to the whole body, just like the waveguide god of war. Blue lightning and green frost AI Thunder King, double horns antennae have long been stored 10 million volts of crazy lightning flash, electricity like a wild dance of laser snake, the other side of the frost and rain, freezing light, ready to go. Amazing bird Barton, surrounded by flames burning the sky, wings spread angrily, like a fire-bathed phoenix king, eyes, but also has been the real fire aimed at the heads of the crowd. The three great war beasts had raised their aura to the peak in an instant, and were about to charge at their enemies. Ha ha ha, let the weak humans and Ultraman tremble in battle under the power of the three great beasts. The 8 cosmic beings on the high-rise platform laughed arrogantly, as if the situation was already under control. However, after laughing for no more than 3 seconds, their smiles came to an abrupt end. Wherever you came from, go back to wherever you came from. In the green-eyed dragon god's warplane, Yi Zhang's lips moved slightly, lightly spitting out 6 words. The 6 words seemed to condense into a line, passing through the air and directly into the hearts of the three great beasts. Hiss! Great king. In an instant, the three beasts' aura completely dissipated into nothing. Their gazes were lax, as if they were dumbfounded. It was as if they were no longer ferocious war beasts, and had all of a sudden transformed into docile budding pets. The next moment, Gamera and King Eri instantly shrunk and leapt onto Barton's back. Then Amazing Bird opened its wings and flew towards the sky at an amazing speed. Soon the three beasts broke through the Earth's atmosphere and flew into the universe and disappeared. Outrageous! Trisha and Zeta were at a loss for words. The three beasts came and went in a hurry, and disappeared in a puff of smoke. What the hell is this? Who can tell us what happened? In the end, there was nothing that could be done, and the battle could only come to an end. Zeta even put away the broken special air machine Golden Ancient Bridge. The journey was over, and it was time to go back to his own dimension. Crap! The 8 cosmonauts were dumbfounded, and Wilno was even more furious as he crushed the 3 orbs coiled in his hands. What the hell, where are the monsters? The Gaji and Ikarians asked. What now? The Babar alien asked. This was bought for a lot of money, got a fake? Let's go, follow me to the monster auction house to theorize. I want to return it, I want to complain. Wilner was furious. Soon, the 8 cosmopolitans boarded the spaceship and flew towards the monster auction house in the intersection of dimensions in the depths of the universe. On this trip, they were bound to ask for an explanation. Otherwise, they would give bad reviews and expose the auction house throughout the universe for being a big store and selling fake goods. Everyone, thank you for your help during this period of time. The Golden Ancient Bridge is severely damaged. I have to bring it back to Mr. Yi Hu for repair. I'm sure we'll meet again in the future. Although the battle ended inexplicably, Zeta naturally couldn't stay on Triga's set forever. At the moment, the mission was over, and it was time to go home. Telekai waved goodbye to Kenku. Well, even though we're in different subgenres, our hearts to guard the Earth are the same. Telekai, you'll definitely be able to bring a smile to that Earth. Jiango smiled and waved as well. The two nodded and did a final handshake in the setting sun. The BB sword sliced through the dimension, and Zeta flew into it with the remains of the Golden Ancient Bridge and disappeared. When the group returned to the interior of the Nazdis, they only saw Yuki sitting alone in the corner of the room crouched in a very unstable mood. Akito, what's wrong with Yakaina? Saint Akito shook his head. He had already persuaded before, but unfortunately failed. Did he really have to tell Yuki the truth? Stay back everyone, I did all of this. Who the hell am I? Who the hell is Yushare? What the hell are you hiding from me? The team members were all concentrated inside the base, but unfortunately, no one knew how to comfort naughty name. At this moment, Yi Zhang revealed a wry smile at the corner of his mouth, then bullied his way forward. Go! Don't come over here either. I'm afraid that I will hurt you all. That power, however, was capable of instantly wiping out the Data doppelganger. In fact, the real reason why Natnami feared the power was because he was afraid that this unmanageable ability might hurt his friends around him someday. Don't worry, I, too, can. Yi Zhang continued to take a step towards Naughty Name's body, and at the same time, he stretched out his right hand and proceeded to snap his fingers. Dazzling white light appeared, then the surrounding tables and chairs instantly floated in the air, exploding into a field of debris. Everyone was dumbfounded, including Not Name, except Mina of course. Trust me, I also possess such power. Yi Zhang walked to her side, and this time, Naughty Name did not resist anymore. Team member Yi Zhang, I already knew that you are not an ordinary person either. What exactly are you? Jia Ming asked with her head buried. Naturally, I am an earthling. Then why do you possess such power? Don't you also possess it? I want to learn how to manipulate such power. Suddenly, a figure walked into the base, interrupting the conversation between the two. It was none other than Shizuma Mitsukuni. Not Name, Daddy's here to tell you the truth. Also, Team Leaf, you're not a human from this dimension either, are you? Captain Tetsumi, the Dark Giant has been revived. It's time for the truth to be told to all the team members. Come on people, I want to complain, Monster Auction House defrauds consumers. The 8 cosmopolitans began to clamor as soon as they set foot in the Monster Auction House. Who are you here and why are you causing trouble in my auction house? A group of security personnel with a group of monsters aggressively surrounded the 8 people. The 3-peak legendary monstrous beasts that were ordered on your side a few days ago, why did they disobey orders and flee without a fight? You have to give an explanation. Wilder's aura weakened, and with people under the roof, he had to lower his tone. Oh, is there such a thing? Wait a little while for us to check. Please also go to the parlor for a short rest. The staff member immediately changed to a kind tone again. If this wasn't here to maliciously find fault, the customer was still God. Hello everyone, we've already checked it out. Lord Beast God has invited a few of you to his office. Soon, a staff member arrived at the parlor to inform the 8 cosmopolitans. What? Lord Beast God? Wilner was stunned. Such a small matter shouldn't be able to alarm the legendary Beast God Lord. How could Lord Beast God personally receive us? The Nikelian was puzzled. I'm not going, slipping away, I don't want to return it, I won't be killed and killed. The Ekarusian instantly conceded. What are you afraid of? My lord is not afraid of the sky and the earth, I want to see what the Beast God is. The Gotsi alien was ignorant and fearless. In the end, the 8 people still reached an agreement and went to meet the Beast God to ask for an explanation. In the Beast God's office, Yi Zhang, who was dressed in a black robe, sat on top of the seat. At the moment, he was turning his back to the 8 cosmopolitans, listening to their constant narration of what had happened with the monstrous beasts not listening to their orders. Oh, you guys purchased the 3 major monsters to deal with. Me? The corner of Yi Zhang's mouth rose slightly, the seat shook as he slowly turned around, and in the 8 people's horrified gazes, he slowly lifted off his black trench coat, revealing the true face of Lushan. The crows were silent. Puff! Puff! The 8 cosmopolitans were dumbfounded, instantly sweating coldly and falling to their knees in unison, as if they had seen the most unbelievable thing in this universe. Lord Beast God! The earthlings that we were so eager to deal with were actually the Beast God. Is it too late to say, I was wrong, spare my life? I can't cry. Currently, there are 2 different timelines going on at the same time. Basically, an episode of Trisha's plot, to assist Kalmyra to buy Trisha's past subgenre, and the reality of the subgenre Yi Zheng Yimu cosmic trip to a planet. The 2 plot lines cut back and forth, so readers who read too fast may not understand. Here to explain. In addition, the back cannot be all the planets will write to, most will be a pass. There is hope that the special appearance of the planet, you can leave a message in the comments section, the next stop Bagaju planets, this planet does not make a monument, will be wiped out into the dust of the universe. Tao Tai. Yimu looked at Yi Zhang, who was suspended outside the atmosphere of planet Bagaju, in a daze. She had never seen Brother Yi look so cold as ice, and seemed to be in deep thought. But what exactly did these 2 words in Brother Ye's mouth mean? Yimu was puzzled. In the former era of the gods, the divine war had not yet begun. Back then, Yi Zhang was still an innocent young boy named Yi Zhenjin, the true of innocence. Yi Zhenjin, have you collected the first spirit beast yet? A spiritually beautiful woman stood behind Yi Zhenjin and asked. Senior sister, it's not that easy. This pocket ball, it's not useful at all. After collecting it the spirit beast will run out again. At this moment, Yizhen, looking at the lightning rat that scurried into the grass in a puff of smoke, seemed to be a little lost. Didn't I say it? Our pocket demon sect is different from other beast sects. Beast Mastery sect focuses on the unification of spirit beasts, focuses on matching skills, increasing the tacit understanding of battle, and ultimately enhancing the battle power of the master and spirit pet. The Beast Mastering sect focuses on harnessing spirit beasts and manipulating them, focusing on subjugating countless spirit beasts, human sea tactics, and utilizing spirit beasts as nothing more than tools. Whereas my pocket demon sect which emphasizes on the way of herding beasts, lies in growing together with the spirit beasts, establishing supreme trust in friendship, treating the spirit beasts as if they were family members and friends in general, and this is the real way of subjugating spirit beasts. Senior sister meticulously explained for Yizhen. Then, senior sister, what exactly do I have to do? The first step, feeding, first establish weak feelings. Yizhen nodded with seeming understanding. 3 days passed. Master, senior sister, yay, I finally took in my first spirit beast, or that lightning rat. Senior sister and master looked at each other and saw the shock in each other's gazes. When they first subjugated their first spirit beast, one of them took 3 months and the other one took a year. This guy surprisingly only took 3 days. It was truly a case of people being worse than people, and effort was worthless in front of talent. It's a good seedling, in the future you'll be the sex saint's son. Master nodded in relief. The era of the gods opened up with endless turmoil. The gods of the heavenly realm were at war, and demonic beasts and ferocious beasts were plaguing the 8 directions. As a small sect, the Pocket Demon sect was in a state of turmoil and could be destroyed at any time. Yizhen, your talent can't be wasted here. You were originally the hope of revitalization for my Pocket Demon sect, but unfortunately, time is not on our side, and that day is one we won't see. Your talent shouldn't be limited to our Pocket Demon sect. You should leave now. Go and pursue your own path. Master doesn't ask you to rebuild the sect. As long as you live, it's enough. There's also Mumu, senior sister, and all the young disciples. You all leave together as well. The Pocket Demon sect is disbanded. Go! On the same day that the master teacher dismissed all the young disciples, the ancient beast Tao Tai that had been suppressed under the Pocket Demon sect broke the seal and came out. Roar, old man, die. Yizhen, who was at the bottom of the mountain, could only see a hideous beast appearing above the holy mountain of the Pocket Demon sect after the sky darkened. Sheep body and human face, tiger teeth and dragon claws, and a huge bloody mouth, as if it could swallow the sky and devour the earth. Tao Tai, one of the 9 sons of the true dragon, is a gluttonous beast, in charge of the way of devouring, and its strength is comparable to that of a deity. Just see the beast Tao Tai, just a huge mouth. Pocket Demon clan, and master, including all the clan elders, was Tao Tai bite swallowed. Yizhen looked at the end of the clan, the tragic appearance of heaven and earth in the middle of the divine war. A deep sense of powerlessness filled his heart. After that day, he realized that strength is everything. Since that day, Yizhen is dead, Yi Pred is standing, hideous Pred. He began to do nothing evil, killing people and seizing treasures. Everything he did was just to enhance his strength. First, as the mastermind behind the scenes, he stole the techniques of the Imperial Beast sect and the Beast Harnessing sect, and united the 3 elements to comprehend the ultimate Beast Tao. Then, in the midst of the divine war, he transformed into a hideous demon and fought over the corpses and relics of fallen gods, growing rapidly in strength. Unfortunately, by the time he had grown to a level where he could deal with Tao Tai, the universe had already been torn apart by the divine war, and Tao Tai's traces were no longer known. It was not until later that Yi Predator encountered the second sect that influenced his life, the Go sect, and has since faded away, no longer revealing his greatness. After the divine war, Yi Peng surprisingly go down, from then on to wash away all the lead. At this time, he had already killed all the gods stronger than him, and became the only true god in the universe. The greater the ability, the greater the responsibility. Since then, all the disasters in the broken heaven and earth were carried by him alone. Since then, he had grown into a strong and proud spirit, and Yi Zhang was born. Until the universe could no longer support itself and was reborn in an explosion. Humanity and the Otter Era, the beginning of the beginning. On the planet Bagaju, a group of highly intelligent lifeforms were born, named Bagaju, the high-dimensional predator. Its natural aptitude, devouring, is the foundation of its continuous growth and advancement, and the foundation of its standing in the universe. By devouring lifeforms and planets in the universe, it grows continuously and is a threat to all life. Many years ago, it had even grown to a level that made the Ampera planets feel threatened. At this moment on the Bagaju star, Yi Zhang raised his head, his thoughts returning to reality from his memories. Unexpectedly, today, he finally felt Tao Tai's aura again, the aura that was engraved in his bones. Was Tao Tai not dead? Or has he revived, and gave birth to a whole bunch of Bagaju? As one of the 9 sons of the dragon, Tao Tai is also lustful. It turned out that Bagaru was actually a descendant of Tao Tai. At this moment, Yi Zhang's temperament changed drastically, his eyes were bloodshot, and the smile at the corner of his mouth was like a demon, as if he was back to that hideous Yi Predator. He raised his right hand and extended his second finger. Immediately afterward, endless cosmic yuan qi converged towards his fingertips. A few moments later, a meteorite-like huge energy ball appeared in the starry sky. And the energy ball continued to grow, soon coming to the size of a star. Enemy attack! The countless Bagaju and evil Bagaju that were still eating in the planet below also looked up to see the huge yuan qi projectile gathering above the planet. What kind of person, looking for death, dares to violate my Bagaju planet? In the next moment, countless densely packed bagaju, grinning hideous smiles, were like locusts as they rushed towards Yi Zhang. However, the atmosphere of planet bagaju seemed to have become a cage at this moment. The bagaju that flew to a certain height seemed to have hit an invisible barrier, and could not break through at all. It was not until the Yuan Qi bombs above the planet had converged to the size of the sun and had far exceeded the bagaju planet. Yi Zhang flexed his fingers, and the sun-like energy bomb crashed against the bagaju planet. Countless bagaju directly vaporized and dissolved in the energy ball. Ah! Quickly go and invite Father God. Tao Dai, get out and die. The huge star of bagaju, as well as thousands of bagaju and evil bagaju, gradually melted away like moths without the slightest ability to fight back under the impact of the huge Yuan Qi projectile pointed out by two fingers of the black-robed figure above that starry sky. Once upon a time, each and every one of them individually was an existence that terrified the major planets. But now, they too felt that deep fear and powerlessness. A few moments later, the huge planet directly turned into dust in the universe, as if it had never appeared in the universe. The Bagaju clan, tragically exterminated. Tao Tai, come out. However, everything did not end. Yi Zhang stood proudly above the starry sky, his voice still cold, sound shaking the universe. Originally, sound could not be spread in the vacuum of the universe, but Yi Zhang's voice resonated along the trajectory of the cosmic avenue, almost spreading throughout the entire universe. At this moment, all the star god-level existences in the universe were moved as a result. Some existences quickly ran towards the battlefield, hoping to observe the battle for the ages. Other existences used their respective secret techniques in a vain attempt to spy. There were also some relics of the gods' era who were in hiding even deeper. In the center of the original Bagaju planet, there was still a huge blood-red lump of flesh left that was rapidly writhing. Moreover, countless Bagaju minced meat and vaporized molecules were continuously converging towards the lump of flesh, fusing with the blood clot, and their breath was constantly growing. Star-Lord, half-step star god level. It wasn't over yet, and the blood clot's aura soon even surpassed the tattered Amphrostar deity that Yimu had once seen. Even, it surpassed the Regito Ultraman that he had once faced. Yimu was horrified and wanted to poke Brother Yi, calling out to him to strike as soon as possible. However, as she looked at Brother Ye's raging aura, which was very different from her usual, she eventually chose to believe Brother Yi and stood quietly on the sidelines. As for Yi Zhang, he just waited coldly for the blood clots to continue to merge and grow in strength to revive, and did not have any intention of stepping in to interfere. Who is it that has disturbed the old man's slumber? The blood-red meat block, after absorbing all the life of the original Bojaju star, finally revealed the true face of that Lushan. The monstrous head of the lofty linchpin, scarlet eyes flowed out of the intimidating anger. One of the eyes, but also exposed a narrow scar, making its appearance even more hideous. The body is blood-red, nearly 100 meters huge, more than the period of the gods, has two huge wings and evil Bagarus extremely similar, but also several times wider. The most horrifying thing was the huge bloody mouth and sharp teeth and fangs under its cruel face, with a black hole of stars hanging in its throat, as if it could devour everything in the endless abyss. The ancient beast, Tao Tai, had somehow escaped the battle of the gods, and was finally awakened by Yi Zhang here. The blame lay in the devouring aptitude of that Bagaju, exposing it. It was you? Why did you kill my heir? The Tao Tai had just awakened and roared at the enemy in front of him. Naturally, it was because they recognized you as their father. Yi Zhang said softly, "Who are you? Do we have a grudge?" The Tao Tai glared angrily. Yi Zhang's face was too unfamiliar, not any of the great powers it had known in the era of the gods, thus its hanging heart loosened slightly. It did not think that there were still people after that era who could deal with its existence. Pocket Demon Sect, Yi Predator. Yi Zhang calmly introduced himself. His purpose this time was to avenge his clan. Ha, haven't heard of it, kid. You weren't even born when old me was crisscrossing the universe. Oh, I remember, Pocket Demon Sect? Isn't it that weakling sect that I swallowed in one bite? Ha ha. Tao Tai laughed arrogantly, rummaging through his memories and finally finding the impression of that weak sect. You kid can escape the gods' era. You're not a simple character either, but it's a pity that you met me, Tao Tai. Hurry up and kneel down and recognize your father. For the sake of you being a patriarch of the same era, I can still consider leaving your body intact. Tao Tai scornfully looked at Yi Zhang and said that the aura of Yi Zhang that it sensed was not strong. Have you slept for too long and gone stupid? Why are you talking so much nonsense? Don't worry, I will leave your body intact to honor my master and the Pocket Demon Sect. Yi Zhang said impatiently. Had he known that after waiting for half a day, he would have waited out such a wordy waste, he would have just scrapped him. Go to hell, kid, you've successfully angered me. Tao Tai's anger, devouring millions, divine dragons spitting, blood staining the stars. The Tao Tai rose up in anger and struck first. It opened its bloody mouth in a roar and spat out a pillar of blood-colored light as if it was the thickness of a star river in the 9 heavens, spitting at Yi Zhang and Yi Mu. Hiding to this epoch is still only to this extent, then I am really overestimating you. Yi Zhang shook his head in disappointment as he pointed out a black halo with his right finger, wrapping Yimu in it. Having developed for several epochs, Cao Tai had long since ceased to be the existence he had looked up to back then. At this moment, he was the existence it looked up to. The Taotia's spitting breath penetrated to the two of them, but it was easily swept away by the aura around Yi Zhang's body, while Yimu also remained unharmed under the protection of the halo. Impossible? Seeing that one of his certain kills was so easily blocked by the other party, Taotia's heart at the moment set off monstrous waves. It was impossible for a true god from the time of the gods to face his dragon's spit so easily. All of those powerful beings had fallen in the battle of the gods and the great reckoning. After the age of gods, how could anyone reach this level? The 9 sons of the dragon were all innately powerful, and Cao Tai was able to reach the strength of a star god after reaching adulthood. Unfortunately, this also limited the increase in its strength, and the difficulty of trying to reach above a star god, a true god, was often even more difficult than for humans. If it wasn't for the era of the gods having made too many enemies because of its greed in devouring a number of divine descendants, it wouldn't have been able to hide itself in this current subgenre. Originally, I had presumed to secretly nibble away at today's cosmic planets through my descendant Bagaju, and slowly break through to the peak, but I didn't want to still draw out the enemies from the past. The person on the opposite side, could it be that he had already reached true god? Go to hell! Yi Zhang did not dawdle any longer, transforming into a pitch-black stream of light and rushing towards Cao Tai. So fast? The Cao Tai was shocked as he made a comparison. His speed was far beyond his own. There was no choice but to fight to the death. Blood moon across the sky, devour the stars. Under the Taotia's furious roar, the surrounding planets seemed to be pulled by an invisible force, rapidly converging towards its huge mouth. Only by devouring the endless stars and instantly raising his battle power to the peak could he fight with the other party. Moreover, a great battle at that level would definitely lead to the shattering of the sublime universe. At that time, when the will of the great universe was drawn to intervene, only then would one have a chance of survival. In this book's setting, a subdimensional universe, the strongest person born is at the star god level. Regito represents the will of a sub-universe. Cao Tai fled while devouring all the energy bodies in his path. Tens of thousands of stars, already converging under his pull, were less than a few light years away. With a few more moments of work, he would be able to reach the star god limit himself for a short period of time. That is, the strongest level that this universe could withstand, and at that time, no one would be able to kill himself. Even a true god wouldn't be able to. Hurry, hurry! Cao Tai was delighted to realize that before the moment Yi Zhang was able to catch up with him, thousands of stars were enough to enter his mouth. No! For Cao Tai, the feeling of falling from heaven to hell was the feeling of watching the thousands of stars that he had absorbed because of the devouring avatar at this moment, suddenly moving away from him. And, that strange enemy was already close at hand. Swallow! Cao Tai presumptuously attempted to eat the man in front of him. However, in the next second, pitch-black light instantly penetrated Taotia's brow. The Cao Tai that had survived from the Age of Gods had regrettably come to an end before it could devour planets and return to its peak. All of this was because the weak pocket demon sect was not driven to extinction at the beginning. Taotia's thoughts want to end here. In the starry sky, all the planets that had originally been pulled had long since returned to their original coordinates. In front of Yi Zhang, the corpse of a huge beast was suspended in the void, with a shocking fury still flowing around it, but there was no more breath of life. Unknown corner of the subdimensional universe. Cao Tai is dead? It's a pity about his share of his father's flesh and blood. Fifth brother, when my brothers have swallowed and digested all of our father's corpse and reached supreme true god, they will take revenge for you, Jie. Brother Yi, next stop? Yimu looked adoringly at the back of his magnificent brother Yi. Only today did he truly see how powerful he was. First, I will go to pay homage to my master, and little Mumu can recognize his ancestor. At that time, I will pass on the ultimate beast Dao to you. Note, there are 2 versions of the dragon having 9 sons, and one version has Cao Tai as its 5th son. Beast God Star Y00, this was Yi Zhang's private planet. The ruins of the pocket demon sect in the beginning were preserved and moved to this universe by Yi Zhang. At this moment, Yi Zhang led Yimu to stand on the holy mountain of the demon sect, before the grave of the former master. The corpse of the Cao Tai was placed in front of the mound. Master, Yi Zhan has avenged you. Yi Zhang bowed to the grave mound and then said, Yimu, come, recognize your ancestor. Brother Yi, is this your former clan? Yimu asked doubtfully. These things Brother Yi had never told himself before. Yes, this is the clan that once taught me the Tao of beast shepherding, and later, was destroyed by Cao Tai. Now that my revenge has been avenged, I can rebuild the demon sect. Yi Zhang nodded. Is this the guy? Yimu kicked the huge beast corpse in front of him with hatred. In fact, Cao Tai was quite innocent as well. Without him in the beginning, there might not be the beast god of today. This was also considered karma reincarnation. Yimu listened to the order. From today onwards, you are the 18th generation of the Pocket Demon sect. Yi Zhang said solemnly. Brother Yi, I don't want to be any heir, just be the heir's wife. Yimu shyly said, and the more it came to the end, the more tiny her voice became, like a mosquito buzzing. Moo, promise me, because I am no longer Yizhen, so I am not qualified to inherit the clan. Yi Zhang said very seriously. The way of shepherding beasts was more suitable for people of innocence. Today's Yi Zhang was no longer the same teenager as before, with more than a hint of change. Tested under the long river of time, the beliefs and faiths had even changed a long time ago. Little Moo, next I am going to pass on the true ultimate beast Dao to you. Yi Zhang said. Yes, brother Yi. Yimu was very happy, finally being able to obtain the strongest inheritance. Do you know what the ultimate beast Dao is? Yi Zhang asked Yimu. The way of shepherding beasts, the way of controlling beasts, the way of imperial beasts, and the three elements in one? Yimu replied. Yi Zhang nodded his head gently, and after this epoch, he selected 3 people to teach the 3 major beast paths. In the otter and human era, beast god Yi Zhang, together, had passed on the 3 friends, and had already accomplished 2 great races of ultimate life forms. When Yimu accomplished star god, then humanity could finally become an ultimate lifeform race as well. However, it's as difficult as climbing up to heaven to manage the 3 major beast paths at the same time, and it requires a very long period of time and a very high level of enlightenment. Just like the way of the shepherd beast, you have not reached the star god level until now. It's all because you usually don't concentrate on your cultivation and enlightenment. Yi Zhang shook his head. The times made heroes. Back then, there was no cruel environmental oppression of the age of gods, where lives were cheaper than paper, and there was a lot of hooking up and selfishness. Everyone only wanted to enhance their strength, and killing people was more common than having 3 meals a day. There were even deities who, in a fit of rage, would ambush millions of corpses. Otherwise, even Yi Zhang would not be able to attain the great Tao. Today's comfortable cosmic environment, coupled with one's own care and pampering of Yimu, was what ultimately made her grow so slowly. It was also considered one's own pot, so one still had to take the blame. So, next I'm going to impart you shortcuts. Time was running out, and it was imperative that Yimu be able to gain the ability to defend herself under the chaotic world as soon as possible. What shortcut? Yimu blinked his soulful eyes and asked, who would be bored to cultivate if there could be a shortcut? That is, Happy Planet Yi Zhang said in a serious manner. Not good, the picture is crooked. What is Happy Planet? What is Happy Planet? Yimu was dumbfounded. Cough, not happy planet, but happy star. Ball. Yi Zhang deliberately worked on the word break. He then waved his hand and took out a golden orb that was extremely similar in appearance to Yimu's pastoral orb. Happy star. Ball, or in simpler terms it can be called the Master Ball. This is the Mushin ball that has fused the ultimate beast Dao. Yi Zhang explained. With a single ball from the Happy Star, one could simultaneously do beast herding, beast control, and beast mastery in a split second. As long as their strength was not stronger than yours, they would be instantly taken in by the Happy Planet, and from then on, they would share the same mind with their masters and obey orders, and they would even be able to enhance each other's battle power. Simply not too convenient, not too happy. Ultimate Beast Dao, Happy Planet, you deserve it. Wow, this is fantastic, right? Yimu joyfully received the Maken sphere and danced around excitedly. Does that apply to Ultraman, Cosmic Man? Yimu asked happily. Naturally applicable. Yi Zhang laughed confidently. As long as they are beings, as long as their strength is not far stronger than yours, then it is impossible to rebel against Happy Planet. Then brother Yi, when you first helped Carmilla fulfill the order to purchase the Triga Ultraman, why didn't you take Triga inside and give it to Carmilla? Yimu sent out a soul torture question. Such a precious happy star. Sphere, how could it be wasted on a tiny Triga? Yi Zhan laughed. Damn it, you've been loaded by brother Yi. What is this Happy Planet? Is it really that magical? Yimu was still incredulous and couldn't believe it. Here, drop a drop of blood on it. Yi Zhang instructed. Soon, under Yi Zhang's authorization, Yimu forced out a drop of essence blood from his right index finger and dripped it on top of the Happy Planet. Boom! All of a sudden, dark clouds covered the area, the wind gusted, and lightning flashed and thunder roared. The Happy Planet in Yimu's hand was trembling continuously, breaking free from Yimu's hand and quickly floating into the air. Above the 9 heavens, 9 heavy thunderbolts descended, splitting against the Happy Planet. However, the golden sphere was absorbing all the thunder. The Happy Planet opened, and a brilliant golden light exploded into existence. A golden figure appeared from the void, just like a deity manifesting. On the side of the Yimu has long been stunned, how to drop blood to appoint a master, but the momentum is so great, but also alarmed the 9 heavenly thunders. And, soon in her mind, and a monster to build some kind of mysterious connection. What is this? Come out, Pippi, stop playing. Yi Zhan laughed. As Yi Zhang's words fell, the figure bathed in golden light and thunder gradually appeared. It actually transformed into a small golden beast. With a rat-like appearance, its body was golden in color, its ears had black stripes, each of its 2 cheeks had a red halo, and its tail was even shaped like lightning. Wow, kawaii, so cute. As soon as he saw the little beast in front of him, Yimu couldn't help but pounce on it and hold it in his arms. Pippi, from now on, you'll follow little Mumu. This lightning rat was that firstborn spirit beast that Yi Zhang had taken in at the beginning, and as Yi Zhang grew, its strength had already reached the star god level. At this moment, it was given to Yimu by Yi Zhang. Received, boss. The lightning rat Pippi opened his mouth, and then his cheek rubbed against Yimu's chest, which was soft and much more comfortable than his boss's chest. After a moment passed, Yimu reluctantly released Pippi. Brother Yi, this happy planet has been used? This monster is star god level, it's your booster I don't want it. Despite liking the little beast in front of her very much, Yimu did not want to take away her brother Yi's love. Silly girl, this little guy can't keep up with the pace of my strength anymore, and if we really encounter a great battle between evenly matched opponents, I will still have to distract myself to protect it. Yi Zhang dotingly touched Yimu's head. Oh, then I will also be dragging brother Yi's leg. Yimu beamed his mouth less than happy, and his hand unconsciously tugged on Pai Pai's ear, making his expression a little depressed. Little girl, don't pinch me, I'm your protector, serve me well. Pai Pai said irritably. He was a star god level spirit beast. Not only could he spit out human words, he could even take human form. Wow, it can still talk, so cute. Yimu couldn't stop himself. There are 2 more happy planets, these 2 are empty. Yi Zhang took out 2 more happy planets and handed them to Yimu. Remember, this is not just for dealing with opponents close in strength. Brother Yi would prefer you to comprehend the ultimate beast Tao through them. I know Brother Yi, I will definitely comprehend the Tao well and strive to enter the star god level as soon as possible. Yimu hugged Pai Pai and accepted the 2 happy planets, saying firmly, you can only use one of these 2 at the moment, and there's another one that you can only use after the star god level. Yi Zhang continued to exhort. Brother Yi, where are we going next? Planet Scheming General Tisley and Planet Howling General Groza, let's split up and set up a monument. These 2 planets did not have any star god level existences, and at the moment, Yimu also had Pai Pai's protection, so Yi Zhang was no longer worried about her safety. Don't, Brother Yi, you don't keep your words, people want to be with you. Yimu was instantly unhappy. He said that he would take himself around the universe when he said he was at the half-step star god level. How dare you become a tool person to assist Brother Yi in setting up Beast-You monuments on all the major planets? Humph, not cheerful. Alright, then let's go to planet Tishrei together at the next stop. Yi Zhang shrugged his shoulders helplessly. Cards, switching Triga episodes again in the next chapter. Not name, let Dad tell you the truth. Also, Team Yi, you're not a human from this dimension either, right? Yuki walked step by step behind Shizuma Mitsukuni, his mind constantly echoing what his father had just said at the base. Not a human of this dimension? Also? What those words meant was, Dad and Yi Zhang, neither of them were from this dimension? These 2, so mysterious. Dad, where is this place? Not named followed Shizuma Mitsukuni, gradually walking to an underground ruin. As Shizuma Mitsukuni pressed a button, lights illuminated the field in front of him, and a black and yellow fighter plane that was 7 times similar to the little falcon appeared in front of Yakaina. The Victory Flying Swallow? Is this the fighter you've been secretly developing? Why is it here? Not name inquired suspiciously. Actually, I'm not a human on this planet. Shizuma Mitsukuni said affectionately as he looked at the familiar fighter. Ha? Nadi was incredulous. If not a human on this earth, then where? Calm yourself for a moment and listen to me in detail. Actually, I'm from another dimension's Earth. That Earth also has the United Earth Peace Organization and the Victory Team, and the Victory Flying Swallow is a fighter produced by that Earth's technology. One day 30 years ago, I piloted the Victory Flying Swallow to investigate a certain space on Earth with a chaotic magnetic field, but I was unfortunately sucked into a space-time vortex and ended up crashing on this Earth. Shizuma Mitsukuni told his daughter exactly where he came from. After a long time passed, Yakaina gradually accepted this reality as well. After all, this world had Ultraman, monsters, and secondary spacetime was not a difficult concept to accept. And the planet I was on in the beginning also possessed an Ultraman. He was named Deja Ultraman, the Giant of Light. Nowadays, this planet, the dark giants on the stone tablets have all been revived, and the battles in the future will get tougher and tougher. I want the future elite victory team to be united, and these are things that I think Captain Tetsumi is telling the rest of the team. That's why the secret was made public. What about me? Nadi looked to her father, wanting to ask about her origins, and that inexplicable power she possessed. Falling into this Earthship, I soon met your mother, and we both fell in love, and gave birth to the fruit of our love, namely you. Unfortunately, your mother died shortly after giving birth to you. My child, This is the legacy your mother left you. Shizuma Mitsukuni looked sad, then took out a necklace and put it around Not Name's neck. In the center of the necklace, an orange diamond-shaped mark was engraved, as if carrying a mysterious power. Your mother explained that this necklace will be given to you when you are 18. Today happens to be your 18th birthday, and this is the rite of passage your mother left you. Shizuma Mitsukuni seemed to be caught up in memories. A gift left to me by my mother? Dad, I want to know more about Mom. Just as Naughty Name wanted to continue asking about the matter of his mother's bloodline. White light flashed, and Yusha once again possessed Not Nam. Garglegon seal is broken, be careful. Yusha said with a worried face. 30 million years ago, the petrified dark demonic beast, Gagulgan, was sealed in a stone statue by Yusha. At this moment, it was about to awaken under Carmilla's call. With the familiarity of the power, Not Name was no longer unconscious due to Ser's possession. That's the power and soul latent in the depths of your body awakening. Yi Zhang came forward and explained. Team member Yi Zhang, I haven't asked yet, which subdivision of Earth are you from, and do you have Ultraman there? Jiaming asked expectantly. She was also very curious about Yi Zhang's origin. What kind of subdivision did this powerful and confident man come from? From ancient Earth? Yi Zhang guffawed. The subgenre I am from, there is no Ultraman, but there are many, many powerful monsters, no, ferocious beasts that are even stronger than monsters, divine beasts. Yi Zhang said as he raised his head to look into the distance. Isn't it so dangerous? You guys must be living a very difficult life then. Hearing Yi Zhang's words was simply more appalling than what his father had just said. How powerless would an Earth without an ultramarine warrior to guard it be in the face of a monster crisis? It turned out that Team Ye's life was so pitiful? Was it because that Earth was wiped out by monsters that they hid in our dimension? Not Name instantly associated a lot of thoughts and instantly flooded with sympathy. What are you thinking about? Yi Zhang could not help but flick Jiaming on the forehead, looking at Shizuma Mitsukuni extremely angry. However, thinking that in the future, he would have to rely on the power of his incarnation of the Dark Triga, as well as the technology of the green-eyed dragon god ship, Shizuma Mitsukuni held back from getting angry. In our world, humans wielded great power and slaughtered monsters like pigs and dogs. Yi Zhang said lightly, as if he was expressing an insignificant fact. The father and daughter of Jiaming and Guangguo looked at each other, and both saw the breathlessness and amusement in each other's eyes. Yi player, truly an all-powerful person. Even bragging can be done with such confidence. Aren't you afraid of blowing up? Why, don't you believe me? Don't you also possess the strength to deal with monsters? Yi Zhang was speechless. When did it become so difficult to tell the truth? I don't believe you. Slightly. Jiaming almost wanted to make a face at Yi Zhang, but unfortunately, as a great lady, one had to be reserved. A few moments later, Shizuma Mitsukuni screened off Not Name and conversed with Yi Zhang alone. Team member Yi, since you are able to transform into a Dark Triga, then I sincerely hope that you can use this power to protect humanity and guard the Earth. Shizuma Mitsukuni looked at Yi Zhang and said sincerely. The strength of Monica Kan Goku Triga was currently too weak, too disappointing. One could not put the treasure on Sword Goku alone. One also had to place some of their hopes on Yi Zhang's Darkness Triga. Yi Zhang gave a crooked smile, seemingly disdainful of Light Country's request. This attitude also caused Shizuma Mitsukuni to stutter. Why, is it always the case that hopes are placed in the hands of Ultraman? Why, can't humans rely on their own power? Don't you believe that human power is strong enough to surpass Ultraman and the monsters? Yi Zhang sent out a one-button trifecta of soul torture. Impossible, humans cannot grasp that kind of power. Shizuma Mitsukuni was so shocked by Yi Zhang's words that he could hardly imagine going on. Just his mouth kept chanting impossible. Impossible. Really, your daughter, doesn't she have the ability to deal with monsters? Also, think about it, when Ultraman couldn't defeat the monsters, who gave them the power? Yi Zhang turned his back to Shizuma Mitsukuni and walked out step by step. He was left alone to freeze in place. It was as if at the level of thought, he had received a descending blow. Yes, wasn't it us humans ourselves who made Deja Ultraman transform into the invincible shining form in the first place? Team member Yi, what did the two of you and my father secretly do behind my back? Eyeing Yi Zhang walking out alone, Jiaming asked aggressively. Your father entrusted you to me. Yi Zhang suddenly looked at Jiaming and said teasingly. What? Yi player, you are not joking, are you? How could my father entrust me to you? I just turned 18 today. I haven't even matured yet. In an instant, two blushes of scarlet reflected on Kana's face. It was as if the young girl was instantly caught up in a beautiful association. Hey! Yi Zhang stretched out his palm and waved it in front of her eyes for a few minutes before pulling Jiaming's mind back. Thinking about what? Your father, entrusting me to stimulate the power latent within you, so that you can control that power as you wish and better defend humanity. Yi Zhang said teasingly with a smile in his eyes. Ha! Just this? Is it because I'm thinking the wrong way? For some reason, Jiaming's heart was flooded with a small sense of loss. Oh. Not name responded. Right, then why don't you call out a teacher, master to hear it? Humph. Not name's face threw off his face as he absent-mindedly walked towards the base of the Nasrides. At this moment, the elite victory crew inside the Nasrides, having heard Ken Goku's proposal, were organizing a birthday party for Not Name, putting up decorations and blowing up balloons. Suddenly, the base alarm bells ring loudly and monsters appear. As if relieved, Captain Tatsumi immediately dropped the flower decorations he was weaving in his hands and gave the order to advance. Small falcons out. Ground troops, Shonen, Kengo, Mina, cover the attack. Copy that. The petrified dark demonic beast, Gargulgon, managed to break the seal under the erosion of Carmilla's dark power. Gargulgon, go and bring the abominable phantom Shirai to me by turning it into stone. Carmilla angrily gave the order. Soon, Gargulgon struck out quickly from the underground, towards Mount Ayaman, where Not Name was located. What's going on? While walking back, Not Name suddenly felt a tremor in the ground. Soon, a gigantic monster with 3 heads and 3 eyes, shaped like a battle-standing 3-headed snake, burrowed out of the ground. At the same time, Little Falcon and Triga ran to the battlefield and sniped at Gargulgon. Petrifying light. Facing Triga and Little Falcon, Gargulgon came up with his best surefire technique, only to see 3 rays of light shoot out from the one eye of his center head, and the eyes of his head on both shoulders. Triga was careless and his right arm was hit, then quickly began to petrify. What? How did this happen? Jiango was stunned at how his right arm gradually turned into stone. What should be done? At this point, he was at a loss for words due to his lack of combat experience. Triga. With a startled cry, Nane's Hinako maneuvered the small falcon and fired wild missiles. Triple-headed lightning strike. Soon, the small falcon's wings were hit, and it made an emergency landing. Air speed, blast light. Sword came to his senses. The only way nowadays was to knock it down before his entire body petrified. So he quickly switched his aerial form, aiming to quickly decapitate the enemy. Rampart, air slash. Triga waved his great treasure arrow in the air, releasing dozens of cutting wind blades. The wind blades cut above Gargulgon's head, exploding with dazzling light. Unfortunately, it could not cause any noticeable damage to it. Rampart, bow and arrow strong attack. Seeing that he was half dead, Sword Goku panicked and immediately opened up. 3-headed lightning strike. Amidst the collision of light, Gargulgon's must hit and Triga's air-type must hit cancelled each other out. It was over, it was cool. Triga reappeared as a large stone statue and heavily smashed down from the air. Having resolved Triga, Gargulgon aimed at Not Name. Not Name, don't worry, Dad will protect you. Shizuma Mitsukuni caught up from behind and said to Not Name. No, Not Name, you should say, I will protect myself, and, let me guard you. You've inherited the power of the ultra-ancient witch, Yuzare. Let me channel your power out. Yi Zhang interjected at the right time. Team member Yi, don't try to be brave, what are you still standing here for? Quickly transform into Dark Triga and go fight. Quickly go and support Triga Ultraman. Looking at Yi Zhang, who was still fighting here, Naughty Name was anxious for a while. Didn't I say that the humans of our that sub-dimensional Earth slaughter monsters like pigs and dogs? Why don't you believe it? Bang! Suddenly, the light of the gargoyle gun came at the 3 of them. Yi Zhang was not worried since he had long ago put a protective shield around the 3 of them, so they would not be harmed at all. Yushare, I need your power, please come out. Unfortunately, Not Name didn't know or believe it. In the nick of time, she could only call on Yusha-Lei's power reverently. In the next moment, Yusha-Lei possessed her body, her finger light ring runes flashed, and a hexagram rune barrier appeared in front of the crowd, blocking all of Gagulgon's attacks. After blocking the attack, Yusha-Lei's power also dissipated, and Not Name also fell backward as if she had been deflated, but fortunately, she was held up by Yi Zhang. Victory Flying Swallow, strike. At this time of danger, Shizuma Mitsukuni took control of the decommissioned Victory Swift and went into battle. One by one, what are you trying to do? You have to go and deliver them one by one, pig teammates, move away, I'll deal with him alone. Yi Zhang shouted breathlessly. Change or don't change, Dark Trisha, change quickly. Jiaming was furious and kicked Yi Zhang with his leg, fearing that the group would be destroyed. Ugh! Yi Zhang shook his head helplessly, then reached into his pants pocket. Soon, he pulled out a mirror and shone it at himself. What are you doing? At the critical moment, you still have leisure time. Not Name was anxious, seeing that his father's war machine was at stake. Gargulgon's petrifying rays were already aimed at the Victory Swift. Go! Throw you! Just as Gargulgon's petrifying rays shot out, Yi Zhang threw the mirror in his hand instantly. The mirror flipped and the reflected light was dazzling. BIU. Not just by chance or by necessity, the mirror, as if it had calculated it well, was right in front of the petrification ray. Even more coincidentally, the flipped mirror reflected Gagorgon's petrification rays directly back. BZZZ. The petrification ray turned its head to hit itself, and Gagorgan was petrified by his own surefire kill. Yes! Shizuma Mitsukuni was excited for a moment, and then quickly controlled the Fei Yen to launch an attack. However, the Fei Yen was not powerful enough to completely shatter the petrified Garglegon. Yi Zhang, is this a coincidence? Notname stared at Yi Zhang with wide eyes, stunned by this maneuver. What do you think? Come follow me, left hand and right hand in one slow motion. Exert your power and smash it 7 inches. Garglegon was inherited from the three-headed Medusa and belonged to the snake race, so its weakness was naturally in its 7 inches. Yi Zhang stretched out his right hand and proceeded to copy an arcane trajectory in the air. Soon, the void coalesced with a similar runic disc that was just used by Yu Shalei. However, unlike its defensive runes, Yi Zhang's hexagram runes were inscribed with offensive runes. Heavens, Yi Zhang, you didn't lie to me, you can really use the same power as Yu Shalei? Notname was stunned. Silly girl, what are you waiting for? Watch and learn, come on, compare and watch my every slow motion, the trajectory of my arm waving and fingers flicking out. Yi Zhang demonstrated once again. Jie Ming was indeed talented, and soon, he also drew a similar hexagram rune, but unfortunately, it was much smaller than Yi Zhang's. Biu, said Yi Zhang. Biu, said Jie Ming in a learned manner. In the next moment, 2 large and 2 small runic discs shot out 2 white essence beams, hitting the petrified Garglegon. Boom! The petrified Garglegon exploded into pieces. A few moments later, Triga, in a daze, palpitated as he reshaped into his human form. The battle ended and the group returned to the base of the Nozdis. Notname, happy 18th birthday. Smile, smile. The victory crew celebrated Notname's birthday. Teacher Yi, do you have a present for me? Notname blinked her soulful eyes at Yi Zhang. Is this the little mirror that defeated Gagorgan? Jie Ming absent-mindedly played with the small mirror shaped like a leaf that he had gathered from Teacher Yi in his hands, loving it. The name of the mirror, a leaf that covers the sun, what arrogance. And not telling people exactly what functions it has, and making me unlock it myself. With nothing else to do lately, Notname also shed his military uniform and changed into JK, returning to the campus classroom. Akito didn't go back though, he was still fully focused on cracking the secret of the eternal core on top of the stone slab. As soon as he thought of Akito, Yuki was surprised to find Akito's image floating in the mirror. This was too amazing. Yuki's eyes widened like bronze bells, and his heart was overwhelmed with surprise. This mirror, could it be the legendary Peeping Tom artifact? The Saint Akito in the picture, dressed in a white lab coat, holding a tablet in his hand, was seriously investigating and researching the images of the stone slabs of the relics of various countries around the world that had been reproduced. The look of Akito's serious scientific research was still very handsome. However, he seemed to have encountered a difficult problem, and his brows were so tightly locked that he was close to writing the word annoyed on his forehead. The Eternal Core, what exactly is the connection with the ultra-ancient monsters, the ultra-ancient dark giants, and the light giant Triga? And the ultra-ancient humans, are they all a bunch of powerful humans with mysterious powers? Why can't present-day humans possess such power? How did the ultra-ancient civilization, which was so powerful for a while, actually be destroyed? What was the culprit behind the destruction of the civilization? The Dark Dominator? The Old Dominion? The Outer Gods? Boring. A series of doubts lingered in Akito's mind, annoying him to death. So, Akito's mental pressure is actually this high, no wonder his mouth most often says that he's annoyed to death. Nodding looked at the heart-tired Akito and unconsciously sympathized with him. Although he grew up with himself as a childhood friend, he carried far more than himself. While his parents died when he was young, he still had a father to care for him. He had devoted himself to scientific research at such a young age, and had not experienced a happy childhood. However, if it was Yi Zhang, he thought that he would definitely say, "What's the point of thinking so much, just push horizontally." Horizontal push, do we humans have the power? Jie Ming suddenly thought of Yi Zhang, she smiled wryly, intending to spy on what her teacher was doing. The screen flowed and was switching. Suddenly, an extremely similar mirror appeared in the sun shading mirror, with the word sky shading engraved on the edge of the mirror. A leaf shades the sun, a mirror shades the sky. The mirror that covered the sky reflected the image of the sun-shielding mirror, and the final ending name only saw a darkness. In the darkness flashed a few words: "Look again and I'll gouge your eyes out." Well, mister, Yi must have noticed. Naughty spat out her tongue. It was a little embarrassing to be caught spying on someone behind their back. Well, as long as one isn't embarrassed, it's others who are embarrassed. Notname let out an awkward laugh and peeped at the cello starlings once again. Jiango, how come Lalai grows so fast? A certain garden was planted with the resurrected and growing Lalai, and Mina watched as Kengo watered and fertilized it on a daily basis. It's getting close, I can feel the Lalai's vitality. It's going to bloom soon. I really appreciate your brother's help. When the time comes, Lalai will surely make people all over the world smile. Jian-go said with a smile as he wiped his sweat away. I thought you wanted to make the dark giant smile already? Mina frowned. Your brother told you that? Kenshiro was speechless. It seemed that Mina knew about her Triga's identity as well. Yeah, I also want to make the dark giants smile and come to the light, but I don't know where they are. Kenshiro said helplessly. Right in front of you, ya, said Mina, wanting to speak impulsively, but unfortunately it didn't come out. These days together, she had bizarrely realized that the reincarnated human Triga Monica Kango was really nothing more than that. It seemed that she didn't like him that much anymore. What she had loved in the beginning was his overwhelmingly powerful darkness, his dominating darkness form. Throwing himself into the light of Triga always gave himself an uncomfortable feeling unconsciously. Especially his bitch's smile. The more I looked at it, the more disgusted I became. It was simply greasy. Mina had even begun to regret wanting to find Yi Zheng to return the order. However, when she thought of the agreement on the contract that refunding the order would be subject to the punishment and sanction of the Cosmic Avenue, and that she would not be refunded the money, Mina was naturally very upset. If the Dark Core could be returned to her, she would definitely choose to return it. Fortunately, the Beast God Lord had once said that he would help himself to Black Intriga. Hopefully, the Black Intriga would allow herself to find that feeling she had back then. Kenshiro still loves Lalai as usual. With his right elbow resting on his desk and his right fist resting on his cheek, Yuki watched the screen of the sheltering mirror. Suddenly, the image began to switch automatically. A stark black giant figure appeared in the mirror. Not Name was confused. This was the dark giant Dagon? The giant who had been slapped by himself in a big way. Why did he suddenly appear above his mirror? I hadn't thought about him myself. Not Name rolled up his sleeve and violently wiped at the mirror, trying to wipe away this horrible giant. Why? Why am I thinking about that girl again? Unknown in the darkness of space, Dagon crouched alone, his large rough hand stroking a delicate cheek. Pia, we humans will never lose to you, never. The famous scene of that day came back to Dagon's mind once again. Damn it, what was I thinking deep down? In the midst of these days of fighting training, Dagon had long since realized that his swinging speed had slowed down. There were even times when K-punches couldn't even beat Hitram anymore. No, I must go and find out. I can't let distractions affect my punching. Dagon shook his head frantically, then took a step out of the dark space. What's wrong with this guy, distracted? Carmilla asked suspiciously as she circled her arms and watched Dagon's disappearing figure. The way this guy looks, he's thinking about spring. Hitram sneered disdainfully as he leaned on top of the wall. Women, they only affect the speed of drawing swords and throwing punches. Those who believed in love would never come to a good end, just like Kalmyra 30 million years ago. He was sure that Dagon would soon be wasted, and would be no match for himself then. Si-chun, who? Carmilla seemed a little displeased. Who else could it be, Saishara? Hitram seemed to know everything. What? It's Sayurai again. Rubbish, damn it. At this moment, Carmilla burst into a rage. Once, her favorite Triga was seduced by Sailey, and now, Dagon had changed his mind as well? Since then, Carmilla had planted the seeds for devouring Dagon later. Impossible, how could Dagon fall in love with his enemy? Carmilla was still unwilling to believe it. Don't you know, Dagon has always been a jittery M. In the beginning, why did he follow you with his heart and soul? Wasn't it because of your whipping, which tore his heart apart? Nowadays, that woman also slapped him to thump his heart off. Ha ha, Hitram's laughter echoed throughout the dark space. Hitram's words were like pouring oil on the fire, making Carmilla unable to hold back her fire. Triga, Dagon. Fifth. Carmilla once again turned to the stone wall and swung her whip to vent her anger. Can't hold back any longer, Triga, Yuzar, soon I'm going to get my hands on you. Dang. Kyron-san, why are you distracted in class? Half a head of chalk came from the front of the podium, hitting the classmate in the next seat next to Not Name with a precise trajectory. Reporting to the teacher, Not Name, she's been walking away for a long time too, why don't you throw her? Chiriai-san said as she stood up seemingly displeased. You are very others Not Name then what, spell father, spell job? College entrance exam, university, what is it for? To get a good job in the future. Look at others Jiaming, already in the world's most powerful government department guts as a civil servant. He doesn't need to go on to university after graduation, he'll directly inherit the Shizuma Foundation. How do you compare yourself to Yuki? Compare with what? Puffing. The classroom burst into laughter. Yuzuna also secretly hid the shielded mirror by the way. Could it be that whoever is thinking about themselves can also be illuminated by the shade mirror? At this moment, Dagon, like no one else, crouched on the second-floor staircase of the school, admiring the beautiful silhouette going home after school. Floating Juinsho shoulder-length hair, youthful and pretty face, pure and moving smile, white shirt with a lovely bow on the chest, black skirt with knee-length black stockings, simply tickled Dagon's old man's heart, the frosty heart that had been sealed for 30 million years. Knock knock. Dagon felt that his heart had never beat so fast. The mantis was catching the cicada and the yellow sparrow was at the back. Unfortunately, what Dagon didn't know was that this gesture of his own was caught in the eyes of Ignis at the back. Dagon trailed behind Natnami all the way on his ass, his heart was even more like a deer, banging around. Why is my heart in turmoil? Dagon lowered his head and covered his chest, asking himself. Suddenly, a hot breath came from his own ear. Hey, of course it's messed up. Ignis' ghost-like figure drifted behind Dagon, his face about to press against Dagon's ear unnoticed. Ah, who are you? Dagon was startled and immediately jumped to the side, pulling away. He was so out of his element that he let a man stick so close to him. What do you want with me? Haven't you, by now, realized what you want? Ignis, who was only interested in the world, said with the corners of his mouth slightly upturned. A super-ancient dark giant, falling in love with the descendant of a super-ancient witch, a teammate of the elite victory team, a human woman. It really is too interesting. Ha ha, one had to come with a little assist. What do you mean by that? Dagon, who was an emotional white boy and followed only instinct in all his actions, asked. Let me tell you, that's you. Heartwarming. Love. Ignis threw himself up to the sky and tried to declare Dagon's secret, but he didn't want to be met by an old cow who couldn't understand the meaning of the liar. In love, what's that? Pfft, Ignis fell head over heels. Falling in love is a way to get stronger. People who fall in love get stronger. Ignis babbled in a serious manner. Falling in love makes you stronger? Dagon was shocked. What he pursued, wasn't it to keep getting stronger? Then one must fall in love that makes one stronger. I, Dagon, want to fall in love and become stronger. Hey, where are you going? Ignis asked. I'm going to fall in love with that woman. Dagon said rightfully. You, just go? Ignis couldn't help but cover his face. Why not? Dagon said. Are you sure you don't want to explore some tips first? As the #1 treasure hunter in the universe, some of the best little X-books, Ignis naturally collected a few sacks. Oh, there's still this operation? Newcomers Love Raiders, the 36 Stratagems of Love, 10 Tricks to Make a Woman Turn Over Her Hands and Fall in Love. And The Golden Lotus, Norwegian Wood, Junior A**, Joan Ming ****. What's all this nonsense? Can't read. Van. Bid on? It's wall to wall. Ignis sighed helplessly. He realized that even if Dagon had read all these works, that wouldn't change his steel straight man nature. Such a Dagon wanted to catch up with Naughty Name. Unless the sun hits the west. Akito, how's the slate analysis going? Did you find anything new? Walking on the road in boredom, Naughty Name initiated a video call with Saint Akito. Well, we found out new information about the Eternal Core. Akito said. Really? Then I'll go back to the base right away. Not Name said happily. Behind you, Not Name, watch out. Suddenly, through the video, Akito spotted the sneaky giant figure behind Not Name and hastily spoke out to warn him. The video disconnected. Not Name has encountered the dark giant Dagon, quickly set out for support. Saint Commendator changed into his equipment in a fiery hurry, spoke to the captain, and ran over in a heartbeat. Not Name, wait for me, make sure nothing happens. As Dagon continued to close in, Not Name took a step back towards the corner, panicking inside. What to do? Help! Naughty wanted to scream her throat out, but, for some reason, she seemed to feel that the giant in front of her didn't carry any hostile intentions. Dang! Dagon threw a hard punch at Naughty, who was in the corner, directly shattering the wall beside Naughty. Psycho! Not Name froze, unable to read the situation. How's that for a wallop? Did my wallop get to you? Dagon said coolly to Not Name. What? Knotted Name was confused. The video phone had just been broken, and she could not help but pull out her sheltering mirror, hoping to use it to contact Yi Zhang for help. Yi Zhang, Teacher Yi, where are you? Junction Name is asking for help. Come and support me quickly. Ignis, who was in the distance, was speechless to the extreme when he saw Dagon's maneuver. The children were simply unteachable. How is it, Yushale, are you moved? Dagon continued to pursue. Just this is also called a wallop. The wall is broken by you, you are scaring people. Naughty gave Dagon a blank look, angry, scared and speechless. I feel like I almost got slapped to death by you. Saying that, Not Name turned around and left. But Dagon would not stop until he got what he wanted, so how could he let Naughty Name leave so easily? He directly yanked on Yuki's hair and pulled her over, then his right hand hooped her neck. Suffocating sensation hit her, and Yakina painfully pawed at Dagon's arm, trying to peel it away to breathe better. Ring around the back, deer in the headlights, does that feel good now? Dagon held his head high, confident, thinking that taking down Naughty Name was just around the corner. Dying, this is killing. In the distance Ignis was painfully angry. In pain, Notnam took out the miniature anti-wolf electric baton the changeling had given him and electrocuted Dagon's arm, breaking free. What the hell are you doing? Knotted Name twisted his head in anger, only to have Dagon pinch his skull once more. Touch the head, touch the head. Dagon pinched the person's head. Hard iron claws can't hold a maiden's heart. Master narrator Ignis splits a watermelon. Ouch, ouch. It hurts, touch your sister. Not name couldn't help but burst out, head's going to crack, crack. With a whack, Ignis smashed the watermelon into 3 pieces and proceeded to eat it. The flavor is not out of this world, it's really the best of the fruits. Suddenly, the sheltering mirror in Notnam's hand shot out a golden light that pierced Dagon's eyes. Ah! Dagon was in pain and let go of Notname, covering his eyes with both hands. Team member Yi Zhang. Notname fled away in a smooth manner, and seeing Yi Zhang walking towards him with his hands in his pockets, he ran beside him in surprise. For some reason, staying by Yi Zhang's side would unconsciously give rise to a sense of security. You guy, what kind of man is a sneak attack? Dagon rubbed his eyes and clenched his iron fist angrily. Then what kind of man is it for you to bully a girl? Yi Zhang spoke up. What? When did I bully a woman? I was showing love. What bullying? It doesn't exist. This is my Dagon's unique way of chasing love. Ah. Look at my expression, it's been so kind and smiling, can't you see? Dagon pointed to his face and sophomorized. Nua, I have a mirror here, take a look at yourself, clearly there is no expression whatsoever. Yi Zhang was speechless, and under the secret method, the sky shading mirror quickly enlarged until it was the size of a person. Yi player, you are also here, Jiaming. It's good that you are fine. Jiango and Changren finally arrived late, both drawing their guns and aiming at Dagon who was looking at the mirror. Just in time, look guys, Dagon's poker face has an expression? Yi Zhang said. The Changs shook their heads. There is, that seems to be a smiling expression then. Jiango looked at whoever was smiling, extremely like the expression of falling in love. Yes, that's the expression, you got it right. As expected, it's still the same formidable enemy, it's still you who understands me, Triga. Falling in love makes you stronger, you guys get out of the way and let me have not name, I want to fall in love with her. Dagon said domineeringly. Ha! The 4 of them were confused, holy crap, what kind of logic is Dagon using? I don't care what you're up to, you're not allowed to hurt naughty Namek, trolling me, with me around. Akito angrily drew his gun, the Gamara secret key skillfully planted, and the hyper-vibrational wave shot out. Come, tremble under my iron fist. Dagon swung his invincible iron fist, dispersing the ultra-vibrational wave with a single blow, the wind of his fist lifting the holy changeling aside in the process. Watching Masamune get hurt, Kenshiro's anger surged and he rushed forward to grapple with Dagon. Unfortunately, even if it was the Triga's original, human body, how could it carry the body of a dark giant, and after a few punches, it was punched down. Yi Zhang, why don't you make a move? Jia Ming watched as both Changren and Jiango were knocked down, but saw that Yi Zhang was still relaxing on the side as if nothing had happened, and in annoyance, he picked up the hypa gun himself and shot it at Dagon. Why? I don't want to shoot at you. I just want to fall in love with you. Is it so hard to fall in love with me? I'm so angry, I don't want to talk about it. Why? I don't want to take a shot at you. You share, why don't you understand my love? Dagon stomped his feet in anger, the earth instantly cracked and seismic fluctuations stretched for hundreds of miles. MMPs, who's disturbing my dreams? At this moment, an ancient monster sleeping soundly underground, shaped like a giant pangolin with an iron shell on its back was awakened. The transformed monster, Zaragas. His wake-up call kicked in and he leapt out of the ground, roaring furiously, and began to rampage down the city. The monster appeared, and the source of the tremor was immediately detected by the elite victory team. The appearance of the monsters in Mulberry Park City must be coveting the gradually recovering Eternal Core. Captain Tetsumi immediately ordered the Nane's team members to head out in their small falcons. Poor Zaragas, just like that, was placed on a trumped-up charge. If you want to kill it, there's no excuse. Understood, strike, little falcon. Nane's Hinokoi put on her helmet, turned on her hot-blooded battle mode, and flew the little falcon towards Mulberry Park City. Nanes, go for it. Oh, Team Yi Zhang's green-eyed dragon god is out of the picture, so I'm relying on you for air combat hold. Why is team member Yi always being passive lately? Next time we see each other we must criticize him. Team member Zwamatyshin was a bit dissatisfied. Monsters have appeared, Kenshiro you go evacuate the citizens. The moment Zaragas just appeared, the changers secretly said that it was not good and hurriedly arranged for Jiango to go and fight. Team member Yi Zhang, are you going to deal with the monsters, or? Akito asked in shock. You go and assist Jiango in evacuating the crowd, Dagon, leave it to me. The corners of Yi Zhang's mouth rose slightly, then he pulled out his dark trigon transformer. Render the future, pitch black darkness. As the key was inserted into the rod of dark divine light, the power of darkness enveloped Yi Zhang's entire body. In the next moment, the dark Triga, which was about the same height as a human, appeared. What? You, how could you be a dark Triga human body? It was also the first time that Dagon saw Yi Zhang transform. Thinking about it, Dagon always felt that there was a hint of something wrong in the slightest, but he did not know where the wrongness was. Alright, the last time Dark Triga fought against Death Tyrannosaurus Drago, it seems like you were fighting against me to protect Yoshirai, and then I was slapped by her to come. Finally, Dagon thought of what was wrong. Obviously it didn't seem like he was the last time Dark Triga was around, and this was a random switch? There's no point in talking more, let's battle. Yi Zhang intended to play along with this stupid big man. Just what I want, whoever wins the not name goes to who. Dagon hammered his fists against each other, full of wariness. The desire was to decide who the not name belonged to through strength. You guy, did you ask me what I wanted? Always so self-righteous. What a wallop, what a backring hug, what a head touch. It's hurting people to death. And what about the duel who wins who I belong to? Am I fit for goods? I really seem to slap you again. I hate you to death. Not name was enraged. Dagon was confused. Yi Zhan laughed. Akito was demented. Jiango transformed into Triga at this moment and went to brush the monsters. This time, he must take his Earth's first blood while Height was away. Otter flying kick. Xia. Triga era magnificent flying kick, hitting Zaraga's head and kicking him to the ground. Zaragas was furious and quickly got up, charging at Triga. Otter elbow strike. Unconvinced, Triga blocked with his right shoulder and right elbow at Zaragas, attempting to stop his charging momentum. However, in composite form, the strength was naturally no match for the monster. Jiango was pushed all the way across the room and panned back, leaving 2 lines of deep marks under his feet. Powerful form, monstrous power plus, brute crash. Under the corner, Triga transformed into the red power buster form, instantly resisting Zaraga's charge. Roll. Trisha pushed Zaragas away with a strong force, then leapt up and punched the monster's head. The battle began to turn into a picture of a vegetable chicken pecking at each other, a physical fight that was not in the least bit appetizing to watch. Looking at Dagon again, his heart began to falter. Am I not love? Of course, love is to respect each other and be in love with each other. Yours can only be called wishful thinking and coercion. It's called bullying and bullying. Not name continued to dislike Dagon furiously. Not name, good dislike, but you're wrong about one thing, we're not the weak ones. Oh. Come on Dagon, let me tell you the true meaning of strength. Yi Zheng guffawed and began to hook his finger at Dagon to invite a fight. Weak human, presuming to control the power of a dark giant, then let me show you the power of a true dark giant. Dagon had long been scolded by Jiaming with anger in his heart that was about to be suppressed, and at this moment, Yi Zheng's version of the Dark Triga even dared to look down on him, and he burst into a rage. Iron fists clashed, and the sound shook the sky. This time, Dagon no longer held back and brought out the power he had used against Triga millions of years ago. Only knowing brute force is too superficial, let your horse come over. Yi Zheng sneered relatively, not putting Dagon in his eyes in the slightest. Dagon, in his peak state, was no more than legendary strength, and was 100,000 miles away from him. Yi Zheng's strike was simply a descending blow. With an unstoppable fist wind, Dagon punched at Yi Zheng. Each punch had the power to blow an ordinary human away. Too slow. Yi Zheng shook his head and dodged all of Dagon's punches in his idle steps. Don't dodge if you have the ability. Dagon roared. Then it will be as you wish. Yi Zheng seized the gap between Dagon's swings and disliked his face with a punch. You? Shy and furious, Dagon once again bullied his way forward and used his fists and feet in a set of military-style fists, striking at all of Yi Zheng's vitals. That's it? Yi Zheng lifted his chest and hardened himself to carry one of Dagon's punches, followed by a flying knee that knocked him several meters away. How is that possible? Dagon could not believe why his opponent ate his punch as if nothing had happened and quickly made a counterattack. His own punch would have definitely cracked his sternum or at least sent him flying. Not being able to figure it out, Dagon unbelievably charged again. Bang! Dagon was once again sent flying. 4 or 5 times in a row, Dagon finally accepted the reality. Damn it, his own strength was actually inferior to Dark Triga, not bad for his archenemy. Flame Fist. Since he couldn't fight for strength, Dagon put the power of fire, explosive flames, over both fists and charged again. Watch out! Not Name shouted worriedly. Something mustn't happen. Naughty Name covered her eyes with both hands in fear, as she saw that the furious fist of flames had actually directly hit Yi Zheng's face. Didn't you eat? Your fist is soft, are you massaging me? It was only when she heard Yi Zheng's contemptuous laughter that Jiaming moved her hand away resentfully, fearing to see the image of Yi Zheng's head being sent flying. Impossible, impossible. Dagon looked at his hands and kept retreating in fear. For the first time in his life, he had doubts about his power. Since you're done fighting, it's my turn to strike. Yi Zheng carelessly flung his hands in the air and shook his right fist as if he was warming up. Then he swung his fist out and rushed at Dagon's chest at an extremely fast speed. Dagon crossed his arms in front of his chest to block. Boom! What seemed like a light punch was 1,000,000 pounds on Dagon's body, as if he had borne the weight of a mountain. Dagon instantly retreated hundreds of steps backward, and then sat on the ground with an unsteady butt. I haven't even made a move yet, and you've fallen down. Yi Zhan laughed. Why? Dagon sat on the ground as if he had lost his mind. He did not understand why Yi Zhang's power had suddenly become so strong. Boom! On the other side, Zaraga's was sent flying out by the powerful trigger. Its huge body was falling in the direction of Not Name, Yi Zhang, and the others. Oh no! The Triga took a look at the bad situation, and it was too late to catch up with it. Could it still be saved? Seeing that Not Name and the others were about to be smashed into meat cakes, Jiango almost wanted to cut himself to death. Even if he switched speed types, it would be too late to support them. However, it seems that the Dark Triga transformed by the Yi player is over there. I don't think anything will happen. Kenshiro could only comfort himself with that. Dark Heavy Fist Strong Attack. Without even looking, Yi Zheng directly aimed a fist towards the sky at the smashing Zaraga's. Then, it was as if Zaraga's had been fitted with an impenetrable iron plate like tofu. It was blown up by Yi Zheng's punch. A rain of broken flesh and blood showered down from the sky, making Yi Zheng seem like a blood-colored god of war. Aya, dirty, I'm going to take a bath and change my clothes. Jiaming looked at his clean JK, soiled by the monster's blood and flesh, and said in disgust. I know. You, Dark Triga, must be in love with Naughty. That's why it became so strong. Dagon, who was sitting paralyzed on the ground, as if he had thought of something, suddenly climbed up and shouted. Poof! Put! Poof! In the next second, only Yi Zhang, Naughty Name, and Chanting Man were seen spitting out 3 liters of blood in an instant and flopping to the ground. There was also Ignis, who was peeping from afar. Crap! It turned out that the most lethal attack was the verbal attack. Dagon's logic was simply appalling. Kenshiro Monica, where's my head? Cards, cut to again next chapter, Beast God and Beast Emperor Ring World Standing Monument. Under the Ampera Starman, the third of the 4 heavenly kings of darkness, the home planet of the scheming general curator Cosmic Man Tislam, the Tislam Galaxy. Yi Zhang and Yi Mu had long since crossed into this starfield. Brother Yi, I heard that the intelligence of the Tislam star people is very high. Sort of, but taking humans is still close. Then how come their technology level is so average? Walking on the streets of Tislam Star, one did not see countless high-tech modern civilizations. IQ isn't always used in the right way. Little Mumu, look, what's the most numerous monster on this planet? The Corncob Raider King. Yi Mu asked suspiciously. Traversing above the planet, apart from the countless Tislam star people, there were also quite a few monster beasts living, especially with the majority of Red Kings. Actually, the Raider King was originally a very intelligent species. Yi Zhang said casually. Brother Yi, are you here to be funny? Even if I loved you, I wouldn't believe such nonsense from you. The intelligence of the King of Leda, its limbs are developed and its mind is simple. It lifted a stone and smashed its own foot. It belongs to the typical representatives of retarded monsters. You actually said it's intelligent? Oomph, Brother Yi, this joke of yours, it's not funny at all. Yi Mu disobeyed. And listen to me tell you a story. Yi Zhang shook his head. As the oldest existence in this universe, there were many secret stories that no one knew, only he knew. A long time ago, there were 2 kinds of creatures living on the planet Tislam, the Raider King with a high IQ, and the Tislam with a strong combat power, and they lived happily together. Due to living on top of a planet, so much so that their appearance, they had a 5-point resemblance. Later on, with his higher intelligence, King Raider always molested Tislam. Tisrim thus developed a hatred and coveted King Raider's intelligence. And so, with greater strength, Tisrim began to constantly kill the Raider Kings and remove their heads to eat them, making a monkey brain meal to replenish their brains. So much so that as the evolution continued from generation to generation, Tisrim's IQ grew higher and higher, and the Red King's IQ grew lower and lower, and the heads degenerated into smaller and smaller sizes. As King Raider lost his intelligence, all the Tisrims stopped eating their brains, and eventually just sent them off to backward planets. Eventually, the pattern that exists today was formed. So, the Tislenians have the highest IQ. But after all, they came from monsters, so they would only use their intelligence on how to defeat their enemies, and would not use it to develop their own civilization and technology. Yi Zhang narrated this secret story, only to see Yi Mu listening with extreme fascination. Oh, so that's how it is. What a poor King Lede. The IQ turned out to be snatched away by the Tislam star people, this group of robbers. Yi Mu instantly fought for King Lede. Do you really believe it? Yi Zhang glanced at Xiao Mumu. He was just making up a story to tease her. Unbeknownst to him, Yi Mu had already given birth to a bold idea in his mind at this moment. If the Raider King and Tislam were to merge and fuse, what kind of monster would be born? A clever King Raider? Oh yeah, when we arrive at the Tislam star system, we must eat the puffer fish here. The people of the Tislam star system love to eat fish. There's also a saying that Tislenians became smart by eating fish. The fish of Tislam star is rich in many kinds of unsaturated fatty acids, which is a must for brain health and wellness. Boss, serve the fish. Yi Zhang brought Yimu to sit on the table in the restaurant, knocking hard on the cutlery. Boss, where is everyone? Serve the fish. After shouting for half a day, no one replied to him. Yi Zhang became furious. A beast god, making a private visit in a microcosm, to be treated like this. Do I have to show my cards and expose my identity, so that you all kneel in front of me one by one and sing your conquests? Coming, sorry, customer, I was just mesmerized by reading the 36 stratagems, I will serve it to you right away. The store's junior owner instantly compensated with a smile. Hee, you're a store selling fish, what are you reading the 36 stratagems for? Yimu was displeased and mocked. What do you know? Have you ever heard of Tizreem, the scheming general under the Ampera star people? Mentioning the scheming general, the eyes of this Tizrean starman in front of him revealed a flash of yearning. That legendary scheming general, who once accompanied His Majesty the Great Emperor and fought in the sands for his entire life, is a legend in our Tizre galaxy. However, who knew that he was just like me at first, but also a fish seller? It was through constantly reading the 36 stratagems that he gained such wisdom. The Tizlayer in front of him, the more he spoke, the more excited he became, as if the next scheming general was himself. Oh, Yi Zhang Yimu exchanged glances and saw the guffaws in each other's eyes. Brother Yi, I think you just said that the intelligence of the Tishrei star people came from gnawing brains? Yimu looked at Brother Yi soulfully. Cough. No conflict, no contradiction. Gnawing the brain, eating fish, and reading the 36 stratagems, adding up to become a scheming general. Soon, this Tizlayer brought a plate of puffer fish feast meal to the table, then continued to flip through the book on the side. Wow, it smells so good. Yimu was the first to feast on it. The puffer fish from Tisley Star was really delicious. Whoa wipe, no good, finished. Esteemed guest, it seems like I just forgot to get rid of the poison for your puffer fish. While watching with great enjoyment, the Tisley who had just described it as if he suddenly thought of something, jumped up at first and shouted at Yi Zhang Yimu. Don't worry, we are immune to poison. Yi Zhang gently smiled. This person was quite honest, and motivated, and focused, and idealistic, and would also sell and cook fish, a rare talent. Cough, little brother, do you want to become an existence that surpasses the existence of one of the Dark 4-Day One scheming generals? Yi Zhang threw out an olive branch. I want to, of course I want to. At this time, this fish-selling Tislayer named Di Chichang could finally get rid of his passerby status. Alas, it's a pity that in this world, the emperor is dead, and I don't have a stage anymore. After a careful tasting, Di Chichang disheveled again. Oh, what if one serves a power far beyond the Amphora astronauts? Puff! Di Chichang's eyes lit up and he abruptly dropped to both knees. Boss, I heard that you... Stop! Yi Zhang immediately stopped his words. Although he had no children on his own knees. Ahem! Di Chichang is very innocent, but just want to set up a pitch well, how not to accept? In front of you, sitting there is the peak power of the universe, one of the 3 beast emperors of the monster auction house, the herding beast emperor. How about it? Are you interested in being her subordinate? Yimu stopped the chopsticks in his hands and looked at Yi Zhang with a confused expression. What would I do with such an ugly henchman? Bring it back to fuse with the raider king of my ranch? I'll give you 3 days to make Tisley Star, a place where you can speak your mind. Under Yi Zhang's instructions, Yimu arranged the first task for his newly accepted henchman. Lord Beast Emperor, Qixian will certainly go through fire and water. Di Qixian did not feel that this was difficult for him in the slightest, but rather took it as an opportunity. As one of the peak forces in the universe, the monster auction house naturally wouldn't let him fight for supremacy alone. It's okay, good momentum, dare to rise to the challenge with courage and resourcefulness. These 2 monstrous beasts are temporarily lent to you. I wish you to complete the great cause of unification of the Tisley galaxy. Yimu took out 2 ordinary beast control spheres, which contained the gold and silver metal beaters of the auction house, EX Twin Heroes, EX Gamara, and EX Raider King. Thank you Lord Beast Emperor, my subordinate will live up to the insult. However, my little brother is alone and weak, can I gather my relatives and friends to join the gang together? Di Chichang respectfully received the 2 beast control spheres, outwardly as calm as water, but inwardly, he had long been raging with excitement. My younger brother, Di Qixing, my younger sister, Di Qilan, and my closest friend, the #1 assassin of the Tisrei Star, DMO, I wish to bring them along to serve the Beast Emperor Lord. Di Chichang continued. Alright, the process is not important, you look after yourself, I just want the result. Yimu waved her hand and continued to eat the fish, she wasn't interested in the process at all. Right boss lady, this is the organized distribution of the best fish stores in the Tisley galaxy in the travel guide, 3 days, enough for the boss lady and the boss to have a full itinerary. As if Di Chichang thought of something, he instantly changed his words. One sentence of boss lady said to little Mumu's heart. Okay, go down, after the job is done these 2 monsters will be given to you. Yimu happily accepted the fish-eating strategy, and his mind kept echoing the 3 words boss lady. His heart was as sweet as honey. Within 3 days, Yi Zhang and Yimu had eaten all the famous fresh fish feasts of the Tisley Star. At the same time, a gust of wind swept across the Direm Star. First of all, there was a powerful Thunder King, who had integrated the disadvantaged group of Thunder Kings of Tisley Star into one group by strong means. Moreover, this group of Raider Kings became the fighters of some of the people of Tislam Star. Then, an industry called the Beast King Group was rapidly born, and with an extremely iron-blooded hand and speed, it quickly occupied the business world of Tyrum Star, completing the rapid accumulation of capital and monopolization. Finally, with a strong background, he entered the political world of Direm Star, and anyone who didn't follow him quickly disappeared in the Direm Galaxy. The road of imperial hegemony thus rises. Since then, the opening of the Direm Star Emperor Chichon Beast Emperor Group's one word. And everyone vaguely knew that the umbrella behind this group was none other than the prestigious monster auction house in the universe. Boss Lady, fortunately. In just 3 days, the original little man, Di Chichong, who was originally selling fish and reading the 36 stratagems, had already transformed into the mighty bigwig of the Direm planet. His temperament had even changed by 100,000 miles. However, at this moment, in front of Yimu, he reverted back to that coy appearance. Di Chichong understood that everything today was bestowed by these 2 adults in front of him. Wanting to have himself overthrown, or even the overthrow of Tisley Star, was just a matter of a thought. So one had to serve these 2 great gods well. Brother Yi, erect the tablet, let's continue the next leg of our journey? Having eaten all the fish of Direm Star and nothing else special, Yimu was already tired of playing around and wanted to change his tastes as soon as possible. Just what I wanted. Next stop Groza Galaxy. Drunkenness was not his intention. Yi Zhang's own purpose was not to accompany Yimu on his tour of the entire universe, but to use the Beast Universe Abundance Monument to set up a contact network in all the sub-universes for his ultimate plan. At this moment, Yi Zhang took out the Beast Universe Abundance tablet that had been engraved long ago. Great! Then under Di Chichion's horrified gaze, the Beast Universe Monument rapidly grew larger until it was thousands of meters tall and hundreds of meters long. Soon the Beast Yufeng Bay in the air emitted an earth-shattering roar and plunged towards the center of the Direm Star. What? This turn of events caused many of the strongest members of the Direm Star to move, and they flew into the air to stand by. Stand down! Only hearing a frowning and stern shout from Emperor Chichong, the Beast Emperor Group's crowd of King Raider beaters instantly surrounded them with their eyes wide open. The powerhouses in the sky could only avoid retreating one after another. Boom! In the end, a monument tall enough to be thousands of meters high stood in the middle of the planet. Yi Zhang Yimu, Tisley Star, come here. Brother Yi, this is the Groza Galaxy? It's so cold. Wait, I'll go add some clothes. Frozen alien Grozam, the magnificent general of the Dark Four Heavenly Kings, possessed the body of immortality. At this stop, they had arrived at the planet Groza. This planet, when viewed from space, seemed like a pure white world of ice and snow. The world of ice and snow exuded an invisible coldness, and even from far away in outer space, one could feel the coldness spreading out. Every breath exhaled quickly condensed into tiny pointed ice. After a few moments of work, Yimu changed into a set of attire and rejoined Yimu's side. Pure white slender down jacket, warm padded and thickened bare-legged artifacts, a pair of yellow-brown snow boots, scarf hat mask, everything is not missing, as if wintering girls in general. Little Mumu, are you exaggerating a bit? We are not afraid of the cold. Yi Zhang was speechless for a while, wearing so much and so thick did not feel that it affected the action. Brother Yi, what do you know? This is called an immersive experience. Quick, you also change into winter clothes, this is only romantic. Under Yimu's urging, Yi Zhang had no choice but to put on his sweater and tweed coat. Only then did the 2 of them cross into this snow-covered planet. The Groza Star survived with countless Grozayans. These Grozayans had different forms, and each individual looked very different. However, there is a common characteristic: tall and powerful, immortal body, extremely strong combat strength. They are not afraid to die, courageous, and many powerful monsters in the world of ice and snow killing the fighting nation reputation. Therefore, there are immortal Grozam, iron fighting people called Grozayans in the home planet. There is another name, called the Frost Giants. They are the absolute king of this world. Unfortunately, the consequence of strong strength is low fertility. Frost giants are extremely difficult to give birth to heirs, so the population is scarce. In addition to the frost giants, this ice world is full of ice and snow monsters. Frozen Monster Ragnarok, Frozen Monster Magdon, Snow Woman Monster Snog, Frozen Monster Chicas, Ice Ultra Beast Ice Dragon, Frozen Monster Pegula. There were also many unknown Ice Crystal Phoenixes, Northland Fury Ice Hogs, Thunder Roar Polar Bears, and so on. However, as long as these monsters were unfortunate enough to encounter the frost giant Grozas, there was only one end: death, or turned into roast meat. So grows a star, roast meat reserves are very large, and plant vegetables become extremely valuable, become hard currency. Frost giants have always preferred to act alone. However, in the center of the planet at this moment, there were countless frost giants gathered. The frost giants were gathered around the center of a tall altar, as if they were holding some mysterious ceremony. However, all of this did not seem to have much to do with Yi Zheng Yimu, as they were happily playing in the snow-covered land. Brother Yi, do you know how to ski? No. Yi Zheng was telling the truth. Despite having the longest lifespan, he had never properly enjoyed these recreational activities. High places were often lonely, and the strong were often lonely. It was the same for Yi Zheng. And yet, naturally, there was no reason for a person to play these recreational activities alone. Then I'll teach you. Yimu made a point on the space bracelet on his wrist, and then 2 sets of skiing devices appeared out of thin air. Little Mumu was not in the Monster Ranch purification well. When did you learn these? Yi Zhang said curiously. Oops, there are a lot of instructional videos in my cell phone. When I was bored alone, I practiced at the ranch's ice and snowfield. Yimu had long fantasized about experiencing the scene for this moment today countless times. This is the skis, ski poles, and the rest I don't need. Come on, Brother Yi, stand on the skis with your shoes fixed here, then grab the snow poles with both hands and walk and glide on the snow. Yimu thoughtfully dressed Yi Zhang in various equipment. Yi Zhang shrugged his shoulders helplessly, although he was not interested in this, but just think of it as accompanying little Mumu to have some fun. People who were strong and powerful were very swift in getting started with all sports. After a few simple attempts, Yi Zhang was enough to play with flowers. Come on, Brother Yi, let's slide and slide and slide in the world of ice and snow, all the way to the end of the Groza Star. Charge! Wow! Seeing that Yi Zhang was already able to skate skillfully, Yimu happily took the lead and led the charge down the cliff. Be careful! Yi Zhang shook his head and smiled faintly. Being them, they did not need any protective measures at all and were not afraid of any accidents at all. Therefore, this kind of carefree skiing was the real enjoyment. Yi Zhang also instantly accelerated, but seeing that Yimu was more skillful and had set off long ago, he also secretly turned on a hang-up and used the law of wind speed for himself. With the help of the speed plugin, Yi Zhang's skiing speed reached its peak in an instant. Hula hula! Hula hula! A different kind of speed and passion. The cold north whistled by, and it was even more crazy under the boost of blast speed. But this man and woman on the snowy ground were not afraid of the windy might of nature, not afraid of the cold, and not even afraid of overturning the car. 2 people in the planet high-speed side-by-side skating. Speed is more than the speed of sound. The planet only left 4 long traces in the planet around the planet, constantly drawing circles. At this moment, in the middle of the Groza galaxy, in the land of the Frost Rune, almost all of the Groza Australians were gathered, thousands of frost giants. Each of them was tens of meters tall and weighed hundreds of thousands of tons. The snowy ground even left countless deep pits. However, at this moment, they surrounded the city in a large circle, holding hands, with a bonfire in the center, as if they were holding some kind of ceremony. A melodious and solemn song came from them, and they were actually holding hands and chanting a song. On the other side of the mountain, on the other side of the sea, there is a group of ice elves. They are strong and valiant, they are not afraid of the cold, they are not afraid of difficulties, they live freely in the world of ice and snow. They only have one purpose, to awaken the sleeping frost giant god and ice goddess. Ah! Our Father God, the great frost giant god, the time for your resurrection is almost upon us. I pray that you will revive soon and lead the Groza galaxy to the top, so that the entire universe will be turned into a frost stage. A sorceress-like dressed frost giantess raised her right hand and waved this ice flame, drawing the notes chanted by the giants on top of special runes. Soon, the frost rune earth began to tremble violently under the chant's inducements. The ice quickly cracked and the planet shuddered violently. Oh my people, I finally hear your cries. The great Groza Father God, the frost giant god Lord Lofi will soon be awakening. Children, welcome the Father God's descent. Hearing the low voice, if anything, all the frost giants fell to their knees. It wasn't just a matter of respect for the god of faith Father, it was a matter of having to kneel under the pressure of the aura. Soon, a 100-meter giant hand stretched out from the ground of the earthquake-open runeland. The giant hand was propped up on the ground, and soon poked out its huge head, a huge ice crystal head. Slowly, the giant god's body, gradually from the Iceland god slowly pulled out, until his legs reached the ground. The overall height of the giant god was thousands of miles high. His body emitted an endless cold aura, and even the creatures that lived in the land of ice and snow all their lives almost froze. Above the surface, the frost giants of the thousands of people fighting the nation also fell to the ground and shivered under the intimidation of the aura and coldness. Along with the giants surfacing on the surface, there was also a tens of meters long coffin of ice crystals, and even though the body of the coffin was very small compared to the frost giant god, it was as if the cold aura was even more compelling. Boom boom cha hiss roar ow. With the revival of the frost giant god, it was as if the living beings in the heavens and earth felt a great threat. Death! All the monstrous beings of the Groza planet quickly moved out and attacked the frost giant. Cold ice spit. Frozen rays. Blizzard. Ice gravel. Absolute freezing gas. In a moment, tens of thousands of monsters quickly gathered and rushed over, and there were also countless living beings rushing over. The sheer number of monstrous beasts horrified the thousands of folk-fighting peoples. They launched an attack on the tall frost giant god. Haha, children don't need to be afraid. Watch Father God establish his authority. The direct frost giant god was not afraid in the slightest, and opened his huge mouth between laughs, with a violent suction force coming from the huge mouth. Immediately after that, countless monsters wailed and were sucked into its mouth. Children, the war song rises, chant out that ice and snow forbidden spell, let us welcome the great ice and snow goddess revival. The snowflakes embellish your beautiful shadow, the vast snowy mountains reflect the realm of your love. You walk towards the high mountains and snowy regions in a haze, you face the wind and frost towards the forest and snowy rain, and incorporate love into the fairies' holy hope. Frost giants are your most devout followers, ice and snow elves are your purest messengers. Ice and snow will never wither, ice will never decay, the goddess will finally come back to the world. Your loyal lickspittle frost giant, call for the goddess's revival. At this moment, that ice crystal coffin moved. In the middle of the snow, Yi Zhang and Yimu both collapsed in the middle of the snow, and the snow had covered quite a lot on them. On one side was the ski equipment that had fallen. Obviously, the two of them had fallen in the snow at the same time. Annoying, who is it, constantly wailing and triggering a big earthquake and avalanche, too unqualified, affecting our happy skiing. Yimu huffed and puffed. Obviously, she was soon going to settle the score with the one who started it. Hey, you big ice cubes, what are you ghostly howling here? Yimu angrily hovered high in the sky, pointing at the frost giants below and the frost giant god in front. It's not even if the singing is unpleasant to death, it also triggered a planetary avalanche, ruining people's skiing excitement. The sensible ones hurry up and shut up, get back to your lair, or else I'll make ice stumps out of all of you. Yimu ferociously said. Where did the little girl come from, how dare she be so reckless? Hearing little Mumu's bluster, the frost giant god's eyes went ice cold. While commanding the crowd of frost giants to continue chanting forbidden incantations, he signaled with his eyes and separated 10 frost giants to surround the two of them, Yi Zhang Yimu. Where did the human come from, how dare he clamor here, has he not heard of the mighty name of my frozen alien Groza clan? The leading Groza alien pointed at Yi Zhang and said, I don't know how to die. In the next second, only Yi Zhang's eyes flinched slightly, and this Groza human who dared to point at the beast god even directly exploded into a mass of ice slag, scattering in the air. There was still a piece of ice crystal core in the ice slag, which was equivalent to the heart of the frost giant. As long as this heart was not extinguished, the frost giant would be able to continuously be reborn. However, the ice crystal core in the air at this moment did not reshape the frost giant's body, but instead turned into a blue cold light that quickly flew into that ice crystal coffin. Inside the ice crystal coffin, there was actually a stunningly beautiful blue-skirted woman lying. Her face seemed like the most beautiful ice sculpture carved naturally, and her long azure hair was spread out underneath her body. She was wearing a long ice blue dress, carved with snowflake-like lines, jade feet exposed, crystal clear. Natural and undecorated, this figure seemed like the most beautiful work of art in the universe. However, this stunningly beautiful female corpse only exuded an endless cold aura, and did not exude any breath of life. Until the previous chanting began, to the present-day ice crystal core flying into the ice coffin, the female corpse's ice crystal-covered eyelashes seemed to have slightly ruffled for a moment. Oh, interesting. As a beast god, Yi Zhang naturally saw through the changes that had occurred within the ice coffin at a glance. It was not expected that apart from a frost giant head that was a half-step star god, another deity that was gradually reviving had appeared. It seems that this cosmic journey is really getting more and more interesting. What's going on? How did Gemyu die? With frost giant Gemyu's body dying and not being revived, the other frost giants were shocked. Without the ability to revive, who could still fight without fear of death? The fighting nation, too, wasn't unafraid of death. Children, do not worry, he was transformed into the energy for the resurrection of Lord Ice Goddess. To be able to become the power of the Lord Goddess is an honor for us frost giants. Children, for the sake of our honor, for the awakening of the goddess, fight, destroy these two invaders, and guard the completion of the forbidden spell. Go dozens more. At the order of the frost giant god, dozens more frost giants came out and joined the siege army. Oomph. Looking for death. Come out, my 5 warlords, legendary Hippogriff Jeton, Void Dread Gryzel, 12 imperial beasts, star-swallowing demonic beast inquisitive serpent, and soul-eroding scavenger Ula. Yimu immediately summoned the strongest 5 great war beasts, but of course she did not summon Pai Pai, the spirit beast with star god level strength and the happy planet given to her by Yi Zhang. Pai Pai's strength was even stronger than hers, so naturally, as a killer weapon, she would not use it as a last resort, or else she would not be able to make a name for herself. Each Peak Star Lord battle beast was enough to deal with dozens of frost giants at the same time, and for a moment, a great battle started. Instantaneous shift plus dark giga degree fireball. Hepajeton instantly moved in front of a frost giant, and then closed in with a shot of dark gigabit fireball. This frost giant was completely unable to react in time, and was melted into an ice crystal core by the fireball. Immediately after that, the other frost giants attacked at Hepajeton, only to see its instantaneous C disappear again, and in the next moment turned to the back of another giant, and struck the same fireball, killing it again in seconds. Void plus dark thunderstorm lightning bolt. Glyza shook his hexagonal body, his chest vibrated, countless dark purple thunder light bullets levitated to his body, and then each of them found the right target to bombard. 2 light balls would be enough to eliminate a frost giant. At the same time, countless cold air attacks and powerless attacks impacted Glyza's body, but they went straight through his body and dissipated in the sky. Giant power plus Bay Bird IQ devouring bounce. The 12 Emperor beasts were even more brutal and murderous, and the dozens of frost giants could not stop its form with their intercepting holds. Its abdomen huge mouth can easily suck a giant into the body, and then from the right arm eye, the dissolved ice crystals will shoot out, will other giants' body whole. And under the huge wings, it is enough to carry dozens of giants to fly high into the sky, like a dragon with wings at high speeds to overturn the frost giants on the ground. 6 great scourge souls, 1 person into a group. The great serpent, the 6 great scourge souls it's out, light and darkness, earth, water, fire and wind, elemental power it's set. The outstanding defense of Magical Gearing King and Magical Gatten Jair as a tank, Magical Jeton, Magical Ponton as a mobile turret DPS fire output, Magical Bassett and Magical Jabba open the field of stinking gas, Hurricane Field, playing auxiliary, and the absolute C position of the Great Serpent, indiscriminate bombardment, 1 person and a team. Hit the frost giant ice stumps flying across the body. Eat. Ula is even too ferocious, huge mouth, to a giant bite, arms, thighs, head, as long as the Ula bite, soon swallowed its whole into the body, even the crystal core cannot burst out. For a moment, despite having more and more frost giants joining the fray, the fighting nation was still dead and wounded beyond measure. Damn! For the frost giants that died and exploded crystals and turned into energy to sink into the ice coffin, the giant god naturally didn't care at all. It seemed that the more deaths there were, the closer the corpse in the ice coffin was to resurrection. But who expected a food Ula was swallowed by him into the frost giant cannot be turned into ice goddess resurrection energy. Therefore, the frost giant god Luo Fei, at this moment, had to take action, first to destroy this head of Ula. Children, keep chanting and don't stop, the divine ice and snow goddess is about to revive. The battlefield, leave it to the great father god. Luo Fei waved his big hand and called the children back. The half-step star god would personally strike and teach these 2 humans in front of him a lesson. You damn eaters, let you feel the wrath of the frost giant god. Frost giant god Luo Fei couldn't help himself and took matters into his own hands. Only his thousands of meters of body loomed large, and merely lifting his mountainous arm triggered the ground to shake. His palm, which was even 100 meters in size, was even more massive than the bodies of the 5 great war beasts, and at this moment, it grabbed directly towards Ula. Size did not equal battle power. Ula was also undaunted, biting towards her fingers. Damn! This foodie, Ula, actually bit on top of Luo Fei's index finger, biting off his nail cap. Under the pain, Luo Fei's big hand endured the pain and pinched Ula in the palm of his hand, revealing only a head. Ah! Ula's agonizing wail attracted the attention of the 4 teammates. It's okay. Seeing that this incomparably tall frost giant god had taken control of the weakest of his 5 aces with a single hand, Yimu couldn't help but sorrowfully stare. Despite being at the same half-step star god level, Yimu's main strength was still derived from her beast shepherding Dao and the war beasts under her control, and her own battle power wasn't considered strong. Although Ula was pinched in her hands, as one of the peak star lord level war beasts under Yimu's control, she wasn't going to be instantly killed by enemies below the star god level, and was strong enough to support herself for a period of time in the frost giant god's palms. It was also that Ula's neck wasn't long enough. If it was long enough, it would even be able to bite and eat the frost giant's hand that was pinching it. This was also the reason why the frost giant god deliberately stuck its head in the air, so that it couldn't bite anywhere. Brother Yi, you don't help others either. Yimu spat while instructing the remaining 4 major war beasts to head for support on the other side. Little Mumu, you still don't feel comfortable fighting with me here? I'll just quietly enjoy your performance. You're not a Triga, where would I want to rob you of your experience value? Yi Zhang stood quietly on the sidelines, indicating that he was eating his melon. Humph, go on, let that big ice cube see the divine might of my Mac Beast Emperor. Yimu grunted in dissatisfaction. What do I need experience for when I have Brother Yi around? Soon, the 4 great war beasts received the order and instantly turned their attacks towards the frost giant god. Dark Ultimate Fireball. Void Fluctuation Bombardment Cannon. 12 Emperors Combined Attack Destruction Deathlight. Elemental Power Fusion Light. In an instant, the 4 peak Star Lord Warbeasts, the 4 ultimate must-haves, shot out in unison at the Frost Giant God. In a flash, the heavens and earth changed colors, and the 4 supreme must-kill techniques possessed a might that was enough to destroy the planet. Damn! Frost Giant God Luo Fei cursed, put away his contempt and went all out. None of the 5 great beasts in front of him were simple, even though any one of them was not his opponent, but with 5 heads joining forces, he could roll over if he was lightly defeated. O ice spirits sleeping in the earth and sky, lend me your divine power. Please build the strongest ice crystal barrier to defend against all the attacks in front of you. Cold ice forbidden spell ice wall of heaven and earth. As Luo Fei chanted in a low voice, he unleashed the ice forbidden spell magic heaven and earth ice wall. Snow drifted in the sky for thousands of miles, countless cold ice gathered and coalesced, gradually forming a wall hundreds of feet thick, blocking Luo Fei's front, and it was still thickening. The 4 essential rays of light blasted directly on top of the ice wall, instantly shattering a large portion of the ice wall. Ice gravel splattered in all directions. However, the ice wall was too thick, the light rays were actually resisted, unable to pierce through the ice wall for a while. Shepherd Beast's power, enhance. Seeing that the combined light could not break through the barrier of the ice wall of heaven and earth, Yimu stepped in, she stretched out her hands, and her fingertips shot out a ray of light that wrapped around the bodies of the 5 great war beasts like silk threads. For a moment, the 5 great war beasts had their tiger bodies shaken, and in an instant, they were infinitely close to the half-step star god level. Moreover, the light rays exploded and thickened several times under the power boost. The power of the combined light rays skyrocketed, instantly piercing through the ice wall and going towards Luo Fei. Luo Fei instantly panicked. He simply didn't expect the strongest defense forbidden spell of ice magic, the ice wall that was strong enough to withstand all attacks of the same level, to be pierced through. Fortunately, Frost Giant God Luo Fei was born with both magic and martial arts, and his physique was exceptionally strong. Unable to do anything else, he grasped both of his arms in front of his chest to ward off this unstoppable combined light attack. Boom! In the next moment, 200-meter arm shoulders were thrown out. Luo Fei's arms were actually directly broken by a raw blow. Click! Bula, who had lost the power of confinement, got out of the trap in an instant and backbite one of the arms and ate it. Immediately afterward, it flew to where the other arm was, wanting to open its mouth. My arm! Scram! Seeing that an arm had been eaten, although the damage was not great, the insult was extremely strong. Luo Fei was furious and forcefully brought up a leg, kicking Ula out. Immediately after, the arm that was thrown away flew directly into Luo Fei's body, melting into a ball of energy. Roar! A moment later, amidst Luo Fei's roar, 2 arms regrew where the 2 broken arms had been. The crowd of frost giants below who were still chanting couldn't help but be appalled. The great Lord Father God had actually suffered defeat as well. As Yi Zhang watched the battle, he could not help but shake his head slightly. The frost giant god, whose body possessed infinite regeneration ability. In the battle just now, even though it looked like Yimu had the advantage, in actuality, Yimu's consumption was a bit greater than that of the frost giant god. Coupled with the fact that he hadn't found the frost god's weakness, it was difficult to inflict fatal damage on it. So from this, it was concluded that under a protracted battle, Yimu would most likely have to lose. It's also a way to polish her sharpness, letting her suffer and know that there is a world outside of mankind. Yi Zheng thought as he did. By successfully defeating the ice and snow forbidden spell, breaking Luo Fei's arms, and rescuing Ola with the addition of the power of the shepherd beasts, Yimu was obviously very pleased. Soon, the 5 great war beasts stood side by side, launching their respective attacks against the enormous figure of the frost giant god. Unfortunately, the frost giant god's torso was too big, and the invisible blood bars were extremely thick, and for a while, scraping rays of light kept scraping against Luo Fei. Boring. For a moment, Luo Fei was made to feel anxious. A mosquito bite, although not fatal, it was annoying. He crossed his arms and shielded the head of his upper body's vital organs. He closed his legs and shielded his lower body's vital organs as well. At the same time, he began to think of a way to break the situation. Even though the Frost Giant clan didn't have a high IQ, he who had once observed the Battle of the Gods had a lot of battle experience, which was enough to make up for the lack of IQ. The opposing team of 5, the Battle Titan was the 12 Imperial Beasts, with thick blood and high defense, so it was pointless to fight him. The Stance-Bearer, to count Hapajeton and Gryza, an instantaneous shift, avoid, it is easy to attack to fall short. Therefore, the breakthrough had to be the APC Mughal Orochi and the poorly maneuverable Ula. O ice spirit of heaven and earth, take the element of ice, condense it into an indestructible blade, and pierce the enemy in front of you. Luo Fei carried the damage while chanting again on the other side. Ice attack forbidden spell, cold ice extreme blade kill. A white magic formation appeared above the head of the Devil Geek Great Serpent, and soon within the formation, 3,000 blades of cold ice condensed and quickly shot towards the Devil Geek Great Serpent team. There was no time to make a defense. Boom! For a moment, the cold air enveloped. A moment later, the ice dispersed. The 6 baneful souls of the Devil Geek Great Serpent had been shattered, and the broken baneful souls flew back into the great serpent's body. Although it wasn't a fatal injury, the Devil Gear Great Serpent was obviously heavily injured, and its breath shriveled down. "Come back, little snake." Seeing that the great snake was seriously injured, Yimu took it back into the shepherd god orb. "Brother Yi, are you really not going to help me get him killed?" Yimu pulled on Yi Zhang's sleeve and pampered him. Yi Zhang ruthlessly turned his face away, firmly stating that he would not help with this favor. Then don't blame me." Yimu angrily drummed the plug, turned to smile mysteriously, and with his right hand, he took out the blue golden ball from behind his back. A happy planet containing the lower star god level spirit beast Pai. "Come out, Pippi, let me see your power." Just as Yimu was about to amplify his moves at the drop of a hat, the frost giant's chant also seemed to have reached its end. "You walk from the snowy mountains, cold ice is your style. You walk like the poles, frost is your stance. With sweet frosty dew, you feed the frost ones. You use the slender jade feet, step out of the ice and snow wonderland. Ah, goddess of ice and snow, why do you sigh? The war of the gods, the world of ice and snow melted and broke. Ice is immortal, the goddess will come again." Aria of the Snow Goddess. As the chanting of the frost giants ends, the coffin of the frozen god, enveloped by the power of extreme cold, began to tremble continuously. Suddenly, the Groza star changed, everything became so cold and silent. All the frost giants and frost giant gods that were acting stopped their forms. Even Yimu maintained his pose of throwing a ball to summon Pippi. Countless ice clouds steeply shrouded the starry sky, and snowflakes flew out in the dusty world. Gorgeous snowflakes, one by one, as if they were ice blue elves dancing in heaven and earth, making everyone unconsciously empty their hearts and let the snowflakes fall onto their bodies. However, it wasn't until the snowflakes attached themselves to their bodies that they felt the penetrating coldness. Cold? How could it be so cold? Even the frost giants, who had lived in the freezing temperatures for years and years, felt incredibly cold. Despite wearing warm clothing, even Yimu, who was a half-step star god, seemed to be unable to withstand that bone-chilling coldness at the moment. She could not help but take the initiative to hold Yi Zhang's hand, and it was as if there was endless heat coming from Brother Yi's hand, quickly warming her body and heart. Suddenly, as if she had thought of something, Yimu pulled open the zipper of her fluffy down jacket and faced Yi Zhang and jumped onto his arms in a single leap. Both hands and both feet hooked onto Yi Zhang's neck and waist respectively, then covered the down jacket over Yi Zhang's body again, and pulled the zipper up from behind Yi Zhang. What kind of posture is this? Yi Zhang was speechless. The posture at the moment, with himself wearing the down jacket backwards, and a Yimu inside the down jacket, was so strange. "Brother Yi, I'm cold." Yimu huffed and said happily. The lowest temperature in the universe -273 degrees Celsius, also called absolute zero. All molecules, atoms, and living beings in the universe stop all movement as soon as they reach this temperature, so it is called the lowest temperature. The lowest temperature of the Earth, even less than -100 degrees, the lowest temperature of the Groza star, only nearly -250 degrees. However, at this moment, with the change of heaven and earth, the temperature is still decreasing, until everything in the world froze, except for the frost giant god, even all the frost giants were frozen. The ice and blue elves in the heavens and earth still continued to dance, but they were transformed into death dances in an instant. These elves, as if transformed into mischievous killers, landed on the bodies of the frost giants, and all the frozen beings and monsters of the entire planet, knocking, kicking, and punching. One or two of them were like scraping, but as more and more elves descended around the frozen beings, these ice stones gradually shattered into grains of ice crystals, blending into this ice and snow between heaven and earth. In an instant, except for Yi Zhang Yimu, the frost giant god, the life of Groza star, died out. The extreme cold, the withering of death. All the lives that had fallen turned into a deep blue light that converged towards that ice crystal coffin, which constantly trembled and shook violently. These lives withered from death and revived in the ice coffin, turning into the life force of the female corpse in the coffin. In the ice coffin, the absolute beauty of the woman, the face gradually become rosy, eyelashes on the ice crystals continue to shake down, a two fingers gradually raised, knee reflex gradually appeared. Until, the absolutely beautiful pupils open, the frost between heaven and earth instantly stop. The coffin lid bounced off, and the woman bent over and sat up. "Ah, honorable ice goddess Lord Isabinti, your most loyal servant, Tian, go, welcome the goddess recovery." The frost giant god, Luo Fei, trembled as he said, long tears of ice already hanging from both of his eyes. The deaths of his own people one by one did not cause the slightest movement in this giant god. It wasn't until the goddess awoke that he couldn't contain the excitement and trembling in his heart. How many years had it been? His beloved goddess had finally recovered from death. The body that had already been frozen to the point of withering, also followed the inner fire, and a trace of body heat appeared. However, the goddess only glanced at Luo Fei with that cold gaze that had no waves in it, her left eyebrow slightly knitted, sensing a trace of heat that she detested in Luo Fei's body. In the next second, this frost giant god, who had devoted all his efforts after the battle of the gods just to revive his beloved ice goddess, cracked his whole body into a large block of ice, and his life force merged into the ice goddess's body. As the saying goes, Luo Fei not only ended up with nothing, but also took his own life into it. The ice goddess, Isabinti, floated out from the ice coffin. She wore an ice crystal crown, held an ice blue scepter in her hand, wore a long ice clear dress, and had crystal clear high-heeled shoes on her feet, standing opposite Yi Zheng Yimu. Because of the Groza star at this moment, there were only 3 people left in heaven and earth. Who are you and why are you intruding on my domain? Isabinti's ice-cold voice came out. The Yi Zheng in front of her was so imperceptible to her in the slightest, she could only feel a faint familiar aura that belonged to the era of the gods, but she herself had never seen this person before. Western divine battle, ice goddess? Rumor has it that the goddess of ice and snow was a widowed woman who never stepped out of the land of winter. Her heart was made of ice, without a trace of emotion, until she was deceived by the original god of fire, and later walked into the darkness of the evil god of the fire clouds, leading out of the land of extreme cold, and ultimately fell. In the battle of the gods, there is no way that an existence as powerful as you would want to peacefully avoid the world and hide in your own domain. Yi Zheng shook his head and spoke out some of the rumors that he had heard in the Western world after traveling the world after the War of the Gods. After hearing these, Isabinti did not have the slightest ripple, and her eyes were as cold as ever. True to the rumors, she had no emotions, and only that extremely hot flame could stir up emotions. It is rumored that in the realm of ice and snow, the ice goddess is an invincible existence? If it wasn't for being tricked into leaving the land of winter and being surrounded by the fire cloud evil god and the 10 inferno demon gods of hell, it would be impossible for the ice and snow goddess to fall. Unlike the last Western god, the Amphora star god, the broken dark paladin, the ice and snow goddess in front of her was a true full-bodied god. Even though there was still some time before she recovered to her heyday, she was now already exuding the aura of a mediate star god. Especially now that she was in the ice planet, which was her domain, I was afraid that even an upper star god would not be able to kill her. Although the gods have fallen, as long as they escape the divine soul liquidation of the great universe, they will eventually recover. The ice goddess said coldly, "Are you a liquidator?" So what if the liquidator, Isabinti, didn't think that the great universe's puppets would be able to deal with the gods in full bloom? Those who could serve as liquidators were weaklings who feared death and defected to the great universe, and having lost the heart of the strong, they would never be able to step into the realm of true gods. In her own realm, under a true god, she was an invincible existence. Little Moo Moo, are you going to warm up? Yi Zheng pursed his lips and laughed softly. What? Dying to die? Yi Moo's eyes widened in disbelief. She couldn't believe that Brother Yi would actually let him do something so dangerous. She had seen that the frost giant god, who was 55 with his own, had been killed by this goddess with a single look. Brother Yi let himself go to his death? Could it be that Brother Yi has taken a liking to this beautiful woman and is going to start a fight against himself? Hiss! In an instant, Yi Mu was like falling into an icy abyss, his heart pulling out of his chest. Silly girl, I'm letting you gain some experience and feel the divine power more closely. This will help you break through the star god level. Yi Mu's expression was written on her face, so how could Yi Zheng not see it? So he rubbed Yi Mu's hair and said intimately, "Don't you believe Brother Yi?" Yi Mu raised his head and looked up with clear eyes at his brother Yi's face that was close to him. Yes, what's wrong with me? How can I not trust Brother Yi? If Brother Yi really treats me like that, then I might as well be dead. With this thought, Yi Mu's eyes firm up. He must quickly brush up his experience and leap up to the star god level, only then will he be worthy of Brother Yi. Okay Brother Yi, but I'm going to use Pippi. Yi Mu reluctantly put his hands on his back to pull the zipper open, fading the down jacket and sliding off of Yi Zheng's body. So cold. Just after letting go, Yi Mu hugged up again. So cold, can't fight. There was an empty desire to fight, but the body did not allow it. Put this on. Yi Zheng turned his right hand in the air, then a flame-shaped pendant appeared in his hand and hung it around Yi Mu's neck. It's not cold at all now. After the flame pendant was added, Yi Mu's body temperature soared as endless heat was generated throughout his body. Hungry, so hot. Yi Mu threw away all the winter clothes he was wearing as soon as he could and changed into the same cool suit as the ice goddess. Right, Brother Yi, can Pippi beat that woman? Yi Mu was still not confident. How would I know? I won't know until I've fought. But Pippi's strength, fighting across the ranks, is also broad. Yi Zheng added more weight. Okay, Happy Planet, Pai, show yourself. With Yi Mu's shout, the Happy Planet in his hand thundered loudly, and a dazzling golden light cut through the icy sky and snow, piercing through the sky. A super kawaii electric mouse with a golden yellow body, ears, body, and tail dyed with black stripes, and 2 piles of round redness on its cheeks floated into the air. Peppy appeared standing up and quickly bent over on his back in the air, putting up his lightning-shaped tail. In a flash, from the universe, 10,000 feet of thunder was drawn in and absorbed by the giant tail, bathing in the light of the thunder, as if it was possessed by the god of thunder. Not far away, Isabinti coldly watched all of this. The dignity of God did not let her take the initiative. And her attention was always focused on the man that she couldn't see through in the slightest. Without exuding the aura of a true god, could it be the peak of an upper star god? During the period of the gods, one's peak strength was only an upper star god. Looking at the entire Western divine realm, there were only two true gods. It was also the power struggle between the two true gods that triggered the Western divine war. Isabinti naturally did not believe that there were still true gods in this universe. The appearance of the flame pendant just now had caused her to tremble inwardly. Why, the aura attached to the pendant was so familiar to her. However, for him to send a beautiful little girl who was a half-step star god to fight against him, he was looking down on himself too much. A trace of annoyance fluctuated within Isabinti's heart. Under the star gods, all are ants, and to have an ant come to die. So be it, side let you all taste what happens when you offend a god. Once upon a time, there was a race in the west that had offended the ice goddess. In a fit of rage, the goddess froze the entire race, and millions of their people died with a single thought. However, it wasn't until Yimu summoned the leather god that Isabinti was slightly moved. What a powerful beast! This flickering berserk thunder was not the least bit weaker than the thunder god back then. However, how this half-step star god's female child was able to control the star god's giant god, this Isabinti couldn't figure out. By the way, what tricks does Pippi have? The first use, Yimu was still not familiar with, hastily asked. Happy planet, 3 paths to unity, speak your mind into the sphere, naturally you can feel it. Yi Zhang prompted. As the sphere that carried Yi Zhang's ultimate beast Tao, it should live up to its reputation. Yimu nodded and closed her eyes, immersing her mind as in the ball. Suddenly, she felt her mind connect with Pippi. Brother Yi called you Pai Pai, you're stronger than me now, so I'll call you Pai Shun. Yimu telepathized to Pai Pai in his mind, while receiving a nod of feedback from Pai Pai. Your skills are 1 billion volt, Iron Tail Behemoth Slash, Thunder Lightning Flash, Binding God Power Grid, Thunderbolt Lightning Ball, Thunder God's Fury. In the void, it was as if an invisible bond linked Yimu and Pippi together. The Pippi in the middle of the battle even had Yimu's silhouette appear behind him. Go, 1 billion volts. The power of lightning, accompanied by high temperatures, had a certain restraint on the ice system. Geo. The magpie god gathered lightning, and in a flash, a huge dark thundercloud gathered above the head of the ice goddess, quickly descending extinction like thunderbolts. Ice wall of heaven and earth. Unlike the frost giant god, Isabinti didn't need that lengthy incantation chant to release an ice forbidden spell. The ice and snow elemental sprites in the sky and earth were like her children, at her beck and call. Thousands of thunder vortexes struck the ice wall above Isabinti's head, and countless ice flowers shattered and bloomed, but they were unable to completely pierce it. It's useless, my ice, the purest ice in heaven and earth, is non-conductive. The goddess of ice and snow popularized the laws of ice to Yimu, which was the chemical knowledge that everyone knew nowadays. Pure water is not conductive. Ice condensed from pure water, naturally did not conduct electricity either. So what, dang goddess, don't you know that under the friction explosion of lightning, endless heat will be generated? Although ice doesn't conduct electricity, it will melt. Fighting was the best way to enhance one's experience. As expected, soon the ice wall above Isabinti's head gradually appeared to melt under the constant pounding of thunder. A heavy rain was about to pour down on the ice goddess's head. Isabinti began to move. As a goddess, she naturally couldn't tolerate the rain drenching her into a drenching. Soon, the lowering rainwater turned into ice cones within a few feet of space near her circumference of the mountain. There is no need for her to manipulate the goddess around, absolute 0 degrees, water simply cannot fall has become ice. Thousands of ice cones, out. Make the best use of everything. The ice wall that melted under the thunder, the rain that fell, was condensed into countless sharp ice cones by Isabinti, and under the air, it shot towards Pippi. The ice cones were too many and too dense, it was impossible to dodge them. Having reflective wall. For a moment, Pippi only had to turn on a barrier that reduced physical damage, resisting close to half of the damage, and relying on his tough skin to carry it all on the other side. It's just a scrape. Yimu's mouth wasn't convinced. Thunder lightning flash. In the next moment, Pai Pai began to move at high speed, and under the thunder law, it even surpassed the speed of light, crashing against Isabinti. She could see that the ice goddess was a mage, and her physical body should be her weakness. Ice crystal armor, Frost Warlord. Not panicking in the slightest, Isabinti first summoned fleshly defensive armor, and then used the element of ice and snow to summon a huge elemental war god puppet. Boom! Pippi's thunder lightning flash couldn't change targets in time and slammed straight into the frost war god golem. Pippi was bounced off and the golem shattered. Freeze! With a wave of the ice goddess scepter, the shattered frost war god, with all of its ice crystals, as if it was looking for a target, quickly covered Pippi's body that flew out backwards, freezing it in an icicle. To hell, what to do? Seeing that Pippi was frozen into an ice sculpture, he was unable to break free for a moment despite his vitality still being strong. Immediately after that, Isabinti turned her target to Yimu. She once again condensed her magic, and the powerful ice forbidden spell was only a thought away. Ice arrow kill! Only to see, in the void, an ice bug coalesced, and then the ice spirit turned into a vector, and countless ice elves bent their bows and pulled their arrows, and attached themselves to the arrows, and shot them towards Yimu. Brother Yi! Yimu was anxious. How could Brother Yi be so calm? That arrow was coming. Isn't he afraid of shooting little Moo through the heart? Don't worry, Pippi is not that weak. Looking at Moo's earnest and pitiful eyes, Yi Zhang returned a confident gaze. With himself present, he could naturally keep little Moo 100% safe. Just as the ice spirit arrow carried a death-like speed and might, shooting at Yimu. Above the starry sky, thunder exploded. A high-speed object fell from the sky with the momentum of 10,000 pounds, first shattering the ice spirit arrow with a single blow, and then furiously smashing the solid ice that imprisoned Pippi. Boom! Pai broke through the ice and proceeded to hold a warhammer. Soon, several more iron lumps fell from the starry sky, helmets, breastplates, and arm rings, all covering Pippi's body. He was just like a Pai god who was clad in thunder armor and holding a thunder warhammer. Wow! It's so cool! Looking at Pai god's domineering stance bathed in thunderlight, Yimu was overwhelmed with excitement. Wild, cool, and heavenly, it was worthy of being Brother Yi's #1 spirit beast, accompanying him through many epics. Armored Frost War God, out! Seeing that the attack was ineffective and that the lightning giant rat had gotten out of its trap, the blue gem at the top of Isabinti's scepter flashed, and soon 4 Frost War Gods clad in ice crystal armor rose up from the ground. With her current strength as a mediate star god, condensing 4 puppets with the strength of a lower star god at the same time in a short period of time was already the limit. Not only that, but she herself also needed to constantly channel a constant stream of energy to the 4 war gods. Pai, who held a giant hammer in his hand, turned around and completed the switch from a magical pet to an object pet. He was pinching the warhammer that was about the same size as his own body, but he was using it like an arm. Under a flurry of chaotic cloak hammer techniques, he struck wherever he pointed. Only to see his leap, in an instant jump to the front of one of the god of war, and then the heavy hammer struck. Only heard a boom sound, this lower star god strength frost war beast, head will be smashed. It was only when the ice goddess increased her energy output that the head was gradually restored. However, the other 3 war goddesses were not just standing around. There were those who used ice magic and those who used ice martial arts to strike, and for a moment, skills and punches and kicks greeted Pai. It was fortunate that Pippi was agile enough, otherwise, if he hit one enemy, he was bound to be hit several times by the enemy. Boom! For a moment, lightning, ice and snow constantly flashed in the center of the battlefield. Unfortunately, the temperature of the planet Groza was already extremely low and incomparable, and with the descent of the ice goddess, it was already close to 10,000 degrees below zero. Pai's combat power was greatly restricted here, and could only manage to fight the 4 war gods to a draw. Seeing that it was impossible to separate the winners from the losers for a while, and that the ice and snow goddess had already freed up her hands to brew an even more powerful forbidden spell. It's okay. Yi Zhang called a halt to the fight. Pai, who was dancing with a sledgehammer, quickly stopped his figure, and the 4 major battle puppets controlled by the ice and snow goddess also stopped their hands with a tacit understanding. Little Moo, go ahead and wait for me in the interdimensional space, which is the territory of the post-evil General Yaboman. I will personally take out this woman. Brother Yi, Yimu just wanted to say that she would follow Yi Zhang. She was the one who was not relieved that Brother Yi was alone with this powerful woman anymore, but unfortunately, her words were interrupted by Yi Zhang. Moo, be obedient. Alright, Brother Yi, you must be careful. Little Moo will wait for your arrival. Yimu nodded resentfully with no choice. She rarely heard Yi Zhang speak to him in such a serious manner. Boys who spoke in this tone of voice were not to be rejected. Pippi? You take along. In the end, Yimu recruited Pai back, then summoned Gryza and maneuvered it to open the interdimensional passage. Brother Yi, I'll wait for you. Don't worry Moo, Brother Yi will be here soon. Yi Zhang smiled heartily at Yimu's understanding with great delight. You, what exactly is your strength? Looking at the confident and mysterious man in front of her, Isabinti called back the 4 great war puppets and blocked in front of her. Does it matter, being stronger than you is? Yi Zhang seemed as if he did not place this powerful goddess in front of him in the slightest. Arrogant! Isabinti's eyes flashed with an icy huff. The last person who was so arrogant, the fire cloud evil god, Isabinti still remembered his words. I just want to be able to be frozen to death by you, or I'll burn you to death. It was also this sentence that made Isabinti's icy heart throb. Unfortunately, later on, it was the fire cloud evil god who led a group of 10 inferno demon gods to beat himself up, causing her to be greatly disappointed in this god. In the end, Isabinti pulled all of them down with her and froze together. Today, however, was the second time she had heard such arrogant words. Although the lines were ordinary, the man's casual gaze and unruly smile all wrote his contempt for himself on his face. Although she couldn't see through the other party's strength, Isa Binti didn't have the slightest fear. For one, she had absolute confidence in her own strength. Secondly, she had also heard that the gods of the East possessed countless treasures that could conceal their strength, thus allowing them to both pretend to be a pig and eat a tiger, as well as put on airs. With a wave of Isa Binti's scepter, the four major battle puppets clad in ice armor rushed towards Yi Zhang in unison. Oomph, not self-important. Yi Zhang did not care at all, but slowly walked towards the ice goddess. However, his surrounding aura became extremely fervent in an instant, as if it was like the sun. Hundreds of feet around him, the temperature soared, forming a stark contrast with this ice and snow domain. As soon as the four inferior star god war puppets stepped into the space around Yi Zhang, they felt the unbearable heat. However, when they immediately turned around and rushed out of the space, each of them realized with horror that they had become a puddle of water. Wherever Yi Zhang passed, ice and snow melted. He seemed like a beam of light in the ice and snow world, and it continued to spread. The ice and snow of the entire Groza planet showed signs of melting. How is this possible? The goddess of ice and snow looked incredulously at the melting ice and snow realm, her heart in a state of shock. She could not believe that there was still someone in this world who emitted heat that was even stronger than the original fire cloud evil god. She suddenly remembered the familiar flame pendant that Yi Zhang had put on Yi Mu earlier. That flame pendant from before? As Isa Binti looked at Yi Zhang, who was walking step by step, she actually developed a sense of withdrawal within her heart. Oh yes, after the century of the gods, I liquidated quite a number of gods who did not die completely. Originally, I did not want to kill him, but who made him so arrogant that he had to kill me or be killed by me? So, I had to beat him to death. Yi Zhang continued to walk forward, as if he was telling an insignificant matter in his mouth. In the beginning, although the ice and snow goddess had sacrificed her life underneath, pulling the fire cloud evil god and the 10 great inferno demon gods together to freeze them, these 11 gods did not really die. It was a pity that they later fell into Yi Zhang's hands. You killed him? Liquidate? You are the liquidator of the great universe? Impossible? It was as if Isa Binti had heard the most horrifying thing in heaven and earth, and fear arose as she could not help but be forced back continuously. Inwardly, she was still cursing, the lackeys of the great universe, until the ice and snow of the entire planet all melted. The goddess of ice and snow was sweating profusely, and even the clothes made of ice all over her body, all of which had melted, had not even realized it. When the field of ice and snow all dissipated, Yi Zhang suddenly turned his head. Sorry for scaring you. Yi Zhang's drawing style suddenly changed, collecting the heat from his entire body. He abruptly turned around, turning his back to the ice and snow goddess and said, Quickly put your clothes on, show some face. What the hell do you want? You walking dog. Seeing that Yi Zhang suddenly stopped advancing and turned his body around, he reminded himself with kind words. It was only then that Isa Binti calmed down her heart, which had just panicked, and recoalesced a set of ice blue long dress on the outside, and ice underwear and ice fat thorns on the inside. Yi Zhang also returned around and wore an innocent expression. He repeated his old trick and coalesced an ice table and 2 ice chairs in the void, and took the lead to sit on them. Walking dog? What does that mean? Yi Zhang compared an invitation gesture. That previous gesture was just to shock this goddess and establish his authority, giving her a feeling that she was not to be trifled with. You just said, liquidation. Isa Binti sat opposite Yi Zhang in shock, her voice cold but with a hint of trembling. Hey, when I was young and my god body was not yet in place, if I wanted not to be liquidated, I could only go undercover and liquidate others. Yi Zhang sipped his water and said flatly, Are you a true god or not? Those who can achieve true godhood all possess the heart of a strong man. It is impossible for such a person to willingly embark on the path of liquidation, not even as an undercover agent. Isa Binti asked, and Yi Zhang did not answer positively. In this world, apart from those who possess the heart of a strong man, there is another kind of person who can keep getting stronger. He said flatly. Which kind? Isa Binti said doubtfully. People of the Go Dao? Yi Zhang said. Dogs? It is Go, not dog. Yi Zhang was helpless. It was indeed a bit troublesome to explain to the Western deities. Then are you here to liquidate me? Obviously, being able to ask such a question, Binti still did not understand Yi Zhang. Until I am liquidated, you are all safe. In the post-gods era, Yi Zhang had long since completed the conversion between the liquidator and the liquidated, realizing the sublimation of his power and life level. Then what is your purpose at this moment? Isa Binti asked in puzzlement. In the next moment, he only saw Yi Zhang wave his big hand, and a black curtain enveloped the two of them, isolating them in an inexplicable space. This conversation was very important and must not be detected by a third party. My purpose can be told to you, but you must also reveal to me all the remaining Western gods, as well as their respective plans for recovery. The existence of you unstable factors will interfere with my plans. Fine. People had to bow their heads under the roof, and the ice goddess had to agree at this moment. After a long exchange of half a day, the black curtain disappeared and the two of them reappeared between heaven and earth. Yi Zhang was still in a cloudy state, while Isa Binti, however, had changed back to her previous horrified expression. The pattern of this man in front of her was so large that even she could not help but be appalled. However, your existence is also one of the destabilizing factors. Yi Zhang suddenly fixed the ice goddess with a sharp gaze, staring her down with a chill. After the verbal exchange in the midst of the black curtain, Isa Binti had long understood that the other party's level was far above her own, and that she was in no way her opponent. What do you want? Isa Binti asked stiffly. Could it be that he wanted to wipe himself out? Then why did he just take the extra trouble to tell himself this? Could it be that he was a pervert who wanted a pig's heart before killing? It's very simple. I am still short of a housewarming maid. Submit to me, then I naturally won't worry about being betrayed by you in the future. Yi Zhang revealed a devilish smile. You, excessive. Goddesses are inviolable. Even if I fall, I will make you pay the price of your arrogance. Isa Binti was instantly enraged, her face turning into cold ice. The Groza planet, which was already melting, once again received heavy snow from heaven and earth, the wrath of winter. TSK. As expected, Yi Zhang once again realized that powerful women were not to be messed with. However, having already had experience, he naturally would not panic. Or, sign this. Yi Zhang took out a thick stack of contracts on the table. The contract of commitment to never make enemies of the beast god. This was exactly Yi Zhang's usual routine. First, he put forward conditions that made the other party furious and completely unacceptable. Then, by retreating, the other party would think that there was a way out, and would actually willingly fall into Yi Zhang's trap. The simple-minded ice goddess, how could she know that Yi Zhang had such a deep trap? Thus, after putting away her irritation and simply reading the contract 3 times, Isa Binti did not find any special problems. The rough meaning of the contract was that one must not be an enemy of the beast god and the forces of the monster auction house, or else they would be sanctioned by the rules of the Cosmic Avenue. Therefore, Isa Binti quickly signed her god's name on the contract. How is it? Isa Binti handed the signed contract to the smiling Yi Zhang, and for some reason, she always felt strange. What was he being smug about? It wasn't like he had signed a contract of sale or a slave contract. However, she saw that Yi Zhang also stamped the beast god exclusive seal on the contract. The contract was established, and the contract between heaven and earth was complete. In addition, I want to feel the ice laws, the Western elemental laws, which I have not yet accomplished greatly. Before he left, Yi Zhang smiled and actively stroked his hand onto Isa Binti's body. Cold. Not only was the ice law cold, the person was cold, the face was cold, and the heart was even colder. Have you touched enough? Looking at Yi Zhang, who was wiping away the oil recklessly, Isa Binti gave him a blank look, as if there was an inexplicable emotion growing. The temperature of the other party's palm was sometimes warm and soft, sometimes powerful and furious, sometimes light and smooth, sometimes tough and raw. It was thought that this palm must have experienced hundreds of millions of years of honing in order to bring about such a variety of sensations. That's enough, wonderful ice laws. Yi Zhang resentfully withdrew his palm. After this realization, he had a deeper understanding of the ice elemental laws. The ice laws that were only at the saint domain level before would soon be enough to step into the divine realm. Eventually, Yi Zhang flew up to the high altitude of the Groza star, and without his own release of light and heat, the ice planet had already recoalesced once again. Hey, this icy planet with no other living beings, don't you find it boring? Yi Zhang shouted from high in the air to the bottom. Isa Binti did not reply. She had lived with the ice and snow elements of the heavens and earth until she crossed out of the land of winter, until the birth of the frost giant clan. However, she did not like this group of savage giants. Now, what did Yi Zhang mean by these words? A slight redness seemed to appear on Isa Binti's face, and she cursed out a denizen that she had long held in her heart. I don't need you, I can create my own race. She roared at the sky. Yi Zhang didn't understand? No matter, it was about to leave anyway. The bestial monument fell from the heights and planted itself deeply in the world of ice and snow. Ice and snow continued to cover and submerge the monument, gradually forming an ice mountain of tens of thousands of miles. At the same moment, Yi Zhang also tore open the space and stepped into the territory of the post-evil general, the godfather of ultra beasts, the father of monstrous beast hybridization, and the interdimensional subworlder. Returning to Triga in the next chapter, starting the journey of sword gnosis blackening. Carmilla, that man called Yi Zhang is actually a dark Triga. And, he's now in a relationship with Not Name, also known as Yushare, so he's become immensely powerful. I can't beat him anymore. As soon as he returned to the dark space, Dagon began delivering twisted messages. These, he analyzed from his own pig brain, the perceived facts. What? Carmilla instantly reddened and grabbed Dagon's chest, unwilling to believe his bullshit. Ha ha ha. Hitram laughed maniacally from the sidelines, although he didn't believe what Dagon was saying, but wouldn't that make the situation even more confusing and relatively more interesting? Why have two Triga appeared? Who the hell is the real Triga? Carmilla was so messed up and mad that even she couldn't recognize Triga as a person anymore. Perhaps it was the 30 million years of love that wasn't so ingrained. So much so that in a sea of people, Kalmyra wasn't able to recognize Triga at a glance. That goes without saying, it must be that dark Triga. Dagon said with bewildering confidence. He's so strong that he deserves to be my archenemy. Oh, I don't think so. Hitram laughed and shook his head in apparent disbelief at Dagon's words. Oh, then tell me, who is the real Triga? Carmelia became interested and stared at Hitram, wanting to hear his insight. Is there a possibility that they are all Triga? Hitram replied. Che Carmilla scorned, that was as good as not saying it. It seemed that in order to recognize the true identity of the Triga, one would need to do it oneself. With this in mind, Carmilla transformed into a charming and enchanting mature woman. The mold, exactly the same as Mina. The results of the stone slabs, analyzed. 30 million years ago, the dark giants that fought against the ultra-ancient humans were more than 3, there was a 4th giant. This giant is called Triga. Inside the research room, Monica Kengo and Saint Akito looked at each other in disbelief. Triga, surprisingly, would be the 4th dark giant. Then, what kind of character was Teen Yizhang? Kensaku fell into deep thought. Triga was a dark giant? One of the culprits that had once destroyed the ultra-ancient civilization? And who was Triga of Light? On the other hand, Saint Akito was also confused. He himself had transformed into a dark Tragar and fought once. Was Yi Zhang's team member the Dark Tricorder himself? The black-robed man who had given himself the Dark Traga transformer at that time, was it him? Then, what was the purpose of Teen Yi Zhang's actions? To separate himself from Naughty Name, and then take the opportunity to save her and deceive her feelings? Ultimately, then swindle the power of the Eternal Core, and then start a rebellion against Naughty Name, and then transform into a dark evil god, causing the earth and darkness to fall into darkness forever? Hiss. Thoughtfulness, ah. Thinking back to the first meeting with this man, he and his sister had a chance encounter with themselves and Yuki, and then bragged about his omnipotence and his ideal of guarding humanity. The second time, he even said that he was friends with a monster Litola. Who in their right mind would be friends with a monster? The third time, he even knocked out Ignis, who is an alien, with a brick, and injured Hitram. Is this something a normal human can do? And he also has control of the green-eyed dragon god, which is far more powerful than the Earth's technological civilization. He himself is extremely powerful. Especially after transforming into Triga, he was able to fight with ease, not at all like a novice Ultraman. Good deep heart plan in the end what conspiracy? At that thought, Saint Changrun instantly broke out in a cold sweat. Akito, what's wrong with you? You don't have a fever, right? Why are you sweating so much and your body is still shaking? Jian-go saw Changrun's strange condition and reached out to touch Changrun's forehead. Luckily, the body temperature isn't too high, no fever not name. As if Akito thought of something, he immediately rushed towards the base anxiously. Not name was his backbone. However, the next moment's image made him breathe a sigh of relief, but he smelled a hint of sourness. Inside the base, Yi Zhang was still swiping his cell phone in boredom. As no monsters had appeared recently, the Dark Tragar was also brewing a new round of intrigue, and had entered a dull and uneventful routine. Nowadays, the praising posts about the Dark Triga had long surpassed the ordinary Triga. Dark Tetra was handsome and strong, sucking in countless Braincy fans who thought he was the true savior of Earth. Teen Yi, are you free tomorrow? I'll treat you to dinner. However, he saw Jiaming smiling at Yi Zhang who was swiping his cell phone. This scene also made Zhang Yan cool halfway, and he could not help but squeeze his fist, wanting to go up and expose Yi Zhang's plot. However, he realized that he had no evidence. All of this was merely his speculation. However, he couldn't hold back either. He couldn't just watch Jiaming actively jump into the fire pit. Just as he wanted to rush over and pull Jiaming away, he realized that Yi Zhang was simply ignoring Jiaming. No go, there's nothing to eat. For him who had already split into countless doppelgangers to experience life as soon as he arrived on Earth, one of his foodie doppelgangers had already eaten all the food in the world. At this moment, naturally, he did not raise any interest in Not Name's invitation. The Changs, who were far away, finally sighed in relief. Could it be that Yi Zhang's target was not Jiaming? Or, was he overthinking? Was Teen Yi Zhang just an innocent and simple teenager with ideals? Team member Yi, give me some face. I, Miss Jiaming, seldom take the initiative to invite boys. Jiaming said a little less happily, to have someone take the initiative to reject her. She just wanted to properly thank Yi Zhang for protecting her in front of Dagon. Alright then. Yi Zhang's eyes concealed a touch of triumph as he put down his phone, then pointed at Saint Changrun who was not far away and asked, should we call Changrun to join us? Saint Changrun nodded his head desperately in a gesture. He's been busy lately researching Slate, plus he and I often eat together, so let's not call him this time, just the two of us, okay? Naughty said at her own expense. Put. Changer spat out blood. Where's sword wisdom? Yi Zhang once again looked at Jiango and Monica. Suddenly, Mina came running from a short distance away and said to Ken Goku in surprise. Jiango, I have a feeling that Lalai will soon be close to blossoming. Really? Jiango sniffed and was instantly overjoyed. Smile smile smile, Captain, I'm taking a few days off. I'm going to witness Lalai's moment of blossoming. Soon, Jiango hurriedly left the place. Yi Zhang turned his gaze to Captain Tatsumi, Sakuma Tatsumi, and Nane Shinoki. Well. Ow. Sakuma picked his nose and just wanted to agree, but suddenly and inexplicably, he was pulled away by the Nane's team member by his ears. The family clothes are drying outside and haven't been put away yet. There are still things to do, so I won't go. Who to try first? A black-clothed Miss Kalmyra, with her outstanding looks, walked above the street, causing countless LSPs to gaze at her. Humble humans. Carmilla disdained in her heart, if not for the fact that she had if to do, she would have to poke these people's eyes out. Thinking for a moment, Carmilla still decided to try the one she loathed first, Triga Makanaka Kenshiro. Mina, you finished using the restroom so quickly? And changed your clothes? Kanu carried the showerhead and watered Lalai in the garden. At this moment, after being irrigated by the beast god's spring of life, Lalai had already grown extremely vigorously, and was even taller than Jianwu. Seeing Mina step by step, Jianwu asked with some curiosity. What did he call himself? Mina? Carmilla was very puzzled. Why was this guy posing as if he knew himself well? This look, especially this smiling face, is so damn indebted. According to the youngest botanist in history's estimation, tomorrow, Lalai will be ripe. By then, it will surely be able to bloom the most beautiful flower in the world and lead the world in smiles. Jiango smiled proudly. Zaijilan? Smile? Ha! Carmilla almost squealed with laughter. When Zaijilan bloomed everywhere, that human, I'm afraid, wouldn't have a chance to cry even if he wanted to. Mina, why don't you say something? Jiango was a bit puzzled as to how, after only a few minutes, Mina looked like a different person. These days together, I really thank you for always silently accompanying me and reviving Lalai to grow up. Soon Lalai was about to mature. Mina's dedication, Jiango naturally remembered it in his heart, making him very touched. Pit in the head? Kalmyra confused? Simply did not understand what Monica Kenshiro was saying. Suddenly, Carmilla's right hand coalesced into a golden whip of light and lashed out towards Triga. Pia pia. Mina? Are you crazy? What are you doing? Ken Goku, who had just thanked Mina with kind words, was confused at the moment. Women are too fickle, right? What did he do wrong to be flogged like this? Is this the nature of this woman? Or is it role-playing? Jiango covered the wounds on his flesh in agony. Waste, resist. Carmilla sneered as she continued her whipping. In their first meeting 30 million years ago, it was Triga who had forcefully yanked on his own whip and ripped himself dominantly into his arms. This was what made herself fall in love with him at first sight, and her heart was secretly in love with him. At this moment, after seeing the cowardly appearance of Monica Kengo, who had no trace of dominance and could only smile, Carmilla was disappointed to the core. It seems that I have found the wrong person. Carmilla shook her head dismissively. That man named Ji Zhang is the one who was my Triga? With this thought, Carmilla turned around and left, disappearing from Jiango's line of sight. Sick. Jiango pressed his wound painfully, both innocent and speechless. Suddenly, he saw Mina walking back. Moreover, it seemed that she had changed another set of clothes. Jiango, what's wrong with you? Seeing Jiango in such a sorry state, Mina actually involuntarily wanted to laugh. Scram! Suddenly she heard Jiango growl at her, and her face instantly darkened. Giving face? I'm the titular Dark Queen Carmilla. Mina reached out to summon her whip, and the next moment sighed helplessly. Beast God Sama, you've done a good job. Mina sighed involuntarily as she looked at such a Monica Kengo. After spending time together these days, Kensaku's image was far from the topsy-turvy giant in her own mind. It seemed that he had paid wrongly after all. It was better not to have such a Triga. It's still Beast God Sama who was more domineering and manly. Mina couldn't help but think of the Beast God's magnificent figure. Then go play with your broken flower by yourself. Mina snorted coldly and twisted her head to leave. Jiango for a moment seemed to have lost something. Yi player, this is your mirror. I didn't expect it to be so amazing. It must be very valuable. I'd better return it to you. Sitting face to face on top of the seat in the garden restaurant, Not Name very reluctantly took out that sheltering sun mirror. After seeing the magical power of such a mirror, which could not only spy, but also counter reconnaissance, and could also release golden light to blind the enemy's eyes and many other abilities, Yuki finally realized its preciousness. Such an expensive gift, one should not accept it. What? I, Beast, Yi Zhang, have given away something, how can I take it back? Take it back, don't I want to lose face? Yi Zhang was furious and stood up violently. The things that were sent out splashed out water. The sheltering sun mirror was precious to her, but to himself, it was nothing more than a trinket, and he had more than enough there. The Tao of refining weapons. He is also not in the conversation, casually refining a 3 minutes are not needed. Oh, what's the point of being so mean? Not Name beamed happily as he put the sheltering sun mirror back. You have another mirror over there, the shading mirror? Is it paired with this one of mine? Not Name suddenly asked. Sort of. Yi Zhang said absent-mindedly. The two mirrors, one with a leaf that covered the sun, and the other with a mirror that covered the sky, were taken from the ancient powerhouse, Yi Zitian, and refined. When the two mirrors worked together, it was enough to unleash a mighty power that covered the sky and the sun. After hearing Yi Zhang's words, Jie Ming fell even more in love with the mirror. The ultra-ancient mysterious power you mentioned earlier, what is that? Naughty Name was also very curious about the Saisarai power within his body. Actually, there exists a force energy between the universe and heaven, and life is able to absorb it and refine it into its own power. Unfortunately, this method has been lost on Earth for many years. 30 million years ago, the ultra-ancient humans mastered the technique of absorbing the energy of the universe, so they were able to compete with the dark giants. Many monstrous beasts, by nature, are capable of devouring, digesting, and absorbing this power, as they are able to grow to tens of meters, weigh hundreds of thousands of tons and live for tens of millions of years. The same is true for the Cosmic Man and Ultraman in the universe. As long as the human body's own treasures are opened up and the energy of heaven and earth is absorbed, naturally they can possess infinite power. Yi Zhang, at this moment, seemed to be in the guise of a teacher, preaching to Jie Ming. Unfortunately, tens of millions of years of degradation down the line, not only has the method long been lost, the human orifices are occluded, and it is already difficult to perceive that kind of power. You, on the other hand, possess the bloodline of an ancient witch, and thus have the ability to control this power. Yi Zhang narrated little by little, as if opening up a new world for Jie Ming. Could it be that in that dimension of his that Yi player had once described, everyone was as powerful as a god, slaughtering monsters like pigs and dogs? For a moment, Not Name couldn't help but be mesmerized. Not only was she powerful, she had a long lifespan, and in addition, she would also be able to stay young forever, which woman could refuse the last item? What's more, if one possessed such power, one would be able to better protect the earth and the people one loved, wouldn't one? With this in mind, Yuki vowed to have such power. Ta-ta-ta-ta-ta. With the clear clacking sound of high heels hitting the floor came the sound of high heels hitting the floor came the sound of high heels hitting the floor came the sound of high heels hitting the floor. A woman dressed in a black dress, a tall, frivolous and demonic woman walked towards Yi Zhang and Jie Ming's dining table. The face and eyebrows seemed to carry a very prevalent anger. Nina? Turning his head, Jie Ming looked at the familiar face and said suspiciously, "By the way, how could I forget to call out the younger sister of the Leaf Crew?" Naughty spat out her tongue in embarrassment. Waiter, more. Just when Not Name wanted to yell at the waiter to add another set of utensils and send the menu for additional dishes, only to see Nina walking at charming and sexy pace, her right hand waved, unexpectedly summoning a whip of light out of thin air. In the next moment, it lashed at the direction where Yi Zhang Jie Ming was. "What are you up to?" Yi Zhang stared at this woman with cold eyes, his left hand pressed her wrist holding the light whip to the wall on the side of his head, and his right hand was even propped up on the wall on his left side. Just now, Carmilla sensuously twisted her waist and came over, and without saying anything, she directly swung her long whip at the dining table where Yi Zhang's Not Name was located. In a fit of rage, Yi Zhang directly pinched its wrist and brought her to instantly verticalize 1,000 miles away, pressing her against the wall, unable to resist. Unlike Dagon, this was a typical wall-thumping image. "Carmilla, it is. I've said it all, I'm not Dark Trisha, you've got the wrong person, please don't bother me." Yi Zhang's icy tone spewed directly into Carmilla's earthly body's face. The customer he was familiar with was Mina, not the Carmilla of this timeline. There was no need to be polite with her. Carmilla was currently mortified and furious, her right wrist fluttering, but she couldn't break free from her opponent's grip in the slightest. The other party was even a head taller than herself, being pressed against the wall, feeling the damned sensation of the manly scent that came to her face. It was simply heartwarming. This is my Dark Triga. This bully-like stance, stern sword-like aura, and unquestionable tone. This is exactly the same as the Dark Trisha from 30 million years ago. Carmilla's heart was pounding like a deer. Hear that? Oh. Ha? Oh what oh? Seeing Carmilla's nod, Yi Zhangfang let go of her. It was good that she understood, so stay away from herself in the future, and don't come to pester herself anymore. Yi Zhang stepped across the room, a stone's throw away, and resumed his seat opposite Not Name. Where she was just now, Carmilla sat paralyzed on the ground with her legs in the shape of an M. Recalling this man's temperament just now, infinite starbursts flashed in her eyes. By the way, one had never told him of one's Carmilla's identity. How did he know? In comparison, Monica Kengo didn't know his identity at all. Ha, now, the true identity of your dark Triga is solid, isn't it? Carmilla was suddenly very happy. Now that I've found you, that's fine. I will definitely capture the eternal core and give it to you, as a dowry. Opposite Yi Zhang, Jiaming's heart palpitated. That whip-swinging 5-link action was so familiar. But for a moment, he could not recall it. Yi player, where did you just go? Also, what happened to your sister, just now? Not Name voiced his own question. Alas, this child has been pitiful since she was a child. You know, she's not really my real sister. As I once told, I came from another dimension, Earth, when my dimension, the human race, opened the ultimate war with an alien enemy. Later, when I was fighting with one of them, I unintentionally triggered a subdimensional wormhole, and thus was sucked into this heaven and earth. When I came over, I happened to find Mina crying on the side of the road, and realized that her parents had been trampled to death by the ferocious monster Asteron. So I used up the last of my strength to destroy the monster and save Mina. And exhausted and unconscious, I was brought home by Mina to take care of her. After that, the two of us depended on each other. But because of that incident, it left an indelible shadow in Mina's heart, and since then she has suffered from a serious mental illness, schizophrenia. So, at some point, Mina would turn into a different kind of ferocious appearance. That was the aftermath of the ferocious monster Asteron. Yi Zhang began to make up a story in a serious manner as he took a fresh drink of water and ate up his meal. Ah, so Miss Mina's life is also so pitiful. Jiaming's sympathy couldn't help but flood up. Mina's encounter was strikingly similar to that of the Holy Changeling. So I desire to obtain the power of light, hoping to dispel the gloom within Mina. Yi Zhang drew out his purpose without a trace. Light? Can the power of Triga Ultraman help Mina? Naughty asked doubtfully. No, he's just light, not bright and not strong enough. What about your darkness Triga's power? The night gave me black eyes, I use him to find light. The power of the dark Triga is something I picked up by chance, and I use him only to search for light. Yi Zhang played dumb and listened to Not Name in confusion, but Yi Zhang once again drew out the ladder. Rumor has it that 30 million years ago, there was a power in the ultra-ancient times called the Eternal Core, and with it, I was able to transform darkness into light, dispel Mina's darkness, and use that power to guard the earth. 30 million years ago? The Eternity Core? Not Name made a mental note of these two words, intending to go back and properly communicate with the Yushir inside her. See what kind of power it was and whether it could help Yi Zhang's team members. You guys know, team member Yi Zhang's sister, it's so pathetic that she actually has schizophrenia. Soon, as a girl's specialty, Mina's story quickly spread to the ears of the entire Elite Victory team. It turned out that Mina, the sister of Yi Zhang's team member who had a very low sense of existence and was not pleasant to the eye, actually had such a side to her. Soon, the story also reached the ears of Jiango and Monica. Jiango also finally relieved himself. It turned out that the one who took a whip to herself today was Mina's second personality at work. Hey, he even told her to get lost. How much psychological damage would this cause to this girl? Even, there was a possibility that it would aggravate Nina's underlying disease. Upon thinking about this, Jiango regretted it. His own purpose was to bring smiles to everyone. Obviously, one did not bring a smile to Mina. What a failure! And so it was that Kensaku walked out. He was going to find Mina and live her to open her heart, defeat her second personality, step out of her mental shadow, and blossom into a smile. At night, the garden where Kenshiro planted Lalai, there was an intimidating throb. Although during the day, Lalai's growth is not yet the height of an adult. However, unbeknownst to him, Lalai is a plant that grows underground before it grows above ground. Its intricate root system had already spread throughout the entire city. And in an instant, as the giant Lalai grows wildly, the streets and roadsides of countries all over the world, at the beginning and end of villages, all began to grow Lalai flowers one after another. This Lalai, also known as Qi Jialan, could grow so luxuriantly, all relying on Yi Zhang's urine at that time. The body fluid of the beast god, drinking it could prolong life, could be physically gigantic, and even weak cultivators could explode and die, since it was an unavailable divine wine. And, with the recovery of the strength of the dark giant, the noise of the eternal core, Lalai foresee the future crisis of the earth, began to recover. Let mankind get lost in smiles, enjoy the joy of the spiritual world, and walk through the last part of their lives without pain. This is the significance of the blooming of the ancient demonic flower Zijilan. After one night, the streets, alleys, and villages will be filled with the splendor of the Zijilan flower. People are still asleep, but fortunately for Lalai, life is at its peak during the day. At night, when there is no sunlight, it tends to fall into silence. So the night was uneventful. But the danger is in the bud. Mina, I'm sorry. Early the next morning, Jiango finally found this poor girl in Mina's compound. What are you doing here? Mina glanced at Jiango and didn't give any good face. Yesterday, she had been thinking about how to find the beast god lord to get the order taken care of sooner. I wanted to say sorry to you, I shouldn't have been mean to you yesterday. Jian-go said with an apology. Oh, Mina said seemingly unconcerned. When one didn't care about a person anymore, it was natural that one wouldn't care about their apology. Looking at Mina's leathery smile, Jian-go thought that he had broken her heart yesterday, and the guilt in his heart grew even more. Mina, I know, that person yesterday wasn't the real you, I misunderstood. You're so gentle, how could you whip me with a whip? Jian-go continued. Hearing Jian-go's words, Mina was confused. After careful recollection, it was as if she had guessed 7 or 8 things. Could it be that yesterday, the Carmilla of this timeline had come? However, she herself was not gentle, but her power had been sealed by the damned beast God-sama, so much so that she was left with only a delicate body. Otherwise, one was bound to whip him a few times as well. Temper, always equal to strength. By the way, come with me somewhere, I'll make sure to cheer you up and bloom a smile. Jian-go smiled at Mina. Oh, Mina would be skeptical. Curiosity killed the cat, and driven by curiosity, she still walked over with Jian-go. People on the road, what's going on here? Along the way, Jian-woo unexpectedly saw that all the pedestrians were floating with happy smiles on their faces. In the hands of many people, they were even holding a yellow flower, sometimes coming to the tip of their nose to take a hard sniff, sometimes as if they were treating a lover like kissing the stamen of the flower. Jian-go was puzzled, but he couldn't think about it that much. He still led Mina towards the Lalai garden. As a non-ordinary person, the pollen of the stray hairy Zigiland on the roadside naturally couldn't affect Jian-go and Mina in the slightest. Until the two arrived at that garden, Jian-go was completely stunned, only to see that this garden had long since become a ruin, a huge foot tens of meters high demonic flower, swaying in the air. The image of the demonic flower resembled his own Lalai, by 9 points. Isn't this my Lalai? How could it be? Impossible, Lalai, clearly a plant that can bring smiles to everyone. Which part of it went wrong? Jian-go was confused, unable to believe the image in front of him. Is this what you wanted to show me? Mina smiled disdainfully, she was coming to her senses at the moment. Could it be that the conspiracy to black Intriga, as the beast God-sama had told himself back then, had begun? Kengo, my favorite Monica Kengo, I'm your favorite Lalai, come to my world, I'll make you happy. The gigantic Zigelin threw out a large flurry of source of happiness at Monica Kenshiro below. Inside the Nasrides, the current physical barriers could still withstand the pollen from the Zigelin, so the elite victory crew hadn't gotten addicted to the pollen yet. Today, there is a global emergency report that unidentified demonic flowers have appeared all over the world, spreading pollen all over the sky, and everyone is intoxicated when they inhale it, and they are deeply addicted to it, so they can't stop. Those who are fortunate enough not to have contracted it have been exploring ways to deal with it. Captain Tatsumi spoke gravely about the strange events that had suddenly occurred today. Soon enough, the video footage of Zigelin was thrown up on the big screen. Upon seeing the flower's appearance, the first person to be shocked was not the knowledgeable Maruru, but Shizuma Mitsukuni. Chairman/father, you recognize this flower? The members of the team and Nadi looked at Shizuma Mitsukuni in astonishment, only to see Shizuma Mitsukuni nod and speak slowly. My original subgenre, one of the culprits that once destroyed the ultra-ancient civilization 30 million years ago, Zigera, is extremely imaginative with this flower. The legend there is that 30 million years ago, Zigera spread the pollen over the earth, causing all humans to be immersed in pleasure, no longer having ideals, no longer pursuing them, and only indulging in momentary pleasure. Light does not interfere with human choices, so the giants of light were greatly disappointed with humanity and flew back to the universe's light. Then later, darkness descended on earth, and the dominator of darkness, the evil god Gatanju, appeared, and the super-ancient civilization that flourished for a while was destroyed. 30 million years later, when Zigera revived again, humanity, though, once again indulged in pleasure. But this time, the hero of light, Deja Ultraman, stepped forward, and as a human, he chose to intervene this time, never to stand by and watch the human race go into extinction. In the end, he annihilated the giant Zigera. Listening to Shizuma Mitsukuni's account, the crowd was horrified beyond measure. Zigera, unexpectedly, was one of the culprits for the destruction of civilization. Then, could the present-day Zigelin also signal the coming of darkness, the end of the earth? This flower, isn't it what that plant that Jianwu planted looks like when it blooms? Suddenly, Yi Zhang absently pulled out a Zigera flower, sniffed it, and said. In an instant, the crowd hid far away from him. Teen Yi, you should quickly throw away that flower, in case we get mesmerized as well, that would be bad. Not Name shouted anxiously. Pig teammates. Sakuma spat madly. What a thing to do, bringing the culprit to the inner circle. It's quite beautiful, is it that scary? Nane ducked away, but still couldn't believe that such a common flower could make someone lose themselves. What the hell do you want? What's your plot? Hurry up and put it in an airtight container. Conspiracy theorist Saint Chongren accused, throwing a sealed bottle over in the process. Teen Yi, why are you doing this? Captain Tatsumi said seriously. Hee, the ones who destroy humans will only be humans themselves. Yi Zhang shook his head slightly. In my opinion, this flower is not harmful. The Zigilin essence can be used as the most deliciously flavored condiment, and the Zigilin flower can also be made into various types of anesthetics, contributing to the medical cause. As long as one's heart is strong enough to resist the temptation of Zigilin's happy spirit world, then what is there to fear? Yi Zhang stood up boldly, and under the astonished gazes of the crowd, he stuffed a little bit of the Qi Jialan flower into his mouth and chewed on it. In the next moment, Yi Zhang revealed a knowing smile. However, this smile was chilling in the eyes of the crowd hiding in the corners. Even the Yi player who was so powerful had fallen for it? I told you to play the fool, I told you to go wild. Now you're addicted to happy DU. It's still Team Yi who can do it. Ha, does it smell good? My breath. Yi Zhang smiled heartily, then exhaled the scent that belonged exclusively to Qi Jialan at the base. After Yi Zhang's teeth moisturized, Qi Jialan's floral scent, long ago, would not let people get lost, but instead, the aroma was soothing and refreshing to the nostrils. Seeing that Yi Zhang looked unaffected, the crowd finally breathed a sigh of relief, causing people to worry to death. Jie Ming said in a good-natured manner, she was quite worried just now. Why aren't you affected? Naughty asked curiously. Because, my heart, is strong enough. Yi Zhang smiled gently, invisibly pretending. Jiango and Mina are still outside, they must have gone to look for Lalai. Changren was a little anxious, Lalai was planted by Jiango himself. And yet it caused such a big mess, he must be blaming himself to death. What should we do about this demonic flower? Nanae's Hinokoi rested her jaw in thought. Captain Tatsumi also looked at Captain Shizuma Kukaku. The experience of having eliminated the Zigura must be useful in eliminating the Zigilin as well. To eliminate the Zigilin on Earth, the first step is to completely eliminate the giant Zigilin and its root system. Supplemented with a special herbicide, the Zigirin can then be eliminated. Shizuma Mitsukuni said as he recalled the past of dealing with Zigera back then. The crowd nodded their heads at the sound of this plan. Team Nanace, prepare to strike. Team Leaf. Captain Tatsumi immediately intended to order the two major battle forces to strike. He was just about to command Team Member Yi to attack. Should he attack in the Dragon God, or should he transform into a black special and attack? However, he saw Yi Zhang shaking his head. Team Member Yi, what do you mean by this? Tatsumi was a bit annoyed. This guy was not a direct team member and always had a cynical attitude, not very happy to listen to orders. I've just made it very clear that the reason why humans are lost is because their hearts aren't strong enough. It's easy to save people but hard to save their hearts. The Earth in the beginning when the chief of the Light Congress was in power, it was because people ultimately believed in the light that they got through one crisis after another. Yi Zhang pointed straight to the core. What are you going to do then? Wait and see if people can overcome their hearts. And, wouldn't it be wonderful if we should also enter that spiritual paradise to see what kind of a world would allow humans to wallow in it? Yi Zhang smiled confidently, as if everything was under control. Wow! Jie Ming was instantly shocked by Yi Zhang's pattern. No, I don't agree. In case everyone is lost, who will save everyone? The sacred man of recognition did not trust Yi Zhang in the first place, and at this moment, he strictly refused to do the dangerous act he was talking about. I think it's fine, let's see if it's happier there than if I were to fly an airplane? Nanace Hinokoi agreed. I also think it's proper, I believe my will is strong enough. Sakuma Teshin blurted out. I won't agree, I won't allow my crew to be put in a crisis. Captain Tatsumi shook his head no. I abstain. Maruro stated that she was roadside grass and the wind blew both ways. Team Leaf has a point, and I have faith in Kenshiro, he'll take care of the cause he's planted himself. Shizuma Mitsukuni thought for a moment and said, as the Daijyo of this world, Ken Goku will definitely save the world. How about it? Do any of you want to go with me to Qi Jialan's spirit world to find out what's going on and experience the joy? Yi Zhang took off his jacket and prepared to leave. Not name, Nanace, you. Akito and Tatsumi hated it. Chairman? Akito looked expectantly at Yuki's father, hoping that he would stop this dangerous behavior. Then I'll go too. Delayed in waiting for the chairman to speak, Akito resolved to follow Yuki at all times in case he was in danger. No, you can't go. You still have to develop a special herbicide. President Kokoko's words directly chilled Akito's heart. Take me with you, I'm going along too. Maruru also joined the group. In the end, Yi Zhang, naughty name, Nanace, and Maruru formed a 4-member squad and left the base of the Nasrides to go and meet that legendary Zigilin pure land of ultimate bliss. At this moment, Jiango and Mina had already taken the first step into the pure land of ultimate bliss. The Zigirin that had received the Beast God Lord's powerful life fluid had long since skyrocketed in strength, far surpassing the present-day Triga. So much so that when faced with the giant Zigelin's main body Lele, Jiango was easily pulled into that happy spirit world. This is here? Jiango realized that in this strange land, he was actually moving around in the body of Triga. And Mina, who was on the side, was actually. How could it be in the form of Carmilla's giant? Jiango was horrified beyond belief. I'm this? Mina also looked at herself incredulously. Could it be that Beast God Sama's seal had broken? No, this should be the self in the spirit world. Mina wanted to try to see if she could summon the whip, and sure enough, a few moments later, the light whip was in her hand. No, by the time the two had finished examining their surroundings, they realized that between heaven and earth, there were giants scurrying and flying everywhere. All over the place were unnamed Ultraman, giants of light, giants of darkness. The Otter Brothers, the Leo Brothers, the Heisei Four, the New Generation, Evil Deja, Dark Faust, Dark Mephisto, Dark Zaki, and so on, and a lot of nameless people all in one place. Could it be? A bold idea appeared in the two men's minds. Could it be that in Ziglan's spiritual world, everyone had become a godlike existence, going up to the sky and hiding in the earth, omnipotent? No wonder it was so happy and mesmerizing. However, in addition to the various there were surprisingly countless monsters. King Red, King Airy, King Obumangus, King 2 Emperor, King 3 Emperor, King 4 Emperor, Jeton, Kinko Bridge, Death Drago, Grizza, Mogul Orochi. Could it be that some people's joy is actually transforming into monsters? Suddenly, a voice rang in everyone's ears. Welcome to the Zygelin game paradise. The current image is based on the looks you desire in your minds, and everyone's initial level is LV1. Killing those of the same level will allow you to keep getting stronger and upgrading. Don't be afraid if you are killed. You will be resurrected indefinitely. In addition, there are many NPCs in the world and many wild monsters to talk to, take quests, and level up. An open world similar to the Elder Scrolls is waiting for you to clear it. Sword Goku, my favorite Sword Goku, don't worry, I bestowed you with 10 levels just after you arrived, go slaughter others to level up. Exclusive sister model Chi Jielan voice spread to the middle of Jiango's mind. Look, next to you, it's none other than the dark giant Carmilla that you've always hated. Come on, make your great protection sword and kill her. Ha, in my world, you can do whatever you want. Oh, no need to cover up. Even if you don't want to kill him, you can still unleash your most primal desires on her. Oh, she's only level 1, she can't resist you. Or, dodgy, lolly, to play with you. VR online game like World, universal game, full open freestyle game. Can also unlimited resurrection, flying to the sky and hiding from the ground omnipotent. Make everyone immersed in it cannot be extricated. In the cities of this world, eat, drink, float, gamble, and do whatever you want. It's like heaven on earth, heaven on earth. However, with desire came war, and some ambitious and evil people began to kill everywhere, trampling on other people's corpses to upgrade. Some people don't care, just lie flat, I'll resurrect as usual if I'm killed. There are even people who sell their lives, give you a kill, give me gold coins. Of course, there are also righteous teachers, began to form the power of the association, fight the black, eliminate evil, remove violence and peace, guard the right and evil, maintain the peace of the world of Zigiland, enjoy the so-called justice. Jinwoo, why don't you do it? Why aren't you happy? In this world, I am the omnipotent god, let me help you. Zygelin released an inexplicable pollen that blew into Jiango's mouth and nose, and then he only felt his body become hot. Lolly, what are you doing? Jiango's anger rose from his heart. Jiango, I want to make you happy. Men's happiness, isn't it always like that? Zygelin's voice came through, none of it tugging at Jiango's primal desires. What's wrong with you? Even though her emotions towards Jiango had already faded, Nina couldn't help but be concerned when she saw Triga's entire body reddening at the moment. Get out of here. Jiango shook off Mina's hand and told her to hurry up and leave. Somehow, Mina wasn't used to him either, and with a cold smile, she turned around and left. However, it was already too late to leave at this time. Only to see an arm hooked around Carmilla's neck from behind, and then pressed her over onto the ground. To die? What do you want? Mina was shocked and furious, wanting to resist. She still liked the dominant Triga inside. No, you go away, I'm not going to do that. In the next second, as if forcing his way through the consciousness that had fallen into a daze, Jiango covered himself in a struggle. When the break is over, it's the most annoying thing, this kind of tangled look of wanting to get on and not wanting to get on. Mina was completely disappointed. Jiango, can you be cool? Are you still a man? A quick battle. In the next moment, as if he had lost his nature again, Jiango pressed Mina to the ground, then got up again, struggling, unwilling to do so, soon getting down again, and standing up again with difficulty, repeatedly sitting up and down dozens of times in a row, but did nothing. Those who saw it shook their heads, those who heard it wept. Here, under Yi Zhang's leadership, the crowd inhaled enough Zigiland pollen and also entered the Zigiland game paradise. Yi Zhang still had that tall and handsome human appearance. Not name, turned into the appearance of an ancient holy witch in white clothes and robes. Nanes Hinokoi, transformed into the appearance of the white dragon Galatron II Malawian Quachas. Maruru, transformed into the likeness of an adult Metatronian. Amazing! The crowd instantly felt that they had gained incredible power. Not Name raised her right hand, and mysterious sorcery runes appeared in front of her, and at this moment, she seemed to have mastered the power of Yushare. Nane's Hinokoi as well, Galatron, one of the strongest robots of the new generation, whether it was the ability to fly, or the firepower or the physical combat power, it was all incredibly powerful. Shirya 2 Malawi and Quachas, who was able to take down Sailor, Obu, and Jet alone. Maruru, but turned into an adult metrosexual appearance, also has a certain degree of combat power. Ha! Yi player, how come you didn't transform? The three of them surrounded Yi Zhang, curious beyond measure. Because my original body, my inner self, is strong enough. Yi Zhang smiled faintly. For Qi Jielan to be able to have today, it all depended on Yi Zhang, and to say that the master of this pure land had long changed since the time Yi Zhang crossed over. What are we going to do next? I want to go to a big battle. Obviously, the battle fanatic Nane's Hinako had gotten lost. Go find Jiango and Mina. Yi Zhang calmly commanded. Where are they? Nati asked in confusion. Just follow me. Yi Zhang was walking ahead when suddenly three ungainly giants blocked the way. Tai, I opened this mountain, I planted this road, if you want to cross this road, leave your money behind. Dark Zaki, Dark Mephisto, and Dark Faust blocked in front of the four. For rookies who are only level 1, our team is already level 5, and Boss Fried Chicken is even level 8. Why don't you quickly kneel down and beg for mercy? Dark Faust arrogantly taunted. What to do? Maruro clearly panicked once she heard the level difference in the other party's mouth. Fight! Nanes didn't give a damn, left gun and right tomahawk. Galatron 2 Malawi and Quachas was on standby. Who are you guys? Why are you doing this? We didn't mess with you, did we? Not Name raised his hand, runes hidden, ready to defend or attack. Ha! This chick even asked why she did it. Dark Mephisto laughed crazily as if he had heard the best joke. In this world, there is no rule of law, there is no death, leveling, and strength is the hard way. Sorry, we're going to kill you guys to loot money and experience. If you want to blame yourselves for being weak. Dark Zaki sneered. Zaki. Well said, weaklings, they should forever seek their existence in the paradise of Zaijian. Yi Zhang suddenly applauded. This kind of person who was so horizontal in the online game world was often a loser in reality. Very well, you've managed to piss me off. Although you can be resurrected indefinitely, there is pain in death. I'm going to make you beg for your life and death. And abuse you 100 times at the resurrection point. Mephisto, Faust, go. Dark Zaki began to say the most ruthless words, commanding his two minions to strike. White Dragon, strike. Nanes wanted to battle.